who I went as?
Man, hold on. This is.
We just talked about him.
Did you go as Macho Man?
Richard Simmons.
Oh, Richard.
I had little yellow shorts and a white tank top and an afro, dude.
You have pics, dude.
I have pics, but I do have pics. And, man, I got to find – they might be on Facebook still. But, yeah, I'll find it. Me and my brother went as Serena Williams. We were playing on the Bears. This is funny. We were playing on the Bears together, and we went to a Halloween party, and he went as Serena Williams, and I went as Richard Simmons. And there's this video of us skipping, holding hands in the street. Serena and Richard. We made a joke the whole night about it. Serena and Richard showed up to the party. Yeah, it was dope.
I love that. So I have one for you. So they still have the picture on the door when I took my shirt off and flexed over here.
Hey, you look good in that picture, by the way.
Thanks, man. I'm working on getting back to somewhere near that point. But so my friends, we were having a Halloween party, and I don't really like dressing up. I'm the guy who'll go and just find something last second. It's like, oh, okay, I'm a banana tonight. Big deal. Where I have a buddy that's just way into it and has great costumes every year. So finally, I ordered something online. I'm like, I'm going as Ric Flair. But when it comes, I'm like, I got to shave off my beard. So I shave off my beard, and I look, and I'm like, oh, God, there's my chin. And there's the other two as well. It's like, oh, no, that beard's hiding so much.
You're like, woo! Right? You drink the whole thing?
I've got pictures of it. And
I love Ric Flair.
I wore like the little red bikini shorts.
Oh, wow.
And I had the robe and everything and the hair. And I actually downloaded his theme song and just had it on a loop playing it as I walked around. Yeah. And so my friend took a shot, and I did the robe, and I opened the robe and like flashed.
Yeah.
And it's like the perfect shot because it makes it seem like I'm packing something down there. So everybody questioned that picture that look the same way as this one. Yeah. I have 2 good pictures in my life. 2.
Yeah. And they question them.
And they think they're all
both AI.
doctored. Yeah.
Hey, Ben, can Ben hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, Ben, how was my Ric Flair just there? Did I hit it? Did I hit the height? Because did you hear me hit it?
For 6:10 in the morning, I think it was pretty
Okay, cool.
good.
I was wondering because I'm sure people are driving. I just hit the Ric Flair because I hear Ric Flair. So Femi, remember? Do you remember that time when our kids got together and they were racing in the parking lot? You remember that?
And my buddy's Bill Bailey.
Exactly. Yeah. That's crazy. That just flashed into my head. But so when Femi was younger, I would hit him with the Ric Flair. Like
you're talking about your son,
my son Femi. Yeah, exactly.
I didn't know if you were talking to the third person. And
I don't do that. I'm not Ricky Henderson. I don't do that. Yeah, only eclectic like savant.
Femi was chasing Femi.
Yeah, exactly. No, my son Femi Jr. So I hit him with the Ric Flair all the time. He didn't even know who Ric Flair was. He thought I made that up. He thought that was my thing. I'm like, no, that's Ric Flair, bro.
Yeah.
So anyway, but see, the minute you say Ric Flair, I hope I didn't disturb anybody driving on 83 or 695. Yeah, I hope I didn't disturb. Hey, sorry everybody out there.
Well,
and Ben was probably like, oh damn, he hit him with the Ric Flair. I wanted to see how it sounded though. But I think I got it though. I think I hit that higher octave.
I think you nailed it. But
okay, cool.
You know what comes up now is that because Seattle has a wonderful pitcher, that Ric Flair gets pulled out all the time. They've got Brian, woo! And they play it nonstop, man. It's great.
Yeah.
So
wow, we talked about pop culture right there for like 10 minutes?
Basically.
I hope nobody's mad.
No, we got a jam-packed show today. As I said, Ed Norris is going to join us at 7. We're going to talk a little about Lamar. Yep. I want you to give an insight to OTAs and what goes on.
I'd love to.
Jacob Calvin Meyer is going to join us, the serial killer. He's got 3 names. And then we got plenty more coming up as well. World of Stupid, Daily Line. We'll get into it. Had a great day with the Daily Line. But up next, should the Ravens add another vet wide receiver? I'm interested to hear your take on this. A lot of people would like to see Stephon Diggs. We'll get into it and take your phone calls. 410-583-1057 right here on The Fan.
This is The Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 1057 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
Attorney Aaron Snyder here. Injured in an accident? Call Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg, 1-800-INJURED. Hi, this is Attorney Aaron Snyder. If you've been injured in an accident, Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg is here to help. With over 40 years of experience, we fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 1-800-INJURED for a free consultation or visit COSECLaw.com, the people's choice.
H&K Group Incorporated.
Calling all heavy equipment operators and pipe laborers. Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. HTI Contractors Division of H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K does not discriminate.
Here's Rob Long here with Justin, a recent graduate of the JATC apprenticeship program. Justin, why did you enter the program?
Yeah, I went to college. Working behind a desk just wasn't for me. So I ended up reaching out to the JATC and never looked back.
What was your major in college?
I ended up going towards biology and chemistry, but I couldn't see myself standing behind beakers all day just mixing chemicals.
Wow. So how are you doing now?
I'm doing great. It's just opened up a lot of doors for me.
Would you recommend the JATC to others?
I would recommend this to anybody.
To learn more, go to jatc24.org.
Hi, this is Karen Kaiser with Glen Burnie Transmissions and Jim Jennings Transmissions. For over 60 years, we have offered the best transmission repair options in the Baltimore metro area. Save hundreds of repair dollars with the same warranty versus go to your dealership. The average new vehicle costs over $50,000 today, and we want to help you keep yours on the road when the transmission fails. Email or text us for a price quote. Our websites are gbt-online.com or jjt-online.com.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we know you're no stranger to setting big goals, whether in school, at work, or in life. And you're ready for more. At UMGC, we offer the skills-based education you need to move your career forward. Learn how to apply AI, data science, and other emerging tech. Plus, gain skills in leadership and critical thinking. You've come far. Succeed again. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Diamonds make earrings sparkle. Gold makes a necklace shine. But the best things diamonds and gold make are scratch-offs. Play the new Diamonds and Gold Scratch-Off and Rose Gold Scratch-Off from the Maryland Lottery. Top prizes are up to $2 million. Please play responsibly.
At Lions Den, the lineup is stacked, and the action never ends. From warm-ups to extra innings, they've got what you need to win the night. So visit lionsden.com. That's Lions Den. And if it's a home game, make it real home field advantage.
CFG Bank Arena is officially one of the hottest concert venues in the world. And this summer, get ready because it's gonna be a scorcher. With top artists like Olivia Dean, 5 Seconds of Summer, Benson Boone, Casey Musgraves, Shakira, and Tame Impala, CFG Bank Arena has got you covered for the best music, fan-filled nights, and all the sensational concert vibes summer can bring. It's sure to be lit, and we're not stopping, with more major announcements on the way. Visit CFGBankArena.com and get your tickets today. CFG Bank Arena, the biggest shows, the biggest names in entertainment, and the best seats in Baltimore.
Memorial Day is close, which means summer's almost here, and Town Appliance Memorial Day shopping event is happening now. Upgrade your kitchen or outdoor setup with Memorial Day savings and flexible financing. Visit the showroom off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. Call, text, or shop townappliance.com before it's over.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
895 northbound past Child Street, there's an accident. That's on the right shoulder. 295 northbound at 195, the right lane gets by the crash there. It's heavy after Route 100. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Rob, Jeremy, Ed, and Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
All right, we've got some callers on hold. 410-583-1057 if you want to get in. Jeremy Kahn, Funny Ian Bedejo here on the Big Bad Morning Show. Ed joins us at 7. Rob returns on Tuesday. Monday's Memorial Day. So one of the questions we were asking, and I'll pose it to you, and then we'll go right to the phone lines. Do you feel like they need to add a vet wide receiver, or do you like the group that they have right now?
I like the group that they have, but I don't know if the roster is full. I mean, obviously, you're going to go into camp with a 90-man roster. I would like to see, I think I would like to see a veteran wide receiver come in and just let him duke it out, you know?
Now, is it on the spectrum of, hey, I want someone like Stephon Diggs that you know is going to come in and produce? Like, he puts up numbers, you might deal with some baggage on the other side of it, you know?
Yeah, I don't want to deal
with a guy like D-Hop.
I don't want to deal with that baggage, and so I wouldn't. Stephon Diggs is not on my list. Like, character matters for me. Like, the stuff you get caught up in when it's everybody else all the time, but it's always you involved. Like, that to me, like, that's a red light for me. I'm kind of cool, caution, you know? I'd love to see DeAndre Hopkins come back. I'd love to see Keenan Allen. One of those kind of big body possession receivers.
Oh, the ghost of Keenan Allen.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like, remember, you and I have our Anquan Bolden talk from back in the day. I love players like that. The players that you think are done, but actually still have something left in the tank. Oh. Like, hold on. No, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it yet. Don't do it yet. But I do not want to see Tyreek Hill here. I do not care for Stephon Diggs. I do not care for Brandon Ayuk. I would love Deebo Samuel. Brandon Cooks, that's not the kind of body and receiver that I want. I think he's a great player, but that's not really what I want. For me, it's got to be a Keenan Allen, DeAndre Hopkins, or a Deebo Samuel. What I love about Deebo Samuel is that you can line him up in the backfield. You can line him up in the slot. You can line him up outside. He's going to block. Now, yes, has he had a couple, seasons where he's been banged up? Yeah, but not recently. When he was playing in Washington, he played great. He was one of the only guys that was available at one point in Washington when everybody was breaking down. Deebo was out there grinding. Yeah. I think Deebo's a dog. Personally, I don't know what his ask is, but there's like 3 or 4 guys that I wouldn't mind seeing come into camp with no guarantees. But I love our young guys.
Yeah, I was gonna say when you brought up like Keenan Allen's one of my favorite receivers to watch work because I think we could make a case and have an argument over guys. If he's not number 1 or 2, he's definitely top 3 in route running. I don't think anybody's footwork is better than his out there when he's cutting. And even though he doesn't have the same speed and ability anymore, he still gets open because of that in space.
Well, he reminds me of Aronde Gadsden. I played with Aronde in Miami. Do you remember Aronde? Yeah, no, they're similar. And Aronde was a lot like Keenan. Keenan had a higher ceiling than Aronde, but if you go back and look at those early 2000s and Aronde, 6'3", 6'4", you know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. And his son plays for the Chargers now. His tight end. Really talented.
Syracuse.
Very talented, right? So I like Keenan. I respect Keenan. I think he's a dog as well. I like the body control. I like the back shoulder catchability. I think he's a great human being. He'll be a good leader. I don't think there'll be any ego involved in how much playing time he gets. But this is why I like DeAndre Hopkins too. DeAndre understands the community. The community loves DeAndre. DeAndre played well in the small opportunities that he got. His game is not predicated on speed. I think Keenan and DeAndre actually in a lot of ways check kind of the same box for me. Deebo's a different box that he checks, but he does bring in that veteran consistent presence where you feel like he can adapt to any play call, any environment, any situation in regard to his usage and just plugging holes that could end up in the boat as the season goes along.
All right, well, let's grab some phone calls, see what the fans out there think. 410-583-1057. Before we grab these phone calls, Trippy, I'm just going to tell you, if you throw any shade towards Femi, you got to show up at the front door and face
Trip.
him.
You know what's up, Trip? What's up, Trip?
Let's go to Trippy in Baltimore. Hello.
Hold on. First of all, happy birthday to my man Rob. Man, I've been listening to this show for 20 minutes. I ain't hear nobody say happy birthday to my man Rob Long.
Well, you just did. It's over with.
Oh, yeah, I know. So I'm the first one to do it.
Hey, Trippy, I didn't even know it was Rob's birthday, man. You're throwing shots at your boy.
It's my little brother's birthday. Man. I didn't say happy birthday to him either.
Yeah, man, that's the grumpy uncle over there, man, Mr. Robert Long. But no, back to you, though, Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy, you know, I ain't got smoke with my guy, Femi, because I ain't gonna lie. One thing about Femi, he keep it real. You feel me?
Hey, Trippy, how heated did some of those calls, those post game calls we used to have get? Remember? Not with us, but
Hey, I still remember that one time when you and Rita got into it, boy. I was like,
I know. I love Rita, but I love Rita. I love Rita's mom too. You know what's funny is Rita, and her mom. Yeah, we got down at I think it was an event like for I think it was a Tony Siragusa memorial event, I believe. And me and Rita are like brother and sister for sure. But what I love about Rita, we can get down there and it's all good. It's all good. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
what's on your mind?
Back to what's on my mind, the wide receiver thing, right? And I don't want y'all to keep saying, "Oh, Bateman this." I'm just being real with y'all, right? Look at it. Every time the Ravens bring in a vet, his numbers go down. I mean, it probably went up that 2 years ago, but I wouldn't mind seeing a vet. Just like Femi said, bring in D-Hop again or Keita Allen. But I feel like if you bring in D-Hop, we just wasn't using him enough. Like he don't have to have a lot of snaps. Just get them involved. You know what I mean? Like 3 catches here and there. But I do want to see these young guys, get some playing time.
Surratt and Lane.
Like these players right here, I'm high on. Jacoby Lane, Eli Surratt, Zay Flowers, LaJounte Walker, and a sleeper pick, Wade.
Okay.
My man Dayton Wade. Them 5 right there, I feel like they decent right there. Like, look, you see how I ain't say Rashad Bateman. And another thing about Rashad Bateman. Hold on, let me say one more thing, right?
Go ahead, man.
Let's go back to the divisional game, right? What everybody kept saying, dang, man, we missed Zay Flowers. Let's go back to week 17 last year, the final game. You can't even tell. Wasn't no fan saying, where's Bateman at? I think we played better without him. And it's nothing against him. Just like, let him go. Because the thing about it is, fans will sit up here and talk about Mark Clayton, Travis Taylor, and all them when they really ain't had no quarterback. But this man had a generational quarterback, and he can't get it done. It's just time for him to go. But, hey, y'all have a great Friday, man. Go Orioles.
Trip, you too, man. Thanks for the call. Let's go to Mike in Baltimore real quick. Mike, you're on the Fan.
Hey, how y'all doing this morning?
What's up, Mike?
Good. I guess they should have had a veteran presence. But, I mean, you know, they had D-Hop, and they didn't really target him. And D-Hop's not washed up or whatever. So I wouldn't be against him coming back or, you know, Allen or somebody. But they just, I mean, it would be nice to have a veteran presence. And as far as Bateman, I don't know. Bateman doesn't seem like he's keyed in. When he's not getting to play, he doesn't seem like he runs his routes seriously or whatever, if he's not involved or whatever. So, but they don't target Bateman that much. But it doesn't seem like he's all there. You know, he's all with everybody. You know, and it's not his.
Well, you're piggybacking off of Trippy, man. Mike, appreciate it. I didn't think we'd get so much Rashad Bateman shade today. Well, I did when Trippy called in. I don't know if those guys were going after the same girl or what happened, but he don't like him at all. He takes shots at him every day.
Look, the issue with D-Hop and how Coach Monken used him, that Coach Monken's gone. He's in Cleveland now, right? So I wouldn't be overly concerned about usage. In regard to Bateman, I'm not ready to give up on him because I know what the ceiling is. And I think that just unfortunate stuff happened with him. The foot injury when he came out, and then he had this. I think he had a screw in his foot, and then like they had to take it out. And then obviously he's a transparent kid. I think he was he 21 when he came in? I think he was young, and didn't he miss a year between like his last year of college and then
the injury?
Yeah, like so. I just feel like Rashad has been kind of, not to make excuses, but I do think that the journey matters, and some things are just out of your control. Yeah. Like he's here. There's like, you're not trading him anytime soon. Like, he's going to get through this season, in my opinion. I don't think there's any harm in like saying, hey, let's just see what he does this season. We have a new offensive staff in. Philosophically and schematically, we're going to run a little bit of a different offense. We know what the ceiling is. We know how talented he is. I mean, he had over 700 yards and 9 touchdowns just, 2 years ago. That's not easy to reproduce. You know what I mean? So he's here already. I think when I've listened to him speak, when he has spoke, there's an awareness level that I hear and that I see that I think is unique. I don't think he gets enough credit for his intelligence because the production hasn't been worthy enough of giving him flowers. So when you actually analyze him, you don't really care what he says. You don't really care how open-minded and thoughtful he is because the performance hasn't matched the expectation.
Yeah, there were a lot of similarities in the wide receivers that you were talking about. So I was going to bring that up after we took the calls of looking at it like maybe it matters which one of these fit their scheme better and what they need at this point when they're looking at the young wide receivers. They're like, oh, well, this is kind of similar. What if we don't have this type of player? I mean, you brought up Brandon Cooks, who's just a kind of take the top off the defense kind of guy. But how many routes would he be running? How many times is he out? You know what I mean? Like there's all these different things to kind of factor in. All right, we're going to talk about Ben McDonald's comments again. He jumped on Ryan Ripken's show to discuss that. We'll get to that at 6:45. But up next, do you think we get an extension done with Lamar? We talk about that right here on the Fan. 410-583-157.
If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Baltimore, which means baseball is back, and it's time to start thinking about getting your AC system in tip-top shape for summer. Farnan & Dermer, Maryland's oldest HVAC company, has been serving this community for over 100 years. So the comfort guys and they're my guys have been keeping families like mine and yours comfortable with their energy-efficient HVAC systems. Act now and receive $3,000 off select high-efficiency HVAC systems from BGE. And be sure to schedule an AC Precision tune-up with Farnan & Dermer today because before you know it, the sweltering summer heat and humidity will be here. Preventative maintenance keeps your system running at peak efficiency and ensures that your system will operate at its best when the weather changes. And for just $89, Farnan & Dermer will conduct a precision tune-up that'll have your AC cranking and ready for the summer heat. If you need a repair, same-day service is available. That's because Farnan & Dermer are your rapid response heating and AC repairs and replacement specialist. So call the Comfort Guys today at 410-367-7777. That's 410-367-7777 or visit them at farnanddermer.com. Farnan & Dermer, Baltimore's most reliable air conditioning, heating, and plumbing service. They've been making your family's comfort their family's business since 1902.
With Bet365, winning is everything. With Bet365 Early Payout, you win even if they lose. Get paid out instantly when your team goes up big, even if they blow the lead later. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland.
Traffic brought to you by Elephant in the Room, a new locally owned restaurant now open in Millersville. My go-to spot, Elephant in the Room, has you covered all May. Cinco de Mayo, Teacher and Nurse Appreciation Weeks, plus whiskey tastings with live music, great food, locally and veteran-owned. Check them out on Facebook and IG at Elephant in the Room for details.
Stop everything. Royal Farms is offering a deal you won't want to miss.
Better be good. I don't stop everything for just anything.
How about a 5-piece hand-breaded chicken tender meal with Rofo sauce?
Okay, I'm listening.
And Western fries made from Idaho potatoes.
Oh, legendary.
For just $10. Plus, get a free 32-ounce Snapple tea.
$10 and a free 32-ounce Snapple? Now that's worth stopping everything for. I'm headed to Royal Farms.
Smart thinking.
Royal Farms. Real fresh, real fast.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Celebrate Memorial Day savings at Dark Horse Toyota of Baltimore. Shop amazing deals all weekend long. The sales department will be open this Monday, Memorial Day, from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Don't wait. Visit Dark Horse Toyota of Baltimore this Memorial Day weekend and save big.
Introducing new Maryland Treasure scratch-offs from the Maryland Lottery, featuring original art by local artists showcasing the state's natural beauty. With a top prize of $10,000, these Maryland treasures are worth collecting. Please play responsibly.
Hey O's fans, Star Wars Weekend lands at Camden Yards from Friday, May 29th through Sunday, May 31st as the O's take on the Toronto Blue Jays. Friday night, stick around post-game for a Star Wars-themed fireworks show presented by SeatGeek. Saturday, be one of 15,000 fans to score a Jordan Westberg Star Wars bobblehead presented by PNC. And Sunday, 10,000 fans, 12 and under, will receive a Star Wars poster. Don't miss it. Get tickets at Orioles.com/tickets.
Hey Bel Air, big news as Plaza Ford is now Bob Bell Ford Bel Air, and we're celebrating with grand opening savings. Get more for your trade and shop a huge selection of new and pre-owned vehicles. Hurry in or visit BobBellFordBelAir.com today.
Got a hot take? The Plaza Ford text line, 410-583-1057. From the 1057 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Still very quiet this morning. 295 northbound at 195. Cleared that accident. All lanes are now open. 895 northbound past Child Street. That crash is cleared as well. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
It was a tough road trip for the Orioles as they went 1-5 against the Nationals and Rays and were outscored by 22 runs in the 6 matchups. Friday night's series opener against the Tigers will kick off a 10-game homestand for the Birds. Chris Bassett will take the mound for the O's, while Jack Flaherty gets the nod for Detroit. You can hear all your pregame coverage on The Fan with BBT, sponsored by Jerry's Home Services, live from Pickles with Bob Haney and Ryan Ripken starting at 6. First pitch from Camden Yards is set for 7:15. In the NBA, the Knicks took down the Cavaliers 109-93 to take a 2-0 lead in the Eastern Conference Finals. Josh Hart led the way scoring for New York with 26 points, while Jalen Brunson dished out 14 assists. The playoffs continue tonight with Game 3 of the Western Conference Finals between the Thunder and Spurs in San Antonio. Tip-off is scheduled for 8:30. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 60s with cloudy skies. Tomorrow has expected showers and a high of 56. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Window Nation. During Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale, you could save big on new windows. Plus, you could get no money down and no payments or interest for 2 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Welcome back, Big Bad Morning Show. Jeremy Kahn, Sonny Iambedejo. Ed's going to join us here shortly. Rob's back on Tuesday. We're all back on Tuesday together. We're going to have some fun today. That being said, we were asking about Lamar. Do you think they get an extension done with him? And let me just say my piece on this, Femi, because I would have loved to have seen an extension already. I think the businessman Lamar is playing this the way that he should, since he has all the power. Everybody's like, you got to do this, you got to do that. But also, if you're sitting there and you're waiting to see, I wonder if he gets an extension. What's that do? That drives my price up. So I think they get an extension done with him at some point this season or in the offseason. What are your thoughts with that?
Yeah, I've been pretty consistent on my position about the extension. I've been saying it basically since Coach Harbaugh got fired. I don't think Lamar is motivated by the money. When he signs his extension, he'll be the highest paid player in the NFL. He has all the business intelligence data that he needs. You have the Mike Florios of the world who piss me off on a daily basis because the arrogance of thinking that Lamar needs your help. Chris Sims, Lamar does not need your help. And if you're going to go talk about contracts, bro, you better do your homework before you start talking about workout clauses and who's doing what and who doesn't have it in their contract, because there's no question about their commitment to the offseason program. That's another thing. We'll get to that. I got something for Chris Sims and Mike Florio. The point is don't confuse the fact that Lamar doesn't have an agent with the fact that he doesn't have counsel. This dude has counsel. He has access to all the data that he needs when he is ready to sign his contract. The question is why hasn't he signed? And my belief is that Lamar's played for one head coach. He has played for 3 different coordinators, but he's played for one head coach. And you know the turnover in an NFL locker room, it's like 25% of the players every year get turned over. Lamar, in my opinion, he wants to learn about this new regime. He wants to see how all these pieces come together. He wants to make sure that what they're selling actually works. These are my thoughts. This is my opinion. Why would he rush into a new 3, 4, or 5 year deal with all this change without knowing if the systems work? I think he wants to get comfortable psychologically, emotionally with just this. This is a lot of change. And Lamar is not a person who does things in you don't see Lamar doing aggressive things where there's a lot of change around him. He's got a tight, small circle, and I think he likes to feel comfortable. And he's a natural introvert, right? So he's not going to be aggressive with anything that he does. Lamar is actually quite monk-like in the way that he deals with things. He sits back and he observes. I think that the number one telltale sign that he likes what he sees is that he's engaged. The offseason program started on April 6th. From all accounting, Lamar has been here the whole time. Other than missing a couple OTAs, he's been here more than 90% of the time. And people, that's not good enough for people. But the beauty of Lamar is he doesn't care what people think. And I love that about him.
I love when he turns back at Sims.
He doesn't show up to check a box. He shows up because he knows there's value. And with a new staff here and learning about this new staff and learning about this new system and understanding the verbiage and the nomenclature on how plays are built and constructed and understanding tags of the offense, which he's been working on since before any of this started. Remember, we have a thing called the internet. We have a thing called technology. He's been immersed in it for a pretty long time. To make a long story short and a short story long, to answer your question, there is no reason for him to rush into signing a new deal while there's still what I would call a bit of uncertainty. Wins solves all this. And if the Ravens are successful, which I think they will be, and this offense is successful, which I think it will be, and Lamar is successful, which I think he will be, he will sign his new deal in the offseason of 2027.
All right. I mean, look, that's kind of where I've been with this, is that I think it happens. I understand fans' frustrations because you want it to happen to know that it's locked in, and here we are. But it is kind of weird going back to it. I was one of the guys that I thought Lamar should have an agent to protect himself. Like the whole points of the dotting the I's, crossing the T's, make sure there's no poison pills in your contract.
But you don't need an agent to do that.
No, but you can pay somebody to read over the contract.
Lamar had already, and Jeremy, you and I were talking off air. Won't get into what it was, but when you read what I shared with you, it's all going to make sense.
Yeah.
And the point I'm trying to make is that the air quotes that I'm putting up for agent, you can have 3, 4, 5 attorneys that can do all the same work. Lamar has access to the NFLPA where all the contracts exist. He knows the Josh Allen deal. He knows the Dak Prescott deal. This isn't about the mechanics of the deal. That's easy. The hard part is thinking about your future for the next 5 years and making sure that the environment they've created, all this change, is going to benefit you. I think it will, but I'm just giving you like my unvarnished, objective, philosophical like take of the lay of the land and why he hasn't done it yet. What I can't stand is the narratives and the guessing and the mind reading that people do as to why it hasn't happened. It's really not that complicated. People want to make this stuff real hard and they want to talk about commitment and loyalty and all these things. It has nothing to do with that. The dude is committed. The dude has been loyal. He hasn't been anywhere else. He hasn't talked about going anywhere else. The media has made all that up. Chris Sims, once again, bringing up the Miami Dolphins. When has Lamar ever talked about playing for the Dolphins? When has Lamar ever talked about playing for the Raiders? I know that there was a tactical phrasing about being traded when he was in his previous deal, but that's negotiation tactics.
Well, everybody assumes he wants to go back to Florida to play.
Yeah, I mean,
that was like everybody assumed that Mark Teixeira wanted to come to Baltimore to play baseball because he's from here, and maybe there is something to it. But why would you you're looking at Miami now, who's in a total rebuild?
They're not a great program. Like I grew up in Northern California. I grew up a 49ers fan. Once I understood the NFL, do you think the Niners weren't that good for a long stretch of time? Mm-hmm. Do you think that my objective was, man, I really want to play for the 49ers? No. It wasn't. To be honest, I never wanted to leave Baltimore. Yeah. I loved playing here. I loved the environment. I loved the culture. I loved the fans. I loved the front office. I had a great relationship with Dave Modell. I had a great relationship with Steve. My brother played for the Ravens. My kids were born here. You know what I mean? So this idea of wanting to go home, I think that's mythical. People overplay that. It's an idea if the team is good.
Yes.
You know what I mean? But if they're not good, why would you want to go there? Oh, to say that I played in Florida because I'm from Florida and be terrible and be unhappy? For what? That's not the goal. The goal is to get paid and win championships. In that order, actually. Let's be honest. That's the order. That's what takes care of your family and your longevity. You got to play well, you got to get paid, and then you want to win championships. That's how it works.
Absolutely. All right, I'll take this call right now, even though we're not talking Ravens or talking Orioles. We're going to talk that next. Let's grab, I haven't heard from him in a while. I miss him. Dave in Salisbury. Good morning, Dave. How are you? Dave? He's out there talking in the background. Dave, you dropped the ball, buddy. It's been so long. I set the whole thing up. He's probably listening on a delay. You're going to have to call back in, Dave. Man, I was so excited.
I remember Dave. I remember you kind of do his voice too, don't you?
Yeah. Good afternoon. Rob Flattery. Yeah, he does. Dave's special.
That's the guy.
That's my guy. Yeah, he was reminding me of how I set that whole thing up was like Della Reese in Harlem Nights when she said, man, you had me wanting to swallow orange juice and ain't nothing left. Shut up and drink it, bitch. Red Fox.
Yeah, I remember that.
So that's what I felt like here. I'm doing the whole play up, and then I open the fridge, and there's only a swallow of orange juice left because Dave's not there. And now he's calling back, but he's got to wait. All right, we're talking Orioles next. Excuse me. Ben McDonald went on the Ryan Ripken show and discussed his comments after Wednesday's loss. We'll get into that, and we'll take your phone calls. 410-583-1057.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
It's Featured Artist Friday, jamming of the cars. We're going to talk about the Orioles, preview their series with the Tigers. Big homestand coming up for the Birds of Baltimore. Jonas Schaefer, Baltimore Banner, talk about the Ravens OTAs this week in the books. Look ahead a little bit to next week as well, and talk about everything else happening in this busy Memorial Day sports weekend.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Knicks are 2 games away from returning to the NBA Finals for the first time in 25 years. To say this series is over after 2 games is unfair, but there's no doubt the Knicks are the far superior team. Jalen Brunson didn't shoot well, and the Knicks still won by 16 in game number 2. So imagine what's going to happen when he does return to form. Pray for Cleveland. Divine intervention is their only hope at this point. I'm Dan Day.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's Miles for Miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Got any markdowns on brakes?
We mark Duralast brake pads down to free.
Free Duralast brake pads?
When you buy 2 rotors.
Can I get Duralast Gold pads for free?
With 2 Duralast Gold rotors, and there's a lifetime warranty on brake pads.
That's a huge markdown for so many miles.
Save on brakes and more during Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Yo, it's Jay Uso from WWE, and I'm Jimmy Uso. Chumba Casino and WWE are hyped for the biggest event of the summer, SummerSlam. I know, I can't wait. There's nothing better to do while we're waiting than playing Chumba Casino. Sign up today, and you could win a VIP experience with Chumba Casino and WWE for SummerSlam. So what are you waiting for? Play Chumba Casino and enter for your chance to win. Let's Chumba. Yeah.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
Sponsored by UBO. We make workflow. UBO streamlines document workflow and maximizes output. Think of us as your business technology experts, where satisfaction isn't just a promise, it's a part of our culture. Get started at ubeo.com today.
Traffic sponsored by Farnan and Dermer, the Comfort Guys. Get a jump on the summer heat. It's Jeremy Kahn. Call my guys, the Comfort Guys at Farnan and Dermer, for their $89 AC precision tune-up, and make sure your system is in tip-top shape for the hot weather. Call 410-367-7777 today.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Upper 50s this morning. Today, cloudy with rain and a high of 62. This weekend, upper 50s.
Weather brought to you by Capital One. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guide. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Got any markdowns on brakes?
We mark Duralast brake pads down to free.
Free Duralast brake pads?
When you buy 2 rotors.
Can I get Duralast Gold pads for free?
With 2 Duralast Gold rotors, and there's a lifetime warranty on brake pads.
That's a huge markdown for so many miles.
Save on brakes and more during Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Yo, it's Jay Uso from WWE, and I'm Jimmy Uso. Chumba Casino and WWE are hyped for the biggest event of the summer, SummerSlam. I know, I can't wait. There's nothing better to do while we're waiting than playing Chumba Casino. Sign up today, and you could win a VIP experience with Chumba Casino and WWE for SummerSlam. So what are you waiting for? Play Chumba Casino and enter for your chance to win. Let's Chumba. Yeah.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
For 80 years, Lincoln Tech graduates have been known for doing exactly what they trained for, making a difference in their communities. The skills you learn at Lincoln Tech, they go with you everywhere. Classes start this month. Visit lincolntech.edu for info.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 northbound past 395, there's an accident. It's on the right shoulder. 95 North Express toll lanes. This is in Baltimore County. The accident's on the right side at mile marker 61. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. Big Bad Morning Show. Ed Norris will be joining us in a few minutes. Femi Imbedeja, Jeremy Kahn here with you. Rob Long. Whole crew's back on Tuesday. We were talking about, did you see Ben McDonald's comments?
I did.
Okay, so I know we're efforting some of the sound from the Ryan Ripken show, but he jumped on there. And obviously, just to kind of, reiterate this and go over it, he was frustrated talking about, as we talk about analytics all the time. Actually, you and I just spent 5 minutes talking about it in the commercial break. And to me, that's a guy that cares about the game, and you're not getting the results you want with what you've been doing. And as well as like you're doing something, you think you're doing it the right way. It's like, when do you buck that trend? And I deal with this every day in gambling. Like when you go on a losing streak, it's like, am I doing things wrong, or is it just not working? Like, again, if you hit 56% of the time, you're great at gambling. So you're going to lose a lot, but it's like those stretches. When you get into a stretch where it's like, God, man, I've had a losing day 3 or 4 days in a row, and it's been ugly. Do I change how I'm doing things? For me, the answer is usually no. And you think about it, but like when we're looking at analytics, you and I just had this conversation. I mean, I've been screaming this for God knows how long. Mm-hmm. It's just information, guys.
Exactly.
That's all it is.
Yeah, I think that high level, you want to be committed to the process, not the outcomes. But if the outcomes keep going the wrong way, then you have to get back down to the like nuts and bolts, and the process is broken. And I think in some indirect way, is the process broken at this point? Like, do they have to kind of rebuild everything? And the one of the analogies I want to get to is that in weather, we have models that predict the weather, but we can't control the weather, right? Sure. And people assume that because you have analytics that you can control the outcome. Analytics explain probability. They don't control the outcome. And I think we're losing sight of that. One of the other things is that if you want to go on a cross-country trip, do you take a Lamborghini or do you go with a Jeep Grand Cherokee? You take a Jeep Grand Cherokee, right? What you don't want to do is specialize yourself out of the system. I can't afford
the insurance on the Lamborghini.
Well, I'm just saying, but Lamborghinis, they have one role. But I think, in a weird way, though, I think baseball, when you think about launch angle and you think about velocity, the baseball has become hyper-specialized. And I think it was either Ben or it was Ryan Ripken that talked about 1990s baseball and the generalist approach to baseball back then, when everybody could kind of do a bit of everything. There was speed on the base paths. There was hitting and running, right? There was certain things in the game that have been kind of evolved out of the game. But when you overly evolve something, look at the saber-toothed cat, right? The reason coyotes are alive today and raccoons is because they can eat anything. The saber-toothed cat was designed by nature to kill big game. When the big game disappeared, so did the saber-toothed cat. My point is that when you keep focusing on spin rate and velocity, how many of your aces are on the IL? How many of your players are hurt? Across baseball, you have pitchers, some of the best pitchers in baseball. How about Skubal? Not available for Detroit, right? Yeah. I think Garrett Cole's coming back tonight. He's been hurt. This is an endemic issue across the whole league, and I think baseball is cannibalizing itself due to specialization and analytics. And I'm an analytics guy, dude.
Yeah.
Like, my point is that you have to stop specializing because it's breaking the game. People are striking out more than ever. There's less runs scored than ever. Batting averages are lower than ever. I think the cumulative batting average around Major League Baseball, I said NFL, is 241. That's insanity.
It's one of the lowest it's ever been.
But it's because of specialization. And as an analytics person, I think that there's this misnomer around the casual fan that thinks that analytics are invading and ruining the game. Analytics has always been here. All analytics do is give definition to an outcome. Analytics isn't controlling anything. I'm using analytics to tell a story and tell a narrative. And what is happening with analytics is that we're reverse engineering the outcome. We're trying to get out front of it by righty-lefty splits, by putting a specific pitcher up against a specific batter. But at the end of the day, this is entertainment. This is a game. It's not entertaining. It's not fun anymore. And I grew up, baseball was my first sport. I love baseball. And I'm watching the game, and I prefer to watch the Rays over you name some other team. I don't care who it is. I will watch the Rays all day, every day, because they're entertaining. And so, yeah, I hope my rant it's not directed at any one thing, but I understand Ben McDonald. You know why? Because I'm a former player.
Yeah.
He's a Major League Baseball analyst. He's a former Major League Baseball player. He's also a fan. I understand exactly what he's up against because people comment on some of the things I say sometimes because I get frustrated because I'm wearing 3 hats and it's a lot to take in. And I see a solution sometimes, but it doesn't seem like the people in charge necessarily are looking at it the same way.
Absolutely. Ryan does a great job. Here's some of the sound from the Ryan Ripken Show with Ben McDonald.
Briefly lost my mind yesterday on the post-game show, just out of frustration more than anything. Watching the games and watching the Orioles. And look, you guys know this. I'm very fortunate to get to do what I do. I love what I do, but I'm invested in this team. Like I spend a lot of time away from home. And I want to see these guys do good. I want to see this fan base that I love. I want to see them enjoy baseball, and I want them to get behind the Orioles. And I love the Orioles and all and this fan base and everything. And so it was more of a frustration thing. The analytical world, to me, is real. We need smart people in our game, and I don't want people to think that I'm totally 100% against analytics because I'm not. We need those people in our game. Having said that, I don't think it's the end-all, be-all. And I'm sitting there watching Tampa play, who, by the way, has the best record in Major League Baseball. And I'm going, a big part of that was, everybody made a big deal. The Orioles had the 3rd hardest hit rate in baseball. Well, the Rays going into the series had the 30th. They were dead last in hard hit rate. But yet they're a top 8 offense in baseball, and they have the best record in baseball because they do it a little bit differently. They don't strike out very much. They don't hit a lot of home runs, which is big in this game, but they win ball games. They know how to win ball games.
There you go. That's Ben McDonald. Let's welcome in Ed Norris. Ed, I don't have an issue with anything Ben said. I don't necessarily agree with all the analytical stuff and what we get into. And I know Ben knows analytics and he understands it. I think it was frustration watching his team because they stink right now.
Yeah, they do. And I don't disagree with what he said. I said the same thing yesterday. People can get angry, but point to what he said that was not true. Just show me what he said that wasn't true. I agree with it. I mean, analytics, as I said before, it's just intelligence. It's just information that you do with what you will. That's what it's for. It's not supposed to dictate anything. You take information and you make the best decisions possible with it. That's what you use this stuff for. I did it my whole career. I mean, it's that simple. So I just think sometimes people could overdo it and misunderstand why it's there.
Yeah, Ed, I agree with you. I think that, and by the way, what's up, Ed? How are you, man?
I'm going, man.
It's been a minute. The Psycho Bunny stuff is all over my my Google.
Oh my goodness!
It's everywhere, dude. Yeah,
however,
just wanted you to know that.
I just want you to know this is getting weird. I have on a Ravens T-shirt.
Oh, do you? And oh wow,
I really do.
See, we're like
had the camera on. I just noticed.
We're like twins. We do this every time. We don't plan this out, folks. Ed, yeah, you know what's interesting is that we live in a world where fear. Don't shake your head over there, dude. Don't do that.
I can see him.
I know he can see me. That's why I looked in the damn camera.
It's like
I can see you too.
Yeah, he's trying to
have it on.
Hey, Ed, he's trying to ruin our moment, bro. He's trying to ruin our time. We don't get a lot of time together. So.
Psycho Bunny, qu'est-ce que c'est?
Psycho Bunny and Lululemon, baby, let's go. Anyways, I just think that when you bury your head in the sand like an ostrich and act like data should not be taken in. All it does is define and give context to things that already exist. There's nothing to fear. And I just find that there is a lack of open-mindedness. And in the world that I live in, there's no such thing as great teachers. There's only great students. And great students that become teachers understand that because learning should never be static. You should always be pushing boundaries. You should always be taking in more data and challenging yourself. And I think in a way, unfortunately, baseball has taken data to an extreme where it's over, it's kind of specializing itself into extinction in some ways in the way the game is played now versus the way it used to be played. I know we got to go to a break, and I'm sure we'll get back down the rabbit hole in a minute.
Yeah, we're going to get more into this. I mean, look, we got all show to go over a bunch of football stuff. At 7:15, we're actually going to talk about a 24-game college football playoff format. Jesus, what are we doing? Hey, we got to have more and more and more, and there's got to be more until it all just blows up in your face. But up next, It's the world of stupid, and man, we've got some really fun stuff. How about a deadbeat dad that was driving DoorDash and delivered food to his son and didn't even acknowledge him? Hadn't seen him in 4 or 5 years. I'll tell you that story. A wild brawl that broke out over seating at a Catholic kindergarten graduation. A Philadelphia pizza shop that's selling a $55 slice. I'll tell you what's topped with. And Dylan Brooks did one of the funniest things ever. I'll play you the audio from it as he created an operation game based around SGA. We do that next here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Veterans and active duty service members. When your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we know you're no stranger to setting big goals, whether in school, at work, or in life, and you're ready for more. At UMGC, we offer the skills-based education you need to move your career forward. Learn how to apply AI, data science, and other emerging tech, plus gain skills in leadership and critical thinking. You've come far. Succeed again. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi. Just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Pros, save more on the materials you need to get the job done inside and out at Lowe's. Right now, get 10% off in-stock Trex Naturals decking, now available in more styles. Plus, get 15% off select custom entry, interior, and storm doors. Then, we'll deliver it all straight to your job site to help keep your jobs moving. Get the brands pros trust, priced right, and ready when you need them. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/27. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
This is the highlight of my morning. Hey, what's up? It's Island.
And I'm Josh.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit is that it's our go-to morning comfort.
You've got that nice golden fluffy egg.
With a soft, flaky biscuit.
Crispy bacon.
Melty cheese.
You want something quick, you want something convenient, but most of all, you want something good.
There's no better way to start your morning.
There we go.
Start off the morning with a Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit with Simply Orange Juice. Order on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan with Dylan Scott, Dasha, DJ Silver, and DJ Rock are bringing the Double Down Tour to Nationals Park on August 20th. A Live Nation show. Tickets go on sale May 8th. Keep listening to 105.7 The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
Following a needed off day, the Orioles are set to start a 3-game series with the Tigers Friday night. Not much has gone right for the O's of late, but Gunnar Henderson is starting to swing the bat well. He's 10 for 26 with a home run and 3 runs driven in over his last 6 games. Craig Albertnez spoke on another solid day for Henderson at the plate after Wednesday's loss.
Yeah, and great job, against Max, left on left, and just not trying to do too much, just trying to stay through the middle, and when Gunner's going right, those are results that come, and it's kind of what we saw in Washington in the 3rd game. But yeah, Gunner swing the bat well.
Chris Bassett is set to start for the Birds in the series opener against Detroit tonight, while former Oriole Jack Flaherty gets the nod for the Tigers. Flaherty is 0-5 with a 5.77 ERA and has given up 13 earned runs in 18 1/3 innings pitched in the month of May. First pitch from Camden Yards is set for 7:15. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 60s with cloudy skies. Tomorrow has expected showers and a high of 56. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Ready to build a real career? Ariosa Mechanical is hiring qualified and licensed HVAC and plumbing mechanics with a signing bonus of $3,000. Visit AriosaMechanical.com. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Highlighting stupid around the world. It's time for Jeremy Kahn's
Come on, dumbass, play it.
World of Stupid.
All right, let's start it off. There's a couple of interesting things here. I want to get to this story. Father who hasn't seen his son in 4 to 5 years was delivering a DoorDash order to his son's house. He recognized him, did not say a word, dropped the food off, and walked right by him. The kid, they had him on a Ring camera, so that's how this gets sent out. And the kid just posted on Twitter, "This bitch just did a DoorDash delivery to my house and walked right past his son," this is his mom, "who was playing outside and didn't say a damn word. He's lucky my son didn't catch that bleep until he was gone because it would have been a MFing problem." Could you, deadbeat dad season, I guess. That just seems so crazy to me. You don't even acknowledge it.
I don't even know what to say.
There was a reason that happened, or
that doesn't even operate. That doesn't register.
No. I know it doesn't even register.
And we talk about our boys so much, don't we? Every time we talk, our sons just come up.
Yep.
I couldn't even imagine. I don't even know what to say, dude.
Yeah. And Ed, you're the same way. Every time we're having conversations, Ed's talking about how proud. I'll send us stories my son already sent it to me. You loser. That's what Ed says to me.
I am close to my son.
Yeah.
I like Femi said, I can't wrap my mind around people that walk away from their kids or have these. You're going to regret it.
Definitely.
Someday you're going to regret it.
Well, then you get the other side of things of parents that care too much. Wild brawl breaks out over seating at Catholic kindergarten graduation. A kindergarten graduation.
Oh.
Hey, you're in my seat. Well, there's plenty of seats. Go ahead and take another one. How was this your seat? Did you claim this seat? Did you get a ticket to the event? How did it happen? Jessica Anderson, 28, started cursing out befuddled parents who tried to take some of the seats. She was accused. So here's the deal. We've all been there. I'm holding these seats for someone. Are they here? No, but I'm holding. And I guess at a graduation, you'd like to be considerate, but how many seats were there? So a brawl starts, and instead of being adults, you guys start acting more like children than the actual children you're there to see. It's just crazy. This is stupid.
On a daily basis, adults disappoint. Mm-hmm. It's funny, as I get older, right, I see how disappointing adults are, actually, and it kind of bums me out, dude. And this is a perfect example. And by the way, I think you know this, right? My mom is Irish Catholic, so yes. The Catholics, man, it's the cat. I'm kidding.
No. And I did see something, too. Did you watch the series Mobland? Any of you guys?
Yeah.
Tom Hardy?
Yeah. No, dude, that show, I can't wait for season 2, dude.
Well, Tom Hardy's been fired, and he won't return for season 3.
No way.
Yeah,
really? Oh, wait, so season 2 is done.
Season 2 is done.
Okay.
But they got so tired of him showing up late and giving notes on the dialogue of the series that whoever's producing it or running it fired him, so he won't be back for season 3.
Oh, man, he's like my favorite actor.
Man.
That sucks.
That show doesn't exist without him.
No. Well, we'll see what they do. And again, if it's after the fact, then how do you kill them off? Are they just going to do it in a stupid way off screen like they do with a lot of these things? I'm going to get this Dylan Brooks thing, but we always talk about weird food items on here. A Philadelphia pizza shop is selling a slice of pizza that's $55. What do you think it's topped with?
It's got to be mushrooms or gold or something.
Ed?
Oh, God. I don't know. For a slice?
As soon as I say it, you guys are going to go, oh, yeah. Caviar.
Caviar.
Oh, caviar. Okay.
You would have had it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And it's on a gold plate with a keepsake
Okay, well, there you
spoon.
go. There's gold.
So you get a spoon to take home. Oh, wow, this pizza's so good with caviar. Do you guys like caviar?
No.
No, absolutely not.
It's like the most overrated food in the world. It tastes like I can't imagine on pizza you have it tastes like fish jelly.
I don't get it, man. You know me, I can't eat sushi.
Neither,
and you start
talking
about fish eggs.
Yeah.
It's like, why?
No.
I've never liked it. And you know me, I've tried everything from alligator to rattlesnake. I had jellied eels in London, which were absolutely disgusting. I saw it on EastEnders, so I had to try it.
Man, Ed, that sounds like old school Fear Factor with Joe Rogan. Remember that?
Yeah, 100%.
Oh my God!
But that's true though. I don't even remember the series EastEnders. It was like a poor section of London.
It's a funny show, right?
Jellied eels. Yeah, it was a dark comedy. It was a drama, but fun. You know.
Okay, well, I just laugh at that stuff.
You laugh at everything, but it was like jellied eels was a thing. So I'm testifying in London on a New York case. Believe it or not, I'm hanging out with the Scotland Yard guys. We had hammered, and they're like, "Can we do anything for you, mate?" yeah, I want jellied eels. Like 2:00 in the morning in London, we found the truck. They were disgusting, but
it's
I had
incredible. Hey, well, this place is Marina's Pizza Company in Fishtown. I love Fishtown in Philly. It's one of my favorite places. Whenever we go up there, they hit those little restaurants. Just pop outside, grab something from one place, grab something from another, have a drink.
I love Fishtown in any city.
Yeah, guys, I don't eat seafood. I don't eat fish.
Well, you don't eat.
None.
I eat seafood, but I don't eat fish. There's certain types of fish I can eat.
What seafood do you eat?
Yeah, what do you eat? Yeah, what do you eat then?
Whatever, crabs, shrimp,
mussels,
okay.
Oh, you know what? I'll eat shrimp, like grilled shrimp. I can do grilled shrimp.
Yeah, anything else from the sea if it's not fish.
Okay, I got you. All right.
I had the most delicious piece of swordfish last night. Not kidding.
Yeah, I bet that's something I could probably eat too.
Yeah, I've had swordfish. I could actually eat that if I had to. But
well, here with the caviar pizza, because again, I'll try anything. I just don't understand the caviar thing, and maybe it's from watching the movie Big when I was a kid that I would never eat it. But I can only imagine. Are they like little boba fish bubbles popping in your mouth when you bite down? What
pretty
is
much.
that? Ugh, gross.
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
All right, let me get to this last thing here because I think this is really funny. We all know who Dylan Brooks is. He's the villain of the NBA. Everybody hates him. Well, he's with Underdog doing a little promotion thing, and they created a game like Operation, but it's SGA, and you have to try to steal the ball from the things, and anytime you do it, you fouled him. So it's a foul. So it's a play on words, but just listen to it.
What's up, y'all? It's the villain. I got something to reveal from Underdog. Unethical hoops. Fine. So let me open this up. All right, we set up. Let's see what the board looks like. Head snap. A lot of people do that.
You throw your head back.
That's James Harden's move. Push off. Try this. You know I don't foul. All right. And that's a foul. So you see that red vote? Foul.
There's the buzzing for the foul.
It's yours. You come out at unethicalsports.com and play your game with your friends and family.
But, we've seen stuff like this where people create it. It's so funny to look at the picture of it. I've retweeted this where it says unethical hoops on the box. You open it up. It's SGA dribbling, and there's all these little holes that have plastic basketballs in them, just like the game Operation.
I think it's pretty funny, actually.
It is really funny.
Oh, you can't get too close to him. You fouled him. No, you can't do that. He threw his head back. That's a foul. It's just hilarious the way they
How about them Knicks, man?
Who?
Let
me see if we're
Josh Hart out there doing his thing.
Oh, we don't even have a segment on them. Oh, we do.
Of course you don't.
No, we do. We have NBA playoff recap. We got to talk about. We got to preview the Thunder game tonight.
I think I'm going to text Cordell right now.
By the way, I don't see any way the Cavs come back in that series.
No, they're done.
This is a 9th playoff win in a row for the Knicks.
Yeah.
9th in a row.
Yeah, it's a shame it's going to stop when they face the
exactly.
Thunder.
When they face the Thunder, I think it's all going to fall apart.
Whatever.
I do.
Oh, we're peeing in his Cheerios while he's just trying to enjoy the ride. All right.
I mean, do you think it's their year, Ed? Really? Honestly, you think it's?
Look, I don't know if anybody could beat the Thunder, but I am so excited.
Yeah, hey, let's see it, right? Let's see it happen. I'm here for it.
I mean, I was a fan as a child, and then I got to hang out. It turns out, this is perfect. I just thought about this. Walt Frazier and I got our suits made at the same tailor, so I'd run into him here and there.
Hey, my shovel's a Knicks-related shovel, and I can't wait for you to hear it because it's hilarious. So, and by the way, Ed, Not saying that they're definitely going to lose to the Thunder or anything like that, but...
They haven't beaten the Cavs yet, so...
Yeah, I know. But it feels like it's a foregone conclusion at this point with the way they've been playing. But like for me, when the Mavs got there against the Celtics, and I thought Luka and the Mavs had no shot of beating this team that just graded off the charts historically, and I'm sitting there going, I'm so happy to be here, but man, this sucks to watch them lose at this. You get to this point and you lose. So, but we'll see. I mean, look, everybody has an opportunity, and it's about matchups. Styles make fights, as we always say. All right, we're going to talk some more Ravens at 7:30. We're going to talk about, do you expect them to have a top 5 defense in 2026? But up next, you guys know how I feel about this, is a 24-game college football playoff format too much? Yes, we talk about it next.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
It's featured on. It's Friday, jamming in the cars. We're going to talk about the Orioles, preview their series with the Tigers. Big homestand coming up for the Birds of Baltimore. Jonas Schaefer, Baltimore Banner, talk about the Ravens OTAs this week in the books. Look ahead a little bit to next week as well, and talk about everything else happening in this busy Memorial Day sports weekend.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
In today's real estate market, the agent you choose matters more than ever. Choose Vinny Steele. Hey, it's Rob Long. For years, I've been telling you about Vinny Steele with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty because his results and guarantees are truly different. Vinny sells homes 2.8 times faster and for 3.1% more than the average agent. On a $400,000 home, that's about $12,400 more in your pocket. Vinny has over 12,700 buyers waiting, which means your home may already be sold. Vinny Steele has helped thousands of families over 23 years in real estate. He'll sell your home at a price and time frame you agree to, or Vinny will buy it himself. Take it from me. When you're ready to sell your Maryland or Lower Pennsylvania home, do your homework and call the agent I trust. Call or text Vinny Steele at 410-793-1801. That's 410-793-1801, or visit VinnySteele.com.
Traffic is sponsored by Constellation Home.
Need a new water heater today? Call the Constellation Home Hot Water Hotline at 888-243-2120. Right now, save up to $200 with same-day installation available. And if you find a better price, we will match it. Terms and conditions apply. 89794.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Signs at Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code QUICK to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code
QUICK to borrow up to $10,000. Use code QUICK to borrow up to $10,000.
Memorial Day is close, which means summer's almost here, and Town Appliance Memorial Day shopping event is happening now. Upgrade your kitchen or outdoor setup with Memorial Day savings and flexible financing. Visit the showroom off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. Call, text, or shop townappliance.com before it's over.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
I-97 southbound at New Cut Road, there's an accident. Watch for police direction there. 95 northbound past 395 crashes on the right shoulder. All lanes are open. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
A cop, a coach, a con man, and an average Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show. 105.7 The Fan.
All right, welcome back to the Big Bad Morning Show. Jeremy Conrad, Norris, Femi Ayanbadejo here. We're talking about a lot of different things, one of which is this new proposed, and some people think it's going to happen, 24-game college football playoff format. Do you think it's too much? Let me start with you, Ed, because we keep seeing the expansion of everything, and at what point does it get watered down to the, like in college basketball, there's 300 and some teams, and now they want a third of them almost to make it, you know? Like, that just feels weird to me when it comes to a playoff format. And I understand the leagues that have expanded when we talk about the professional leagues, where it's like, oh, they've got 10 teams making the playoff, and they only have 30 teams, so yeah, that's a third of it, but even that feels watered down now. How do you feel?
I think it's ridiculous. This just, I know they're going to couch this as, it's for the fans, as people want this. And there comes a time. I mean, come on, man. And no matter how many teams you add, there's always, you could add, it could be 24 teams, 36. The 25th team's going to be pissed. And their fan base is going to be mad. And no matter what it is, it could be justified or unjustified. I'm still bitter over the Florida State mess a couple of years ago. But, it's just, I think it's a really bad idea. And they're going the same way. I mean, look what they're doing in basketball. I mean, do we really need to expand March Madness? Really? Like, I think it's too much now. Because then you get mediocre teams. I just think it's a really dumb idea.
Well, as Ed pointed out, and he's absolutely right, like you put 10 teams in, the 11th and 12th complain. You put 30 in, 31 and 32 complain. And people are like, oh, this team... At what point do we say, okay, look, you should have been better than the top 100 teams in basketball. Stop it. In football now, like how much further are you going to extend this going into like January into February? How far are these kids playing?
Look, I'm going to take a bit of a contrarian view of this.
Screw you.
I'm going to because you guys are being get off my lawn old ass dudes, and I'm gonna have to bring some levity into this. I'm an athlete first always, and I want athletes to experience everything they can. And you don't have to watch. You don't have to pay attention. You can jump in whenever you want. Like, no one's forcing anybody to watch anything.
Oh, look at this guy.
You know what I mean?
Ed.
So my point is that I'm not saying 24 is the right amount. That might be too many, but I'm cool with 16. I'm cool with them. They'll navigate it. They'll figure it out. I think that, I didn't get a chance to play in a bowl game because there wasn't 55 bowl games when I was in college. And we were bowl worthy. And I just feel like there's a buffet of things that people can choose from, and I want the option. If I don't want to eat it, I can just keep walking. But let's not take that opportunity away from people that do want that experience. And I'm not, once again, I'm saying I want to be open-minded about it. I'm not just going to poo-poo it off the jump because people say it's too much. The idea here is, for me, is that the experience for the student athlete, and I know that the word student in air quotes, right? Like I understand all that. I understand all the nil stuff. I get all of it. But I think that choices are always good. And I always want to give people more choices. And being athlete-centric the way that I am, I'm cool with there being more play-in games. I'm cool with there being more playoff teams. Because after a week, you're right back where you were the previous year because a bunch of those teams are gone now. So if you don't want to watch the first week, nobody's forcing anybody to watch. I like the athletes having more opportunities, and I'm open to the discussion, and I don't know where the line should be drawn and limited, but I'm open to it.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this, because my problem with it is, and look, if you're going to put a buffet in front of me, I'm going to eat. I'm going to watch.
Of course you're going to watch. We know that.
But the problem is, like, when does it become too much to water down the sport? When does it become... Because I think that's something that's going to happen. The NBA's doing it right now with making it 10 teams.
But you're not watering it down. Actually, you're creating another week of playoff games or another week of of competition, but whether they're playoff games or not, there's still going to be football games on that week. Now they're just playoff games, but there's still going to be football games, whether they're playoff games or they're not. Those things aren't going away. You know what I mean? So it's just a matter of how they're framed. You kind of see the nuance that I'm making here?
I know what you're saying,
okay.
but again, to me, and it's all about making money. It's the cash grab. It's the same thing in the NFL with playing all these damn international games and telling people you care about player safety and selling games of Netflix on Wednesday, selling games of this company on Friday. Don't tell me you care about player safety when we're doing this for all these players and sending them all over the place and expecting them to
I just
play.
don't think it's that binary. And I'm happy to have the discussions on every topic because I think there's workarounds and there's solutions. There's extra rest the week before. There's extra rest the week after. By the way, like the CBA is going up. People are going to get paid more money than ever. Science is evolving. So there's ways to address all this stuff, and they've been doing it. So, if the players and the league decide that they want to have extra games and they want to do these Wednesday, Thursday, Friday games, Sunday, however they want to do it, I'm open to it, but I think it's a lot more nuanced than that. And Ed, I didn't mean to hijack that, but I just want to get that point.
No, it's fine.
Ed, do you have Molesky's number? Can you text him, see what he's doing right now?
I do have his number. Yes, hang on a second.
You might get rid of me now. See, it's all good when I agree.
No.
It's all good when your boy agrees.
No, look, I love the debate over it because
I just think the biggest problem I have is college football is so unbalanced. There's such a gulf between the good teams and the not so good teams who are still Division I football teams. And if they're going to seed it this way, the more teams you put in, you're not going to have, Oregon playing Ole Miss and Miami playing Ohio State. You're going to have, the national team. You're going to have Indiana playing East Ass Pimple University.
Yeah, but are they off probation? East Ass Pimple University?
Whatever. And that's what you're going to get for the first couple of rounds, and I just don't want to see it.
I think the thing that you end up seeing the more and more they expand the playoffs is some fans will get the teams and find out, hey, you don't belong here. Remember, we would always have those questions. It's like, well, what about Boise? What about Utah? What about these teams that have these? You end up seeing a James Madison type team in the playoffs.
I was just going to mention that.
Or back when Hawaii went to play Georgia and they lost 56-0. Poor old Timmy Chang.
Yeah, but the thing is though is that the most important and indelible moments in sports history is when David beats Goliath, and I want to see more of those opportunities. And this is the thing: we're sitting here as fans. And we're forgetting that the players want this. The coaches want this. The universities actually want this. And this is you're not hurting anybody by including an extra week of games or allowing teams that you might think aren't worthy of playing Notre Dame or University of Miami. But I want to see it because I know what it feels like as an athlete to be counted out and to say, hey, I want to measure myself against this person. Hey, Ed, it's like fighting somebody, right? Yeah. And I mean more like UFC MMA. I don't mean like a brawl in the street, right? Sometimes the underdog wins. Like Anderson Silva lost fights. Mm-hmm. The only
Mike
MMA
Tyson
fighter,
lost the fight.
Mike Tyson lost the fight. The only fighter that's never lost is John Jones. He's the best to ever do it. Now Khabib hasn't lost either, but I digress. My point is,
John was disqualified.
But he didn't lose that fight. Matt Hamill got that elbow thing was nonsense. Anyway, I digress once again. But my point is that if we only look at it from a perspective of, what are these two teams worthy of being on the same field at the same time? They're not until they are.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And the bottom line is that time is going to be filled by the sport anyway. Like San Diego State's still going to play University of Wyoming, right? That game is going to be on. But I want to see James Madison play Indiana, potentially, maybe. Yeah, okay. I want to see what happens.
Well, I mean, look, he's talking some nonsense, and we got to switch gears.
Well, look, I'm all for the players. So I understand what it's like to just continue to play. You never want to stop. But the reason the coaches want it is because then they can say,
help save their job, right?
Well, yeah, I made it to the national, the playoffs and the NCAA playoffs this year. And, it's not even NCAA playoffs anymore.
Yeah, we've gone to the playoffs 8 years at East Ass Pimple University.
Correct.
You can't fire me.
Were they ranked? Were they top 25?
No, they were just outside.
Oh, they were like 27?
Yeah.
So okay.
Maybe they wouldn't have made it.
EPU?
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, as I was talking, Femi's talking reckless over there. Let's bring in somebody that knows a little something. Dave's in Salisbury. Has something about the Orioles. Good morning, Dave. We got you this time?
Yeah, I'm here this time.
All right. What's on your mind?
Just want to talk about the Orioles situation. It's kind of very ironic, Mike Elias, I think he's mainly the culprit of this, Mike Elias and our bad coaches, because we got the talent there,
Yeah.
We got Gunnar Henderson, Atlee Rushman. Actually, we probably got better ball players than the Tampa Bay Rays. But I think it all comes down to Mike Elias. This guy's done a poor job,
Dave, do you remember when you called him Adley Russ Muffin?
Don't remember that.
Okay, all right, just thought.
Don't remember. That's what
Dave, is it like a black fly in your Chardonnay?
It's ironic.
Rain on your wedding day, anything like that?
Like I say, kind of.
I guess not.
Yeah, but if the same Orioles were playing, with other faces.
Dave, I appreciate the call, man. You can get through it. And Femi's like, what's going on?
I'm like, what is
Femi,
going on here, dude? I'm like, what is happening?
Whatever you think is sane, Dave might call in with the exact opposite thought. You're like, hey, this is... You can't do that. That's totally insane. And then Dave will call in and have the opposite side of that.
So did Dave make his point?
No, we have to
Okay,
go.
all right.
He's working on it for the last 20 years.
Hey, Dave, I'll be on with Bruce tomorrow morning for actually noon to 3. Actually, I'll be here Monday too, by the way. So I'll be here noon to 3 tomorrow, and I'll be here 9 to noon, I think, on Monday as well. So Dave, you can call in then, and I won't be like Jeremy and Ed.
Hold on.
I will let you make your point if you have one.
Most of the people in this station won't take his phone call. I will. Okay. I love Dave.
Yeah, we love having Dave on, actually.
Well, you know what's funny is I remember Dave. How many years has Dave been calling in?
Ever since I've been in.
Okay, yeah, because I remember. I remember Dave, and I remember like
we had him put his lovely wife on the air when I was with Scott.
I was here that day.
They were making paschetti and meatballs.
Actually,
yes, paschetti. Anyway, all right, let's move on. We got Calvin Meyer coming up at 7:45. But next, are you expecting the Ravens to have a top 5 defense in 2026? Want to hear from you. 410-583-1057.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Treat yourself to a famous Box Hill crab cake or ship anywhere in the U.S. Dine in, pick up, or now you can DoorDash Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes menu items right to your door. BoxHillPizzaRestaurant.com. Box Hill, best crab cakes in Maryland.
H&K Group Incorporated.
Calling all heavy equipment operators and pipe laborers. Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. HTI Contractors Division of H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K does not discriminate.
I'm Justin Holloman. After a serious accident, one of the first things you do is to call a friend, then you choose a lawyer. Why not choose a lawyer who'll be a tireless advocate for you and a friend? Get the legal justice you deserve at my firm, the Holloman Firm.
Hey, Baltimore, mattress shopping shouldn't keep you awake. At Mattress Firm, they take the guesswork out of finding the perfect match. Just stop by a store, answer a few quick questions, and let their sleep experts handle the rest. With a curated selection of unbeatable prices, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. Get the great sleep you deserve at Mattress Firm's Memorial Day sale. All brands are on sale with up to 60% off. They make sleep easy.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather.
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around. Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong?
I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code QUICK to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code QUICK to borrow up to $10,000. Use code QUICK to borrow up to $10,000.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, and even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, this can lead to serious health risks like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes and are covered by most insurances. Call 410-921-0667 to schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 410-921-0667 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 410-921-0667 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. Treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 410-921-0667.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 northbound past 395, there's an accident. It's on the right side. Just stay to the left. I-97 southbound at New Cut Road, there's a crash. Just the right lane's getting by. That's causing some delays. And Route 702 northbound at the Beltway, there's an accident. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
It was a tough road trip for the Orioles as they went 1-5 against the Nationals and Rays and were outscored by 22 runs in the 6 matchups. Friday night's series opener against the Tigers will kick off a 10-game homestand for the Birds. Chris Bassett will take the mound for the O's, while Jack Flaherty gets the nod for Detroit. You can hear all your pregame coverage on The Fan with BBT, sponsored by Jerry's Home Services, live from Pickles with Bob Haney and Ryan Ripken starting at 6. First pitch from Camden Yards is set for 7:15. In the NBA, the Knicks took down the Cavaliers 109-93 to take a 2-0 lead in the Eastern Conference Finals. Josh Hart led the way scoring for New York with 26 points, while Jalen Brunson dished out 14 assists. The playoffs continue tonight with Game 3 of the Western Conference Finals between the Thunder and Spurs in San Antonio. Tip-off is scheduled for 8:30. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 60s with cloudy skies. Tomorrow has expected showers and a high of 56. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Play the exciting new Diamonds and Gold Scratch-Off and new Rose Gold Scratch-Off from the Maryland Lottery. You could win up to $2 million. Please play responsibly. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob, Jeremy, Ed, and Joe, the Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. It's the Big Bad Morning Show. Jeremy Conn, Ed Norris, Femi Iambidejo here, talking about a lot of different things. First off, we're going to bring up the Ravens defense. Ed, do you think, or are you expecting the Ravens to have a top 5 defense in 2026?
Yeah, it's like 10,000 spoons when all you need is a knife.
Are you going to keep going back to that?
I'm going to do this all morning now. I just love Dave. I do expect the defense to be really good this year, yes. You have new people. Minter did a great job with San Diego, with the Chargers. He seems to be able to develop pass rushes, which has been eluding this team for years. I'm expecting big things from the defense this year. Yes.
Fem, I've said this, I said this yesterday. I forget who we had on talking Ravens. Oh, Jonas Schaefer. I said, look, I'm an offensive guy. Like, I love talking about wide receivers. I like route running. Those are the first things I'm watching out there when I'm watching a game. And with Declan Doyle in, you'd think, oh, you got to be so excited for this offense, and I am. But I'm so intrigued to see what Minter does with the defense, just because I think he's in that same grouping. I called Mike McDonald a defensive genius when he was here. I didn't want him to go, and I even said, man, nobody else is going to say it in town, but I like him more than I like Harbaugh, and that's me, okay? It worked out in Seattle. He's won a championship already, and I do think he does things to make his team better, and I think that's what Minter's going to bring to the table as well.
Yeah, no, I think that and I know I'm going to say a buzzword here. The force multiplier effect of his like schematic genius.
That's what we were talking about yesterday.
Yeah,
the force multiplier.
I think it's very under. Hey, you guys might notice I have a pen in my hand. A homicide may occur live on YouTube, and Ed, I will need counsel. You'll need to find somebody that can help help me because Jeremy
I
may
almost
not
looked
survive.
over to him and going, I'm smart.
Yeah.
I can do things too, Pop.
Are you proud of yourself?
Yes.
Okay, cool. All right.
Go ahead,
You
finish.
good?
I'm
All right,
sorry.
cool. All right, thank you. Interrupt me again. Watch what happens. Watch what I do to you.
It took a long time for him to get to this point. I give him credit.
Goodness gracious.
Usually it doesn't.
Yeah. Usually I play along and play nice. I just think that we're severely underestimating the effect that he's going to have on the pass rush and just philosophically how we play matchup zone. And I've said this to anybody that'll listen. There's times in our defense in the past, and this is post Mike McDonald, and I love Zach Orr, by the way. I think he's a great human being. I think he's going to be a great coordinator and maybe even a head coach one day. But there were little things about the way that we play defense. And I know injuries are part of it. I understand all that. This has nothing to do with any of that. It's how the corners would align off the line of scrimmage and the amount of cushion they would give receivers. It's the alignment they would have outside shoulder, giving free access to posts and deep routes. It is dropping to open grass and not plastering to anybody. There's nobody over there. I don't understand why you are so close to that sideline. There's not a receiver or a skill player threatening those areas. Those little things are all going to be cleaned up with Coach Minter. I've watched a lot of Chargers defense, and they are a sound defense schematically and technique-wise. And I think all those benefits are going to come to this defense, and we're going to get back to what I think is what makes the Ravens who we are. It's sound defense, it's stopping the run, it's power in the trenches, it's sacks, it's turnovers. And not that long ago when Mike was here, obviously, we had that 2023 season where we led the NFL. I guess it was turnovers, sacks, and
points allowed.
Points allowed, exactly. Yeah,
Triple Crown.
Triple Crown.
Yeah.
And that people act like that was a decade ago. That wasn't that long ago. And for anyone that pays attention, I think that people know that Mike and Jesse have a lot of similarities in the way they see defense and the way they want to use their defense and use their defensive pieces. So yes, I expect this to be a top 5 defense. And when you look at the Zion Young move, and you look at the Trey, bringing Trey in from Cincinnati. You look at Nnamdi hopefully coming back and being healthy.
That's key.
You look at Calais being signed. I just think this is, and I know that last year everybody said that the Ravens on paper were probably the best roster in the league. This roster, I know we lost 15 people. I think this roster is shaping up to potentially be better in every way. Look at the offensive line. Look at the Simpson signing. Look at drafting Vanga. Right. So I'm excited about what this defense is going to be able to do. And yeah, I would be really disappointed if they weren't top 10. And if I think they could, once again, I'm expecting top 5, but I'd be really disappointed if they weren't top 10.
Yeah. Yep. And I think that's probably where we get to in splitting hairs with the numbers. Like if they wound up with a top 7 defense, I still think that's good enough. But I'm just interested to see what he does with the pass rushers and how much different it looks here, because that seems like it's been an issue.
It has been an issue.
We used to talk about the Denver Broncos couldn't find a cornerback, and Washington was looking for a running back, and then they make this trade for Champ Bailey for Clinton Portis, which I don't know that it would happen today, trading a cornerback for a running back. But, they're trying to find something because Denver couldn't get past Indy in the playoffs. And they're like, oh, we got to find cornerbacks. We got to slow this team down. Mm-hmm. And it just feels like this team has struggled to find consistent pass rushing. And maybe it's because they've been good and haven't been drafting high, but I don't know. Anyway, we got a phone caller here. Chris is in Catonsville. He wants to talk about the Ravens defense. What's up, Chris?
Yeah, before everything I've heard and learned and seen about Minter, there's no way I was expecting the Ravens to be even top, 50% in defense. But the more I see and hear and read about Minter and the way he can coach defensive backs, we seem to have talent at defensive backs that just underperformed each of the last couple years very, very badly. So I've got high hopes now. I didn't when they initially signed Minter, but the more I hear about him, the more I like him.
Appreciate the phone call, man. Yeah, and that's kind of like, I think it's about going in with an open mind. I mean, you can obviously read everything you want to read, and you can read the nice stuff that people have written about him. If there's any negative things out there, and you can make your own mind up on it. But when he gets here, I think the proof's going to be in the pudding. You got a lot of young coaches. My only concern is like when we talked about somebody like Stephon Diggs bringing in a strong personality. But again, am I really concerned about that with Lamar being there? Because I feel like a lot of stuff behind the scenes that people were going, well, what's going on here? That he had a lot to do with, and going back to when they took the games out of the locker room, and we were all going, "Oh, this is who's doing this?" Yeah,
I think that people mistake Lamar's kind of calm introversion for a lack of will or input. He just does it differently. Like the archetype and psychological profile of quarterback has changed because of Lamar Jackson. Like this macho, chest thumping, loud. some of the great. I played with Randall Cunningham. Randall Cunningham is an amazing human being. He's a lot more like Lamar than he is like this loud chest thumping individual. And look at the success that he had. We can go down that rabbit hole a little bit later, but I'm not concerned about Lamar speaking his mind when necessary.
Well, we're going to get to Ed's Knicks at 8 o'clock. We'll talk a little bit. We'll talk about him for about a minute, and then we're going to focus on the Thunder. And that's messed up. What if we did that and just didn't even bring it up? Don't even throw it to Ed. As soon as he starts talking Knicks, we just pot him down and don't let him bring it. Don't bask in his glory right now. All right. We will talk Knicks, and we'll get into some of the things that are going on there. My shovel includes the Knicks, and that'll be at 8:15. But 7:45 up next, JCM, the serial killer that covers the Orioles, Calvin Meyer. He joins us on the program here on The Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
It's featured on. It's Friday, jamming in the cars. We're going to talk about the Orioles, preview their series with the Tigers. Big homestand coming up for the Birds of Baltimore. Jonas Schaefer, Baltimore Banner, talk about the Ravens OTAs this week in the books. Look ahead a little bit to next week as well, and talk about everything else happening in this busy Memorial Day sports weekend.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Please, NBA, stop the flop. Jordan's dynasty gave us dunks on SportsCenter. Curry's era gave us deep threes. Is Shea's era really going to be the flop? Because if it works for him and the Thunder, everybody copies success. Reward toughness, not theater. Stop the flop before the whole league follows. I'm John Lund.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I put on my jeans and I feel alright. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I put on my jeans and I feel alright. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Traffic is sponsored by Schmidt Baking Company, part of the H&S family of bakeries.
Get healthy with Schmidt's Old Time 647 bread. High in fiber and less carbs, so you can enjoy the great taste and eat better. Enjoy 647's delicious bread, rolls, bagels, and English muffins. Available at your favorite grocer. Schmidt, your hometown baker.
Maryland Treasure Scratch Offs from the Maryland Lottery are now on sale, featuring 4 scenes of our state's natural beauty by 4 local artists.
This artwork is amazing. The detail, the colors. They fill me with so much Maryland pride, I don't know if I should scratch them or frame them.
You could win up to $10,000.
Scratching it is.
Play new Maryland Treasure Scratch Offs from the Maryland Lottery. Appreciate the art. Love the prizes. Please play responsibly.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
When I wake up,
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When I wake up,
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Hey Bel Air, big news this year. Plaza Ford is now Bob Bell Ford Bel Air. Same location, now with bigger selection, great deals, and trusted Bob Bell service. Get ready, call 410-838-3100 or learn more at BobBellFordBelAir.com.
Traffic sponsored by JATC Local 24.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Still pretty quiet this morning. There are a couple things going on. I-97 southbound at New Cut Road, there's an accident. Just the right lane gets by. It's backed up to Route 100. And 702 northbound at the Beltway, there's a crash. Watch for police direction there. I'm Scott Brady with traffic. Looking for a great opportunity where you can earn while you learn? Check out the Electrical Apprenticeship Program at JATC Local 24. Go to jatc24.org for more info.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, welcome back. It's the Big Bad Morning Show. Jeremy Kahn, Ed Norris, Femi Ayanbadejo in studio. We're going to welcome in Jacob Calvin Meyer. JCM, how are you?
Hey, fellas, how are you?
Doing well. And look, obviously, we're going to talk a lot of Orioles and things that are going on. The story with Big Ben, he made some comments after the game, got very passionate. What are your thoughts on some of the things he said? Because I don't think anybody thinks he's wrong in essence as far as the passion he's showing and that things obviously aren't going right. I'm still a big analytical guy, but maybe there is something to being too analytical.
Yeah, listen, Ben obviously made the rounds yesterday on a couple of programs to explain his comments. I want to give the disclaimer here that Ben has more baseball knowledge in his pinky than I have in my entire body. So I want to get that out of the way. But the Orioles just got swept by perhaps the most analytical organization in professional sports.
Yes.
In the Tampa Bay Rays. So I think what Ben was trying to get at, and it doesn't, if you read the quote that Andy Koska put out on Twitter, it doesn't exactly come across this way, but if you listen to what Ben said yesterday in a couple of the programs, what he meant was the application of analytics and just his general frustration with the way that the team is playing, but also the way that analytics are covered and talked about in the media, both by himself and other broadcasters and people like me and stuff like that. So on that aspect, I understand it, and I agree that sometimes people who cover the game get lost in the weeds of the analytics. On the other hand, I don't think you can look at the Orioles this season, or really the past 2 years, and say that an over-reliance on analytics is a major problem with this team, especially when you look at the other teams in their quote-unquote tax bracket who are using analytics just as much as they are, but they're using them better. The Tampa Bay Rays are simply a better organization than the Orioles, and we saw that earlier this week.
It was funny. You mentioned that the Rays being a better organization, the analytics and all. They are the most analytic. I mean, they started this. I think Madden was the master of this. But one thing that was said this week, or maybe last week, was by Mike Bordick. We had this discussion pre-Ben's comments. And what he said, and it was the littlest thing, but I'm like, wow, that's interesting. The Tampa Bay Rays, traditionally, they play a game of pepper before every game. And his thinking is, he said he's not seen that. He said they do it all the time. And besides the fact that it loosens you up and, a little bonding, it enhances your basic skills. Because it really makes you concentrate on hand-eye stuff, fielding ground balls and just, all the hand-eye things that are important and all the mistakes we've seen with the Orioles with, throwing to the wrong base, fudging, they're taking bad paths to fly balls and stuff. I just think they maybe, in addition to analytics, they concentrate on the basic fundamental skills of baseball.
Well, I think you're hitting on an important point here, and we can all see it when we're watching the Rays play. I do want to note, it is important to remember that the past two seasons, the Rays were below 500. 2 years ago, June 2024, the Orioles went to Tampa and swept the Rays in a 4-game series where the Rays looked as lifeless as any baseball team that I've seen in my entire life, up until maybe watching the Orioles recently. But what you're hitting on is really important, which is I think a lot of people view analytics as a dogmatic set of beliefs that can be applied universally, and if you don't apply them universally exactly how the analytics people would say, then you're stupid. And maybe there are people who believe that view, but that's not how I view it. And if you go back to truly the basics of the start of all of this, if you go back to the basics of Moneyball and what the Rays were doing in the early 2000s and mid 2000s, what it is finding competitive advantages. It is looking at the market and saying, okay, what is undervalued and what can we take advantage of? And there's a chance that the Rays are looking at the current market and saying, what's undervalued in the current market? Being able to put the bat on the dang ball, being able to hit the ball the other way, being able to do all these things. The Rays play in a ballpark that values, putting the ball on the ground, hitting hard line drives. They play in a division where they cannot compete in terms of payroll, in terms of the things that are valued by teams that they spend a ton of money on. And so maybe we're seeing a little bit of a shift in the game, but that's not the Rays going against analytics. That's not the Rays saying, let's let's say that all these nerds are dumb and let's go back to what things were like in the 90s. That's the Rays using their nerds to recognize a hole in the market and then filling that to kind of zig while everybody else is zagging.
Yeah, what's interesting? I mean, sometimes we overcomplicate things, and I'm not to get too carried away with the analytics thing, but numbers are numbers, and that's all analytics are. It's data, right? And the data are facts. There's no emotion about that. And I think the biggest issue that I see is pitching, right? If you look at the runs allowed, they're 29th. If you look at ERA, they're 28th. If you look at, and then let's look at defense. They're 23rd in Major League Baseball on defense. They started 9-7, and they've been 12-21 since. I just don't know what you do about the pitching staff, right? Like, you got guys that have been hurt. Obviously Rodgers has come back. His fastball looks flat. He's not a high velocity guy anyway. His off-speed stuff is catching more of the plate than it was earlier in the season. If we just look at the pitching staff and the starting pitching alone, like I'm not saying this to be hyperbolic, and this is a genuine question. I just don't know what to do with the arms that you have in regard to the starting rotation at this point. Where does your mind go when you start thinking about that?
Yeah, I think my mind goes a couple of places. It's a great question. The first one is there probably isn't a ton of improvement there, right? You can't take a bunch of guys in their late 20s in the middle of a season and get markedly better in the middle of the year. So as a staff, like on a macro level, like I don't view this as us looking up on September 1st and saying, oh wow, they did turn it around. It was just a slow start. It was just bad luck. So that's the first part. The second part is you can dive deep into individual guys and see that there is some kind of weird stuff going on where there probably will be some positive regression there. But I don't agree. I don't think that that's the case staff-wide. Like, Trevor Rogers is one of those guys. There are things that he needs to clean up. But I don't think anybody can look at the way that he's pitched and look at some of the underlying stuff and say, okay, he deserves to have a mid-6 ERA or whatever it is. But across the step, I actually went back and looked at it the other day. In late May 2025, the Orioles had the worst rotation ERA in baseball. a year later, they have 5 different starting pitchers. The rotation is completely different than it was a year ago, and they still have the worst rotation ERA in the American League. And you cannot get past that. You can't be a competitive baseball team when your starting pitchers are going out there and giving you the worst ERA in the American League.
Jacob Calvin Meyer, Baltimore Sun, joining us here. Jacob, as always, man, we appreciate it. Where can people find you?
On Twitter, as always. Let's see how this homestand goes. I think by the end of it, we'll either look at it and say, okay, they have a chance of turning this thing around this year, or they'll be circling the drain like they were at this time last year. I'm just going to be playing with the electrical outlet all weekend. I'm tired of this. So, JCM, appreciate it so much, man. We'll talk to you next time. All right. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, see you, man.
We got shovels coming up. There's plenty of people on hold that want to talk to us as well. So we'll get through shovels. We'll take your phone calls. If you have a shovel, 410-583-1057. Ed, who's getting your shovel?
A man who decides that when there's a fire going on, he's going to punch the man who's carrying the hose.
All right, we'll get to that. We'll get Femi's shovel and mine as well. And then coming up after that, we'll talk some NBA playoffs right here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you miss. 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Rob Long, and my go-to spot, Elephant in the Room, has you covered with events all throughout May. Cinco de Mayo celebrations, Teacher Appreciation Week, Nurse Appreciation Week, which means I have excuses to celebrate with my kids. I have both. Plus, whiskey and bourbon tastings with live music, great food, great drinks, and always something happening. Locally owned, veteran-owned, Southern-inspired food with a Maryland twist. Done at a high level, Elephant in the Room on Veterans Highway in Millersville. Go to Facebook and IG at Elephant in the Room for details, and I'll see you there. Hey, Baltimore, mattress shopping shouldn't keep you awake. At Mattress Firm, they take the guesswork out of finding the perfect match. Just stop by a store, answer a few quick questions, and let their sleep experts handle the rest. With a curated selection of unbeatable prices, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. Get the great sleep you deserve at Mattress Firm's Memorial Day sale. All brands are on sale with up to 60% off. They make sleep easy.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi. Just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Presenting Fun's greatest hits. Remember this? How about this? It's the new Miss Pac-Man scratch-off from the Maryland Lottery. Top prize is $30,000. Turn up the fun. Please play responsibly. Miss Pac-Man is registered and copyrighted by BNEI.
Memorial Day is close, which means summer's almost here, and Town Appliance Memorial Day shopping event is happening now. Upgrade your kitchen or outdoor setup with Memorial Day savings and flexible financing. Visit the showroom off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. Call, text, or shop townappliance.com before it's over.
You feel that? That's spring. Hey, it's Ed. Why should flowers have all the fun? I stopped by Lions Den. Now the mood at home hits different. Awaken your senses at Lions Den. pleasure, passion, romance, locations locally, and lionsden.com.
Spring has a way of getting us moving again. Walks after dinner, weekends outside, time with the people we love. Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet store. If your feet are slowing you down, visit a Good Feet store near you and see how personally fit arch supports can get you back to living the life you love.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-535-1301. 800-535-1301. 800-535-1301.
1057 The Fan is a proud media partner of CFG Bank Arena. Visit cfgbankarena.com for a list of upcoming events.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 1057 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
Following a needed off day, the Orioles are set to start a 3-game series with the Tigers Friday night. Not much has gone right for the O's of late, but Gunnar Henderson is starting to swing the bat well. He's 10 for 26 with a home run and 3 runs driven in over his last 6 games. Craig Alvarez spoke on another solid day for Henderson at the plate after Wednesday's loss.
Yeah, and great job, against Max, left on left, and just not trying to do too much, just trying to stay through the middle, and when Gunner's going right, those are results that come, and it's kind of what we saw in Washington in the 3rd game. But yeah, Gunner swing the bat well.
Chris Bassett is set to start for the Birds in the series opener against Detroit tonight, while former Oriole Jack Flaherty gets the nod for the Tigers. Flaherty is 0-5 with a 5.77 ERA and has given up 13 earned runs in 18 1/3 innings pitched in the month of May. First pitch from Camden Yards is set for 7:15. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 60s with cloudy skies. Tomorrow has expected showers and a high of 56. This Fan Flash is sponsored by McDonald's. Downloading the McDonald's app has its privileges. Order your favorites ahead of time, save money with app-exclusive deals, earn free food, and get your favorites delivered with McDelivery. So stop wasting time and order from the McDonald's app today. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 1057 The Fan.
The Big Bad Shovel of Wisdom.
All right, it's time to do shovels. As I screwed that up, I flipped our segments, but hey, we're just
That's why I was a little caught off guard there.
Well, as soon as I started reading, I looked down and went, screw this up, goofball. But we're doing shovels. If you have one, 410-583-1057. Ed, who gets your shovel?
Yeah, I'm going to give it to a man in upstate New York.
Can you isolate him saying I'm going to give it to a man so we can play that sometime down the line? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Anyway, let's see this. House on fire. Firefighter shows up. This guy decides the only person to punch is the guy trying to save everything.
Oh,
a guy is connected in New York. He shows up. There's fire. It's a little. You'll get it when I tell you. The fire department gets called to the scene of a fire. It's outdoors, an illegal campfire, so it's getting out of control in a park. They come to put out the fire. This guy, Samuel Toomer, 57-year-old guy, he punches one of the firefighters in the face while the guy's putting out the fire. I don't know. This I don't get either. I love this. I think they're being politically correct. The firefighter had a cut on their chin, bloody nose, and other pain. Wouldn't it be his or her chin? I don't know. Is this what we're doing here? Anyway, and the funniest part of this is not just this. That's how ridiculous it is. The person giving the quotes was the fire chief, George Burns. Burns.
That's well played.
It just reminds me of I got to tell a quick story of how names can just seem completely ridiculous, but they fit when they fit perfectly. when I'm a young police officer, I get called to the scene of a man having chest pains. So I roll up to an apartment in Manhattan, and this guy is holding his chest, and he's basically he's a wreck. He goes, I need to go to the hospital. I'm having a heart attack. He goes, I said, all right, we'll get an ambulance. He goes, no, the ambulance just left. They said I was fine, but nobody ever listens to me. Nobody takes me seriously ever. I said, all right, sir, that's not the case here. I take you seriously. We're going to take you to the hospital, take care of you. What's your name, sir? Brown. Charlie Brown. That is a true story. I couldn't control myself, and you know when I laugh hard, there was no stopping.
Oh, God. If I'd have been there with you, I'd have been laughing so hard, and I looked at you and said, what's your problem, Chuckles?
I had to walk out of the apartment. My partner had to take the aided report. Charlie Brown. No wonder your life sucks.
Femi, who gets your shovel? Jesus.
My shovel goes to the guys over at PFT, Mike Florio and Chris Sims. I don't know if you got a chance to catch them yesterday, but they were giving Lamar advice once again. You know how much Lamar wants that advice from those guys. And they were commenting, of course, on him not being at those two practices. And Chris Sims proceeded to go through and assume that Lamar is one of the only starting quarterbacks that has a workout clause in his contract. And then as he actually did the research live on air, started to realize that they all have them in their contract. He tried to make the point that Lamar has it in because that's a way of making sure that he shows up. When in reality, most starting quarterbacks have a workout bonus in their contract. And Chris, unfortunately, was not prepared. As he spoke about how crazy and maniacal he was about preparation, but was completely unprepared. And Mike Florio, don't even get me started on him. This dude, he so badly wants to be Lamar's agent. And I consistently try to get his attention on X, and maybe he doesn't see it because everyone from Flock Nation is always reaching out to him. Mike, Lamar has access to all the data that he needs to make these decisions. He does not need an agent, air quotes, to get help. The business intelligence through the NFLPA and former folks that work at the NFLPA in finance are assisting him, and he has attorneys that are assisting him. He does not need a quote-unquote agent to work this out. The data for his next contract is already known. It's Josh Allen's contract and it's Dak's contract, right? And then obviously we just saw Matt Stafford signed a 1-year, $55 million deal. That will be part of the business intelligence. This data is not hard to get. It does not take a quote-unquote agent to do this work. So these guys piss me off on a daily basis.
Good stuff. Well, I have this shovel, but I want to ask Ed a question first. Like, Ed, who are some of your favorite Knicks players? Could you just give me a couple that you loved?
Like currently or historically?
No, historically.
Oh, I mean, the glory days are my favorites. I mean, I said, and the nice part about it was I'd see them in Manhattan because they stayed. Like, I'd see Bill Bradley even when he was a senator, and I'd run to Walt Frazier at the Taylor and see him walking to Manhattan. Willis Reed is one of my favorite. I think my favorite all time may be Charles Oakley, though, which is odd, but you know why.
Yeah.
You know.
How'd you feel about Bernard King?
I like Bernard King. It's funny, there were a couple of them, like, I'm trying to remember who, it's Anthony Mason, I think, was the guy we had. Yeah. I ran into him a couple of times after he punched people out in Harlem. We could call to the scene. I'm not joking. People would actually mess with him. Like, why would you want to bother with him?
And he's the guy that Biggie robbed, right? We've gone over this a couple times.
Allegedly, yes.
Well, so I bring this up because Bernard King was at the game last night, like he is a lot of times. And a lot of Knicks fans, older fans, I hear them say how much they loved him. He's just a great scorer, unbelievable player to watch, so much fun. Well, he was at courtside last night, and I guess CBS Sports decided to go over some of the celebrities that were sitting there. He was wearing a hat, so they don't call him Bernard King. They call him another name, but listen to this.
Brunson does it himself, takes it the length of the floor and lays it in. John McEnroe right there. Cedric the Entertainer is in the building. They're all loving it. Knicks fans, well, they're loving it too.
They called him Cedric the Entertainer.
They identified him as Cedric the Entertainer?
Yes. Just because you're black, heavyset, and wearing a hat, it doesn't make you Cedric the Entertainer. You know, if you're white, you're Ben Affleck, but that doesn't apply to that.
Damn.
So stupid, man. I'll send you the video so you can watch it and see how he's dressed. It's so bad. Let's grab a call or two here real quick. Let's go to Kevin's in Ellicott City. Kevin, you're on the Fan.
What's good, fellas? Good morning.
What's up, Kevin?
Not a whole lot. the Charlie Brown comment was hilarious, but I was just calling. Why was he laughing? But I called in about the Ravens. I thought that I think we got a good chance of being in that top third in defense. Yeah. I think it might take us a couple weeks, but I think Mike Green's going to be a lot better this year. The additions through the draft, we got a real good chance to turn that defense around and really get that stink off the boat from the last few years. And that.
Kev, for me, and I'm not sitting here blaming any other coaches or pointing fingers. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm just really excited about two guys coming in on the offense and defensive side, or I'll even say three, throwing Anthony Weaver in there because I know he's going to have a big impact. But those three guys coming in that I think schematically are going to do some things to put guys in position to succeed. And I think that's something that we've been lacking for a period of time, especially on the defensive side of the ball. Why aren't we having a guy pin his ears back and go get the quarterback when that's his specialty? I'm not saying don't drop him in coverage and show some different things, but it just feels like it hasn't been the way that it should. But, hey, Kev, I appreciate the phone call, man.
Thanks, man.
Let's grab Rich in Key West real quick. Rich, you're on the Fan.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my phone call. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
I just wanted to, my own interpretation of follow-up of what Ben McDonald said the other day. And I'll be honest with you, what I know about analytics as a kid, and I'm older than all you guys, growing up as a kid, is what was on the back of Brooks' baseball card or Palmer's baseball card. But all that said, I got to believe that, that we're sort of looking at that we can't see the forest because of the trees here. You give me an infield of Brooks, Belanger, Grich, and Powell, and a pitching staff with Palmer, McNally, and Cuellar, and no one's going to mention analytics. Mm-hmm. I mean, I guess the point that I'm trying to make is it just possible that the Orioles, as a team, just aren't good enough? And I'm not blaming Elias or anybody. I'm just saying they're just not good enough.
Again, I appreciate the call, and I think there's a chance that's possible, but it's kind of tough when you look at individuals that are succeeding and the team's not. When you have multiple guys that are having good seasons or start to hit. And I've kept saying, I don't know that I want to change the top five on our team right now the way it's constituted. I like that group, but it feels like they all don't hit on the same damn day. It's either or, which is what we used to call the tight ends in the Ravens offense. It's either Likely's going off or Andrews is. And you just need to have some big innings. I'm tired of having innings with bases loaded and not getting a single freaking runner home. And I don't know how many times they've done it, but it's a lot over the past 2 weeks. So we are going to get into some NBA playoffs. We're going to take some more phone calls. There's a lot of people on hold. 410-583-1057. Got to get in and give Ed a chance to talk about his Knicks. We do that next on The Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
It's Featured Artist Friday, jamming in the cars. We're going to talk about the Orioles, preview their series with the Tigers. Big homestand coming up for the Birds of Baltimore. Jonas Schaefer, Baltimore Banner, talk about the Ravens OTAs this week in the books. Look ahead a little bit to next week as well, and talk about everything else happening in this busy Memorial Day sports weekend.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch. You got hurt and didn't call 877-OUCH-911? Honey, even I know which attorney to call when you're injured.
Grandma's right. I'm the attorney that gives a shit. Follow Grandma's advice and call 877-OUCH-911 or OUCHGuy.com.
Traffic is brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. Just ask Jerry's. Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com.
She's back. Miss Pac-Man. The 80s icon is now a Maryland Lottery scratch-off. With a top prize of $30,000, the Miss Pac-Man scratch-off is more fun than a barrel of Koosh Bulbs. So throw on your parachute pants and your jelly shoes, tease your hair out, and bust a move to play the new Miss Pac-Man scratch-off. Get scratching. Use your mood ring. Please play responsibly. Miss Pac-Man is registered and copyrighted by BNEI.
Hey guys, it's your buddy Bob Haney. Let's be honest for a second. You don't go into game day hoping things just kind of work out. You want to be ready. No excuses, no late starts, rocking and rolling. And it's the same deal here. That's why I've been telling you about Blue Chew. And now they've got something new, Blue Chew Gold.
Blue Chew Gold is a gold standard. You want to be on top of that podium. This stuff works fast, like 15 minutes fast, and it's designed to get your head and body right. No waiting around, no guessing, just confidence when it matters. We're not 22 anymore, fellas. If there's an upgrade out there, you take it. As simple as that. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code BOB1057. That's promo code BOB1057. Visit BlueChew.com for details and important safety information. And as always, we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring. Trust me on this one, guys. Be ready when your number is called. Don't let that lovin' get old. Get Blue Chew Gold.
Here's your spring upgrade. Sun's out. Drink in one hand and a free Samsung Galaxy phone in the other. All on unlimited 5G. Switch to Total Wireless and stay connected through every road trip, beach day, and everything in between. Now that's a total power move. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited or Max 5G plan, single or multi-month plan. Additional port-in ID verification or device financing requirements vary by device. Purchase limits apply.
Hey man, that was our exit. We're gonna miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just gotta stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Memorial Day is close, which means summer's almost here, and Town Appliance Memorial Day shopping event is happening now. Upgrade your kitchen or outdoor setup with Memorial Day savings and flexible financing. Visit the showroom off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. Call, text, or shop townappliance.com before it's over.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
There's a crash 702 northbound at the Beltway. Watch for police direction there. I-97 southbound at New Cut Road still have an accident. Just the right lane is getting by. Backed up to before Route 100. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
All right, welcome back to the Big Bad Morning Show. Jeremy Kahn, Ed Norris, Femi Iambedejo. Rob returns on Tuesday as we all will be together then. Now, talking some NBA playoffs, and I mean, I guess I should just give him the floor then to sit here and brag and boast.
Let him pontificate. Let him take it.
How'd you feel watching that last night? And Ed, I said it yesterday after game one that I thought this series was over. A 22-point comeback with 7 minutes left to go and then getting spanked in overtime when your coach isn't even calling timeouts down the stretch and the finger pointing starting. It felt like to me that the series was over. I'm on the Knicks in game 3, and that's tomorrow, I think. How do you feel right now? You got to feel pretty good. You're up 2-0.
I feel really good. I mean, they've won 9 playoff games in a row, and this isn't like, I mean, this last one was, not last night, the prior one, was crazy with the, you know, they outscored 44-11 from the 7.5 minute mark till the end of the overtime. It just been remarkable. They won 9 in a row. They were beating teams by 30 points in the last couple of rounds. I mean, they're on, man. And you in the beginning of the season were kind of on my side. They're saying you thought the Knicks were going to be good. You thought they matched up well with certain teams in the East. And it's come to fruition. And I just think, you know how it is in sports. I mean, momentum matters. And teams that get hot at the right time, they do really well. I mean, you know,
Ed,
just look at the Ravens' second Super Bowl.
Yeah. I saw something yesterday, or maybe it was this morning when I was scrolling through, and they do this all the time where they're like, they'll put up 6 NBA players and go, who's the guy that doesn't get a seat at this table? Who do you have to take out of that group? Mm-hmm. And they had one where the answer is Jalen Brunson. You look at the other guys, they've all won MVPs or they've won championships, and Jalen Brunson is sitting there, and you're like, yeah, that's a guy. I paused for a second and went, if he wins a championship this year, it obviously changes the way that people look at him. Mm-hmm. But that guy is so good at what he does, and he's taking a guy like James Harden, and he's beating up James so bad, and the help defense isn't there that the finger pointing is starting, as I pointed out. I just think that he has been so much better than anyone could have ever expected.
He's averaging 28 points a game in the postseason.
It's ridiculous, man.
Yeah, that's the guy that obviously we saw what Josh Hart did last night. Heck of a game, heck of a performance from him. But I feel like Jalen Brunson's at a point now where he's in just a perpetual flow state. When he wants to turn it on, there was a point, I don't know if there was like 4 or 5 minutes left in the game, he got a steal and he just took off like a rocket. I'm like, oh my God, like the athleticism, when he really wants to do it, it's next level. He reminds me of almost like if he played in the NFL, he would be a heck of a safety or a DB. You know what I mean? Like the explosiveness is there. It's the competitive intelligence that I see from him that really shocks me, though. It's the ability to when he brings the ball up the court, how methodical he is at directing traffic. And there was a point, I think maybe 10 minutes left in the game, and I think that the lead had shrunk from 15 to 8, maybe 10. And Mike Brown just looks at the end of the bench. He probably wanted to wait a couple more minutes. He's like, nah, dude, you need to get back in here now. And then they shut it down after that. It was over. It was done. And the point differential, the 212-point differential across the whole playoffs, that's better than the Bulls. That's better than Golden State. And when you compare the same time period in regard to a single postseason, I mean, it's pretty incredible. And I feel like the Knicks are on the precipice. Now, once again, Ed, I don't want to rain on the parade, but my thought has been it's going to be Knicks and
Thunder.
OKC. I think OKC probably wins that. I don't even know if it's going to be competitive necessarily, but guess what, Ed? This is what I'm going to say. Mm-hmm. I've been here before, and I think fans and I'm a casual person when it comes to the Knicks. I'm here for it. I wouldn't be shocked by any outcome, and I want to see what the Knicks can do against OKC. And I know it's not done for San Antonio yet. I know this. They haven't the alien of all aliens in Wemby. I totally get it, but I expect OKC to kind of figure this out. Maybe this goes 6.
Spurs are 1.5 point favorite at home, and I think the spread is telling me enough of what I need to know about this game.
Yeah, where are you going with that?
Thunder.
Okay, cool. All right.
Yeah, I like the Thunder on the road, and I like the Knicks on the road.
Ed, I mean, look, I'm obviously, I don't have a dog in the fight. I'm a Golden State fan. Obviously, my team's done. Mm-hmm. I don't even know what they're doing.
You guys suck.
I have no idea where we're going.
They won all those championships.
Maybe we can get that big guy out of Milwaukee to come play for us, but I won't even say his name because it'll get me too excited. But Ed, do you think I'm being unfair in regard to my analysis of the Knicks' chance? Am I just a prisoner of the moment in regard to what OKC has done?
No, because I've said that earlier in the season. I mean, I'm obviously hoping the Knicks win it all, and as they advance, I'm getting really excited. But I said mid-season, OKC is such a good franchise. It's not just SGA and all. It just their GM is a genius. I mean, they seem to do everything right, and they just seem unstoppable. So I don't know how the Knicks are going to fare, but I do know one thing. When you talk about SGA, he was the best players in the NBA, obviously. But Brunson won't get rattled. He's tough. I mean, I think the Knicks' toughness is important to keep in mind here.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this. So going back to the 2 games they played this year, the Thunder beat them 103-100 in New York later in the season. And then I think a few weeks before that, they beat them 111-100 in OKC. Mm-hmm. So, again, you can't take anything away from this. The Knicks are playing totally different than they played probably at this point in time. Thunder as well. But, Ed made a point about how many games they've won in a row. The Thunder had done it too, and then the Spurs smacked them in the mouth in that game, and it's here's our wake-up call. I don't know that the Knicks have had that yet. Maybe it was game 1 and you found a way to win your wake-up call. But, it's about matchups. And I think they match up well with the Thunder. I just think the Thunder are probably a little bit more talented team-wise. And then they can rely on their bench more than the Knicks can. So they can give their stars breaks so they're fresher down the stretch. That would be my only concern, but I think the Knicks are live there. I still think the Thunder would win that series, but I think the Knicks are live, and I wouldn't be shocked if they did. I think it'd be a cool story.
I think the interesting thing about the collapse of the Cavs is that, you know what that vibe gave me was? It was the Bills-Ravens week 1. That's how it felt. This game's over. There's 5 minutes left. They're up by 2 scores, whatever it was, and you assumed, okay, it's done. how many minutes were left in that game when the Knicks started really quick? Was it 8 minutes?
7:39.
There you go. Okay, so man, like that can just end your whole playoff run, the whole psyche. I kind of feel like there was a hangover after the Bills game for the Ravens kind of throughout the season. And I know football's different and a lot of other things happened. There were injuries and all these things. But if I bring it down to just a microcosm and just, reduce it down to its lowest common denominator, like psychologically what blowing a lead like that does has reverberations that sometimes you don't recover from. You know what I mean? And that's what I feel like. That's why I feel like Cleveland is right now with the Knicks.
Even the coach he seemed like an idiot in the postgame. I mean, you just you get run out of the gym when you have that game in hand. You're winning by 22 points with 7 minutes left. And you blow it, and your reasoning is, I like to save my timeouts.
Yeah, I didn't understand.
For when?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, that's another one of those. As soon as we started talking about it, and I heard the soundbite, I'm looking at it going, how do you've coached for so long? You're on the road. You obviously use timeouts to stop momentum when you're on the road. I mean, you do it at home too, but like the crowd's getting into it. It's a playoff game. For crying out loud. Throw the towel. Call the damn timeout, Kenny. It was just stupid.
Seriously, it's all that. I mean, the crowd was on fire. You know how many, we were joking earlier during Shovel, how many celebrities were, courtside at Knicks games. It's a different environment there.
Cedric the Entertainer was there.
Hey,
correct.
Hey, Ed, you know what's funny? And you'll get this joke when I say it. It's not the crime, it's the cover-up, right?
Always.
Like the idea that he said that he likes this whole, bro, it's the fourth quarter. Like, save him for what?
Yeah.
Why don't you just say, hey, you know what? I was an observer when I should have been a participant. Like, hey, even coaches, I got caught watching. I should have done anything. If he would have just said what we all knew that he should have done, it would have been fine and we would have moved on. But his answer made it worse.
This is how I view it. It's like the best situation is a good decision. The next best is a bad decision. The worst thing is no decision. And that's what he did.
And then not acknowledging it, though.
Then to say you got unlucky. What coach points to luck? This wasn't like a field goal that bounced off the upright and it happened to sneak through and like, oh wow, 62 yards in the rain. This was like you got annihilated for like the fourth quarter.
My favorite part of it is after the game when he gets home. Honey, I'm home. Get the kids. I've brought timeouts. Hey kids, everyone's gonna get one.
Exactly.
What are you saving them for, you jackass? All right, we've got some people on hold. The next segment, we're going to talk, we'll get into it, the Browns quarterback situation playing out. Have a couple people on hold. They've been waiting patiently. Sorry, guys. We'll get to you next. Right out of the break. We'll do that next here on The Fan.
This is BJ Surhoff. You're listening to the best Orioles coverage on Sports Radio 105.7, The Fan.
Sponsored by NJM Insurance Group.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than you dread yard work, with a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. You should have NJM Insurance. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders.
Go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Visit petro.com or call 1-888-PETRO02.
To stay cool and save this summer, you need the best AC system tune-up and repair services. Go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. For special offers, go to petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today.
The team that brought you Surfside is back with something new. Meet Superlight, the new premium vodka plus aid. Superlight comes in 4 classic sports drink flavors: fruit punch, orange, lemon lime, and blue chill. Perfect for after the rec league, the golf course, or the crew that's always on the move. With just 90 calories, 0 sugar, and 0 bubbles, Superlight is here to fuel the moment. Look for Superlight variety packs and individual flavors at stores and bars near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones and all on the T-Mobile network.
How about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
Are you looking for your next opportunity in the commercial mechanical trades where you're valued for your experience and hard work? Ariosa Mechanical is hiring qualified and licensed HVAC and plumbing mechanics with a signing bonus of $3,000. Join a company with an unwavering commitment to integrity, honesty, teamwork, and faith. If you're ready to take your career to the next level, Ariosa Mechanical wants to hear from you. Visit ariosamechanical.com That's AriosaMechanical.com.
Memorial Day is close, which means summer's almost here. So if you're trying to stay cool indoors this summer, now's the perfect time to upgrade your kitchen during Town Appliance's Memorial Day shopping event happening now. They carry top brands like Bosch and more, plus refrigerators, ranges, dishwashers, beverage centers, and air conditioners to keep your home ready for the warmer months ahead. Their showroom is right off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills, and Mayor really know their stuff. Visit the showroom, call, text, or visit townappliance.com today.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
You just testified under oath you're getting more fiber in your diet, and it was easy. Where is this additional fiber coming from?
Mira Fiber Gummies.
Objection.
It's true. Mira Fiber has 8 grams of fiber to help me get the fiber I need in a day, plus 4 B vitamins for metabolism support, all in one serving.
Overruled.
My gut rests its case.
Oh, that's my line.
Find Mira Fiber today at your local retailer from the makers of Miralax. Mira Fiber supports metabolism of carbs, fats, and proteins. Serving size is 4 gummies.
Bel Air, it's official. Plaza Ford has become Bob Bell Ford Bel Air. Celebrate our grand opening with exclusive offers going on now. Unbeatable deals. See what's new at BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100.
Memorial Day savings start now at Bel Air Hyundai. Save with 0% 60-month financing and make no payments for 90 days. Online at BelAirHyundai.com.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Inner loop of the Beltway before I-95 near Washington Boulevard. A vehicle fires on the shoulder. Just a brief delay, if any. I-97 southbound at New Cut Road, there's an accident. Just the right lane's getting by. It's backed up to Route 100. And on 100 westbound after I-97, there's a crash. It's heavy after Route 2. 702 northbound at the Beltway, there's an accident. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
It was a tough road trip for the Orioles as they went 1-5 against the Nationals and Rays and were outscored by 22 runs in the 6 matchups. Friday night's series opener against the Tigers will kick off a 10-game homestand for the Birds. Chris Bassett will take the mound for the O's, while Jack Flaherty gets the nod for Detroit. You can hear all your pregame coverage on The Fan with BBT, sponsored by Jerry's Home Services, live from Pickles with Bob Haynie and Ryan Ripken starting at 6. First pitch from Camden Yards is set for 7:15. In the NBA, the Knicks took down the Cavaliers 109-93 to take a 2-0 lead in the Eastern Conference Finals. Josh Hart led the way scoring for New York with 26 points, while Jalen Brunson dished out 14 assists. The playoffs continue tonight with Game 3 of the Western Conference Finals between the Thunder and Spurs in San Antonio. Tip-off is scheduled for 8:30. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 60s with cloudy skies. Tomorrow has expected showers and a high of 56. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
A cop, a coach, a con man, and an average Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Where did you come from, baby? And ooh, won't you take me
Oh, what a perfect way here. Come back from the commercial break. Jeremy Kahn, Ed Norris, Femi Imbedejo. It's Friday, it's PYT. And then we're going to go out to the phone lines. Antonio's in Rosedale. What's up, buddy?
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Morning.
Good, man. How are you?
Antonio.
Good. Hi, family. How are you?
Good to hear from you, brother.
You too. TGIF and PYT.
Yeah, babe.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, babe. Will this 10-game homestand make or break the Orioles season? Have a wonderful weekend.
Appreciate the call. You too. Ed, what do you think? Because we talked about this quite a bit. It's a 10-game homestand. You get the Detroit Tigers, who are absolutely reeling. If there's any team that's been playing worse than the Orioles, it's the Tigers.
Yeah.
And they're going to trade Tarek Skubal at some point because they're already realizing we're not going to be able to sign him. So be interested to see the haul they get back and what teams are in on that. But they've been scuffling so much that they don't know what's going on. 14 out of 16,
however,
I think they've lost.
Correct.
But
they got the Rays right back after that.
And then the Jays. So
yeah.
What do you think? 10-game homestand, how important? Like, what do they have
Very
to do
important, man. It's really important. I mean, look at where they are now, and they know it's, we're still in May and all that. And there's a lot of games to play. Yeah, there are. However, I mean, you got the Rays and the Yankees sitting atop the division. The Blue Jays, they're playing 500 baseball, so they're not far away. You're 13 games out of first. I know we're going to look for the wild card, down season, down year in the American League. But, I mean, I don't want to limp into the playoffs. I'd like to see them make a move. If they end up going 7-3 in this homestand, they're going to be like, especially if if they get swept by the Rays again, they're going to be really looking up, from a deep hole.
That's the problem with it. What about you, Phil?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think there's like a 16-game stretch here, and there's a bunch of games against the Blue Jays in this stretch too, and the Red Sox.
They're pitching reeling too.
Yeah, so I just think there's opportunity here. I mean, they're 500 at home, so I think the thing that I'm having a hard time with, and I kind of floated this idea when I sat in with Ken and Tim, and I kind of made the point that, look, there's some cornerstones in the lineup that you're not going to change, right? Like, I know Jackson's back, but he'll be playing every day at some point. Alonso's going to be playing every day. Taylor Ward's going to be playing every day. Gunner's going to be playing every day. And Basayo and Adley have to be in the lineup. But if one's DHing,
possible,
yeah, exactly. At the same time, I don't care about these splits. In this idea of resting Adley, what are we doing? If you're going to trade him, then then do what you need to do. Pull that trigger if you're going to do that. But you need to put the best lineup that you can put out there. And I think at a certain point that we've been talking about analytics and we've been beating this up to death. I think there is some part of you kind of got to set it and forget it and just let it go, right? This idea of trying to get the right split, the right lefty match, righty, the right hitters in the lineup against the, certain pitching and they haven't hit left-handed pitchers that well, right? I mean, I think two wins against left-handed pitchers, something like that, right? Yeah. So I think the point I'm trying to make is sometimes let's just simplify everything. Let's just strip it down to its bolts at a certain point. And I think that take the cornerstone guys that need to play every day, and then go with the next best set of guys that you think give you the best opportunity to win. And look, the defense is the defense. And I already got into the starting rotation earlier. But in regard to predictability around the lineup, at a certain point, what you've been doing hasn't worked. And yes, you could say you can do what you do with betting sometimes, right? Mm-hmm. We say, look, at some point, the process is the process, and it's going to come into my favor at some point.
But there are long stretches where it doesn't, and you second guess everything.
Well, sometimes maybe you have to actually say, maybe this process is actually broken. The process itself is broken. So this idea
not because I came up with it. It's good.
Of course, your processes are perfect, right? Everybody else's, that's questionable. Yeah, but I know. I'm really grasping at straws here because I haven't paid as much attention to the O's ever as I have this year, and I didn't want to fall victim to kind of the energy and the analysis and the acrimony around it. But what's crazy is I understand it now because I've been paying such close attention, and I kind of just want to see. I kind of just want to say, hey, look, this is our best group, and we're gonna win, or we're gonna put all our bet on this. This is what we're going to go with.
All our eggs go in that basket.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the point I'm trying to make.
And people are going to point to the fact that forget first place, forget chasing the Rays. They're 3.5 games out of the wild card.
Yeah.
However, the team that the furthest away in the wild card are the Los Angeles Angels, which I don't understand because that means the Angels anyway.
It means the Angels, doesn't it?
The Angels, yeah, correct. That's what it means, of Anaheim. But they're 8 games out, so they're also not completely out of it. And the only team with the worst point differential are the Angels in the American League. The Orioles are minus 59, which is horrific, which means they're getting spanked on a regular basis. And that's something I look at and I'm like, just saying, I don't know, man. I hope they do. Obviously, I want them to do well. For a lot of reasons. I'm a fan. It helps the show. It makes it more interesting till football gets here. But it's really been tough. It's really been tough to watch.
Well, let's take Ed and Towson here real quick. He's been waiting patiently. Thanks, Ed.
Hey, guys. How you feel?
Good.
What's up, Ed?
I think, and analytics has been around. As you know, analytics has been around forever. I mean, I took a course back in the 80s. It's called probability and statistics. And, it's not a new phenomenon. I think the thing you have to do is merge the two together to get a good product. And I'm going to look at one situation that the Orioles, if I'm the Orioles, I look at that situation. And sometimes you learn from the people that beat you. You can't get too prideful and think, okay, well, no, you learn from the guys that are whipping your ass, and that's how you get better.
Yeah.
The double steal in the Rays game. I looked at that over and over again, and that right there is a merger of analytics and kahunas.
See, it's funny, Ed, that's a Little League play, too, because in Little League, they do it so much, they teach you to act like you're throwing down to second base and throw the ball to the pitcher to throw back at home for teams that do that all the time.
Exactly. And what I saw from analytically, somebody said, okay, this was a good idea. But the other thing, Ed, is it was just balls.
Yeah.
They were just like, you're not good enough right now to do it. And it was teamwork. Remember, Timmy, we talked about chemistry. That was chemistry at its finest. Those guys on the field for the Rays were like, okay, they're just not good enough to stop and they just did it. It was a work of art. And if I were the Orioles, I would learn. When I've been beat by somebody, I go right back and say, how the hell did you do that? Learn from the people that whip your ass, and you get better. And I still think they can turn it around. You got guys. Yeah. You just have to put the guys in the right place.
Ed,
y'all be good.
Appreciate the call. All right, well, look, I'm going to call in Omaha. We were going to talk about some other stuff here. Got 3 people who want to talk Orioles. It's been a hot topic. We'll do that next here on The Fan. 410-583-1057 if you want to get in.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
It's Featured Artist Friday, jamming in the cars. We're going to talk about the Orioles, preview their series with the Tigers. Big homestand coming up for the Birds of Baltimore. Jonas Schaefer, Baltimore Banner, talk about the Ravens OTAs this week in the books. Look ahead a little bit to next week as well, and talk about everything else happening in this busy Memorial Day sports weekend.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. The Knicks are up 2-0 on Cleveland in the East Finals. No finals appearance since 99 for New York. No banner since 73, so just getting there might be enough for New York fans. But let's be honest, San Antonio and OKC, they look like the varsity. The East looks like the JV. I'm John Lund.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
The right tools aren't optional. They're how the job gets done right. That's why a lot of us run with Napa for tools and equipment we can count on. From Milwaukee fuel sets, sockets, and impacts that deliver real power when you need it, to Carlisle hand tools built for precision, durability, and everyday use. It's professional-grade gear that keeps your bays moving and your business running strong. So when you need the right tool, right now, you know where to go. Napa.
This is the highlight of my morning. Hey, what's up? It's Island.
And I'm Josh.
And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit is that it's our go-to morning comfort.
You've got that nice golden fluffy egg.
With a soft, flaky biscuit.
Crispy bacon.
Melty cheese.
You want something quick, you want something convenient, but most of all, you want something good.
There's no better way to start your morning.
There we go.
Start off the morning with a Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit with Simply Orange Juice. Order on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
H&K Group Incorporated.
Calling all heavy equipment operators and pipe laborers. Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. HTI Contractors Division of H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K does not discriminate. Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Science and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Introducing new Maryland Treasure Scratch-Offs from the Maryland Lottery. For the first time, these scratch-offs feature original art by local artists that showcase the things we treasure about Maryland, especially its natural beauty. Hundreds of art pieces were submitted. 4 were selected. Now it's your turn to see if you can win by picking up a Maryland Treasure Scratch-Off at any Maryland Lottery retailer. Top prize, $10,000. Play today. And please play responsibly.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
You know that Chick-fil-A sells more than chicken, right?
Hello, my name is Jaleesa, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is how it's all of my favorite breakfast items in one good bite. That fluffy egg, that melty cheese with that perfectly grilled sausage. It just gives you that warmth, that comfort food that you love. It is the best possible option for a classic breakfast.
Comfort is calling. Order a Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit with Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The right tools aren't optional. They're how the job gets done right. That's why a lot of us run with Napa for tools and equipment we can count on. From Milwaukee fuel sets, sockets, and impacts that deliver real power when you need it, to Carlisle hand tools built for precision, durability, and everyday use. It's professional grade gear that keeps your bays moving and your business running strong. So when you need the right tool right now, you know where to go. Napa.
This is the highlight of my morning. Hey, what's up? It's Island.
And I'm Josh.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit is that it's our go-to morning comfort.
And you've got that nice golden fluffy egg.
With a soft, flaky biscuit.
Crispy bacon.
Melty cheese.
You want something quick, you want something convenient, but most of all, you want something good.
There's no better way to start your morning.
There we go.
Start off the morning with a Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit with Simply Orange Juice. Order on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
At Lions Den, the lineup is stacked, and the action never ends. From warm-ups to extra innings, they've got what you need to win the night. So visit lionsden.com. That's Lions Den. And if it's a home game, make it real home field advantage.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
I-97 southbound at New Cut Road, there's an accident. Just the right lane is getting by, and it's backed up to before Route 100. And on 100 westbound after I-97, there's a crash. It's heavy after Route 2. Interloop of the Beltway before 95 near Washington Boulevard. Vehicle fires on the shoulder. All lanes are open, but there is a brief delay. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Rob, Jeremy, Ed, and Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
All right, let's bury the lead here. Let's go right back out to the phone line. Jeremy Kahn, Ed Norris, Femi Ayanbadejo here. We've got plenty of people who want to talk some Orioles, so we'll try to get through these calls as quickly as possible. Jackson Linthicum. Jack, you're on the Fan.
Yeah, what's up, guys? First of all, I got to give Rashawn a shout-out. He said me and Dustin are always bluffing and we never call in, so I got to give him a shout-out.
Well, hold on. I mean, we can make something happen here. Rashawn, he just gave you a shout-out, so...
Oh, I love that, man.
Jack and Rashawn on the line at the same time, and I guess, Jack, I'm not trying to take over your call with Rashawn, so I'll hang up on him if you want, but go ahead, you can...
No, don't you dare do that.
Jack, you there?
No. Yeah, for this homestand, I mean, it's a 10-game homestand. What do we think they need to go? 7-3, 8-2 to make this thing turn around?
No, they just have to. I mean, they.
No, I think he's right. Yes.
I don't think it has to be 7 or 8-2 or 7. You have to have a winning homestand. You have to show some signs of life. Like, that's ideal, right? 7-3, 8-2. I think that's ideal what you want.
Sure.
But if they went 6-4, I don't consider this a failure.
I don't want to hear the words they avoided the sweep anymore. That's what I don't want to hear.
I just think there's been so much. They're not stacking series. I think they have to go. In my opinion, they have to go 7-3, at least 7-3.
Yeah. All right. Well, hey, Jack, appreciate the phone.
I don't know.
Go ahead, Rashawn.
Listen. Keep Jack on, because Jack really want to call about and brag about his Knicks, man, and talking about his Knicks going to do this. I told him his Knicks are going to get swept in the finals, whoever they face, whether it's the Spurs or the Thunder, man. Don't get overhyped. I'm sorry, Ed. I'm rooting for you.
I'm used to being trolled by you. I don't care. I just
no, but listen. There's no way. No, they not winning at all, man. You delusional, Jack. You weren't even alive to come on. Ed wasn't even alive to probably the last time the Knicks won
Sadly, I was.
Yeah. Oh, you was? Oh, that was
yes.
54, right?
Hey, Rashawn. Hey,
What?
Who's your team? Who's your NBA team?
I don't really have a team per se, but listen. I like what the Spurs is doing right now, and that squad they got built up.
They're
and
fun.
they're going to be a threat. Definitely. They definitely fun, man.
They're going to get a title out of it. They're going to get a couple titles out of winning for sure.
Let me tell you, Rashawn, what I was alive for. I was alive for when the Mets beat the Orioles in the World Series, the Jets beat the Colts, and the Knicks beat the Bullets. So there.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Ed was alive for a lot.
I gotta say,
The invention of bifocals.
That guy.
Yes, a lot of things. Hey, gotta go, man. Appreciate you guys. All right.
Yeah. We were having a town hall right there, huh?
You always worry when you put two callers on hold.
It was fine, though. But I think the funny thing is that how friends, they try to get the angle on you. It's like, hey, I asked him, he doesn't have a team. You know what I mean?
Well,
but the Knicks was Chris, right? The other guy? Jack. It was Jack. So Jack's team is the Knicks. The Knicks are alive. They're doing their thing. Nothing is guaranteed yet. And Ed, I told you this earlier. I think OKC is going to get him, but I'm here to see it though.
Yeah.
I don't why would you jab? You shouldn't jab somebody over that, in my opinion. I know they're friends. They're giving each other a hard time, but it's
we're buddies.
Yeah, for sure. No, but I think though this goes kind of back to the whole playoff thing. I want to see it. I want to see what happens. I'm here to observe it. And I think it can be fun. And these are the moments when the oddest things happen. You know what I mean? What if the Knicks ended up winning a title? That'd be crazy.
Let's go back out to the phone lines. Darius is in Towson. Darius, you're on the Fan. What's up, man?
Hey, good morning, fellas. How y'all doing?
Good.
Hey, I'm just looking at this series that's coming in town. Give me a second. Let me take my glasses off, and I'm going to be real. The Orioles offense right now has to be looking their fingers with the matchup they got this weekend. And the pitching matchup, it can't be more handed on the plate for you to take advantage and to get your rhythm and your timing right. Like this Detroit pitching lineup, I know ours is kind of bad, but they're stuck. And also, there's no way the pitching, our starting rotation should be able to build some momentum for this series, because this Tigers offense hasn't scored over 5 runs in the game since Sunday, May the 10th on Mother's Day. So other than Riley Green in that lineup, if I was the pitching coach, I'm telling my starters in the bullpen, my relievers, go at everybody except for Riley Green. This has to be a series to where they get a sweep, at worst 2 out of 3, because we all know Ed, Jeremy, and Femi, Tampa's coming to town Monday.
Yeah.
So if you can't get no momentum for Monday this season, it's going to be tough.
Appreciate the phone call, Darius. And look, I think he's making a great point with this about Detroit. So Detroit's missing 4 of their starters in their rotation. I think Jack Flaherty's the only one that's there that they expected to be there. And that even, remember, they added Verlander, they added all these, everybody got hurt, Reese Olson. And when you're looking at this Detroit lineup that struggled to score some, you still have to worry about Kevin McDonald. That's their young player up at the top of the lineup. Kid's fantastic. I still think Colt Keith's a good player. And he mentioned it. Riley Green is right in the middle of that lineup, solid player. And I feel like the times he's come here, he's really done some damage against the Orioles. But you can't let this offense get off. You just can't. So,
but this is a great opportunity for them. I mean, the Tigers, they say they're reeling right now. We catch Flaherty tonight, but this is a good opportunity, because then right after them, then the Rays come to town.
Yeah, the Orioles, they have the opportunity. It's so funny. We're saying, we're catching the Tigers, and they're 0-7 against AL East teams on the road. And they're probably saying, hey, I think this is a get-right series for one of them. I just don't know who gets right.
And I always have a problem with the idea that you have to win 7 out of 10. You got to go 8-2. You know, I just feel like you set yourself up for disappointment. Like, just win a game tonight, and then build a little momentum, and just take it one game at a time. I mean, I know that sounds cliche, but I think when you're where you're at right now, that's the only way you can actually do it.
Ed, tell everybody about our 8 o'clock sponsor. It's that time, man. It's flying by.
It is that time. Do you see my my lizard video?
Yeah, I saw your lizards banging. Was that lizard style, or is that what is that called?
It was doggy style with lizards. It was like, anyway.
Tell your lizards to go to the lion's den.
Even they know to go to the lion's den to spice things up. You couldn't see it, but they had tiny little toys in their hands. But that's what
Wow.
Lion's Den is a great place, though, for adults and your love life. So check them out, man. Seriously, it's a great place. Well-stocked. Staff is great. And there's locations right around, if you can hear this show, they're right around Baltimore, Cockeysville, Catonsville, Severn, Pasadena, and, of course, lionsden.com. So join the pride.
Every time he says the staff is great, I'm not sure if that's a sex toy or he's talking about the people there. So it could be both.
It's both.
All right. Ed, man, have a great weekend, and I guess we'll talk Tuesday as we're all off on Monday for Memorial Day. So have a good one, man.
Have a good weekend.
All right, man. See you, Femi.
Good talking to you, brother.
That's Ed Norris. Coming up next, it's the Daily Line. We'll get into more Orioles if you want to call in, 410-583-1057. I'm going to try to roll through the Daily Line a little bit quicker to get to some of these phone calls. We got a lot of people want to get in. It's a Friday. It's a holiday weekend. Femi and Jeremy here. It's the Big Bad Morning Show.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Folks, if you want to put the best version of yourself out there, and who doesn't, right? You want to look your best. You try to take care of yourself, go to the gym. Hopefully you get physicals and you stay in shape. I hope you go to the dentist because it's important. It's part of your whole routine. Your oral health is important, not just for the obvious, your teeth and gums. It affects your heart. It affects everything. So it's important to take care of your oral health. And if you haven't gone to the dentist because of things like anxiety, you're not alone. About a third of Americans suffer from the same phobia. That's where Dr. Lairfield's Smile Design comes in. He has sedation options. Puts all that to the side. You'll be comfortable, you'll be stress-free, and you'll come out. The best part is you walk out with the smile you always dreamed of. And wouldn't it be nice to get your self-confidence back and smile in photographs again and not cover your mouth when you laugh in public and just not be self-conscious because you're missing a tooth or they yellow terribly or whatever it may be. But don't just take my word for it. Go in and get a consultation. It's free. Seriously. Give them a call. The number's 410-321-1100. Call today. Make the appointment. See what I've been talking about all these years, and please tell them that I sent you.
Brad Evans here to help them beat the Bulls with the Westwood One Sports. In the land of BBQ, a visiting bat should taste sweet. Seattle's Randy Arozarena is successful against LHPs, batting .277 this year, hitting a white-hot 400 over his last 15 days. He's a plus matchup against KC Southpaw Noah Cameron. Give me the over 1.5 hits plus runs plus RBI, no matter the juice. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with options for every budget and free and fast delivery, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And now through Monday, all brands are on sale with up to 60% off. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
This Memorial Day, make your home the one neighbors notice. At Lowe's, when you have a budget, we have extra big deals. For a very limited time, get 50% off all Holland pavers to reinvent your outdoor space. Plus, keep it fresh around the house with your choice of a select Ego 56-volt trimmer or blower kit for just $169. This Memorial Day, our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/25. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
It's the Hello Summer Sale at Target. Now through Monday, say hello to 30% off select shorts and sandals, women's dresses and skirts too. Say hello to 30% off select Threshold bedding and bath. Oh, and hello 20% off sunscreen. Spray, stick, lotion, or mist. It keeps the sun fun. The Hello Summer Sale ends Monday, and it's only at Target, where getting summer ready is just one quick stop away. Restrictions apply.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
Following a needed off day, the Orioles are set to start a 3-game series with the Tigers Friday night. Not much has gone right for the O's of late, but Gunnar Henderson is starting to swing the bat well. He's 10 for 26 with a home run and 3 runs driven in over his last 6 games. Craig Alvarez spoke on another solid day for Henderson at the plate after Wednesday's loss.
Yeah, and, great job, against Max, left on left, and just not trying to do too much, just trying to stay through the middle, and when Gunner's going right, those are results that come, and it's kind of what we saw in Washington in the 3rd game. But yeah, Gunner swing the bat well.
Chris Bassett is set to start for the Birds in the series opener against Detroit tonight, while former Oriole Jack Flaherty gets the nod for the Tigers. Flaherty is 0-5 with a 5.77 ERA and has given up 13 earned runs in 18 1/3 innings pitched in the month of May. First pitch from Camden Yards is set for 7:15. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 60s with cloudy skies. Tomorrow is expected showers and a high of 56. This Day of Flash is sponsored by Dubo Law. At Dubo Law, we know that car accidents aren't a game. When you've been injured, call 410-ASK-DUBO for a free consultation. I'm Ben Hall. Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, we are 105.7 The Fan.
Overs, unders, favorites, and dogs. It's Jeremy Kahn's Daily Line.
Show me the money.
On 105.7 The Fan. Brought to you by Life Med Institute. Guys, regain confidence and performance in the bedroom with Gainswave therapy at Life Med Institute. Gainswave is a revolutionary non-invasive ED treatment. Call 410-575-1200 or go to lifemedinstitute.com to find out more.
All right, here we go. We'll get into this. Yesterday was a good day, but some things to kind of go over. Like when I give out plays in the morning, sometimes lines change, and there's always this, yeah, I got it right with that number, but did you get it at that number? And then there's always this whole debate of, like, you give out a play, the line changes, and some guy's like, well, did you really have it at that number? I don't circumvent any of the issues. I give it to you as I see it, and the only thing I can go by is what I give it out at. And that's gone the other way, too, where I give it out at a number and somebody else gets a better number than me and ends up winning and I lose. That game yesterday was the Cardinals game against the Pirates. I love the under. Love the Nerfy in that game. So awesome when you bet a Nerfy and a guy hits an inside-the-park home run because the left fielder falls down. So that blew up. And then they tacked on a run late to where it was 8 runs scored, so I pushed when I gave it out. But I know the game went off at 7. and I know a lot of people lost that got it. So we'll call it 4-1 in my top plays. Hit both the WNBA and NBA game. You didn't have to sweat either one of them. Knicks won big. The Lynx just housed the Tempo. We talked about that long road trip the Tempo were on, and that's why the Minnesota Lynx were favored by so much. People looked at the number and go, oh, my God, how are you giving them that many points? They've been playing good basketball. Well, they've been on the road for 4 games. So I think it was more about the spot than anything else. So with tonight, or going back, I should mention the other games yesterday that we had and how things worked out and didn't work out. I did lose the Angels game. That's very frustrating just because it was essentially a pick'em game and they lost 3-2, and that was my lone loss essentially in the games that I gave out. But yeah, like going back to yesterday, I had the Mets under. You didn't have to sweat it. It was a 2-1 game. We had the over in the Canadians Hurricanes. This is one where I consider getting lucky because I thought the Hurricanes were going to do most of the damage, and it turns out the Canadians did. It went over the total. So, we'll take that. I gave out 2 prop plays, Joey Cantillo over K's, Spencer Strider over K's hit. And as I mentioned, the Nerfy I talked about, Cardinals Pirates, goddamn inside the park home run. I think they came back and ruled it later that it would have been a home run regardless. Like they think it hit a certain part of the wall. But nobody was reviewing it because he went home. Maybe that would have been the case, but still frustrating to lose that way. Now, with today, there's a lot of weather, and we're getting a lot of underlooks because the wind's blowing in. We have colder conditions for a May game, and hey, it's May. That means there's rain in the forecast, and we have quite a bit of that. So let me go through this. I'm on Fridays. You got to worry about the rain in the Reds game. It's 88% chance of rain. I like the over there, so we'll talk about that in a second. Wind blowing in at Philly, wind blowing in at New York. I don't know if it's going to matter in New York. We got to see what Garrett Cole looks like in his first start going up against Nick Martinez, who has been very, very lucky, pitching better than anyone could have ever expected him to, but that's kind of what the Rays are doing.
How long has it been since Garrett Cole actually pitched? This is his first game, right? Yeah.
Well, and going back to it, I forgot to bring this up. I wanted to mention the fact that when the Orioles faced Steven Matz, he was coming off of an injury.
Yep.
He had 0 minor league starts. They just put him right back in and said, hey, go pitch. We need you. It's probably because he's left-handed and the Orioles can't hit left-handed pitching. But they should have done a better job against that cat. Tonight, you got to worry about rain in Baltimore. It's Bassett and Flaherty. Winds blowing in significantly. If it doesn't get rained out, this is a great underplay. I did not make it a play because I am worried about the rain. Same thing in Atlanta with it's Bryce Elder versus Miles Mikolas. Lots of rain there. And other than that, you got wind blowing out in San Francisco. As I said, it's the stadium that's least affected by wind, so do with that what you want. Now, getting to these games real quick. Oh, we talked about some of this. I like OKC tonight in the NBA Finals plus the one, or NBA Western Conference Finals plus the 1.5. I think they went outright. I think they kind of got their wake-up call in Game 1. I do think the Spurs make this a series, but I still think some of that momentum carries over to this game. And if I'm being brutally honest, the Spurs haven't held serve at home the way that I feel like they should with the team that they have. Losing to Minnesota, all banged up, playing some close games. And again, sometimes styles make fights, but I do think OKC wins this one. The other game I like is everybody's kind of down on Indiana. Caitlin Clark sat the last game. I don't know if that was due to an injury, sickness, whatever. I'd make sure she's playing tonight. I still like Indiana even if she doesn't play, but I don't want to take them minus 6.5 if she's not. I would rather get the better number, so I would wait to make that play, but I do like the Fever. The weather today, I went over a bunch of it, but here's what the weather algorithm spits out. Cubs under, by far, best play on the slate. Winds blowing in, guys. It's insane in Wrigley today. 15-mile-an-hour winds blowing in, and it's 54 degrees, and I talk about this all the time. Jameson Taillon, Spencer Arrighetti, Eddie Spaghetti, as I call him. Those two guys are fly ball pitchers. When the wind's blowing in at that rate, which 15 miles an hour at Wrigley is almost like 30 miles an hour anywhere else, it negates a lot of the home runs, and home runs turn into fly ball outs. And pitchers get more comfortable because even if they miss and a guy hits a ball hard in the air, it's probably going to be an out, like with winds that strong. Now, doesn't mean that there can't be a pitch when the winds die down and somebody get a hold of one. Home runs get hit. But I think it's going to help it. That's the best spot on the board. Phillies under is a great spot. Yankees under, Red Sox under, Orioles under. All those are great spots as well. But I'm bucking the Yankees under. I'm taking the over in that game. I know it's Garrett Cole. I know he's coming off the injury. We have to see what it looks like. Tampa Bay's been swinging the bats. And even with the wind blowing in New York, Tampa doesn't need to hit home runs to score runs. And there's so much power on the Yankee side of it with that jet stream down right field that I'm not even concerned about them with the wind blowing in. I'm going to take the over in this spot. I do like St. Louis and Cincinnati to go over, just hoping it doesn't get washed out. Again, a 9.5 total. I like Philly and Cleveland under 7. That's one of my favorite plays, along with the Chicago under. Minnesota, Boston. I'm bucking the trend here again with the weather algorithm. I like the over there. I think we see the bats go off. And Seattle, Kansas City. God bless it. I'm going back to the Royals and taking an over when all they do is disappoint me. My 5 favorite plays today would be the 3 baseball plays: Philly, Cleveland under, St. Louis, Cincinnati over if that game gets played. If not, you can slide Seattle, Kansas City in there. And I like the Houston, Chicago under to go along with OKC and Indiana in the NBA and WNBA respectively. So there you go. That's for the weekend. And I do like the Knicks tomorrow on the road. I think they get it done. Again, I think this is a sweep or a gentleman's sweep at best. But if I'm thinking it's a sweep and the Knicks win game 3, I don't think the Cavs show any signs of life in a game 4.
I agree with you on that one.
Down 3-0.
Yep.
So we shall see. All right. We've got plenty to get to today. If you guys want to get in, I know we're taking a bunch of phone calls, 410-583-1057. We'll continue to talk Orioles, Ravens, all that. But I want to get into some of the pitching matchups this weekend. We'll talk about the Orioles facing the Tigers. We've alluded to some of it, of how bad the Tigers have been. We'll discuss that and take your phone calls here on The Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
It's Featured Artist Friday, jamming in the cars. We're going to talk about the Orioles, preview their series with the Tigers. Big homestand coming up for the Birds of Baltimore. Jonas Schaefer, Baltimore Banner, talk about the Ravens OTAs this week in the books. Look ahead a little bit to next week as well, and talk about everything else happening in this busy Memorial Day sports weekend.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Memorial Day is close, which means summer's almost here, and Town Appliance Memorial Day shopping event is happening now. Upgrade your kitchen or outdoor setup with Memorial Day savings and flexible financing. Visit the showroom off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. Call, text, or shop townappliance.com before it's over.
Exmark knows the job of a professional landscaper isn't easy. That's why they've crafted a line of mowers built to deliver legendary reliability, signature cut quality, and stubborn durability to overcome any obstacle. Because, like you, Exmark mowers were built for this. Learn more about Exmark, the leader in zero-turn mowers, by heading over to Liberty Discount Lawn Equipment on Hanover Pike in Upper Cup. Family-owned and operated, they have attractive offers available now on Exmark products. Or visit them online at libertydiscount.com.
Diamonds, they make earrings sparkle. Gold, it makes a necklace shine. Yeah. You want to know the best things that diamonds and gold make? Scratch-offs. Introducing the Diamonds and Gold Scratch-Off and the Rose Gold Scratch-Off from the Maryland Lottery. Top prizes are up to $2 million. Whether you play one or the other or both, you'll have lots of sparkly, shiny fun. With diamonds, gold, and instant cash, how could you not? Please play responsibly.
Are you stressed because of your IRS back tax bill? The possibility of wage garnishment or property lien? Then call Priority Tax Relief now. 800-314-0045. At Priority Tax, we work directly with the IRS to protect you and your assets. Thousands of our customers have resolved for far less than their original balance. Connect to the IRS for free in minutes. 800-314-0045. That's 800-314-0045.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones, and all on the T-Mobile network.
How about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
Hey Birdland, head to Camden Yards on Saturday, May 23rd as the Orioles take on the Detroit Tigers. Be one of 15,000 fans to score Samuel Basayo's first ever MLB bobblehead, presented by Giant Food. This is your chance to celebrate one of baseball's most exciting young stars and add a must-have collectible to your collection. Don't miss it. Get tickets at Orioles.com/tickets.
Lemonade! Fresh squeezed lemonade! Lemonade? Oh,
go nuts.
Is your business struggling to be seen? Not reaching the right customers?
Yeah.
Odyssey's here to help. Your one-stop shop for digital marketing.
Wait, really?
With targeted digital media, plus SEO, SEM, social, OTT, and more, we help your business reach the right audience and drive results.
Oh, hey, one at a time.
Stop missing out on valuable customers. Visit digitallocalads.com to learn more about our local advertising solutions. That's digitallocalads.com.
Okay, people, line starts here.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, welcome back. Big Bad Morning Show. Femi Ayanbadejo, Jeremy Kahn here. Whole show returns on Tuesday. Rob was off this week. We were talking about Orioles and pitching matchups and things like that. And I mentioned tonight, it looks like it's going to rain for about like a week right now, right?
It does.
So we'll have to see how these home games and like if they have to do any double headers, if there's guys getting called up. I mean, obviously things can get affected, or if you're moving games down the line, if they get washed out. So we'll have to see what they actually do. But, getting to face the Tigers who haven't hit really much. People have talked about the fact that, look, they've lost 14 of 16 of the Tigers, not scoring any more than 5 runs in a game. They've really struggled. And now you look at the spot that you're in, you have a chance to take advantage of a bad team, but I'm sure the Tigers are saying the same damn thing, right? Like, wouldn't you be if you're coming in and facing a team that struggled like this?
Yeah, I mean, I think since the loss of Tarek Skubal, I just feel like, they're 1-9 in their last 10 games. It's just odd, and it's kind of the interesting psychological part about baseball, right? Like, I think there's something that players invest in knowing that there's kind of a bookend guy, a guy that you can count on, that that, hey, we're going to have a chance to win every time this guy's on the mound. And it's interesting that when he goes away, that so does kind of like the unspoken confidence of the team. Like they've just kind of gone down a terrible rabbit hole and taken a nosedive at this point. I just don't know what the prospects are for Skubal. They talked about him potentially needing, was it Tommy John?
Yeah, they ended up cleaning up some loose bodies.
Oh, is that what it was?
Said.
So it wasn't related to his UCL then?
I don't think so. I think it was just loose bodies in his elbow, because the week before that, he was on the mound. We actually talked about it on the air. I think Rob brought it up, where Skubal was shaking it out.
Yeah.
He kept shaking it, and he's like, no, I'm fine. He finished the game, and then the next game he gets scratched.
Yeah, no, because I did hear that, is his contract is up too, isn't it? And so there was some ideas about him getting traded, and then they talked about surgery, and then they said actually he'll be back sooner than we thought. So it's just kind of a whole shrouded thing. I mean, technically, he's got 2 Cy Youngs, doesn't he?
Yeah.
So I mean, yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's just so odd.
Arguably the best pitcher in baseball.
Exactly. Man. Yeah. I mean, obviously some guys in Pittsburgh, Skeens, and then what's the Shohei, right? And then the cat, with the Yankees.
Yeah. I mean, you've got a bunch of Schlittler's having an amazing year.
Yes. So it's just, I don't know what to make of Detroit Orioles right now. I'm observing like everybody else.
Let's look at the pitching matchups, because I think there's something to be said here about this. And again, when we talked about the Tigers losing 4 of their starters, at one point that was because Framber Valdez was suspended. But Jack Flaherty supposed to go up against Chris Bassett tonight. Flaherty's 0-5 with a 5.77 ERA. From a gambling side of things, Flaherty is, I don't know if he still was the least profitable pitcher in all of baseball. He just loses so many games, and you can look at it, the numbers are terrible. And then we go to Saturday, and you get Framber Valdez, who everybody wanted on the Orioles. He's got a 4.58 ERA. He's 2-3 going up against Brandon Young. Trevor Rogers trots back out on Sunday, and we try to see what's up with him. And then it's TBD, which I believe it's more than likely going to be a bullpen game. Keter Montero has been back in the Tigers rotation, where I don't think they had him at the beginning of the year. And we've seen a lot of that. Like, don't be surprised if you see somebody come in 2 innings, 3 innings, like they do a lot of interesting things. I mean, I think AJ Hinch is one of the better managers in baseball, but I mean, he's got a piecework.
The guy that has really been the most accountable and most underrated for me is Brandon Young. Mm-hmm. So I think he had a start in Chicago. This is like early in the season, and I'm not going to get the dates right. It's irrelevant. The point is I think he went out there and gave them like 6 scoreless innings. And I said, and I don't remember who I was talking to. It could have been Tim Barbalais. it might have been Bruce Cunningham. I'm not sure who it was, but I said, you know what? There's something about this kid, Brandon Young, that I like a lot. It's his personality, it's his confidence, and maybe he shouldn't even have had the confidence and kind of the energy that he brought, but there's something about him that I feel like he's just been consistent. I know his ERA is 4.2 or something like that, but I feel like he has shown up when they needed him. He has been consistent and he's delivered. I hope he gets a chance to stay in the rotation for the rest of the season. There's just something about him that I just like a lot. And this is more of a psychological makeup than it necessarily is about the statistics in the line.
Yeah. I mean, I think the same thing to be said. And when we were pointing out about the pitching matchups and Tarek Skubal, I was listening to, who was it? It was a baseball expert. I can't remember which guy was saying that if you look at the landscape, and granted, the fact that the AL's down, maybe it changes. But if the Tigers continue to play this way, there's no reason to say, hey, we're keeping him to make a run towards the postseason. They've already made it clear that they don't think they can sign him because of how much he's going to want and how much he's going to get on the open market.
Yeah.
He's going to get traded. And it makes you wonder what a player like that brings back. You need to make sure he gets back healthy, right? Mm-hmm. But what teams would be in on that? Who thinks they have a chance? Like, somebody's going to mortgage their farm system to go get him, and you better hope you can re-sign him in the offseason.
Hey, Ben, are you back there? I know we haven't really brought you into anything. I want to ask you a question real quick. I want to make sure you're alive before I start throwing things at you.
There?
He's back there, I think.
I'm alive. Yeah.
There you are. Okay, cool. So I've been a big Brandon Young fan, and I love your analysis, Ben. I'm always listening to you and how you chop things up. I think you're kind of a wizard at that. I've believed in him since the season started, just because I think people have underestimated him. What do you think his floor and ceiling is? I'd love to hear your analysis on him.
Probably, I don't know that the ceiling's super high, but if he can be a 4 or 5 and hold up, they need guys who can get outs and can get deep into games. The bullpen has struggled, and the bullpen, at one point, we were looking at, and we're talking about guys like Rico Garcia and Anthony Nunez as big surprises. And Rico Garcia's given up a few hits of late, but not all the runs have been his. It's been more inherited runs. They need dudes who can get them 5 to 6 innings. And Brandon Young, at his best, has been able to do that. The Miami start was the most impressive, where he gives up 3 early, and you're like, what is this? And he still battles to get them 6 innings into games. Guys are going to get healthy, but if Brandon Young is able to get you those 6 innings, it's going to be hard to take him out of the rotation. Now, the issue with him has been walks at times, and walking 3 or 4 guys sometimes limits the innings you can give, whether it's 5 or 6. And the option is something else that he has that other guys don't have attached to him. And as unfortunate as it is, when dudes get healthy, if he's not able to give them 6 innings consistently, I do think they'll send him down. But to this point, he has been pretty consistent for them, so it will be a pretty tough decision.
Yeah. Okay. Good. That's kind of what I feel about him too.
Because my thing with Brandon Young, and I want to be wrong on this, is that the more times I saw him, I thought 4A. I thought a guy that you need to spell somebody who comes in. But he's even in games where he started off slow. He's kind of like, you've watched him settle in, and then all of a sudden you're like, yeah, he gave up 3 early, but he went 6 after.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
That's the thing, though. I feel like this team is there's something psychologically that's troublesome to me about this team, right? And there's something about his energy and vibe. And this is there's no analytics to back any of this up. And I love data. So but sometimes you've got to feel your way through things.
Yeah.
And there's something about his presence and his demeanor on the mound and the things that he's been able to navigate. And I heard everything that Ben said, and I heard everything that you've said as well. And I acknowledge it. But I think that he has something intangible that he brings into that locker room that I want to see more of. I like seeing him in the dugout. I like seeing him around in the bullpen. I like it when he pitches. And when you're struggling to find answers, there's something calming about somebody who just kind of exudes confidence. And to be honest, I've never even heard Brandon Young talk. I don't know anything about him.
Yeah.
Everything that I'm saying is just from observation, which I know is a little bit odd, but I want to see more of him. And I think that I said this earlier in the year, and I don't think as many people were as interested in that as I've been, but he's just continued, in my opinion, to keep chugging along and doing what's necessary. So yeah, anyway, I hope he can stay in the rotation. So.
All right. Well, I mean, let's grab a caller here. He's gone. Franchise, if you want to get him, we're going to talk some Ravens next. I want to get back into some of the stuff we were discussing, Lamar's contract, OTAs. And honestly, I want to come back and kind of get an idea of for fans out there that haven't been out, haven't seen it, what goes on at OTAs? How important is it? And you already brought up that how many things Lamar has been to for people to criticize this.
Yeah.
And you and I just went over the Myles Garrett thing as well, where, Chris Canty made a comment saying that he thinks Myles Garrett ends up getting traded before the season, but Myles Garrett every single year doesn't go to voluntary OTAs.
He misses mandatory practices.
He takes, he'd be making $1 million just for going and decides he'd rather be at home doing his own workout.
Yeah.
So, to each their own. But we'll talk about that next right here on The Fan. 410-583-1057.
This is The Fan, baby.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 1057 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
Look, McDonald's has got something for everyone, so make sure you download the McDonald's app today. You can order all kinds of great things. The app certainly has its privileges. You can order your favorites ahead of time, like maybe one of their new drinks, the Dirty Dr. Pepper, Sprite Berry Blast, or the Strawberry Watermelon Refresher. Little Birdie told me they're going to bring some of those in next week so we can try all of them. But they have app-exclusive deals, and you can earn free food. You can get your favorites delivered with McDelivery. It's deliciousness at your fingertips, so stop wasting time and order from the McDonald's app today. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Your hometown store is still your hometown store, just a new name. Plaza Ford is now Bob Bell Ford Bel Air. Grand opening savings and reliable service. Come experience the next chapter at BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100.
Every rider is someone's family, someone's friend, someone who should make it home. But that depends on you. When you drive, you control more than your vehicle. You control their safety. Slow down. Look twice. Check your mirrors and blind spots. Give motorcycles the space they deserve. Respect on the road saves lives. Share the road. Drive like a life depends on it. Because it does. Brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
The Smashing Pumpkins return. The Rats in a Cage Tour. 2 unique sets celebrating melancholy at 30 and nearly 4 decades of unruly hits and dark treasures. Saturday, October 3rd, CFG Bank Arena. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com. The Smashing Pumpkins, the Rats in a Cage Tour, live.
With Popeye's new $5 faves menu, you can get this 3-piece chicken, this 3-piece tenders, this chicken sandwich, or these 2 regular sides for just $5 a piece. I know you can't see what I see, but trust me, those bold Louisiana flavors look so good, you might just have to get them all. Now there's an idea.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Limited time at participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Terms apply.
Have you ever experienced the Kohl's Memorial Day sale effect? You get $10 off 25 spent and Kohl's Cash. Then something shifts. You go in for one thing, you leave with 6, high-fiving a person that's actually a mannequin and feeling pretty good about it. Someone needs to study this. See for yourself at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Coupons and Kohl's Cash do not apply to Sephora. Offer ends May 25th. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
During Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale, you could replace all your home's windows and get half of them free. Plus, you could get them with no money down and no payments or interest for 2 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Introducing new Maryland Treasure scratch-offs from the Maryland Lottery, featuring original art by local artists showcasing the state's natural beauty. With a top prize of $10,000, these Maryland treasures are worth collecting. Please play responsibly.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
It was a tough road trip for the Orioles as they went 1-5 against the Nationals and Rays and were outscored by 22 runs in the 6 matchups. Friday night's series opener against the Tigers will kick off a 10-game homestand for the Birds. Chris Bassett will take the mound for the O's, while Jack Flaherty gets the nod for Detroit. You can hear all your pregame coverage on The Fan with BBT, sponsored by Jerry's Home Services, live from Pickles with Bob Haynie and Ryan Ripken starting at 6. First pitch from Camden Yards is set for 7:15. In the NBA, the Knicks took down the Cavaliers 109-93 to take a 2-0 lead in the Eastern Conference Finals. Josh Hart led the way scoring for New York with 26 points, while Jalen Brunson dished out 14 assists. The playoffs continue tonight with Game 3 of the Western Conference Finals between the Thunder and Spurs in San Antonio. Tip-off is scheduled for 8:30. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 60s with cloudy skies. Tomorrow has expected showers and a high of 56. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. If you love playing Miss Pac-Man, you'll really love playing the new Miss Pac-Man scratch-off from the Maryland Lottery. Please play responsibly. Miss Pac-Man is registered and copyrighted by BNEI. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. Big Bad Morning Show. Jeremy Kahn, Femi Ayanbadejo here. We've got 2 sides. Femi, we've talked about it this morning. This show goes by so fast.
It goes by quick, yeah.
Sometimes you don't even realize that we're having fun and talking. You look down, it's like, oh, it's almost the end. All right, so we were going to talk some Ravens here, and one of the things I wanted to bring up was OTAs. People get their panties in a bunch with players not showing up, and I know I've said this all along. I don't think it's imperative that they're there for a voluntary minicamp. I take any guys that show up as an added bonus. Like, this is, you talked about Myles Garrett's missing mandatory minicamp, and some guys do that too. They don't mind taking the fines or just not taking their bonuses that they would get.
Yeah, I think it's important for everybody to show up at some point and be involved to some degree. And obviously, the younger you are, there's a positive correlation between attendance and youth. You know what I mean? Like that's another thing that's required. And the lower the round that you're drafted in as well, like if you want to make the team, like you got to be visible. You got to be present. You know what I mean? Let's be honest. First, second, third, and fourth round draft picks, for the most part, they're going to get time to perform and show themselves, and they're going to be there for sure. And obviously, when you're a higher round draft pick, you're gonna be there. But I think that the younger guys really have a huge opportunity to process the system and understand the culture, and also soak up information from the veterans that are there. I don't think that guys that have been starters for 3, 4, or 5 years that are established veterans, they should be there a little bit, but not at the expense of their kid's graduation or a communion or who knows all the different events and life events that happen, the birth of their child. Like it's not that serious, but I just feel like fans are more emotionally invested than they've ever been. And because the media makes things an issue, now they make things an issue as well. When fans didn't know, they didn't care. Because I guarantee you, very, very few people are looking at a game in November or December and saying, oh, dang, he missed that one OTA. That's why they lost the game. No, they lost the game because they didn't play well enough in that moment. And whatever happened, happened. If you think of the sheer volume of work and time that is spent on football as a football player, missing a couple hours on a random day in May is not going to outweigh the thousands of hours that you've put in throughout the course of the year. And I just think context matters. I think looking at the amount of volume of work that you put in, and people want to get mad and call you out and question your commitment. They make it very binary because you missed a couple hours in May. It's silly. And I do blame the media a little bit because I don't think fans have the full context of how much time players put in to preparation, of course, the whole season. So OTAs in general, though, there's classroom time. There is on the field work. It's limited to 2 hours. It's basically like a half day. That's really what it is. And yes, you get your install in, you get to do some 7-on-7, you get to do an 11-on-11. There's great camaraderie. There's great communication. There's great simulation being done, but it's not the end all be all. And the biggest difference between when I played and what's happening now is that we have this thing called Zoom. We have this thing called Google Meet. We have Teams. We have all these different things that we can do to process the schematics and operation of play calls. Now, look, being in person is always going to be better. I acknowledge that. But I do think that players are humans too. They take out the trash. They have kids. They have lives. And there's a reason why this stuff is called voluntary. Am I going to question someone's commitment because they miss an OTA here or they miss a practice there? No, I mean, it is voluntary for a reason. And the sheer amount of time in comparison, when you look at OTAs versus the season and all the mandatory stuff, it's just not a ton of time. So yeah, anyway, I'll pause there. Do you have anything specific you want to know about it beyond that?
No, I mean, because I'm just like, people hear OTAs and they're like, oh, he's missing practice, he's missing this, he's missing that. And I do think, look, there are aspects of that to it, but there's a lot of things, like even hearing about Myles Garrett wanting to work out from home and do his own thing because he's more comfortable and he's been doing that. There are a lot of guys that I think do that. It's just they're not, a handful of them aren't quarterbacks and they don't get blamed for it.
Yeah, I think what the biggest issue I take, and you know me, dude, like I'm going to make sure that the facts and the truth resonate over all opinions, right?
Yeah.
And, you know, I've heard people talk about Lamar saying that Lamar doesn't work out in the offseason. Lamar doesn't do this. That's a complete lie. This dude has YouTube video of him working out in California, Arizona, Miami with different guys from different teams. How many times has he reconfigured his body composition? He's gained weight. He's lost weight. He's tested this. He's done that. There is more video of Lamar doing stuff with his teammates and other guys around the league. If you want to find it, it's out there, right? So, yes.
If you search long enough, you can probably find something to support whatever you're looking for one way or the other.
I think the bottom line is that work isn't just done at the castle, right? Like every player doesn't just work at their home facility. They work at home. This is the thing that I try to get people to understand. When guys are at home, they have their massage therapist, they have their acupuncturist, they have their chiropractor, they have their personal trainer. This is why guys that are established like to be at home, because not only do they get to be with their kids and their significant others, but they have some of the best staff that give them that personalized treatment that they don't necessarily get here. And don't get me wrong, they're getting world-class treatment here, but it's not the same as kind of being on your own with a team. It's you and 5 people that are just there for you. You have your chef, you have your cook, you have all these different things that are going on. When you need to be here to work, I think you should be here. There's no doubt about that. But I have a little bit of a better understanding on the mechanics and the inside view of what OTAs is, but also the injection of technology and the ability to communicate and learn certain things from distance. Like, it doesn't all have to be here all the time. Like, guys do need a psychological rest. They do need to get away a little bit. And like I said, there's a positive correlation between youth and attendance. And guys earn the right to take breaks. Guys earn the right to not have to be at OTAs 24/7. Like I said, I think if you were to take a poll across the league, guys that are in Lamar's position, there are going to be guys across the league. Justin Herbert, for example, he wasn't at the OTAs the other day. Who cares? Lamar's been here since
but he's
April
won
6th.
In the playoffs, so it doesn't matter.
Well, I mean,
wait a minute.
Well, you know, yeah, exactly. Wait a minute on that. But I just think that Lamar, this is the beauty of Lamar, in my opinion. He does not care what you think. Like, he doesn't do stuff for ceremony. He does stuff because it has value and it means something. Every time there's been a new coordinator, Lamar has been here, right? But it is a known thing that he does enjoy kind of working out with his team by himself. But there's a ton of other guys that like to do the same thing, but they're not criticized as much. So anyway, when it's all said and done, I think this team will be ready for week 1. This offense will be fully installed and they'll be fully ramped up. So I don't think it's that big of a deal.
I said it to you, like, there are players that I wanted to win more than Lamar. Like, you know, everybody knows I'm a Peyton Manning fan. Like, I rooted for different players and teams. I want to see this guy win so bad because I think the criticism is just so ridiculous sometimes. Like, and we know this in the sports world, and to use a sports pun, the goalpost gets moved in arguments all the time about but he didn't do this. He can't win the big. I told you earlier, we were talking off the air, like, Peyton Manning can't win the big one. He wins the Super Bowl. Well, he beat the Bears and Rex Grossman.
Yeah,
that doesn't count.
Yeah.
You know, and then it's right back to where we were. Okay, so you're not going to give him. And then the best team he's ever had loses in the Super Bowl to Seattle 43-8. And then you go back to next year, it's the worst he's ever played. And then he goes on and wins the Super Bowl with his worst season ever. And I'm not saying he won it, but the team won it. So he'll get dinged on that. I just think they're, like with Lamar, it's like, oh, he said he wanted to bring a championship here and he hasn't done that. Look at his record in the postseason. But couldn't you look, I did this all the time when it came to Peyton. Couldn't you look individually at each game and go, well, that's not his fault? I mean, Zay fumbled through the end zone. How are you blaming Lamar? They didn't run the football. Why'd they get away from? I'm not saying none of the games have been his fault, like that he doesn't harbor some of the blame. My point is, he doesn't get all of it. I understand the quarterback's the most important position, but people lay it on this guy like he's not out there playing his ass off, or question him whether or not he's out on the field. Like, does he want to be there? Is he really hurt? It's like, come on,
Yeah,
guys.
I think that's the thing that bothers me the most is we have these guys that are literally crawling into the head of a professional athlete and talking about their toughness and their commitment, and they have no idea what they're talking about. And they don't even acknowledge the fact that this dude has played hurt many, many times. You know what I mean? And then Pat Mahomes was on one leg. It's like, yeah, you know what? Like, look, every NFL player plays banged up and hurt, right? Now, there's a difference between being, and this is a cliche thing, but this is true. There's a difference between being hurt and being injured, right? Like, if you're legitimately injured, like, that's a decision you and the doctors make, and you shouldn't be out there. Now, if you're banged up and you're hurt, like, I guarantee you there's been plenty of times, Lamar did that pretty much most of the season last year, other than when his hamstring was pulled and he couldn't run or throw, he wasn't out there, and he shouldn't be. And so I think that the outcomes have not been what we have wanted, and I've acknowledged that the Ravens, in my opinion, probably should have made 2 Super Bowl appearances in the Lamar era. The 2019 team and the 2023 team were definitely Super Bowl worthy teams. There's probably some others that were Super Bowl worthy as well, but football is the consummate team sport. It needs all the things to come together. Not just the offense, not just special teams. All 3 phases of football need to come together to win. I for the life of me, and I've said this before, putting wins and losses by quarterbacks' names make no sense to me whatsoever when they're not on the field half the time. You can't control that part of the game. And, like, when we talk about it, I don't like wins and losses for starting pitchers, but I get it. I get why they do it. But for this, when you start labeling that, it's like, well, wait a minute. He scored 45 points and the other team scored 50. How is that his fault? Like, I'm not saying that's an extreme, but like, those things happen. No, I just think that it's human nature to oversimplify things and make them real binary. Like, nuance takes brain power, right? Like, nuance and having the ability to acknowledge talking points that are valid on both sides of the discussion while still being firm about the final outcome, right? Like, it's never going to be like when you have a debate with somebody, you usually don't win 10-0 on all 10 points, right? You usually win like 7-3 or 6-4. And sometimes it's a push and a moot point. And you say, you know what? We had this discussion. I learned something from you. But at the end of the day, I think we both made valid points, and question. Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? But we don't live in that world. Unfortunately, people actually hunker down when they are incorrect. They look at alternative facts to validate a position. Like, hey, I like the idea that I walk into a discussion with my position and I'm pretty entrenched in it and I believe it. And then when someone can move me off of that, I'm like, wow. Yeah. You did a great job. You've actually changed my mind. I actually think that's a strength.
Yes.
The ability, we talked about metacognition last time I was here, right? We talked about the ability to think about the way that you think.
So, I mean, not to totally get off topic on some tangent, but this is something I've been doing in therapy for a long period of time. So, like, looking at things, taking an honest look at yourself, and you can't lie to yourself. I mean, you can sit here and try to BS it and say this is this or this is what. And I'll give you a perfect example. Like, the one thing that I've really gotten a better grip on, it's still not perfect. Let's say my wife and I get into a fight. I've been able to compartmentalize things and then sit aside and go, how do I want my night to end? Do I want us going to bed angry? Do I want to apologize for something I didn't think I was wrong with? And going through all those things. And then my wife and I have these really difficult conversations where we sit down and discuss those things and how you're feeling, whether it's going to hurt someone's feelings or not. You're not in control of that. You're just in control of yourself. So I feel like there are times where you have to look at things and be honest with yourself, as you're saying, whether it's you or something else going on. There's so many people that, like, I'll give you an example. So many people, I want Lamar to fail. He can't win at this level. And then all of a sudden you watch him and you're like, wow, he just threw how many touchdown passes and how many picks? Oh, he won 2 MVPs. Yeah, but you know what? He still can't win in the postseason. Like, they would rather be right than be wrong and have their team be successful or something else. It's just,
but what is that actually a sign of, right? Like, to me, there are these people that I get into these debates on Twitter with, and what's actually broken is not Lamar or Lamar's ability or Lamar's psyche or his commitment. It's them.
Yeah.
They're frustrated with an outcome. There's something that they want and they're not getting it, and then they basically use Lamar as kind of like their punching bag to some degree, you know.
Yeah.
So
and they're very loud when things aren't going the right way or things are making it look like they're right. All right, we've got to wrap this up. We got to get to what we learned. Of course, the encore, all that and more, and then we'll send you off to Vinny and Haynie. Got some jokes for you as well. That's coming up next.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
It's Featured Artist Friday, jamming in the cars. We're going to talk about the Orioles, preview their series with the Tigers. Big homestand coming up for the Birds of Baltimore. Jonas Schaefer, Baltimore Banner, talk about the Ravens OTAs this week in the books. Look ahead a little bit to next week as well, and talk about everything else happening in this busy Memorial Day sports weekend.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Reigning most valuable player, Matthew Stafford, the quarterback, signed an extension with L.A. on Thursday. 2 more years, that takes him to age 40. And if he's still slinging it like last season, rookie Ty Simpson, first rounder out of Alabama, he just sits, watches, and learns, and he needs to. But my gut says Stafford's still cooking when this deal ends. Then what do you do, L.A.? I'm John Lund.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight that may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
If you got a problem, I don't care what it is. You need a hand, I can assure you this. I can help. I got 2 strong arms, I can help.
With a Constellation Home Service Plan, our certified techs fix your home equipment with no charge for labor and covered parts.
I got 2 strong arms, I can help.
Learn about our service plans at ConstellationHome.com.
It would sure do me good to do you good. Let me help.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones, and all on the T-Mobile network.
How about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
This is the sound of resilience. Relief. The sound of moving past cancer. Doctors at the University of Maryland Greenbaum Comprehensive Cancer Center are pioneering a breakthrough immunotherapy that's proving to stop cancer in its tracks. And with screenings and advanced treatments across the state, it's why more Marylanders trust the University of Maryland medical system to help put cancer behind them. That's a better state of care.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Mic check 1, 2.
Thank you. Far too. Can I get an encore?
Guy's done a fourth job,
Dave, do you remember when you called him Adley Russ Muffin?
Don't remember that.
Okay, all right, just started.
Don't remember that far back.
Dave, it's is it like a black fly in your Chardonnay?
It's all right.
Rain on your wedding day, anything like that?
Yeah, but, like I say,
I guess not.
Yeah, but if the same Orioles were playing, with other places.
Dave, I appreciate the call, man. You can get through. And Femi's like, what's going on?
I'm like, what is
Femi,
going on here, dude? I'm like, what is happening?
Whatever you think is sane, Dave might call in with the exact opposite thought. You're like, hey, you can't do that. That's totally insane. And then Dave will call in and have the opposite side of that. Yeah, there you go. That's our encore. I do got to say this, though. If we created a Mount Rushmore of callers, Dave's on that. Dave is definitely, at least for me, because he's been calling into these shows saying so many different weird things, and I love it. He just stays true to form. He calls in, he's got someone to blame, he's got something to say, and he spits it out. So, Dave, sorry we talked all over you, but definitely call back in another time. We'll get you in.
Dave, call in tomorrow, Dave. Bruce and Femi show tomorrow.
All right, we got to get to what we learned.
What we learned on the Big Bad Morning Show.
All right, Femi, what did you learn today?
No, look, I knew the Knicks had won 9 in a row, but I didn't realize that the point differential was 212.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't realize that. I think that's the highest in playoff history at this point, over the same time period for other teams that have kind of been on this kind of run. So I'm expecting the Knicks to kind of close this out, sweep Cleveland, and make it to the finals and play against OKC, where I see them losing.
Okay, I like that. I mean, I think I like OKC in this, and I like the Knicks. I guess we'll just see how this thing eventually plays out. Now, all right, let me get to this. I do want to say, as somebody called in earlier, it's Rob Long's birthday. So,
oh yeah, happy birthday, Rob!
Happy birthday to my brother Tyler. I wasn't going to say happy birthday to Rob, so I appreciate it. No, I already sent Rob a message, and my younger brother Tyler. Happy birthday to him. 2 May 22nd birthdays. All right. Got to get to these jokes, and there's and I wanted to mention Rashawn. He said he forgot to say it when he was on with us. Rashawn has called the Big Bad Morning Show from 5 of the 7 continents. He's in Bali. I don't know. We didn't mention that, but he's in Bali calling in. And I told him, I said, well, let me know when you get to Antarctica. So we'll have some fun with him then. All right. The jokes. Let's get to this. One of the 7 dwarves broke in last night and stole all my antidepressants. I hope he's happy. Dwarf. Yeah. What do you call a bird with a bad cough? That's a flamingo. I watched a documentary about beavers last night. Best damn show I've ever seen. There's another one. I watched a documentary on weed last night. It's the only way I'll watch documentaries now. What do cows like to read? catalogs. Yuck. I love this one. My kids put together a PowerPoint presentation explaining why we should go to the water park. It's got several slides. Aha. Mm-hmm. None of these are working for Femi, by the way. That makes me happier. Oh, man, I'm bombing.
No, you're good.
I'm having a garage sale this weekend. Please don't come if I've ever borrowed anything from you. Someone ripped the 5th month out of my new calendar. I'm dismayed. I'm looking forward to watching the World Origami Championship. Are you going to watch this weekend? It's on pay-per-view. Man, this is... I went my whole life absolutely certain I'd never get a phone call from a vegetable. Then one day, onion rings.
That's a good one. Hey, I'm just not. I'm not one of these like humor guys like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, sorry, dude.
Oh, it's hard, man. Some people say the grass doesn't get wet in the morning, but it do. D-E-W.
It's a good one. Clever.
It's a good one for Baltimore.
Yeah, and I'll give you this last one. I wasn't sure how my wife would react when I replaced our bed with a trampoline. Turns out she hit the roof. Bang! All right, Vinny and Haynie coming up next. Stay tuned for that. Hope you guys have a wonderful holiday weekend.
If you're thinking about it,
every day.
We're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Exmark knows the job of a professional landscaper isn't easy. That's why they've crafted a line of mowers built to deliver legendary reliability, signature cut quality, and stubborn durability to overcome any obstacle. Because, like you, Exmark mowers were built for this. Learn more about Exmark, the leader in zero-turn mowers, by heading over to Liberty Discount Lawn Equipment on Hanover Pike in Upper Cove. Family owned and operated, they have attractive offers available now on Exmark products, or visit them online at libertydiscount.com.
Here's your spring upgrade. Sun's out. Drink in one hand and a free Samsung Galaxy phone in the other. All on unlimited 5G. Switch to Total Wireless and stay connected through every road trip, beach day, and everything in between. Now that's a total power move. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited or Max 5G plan, single or multi-month plan. Additional port-in ID verification or device financing requirements vary by device. Purchase limits apply.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, and even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, this can lead to serious health risks like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes and are covered by most insurances. Call 410-921-0667 to schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 410-921-0667 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 410-921-0667 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. Treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 410-921-0667.
Get everything you need for the entire job delivered. From lumber to drywall, flooring, and fixtures, get it all delivered from the Home Depot. With same day, next day, or any day delivery, staying on track and on time is crucial to your job. That's why it's our job to get you what you need when you need it. We deliver the supplies. You deliver the results. Brought to you by the Home Depot.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Celebrate Memorial Day savings at Dark Horse Toyota of Baltimore. Shop amazing deals all weekend long. The sales department will be open this Monday, Memorial Day, from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Don't wait. Visit Dark Horse Toyota of Baltimore this Memorial Day weekend and save big.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Baltimore Baseball tonight before every weeknight home baseball game at Pickles Pub as we broadcast live. Enjoy their 32-ounce Orange Crush. And on select nights, pick up a free 105.7 The Fan and Science & Kirk bucket hat, courtesy of Science & Kirk Lawyers. YouHaveALawyer.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
Following a needed off day, the Orioles are set to start a 3-game series with the Tigers Friday night. Not much has gone right for the O's of late, but Gunnar Henderson is starting to swing the bat well. He's 10 for 26 with a home run and 3 runs driven in over his last 6 games. Craig Alvarez spoke on another solid day for Henderson at the plate after Wednesday's loss.
Yeah, and great job against Mass. Left on left, and just not trying to do too much, just trying to stay through the middle, and when Gunner's going right, those are results that come, and it's kind of what we saw in Washington in the 3rd game. But yeah, Gunner swing the bat well.
Chris Bassett is set to start for the Birds in the series opener against Detroit tonight, while former Oriole Jack Flaherty gets the nod for the Tigers. Flaherty is 0-5 with a 5.77 ERA and has given up 13 earned runs in 18 1/3 innings pitched in the month of May. First pitch from Camden Yards is set for 7:15. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 60s with cloudy skies. Tomorrow has expected showers and a high of 56. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrano, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Yeah, he's one of those guys that just he sits back there and just soaks everything in. He's not a real loud vocal guy yet. I think that'll come with time and experience. But he's one of those guys that sit back there and just observes everything, and he kind of like soaks it all up like a sponge almost. He's really intelligent for sure. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm here to win some games. Like no matter where they put him at, my job is to go out there and compete. So wherever they want to put me at, then that's where I'll be. As far as the trenches go, I feel like that's like the main priority is just like imposing your will on the person in front of you, and that's since day one. That's what he's been drilling. Speed off the ball, and I bring this up all the time. But speed off the ball. It just creates so much more hesitation from the defense in a sense.
That's John Simpson reunited with the Ravens after a couple-year stint in New York with the Jets, talking about Dwayne Ledford and his philosophies, the new offensive line coach, and speed off the ball, being aggressive, and all of those great things. And as you heard the veterans say, he's buying into that in a big, big way, and that's a philosophy. Remember, when he was here, Joe D'Alessandris was still the offensive line coach. Yep. And then Joe D sadly passed away. Then he went to the Jets and came back to Baltimore, where it looks like, for now, he's the left guard. But when he's talking about the philosophy, speed off the ball, being aggressive, and all of that good stuff, how does that maybe compensate for things that you might be losing physically? How do you take advantage in schemes and such?
Oh, it's more like West Coast offense, Bob. More like what, the run game of Kyle Shanahan, all those guys from that tree. And all they're doing is, they're not base blocking. They're space blocking, really, is what they're doing. Because, all right, let's say you're the guard, Bob, and there's a 3 technique, which a 3 technique is he's on your outside shoulder. All right. And the play is to your side. Your job is to reach. You got to get on his outside. is what you got to do. And it's boom, right away. Boom, get to his outside. And everybody's doing the same thing. Everybody's coming off, getting to the outside. And then the back just is running the daylight, basically. And, like a power run game, you're double teaming, kicking out, you're running off tackle, that type of thing. So they're wanting to come off quick and make the defense have to kind of, what are they doing? Have to react. Because as a defensive man, if you're a 3 technique and guys trying to reach you, what are you taught? You can't get hooked. So everybody is kind of working to the outside, basically. And that's why you see a lot of cutbacks, with the running backs.
So Simpson will come in, and he's buying in right now, before they even have pads on. It's what Dwayne Ludford is preaching here. And he also mentioned in the opening there, it's Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan, featured artist Friday, Bob Haynie, B. Serrato, Nolan McGraw, other side of the glass, about I'm willing to play anywhere. He's not, I need to play left guard or I'm taking my ball and going home. He's in the winning business at this stage of his career. And he was here. He got close to winning. He was the left guard the year they went to the AFC Championship game and lost to Kansas City. Then he went to the Jets, which has, kind of been a debacle for over 50 years. He's just trying to win. And if Venga, who he mentioned earlier, we'll get into that, is best suited for left guard to help the team succeed, he's willing to do whatever they're asking him to do, which is what you like to hear for sure, because it's not like he's John Hanna or Marshall Yonda where he can pull rank. But the Ravens did pay him a nice chunk of change to come back.
Well, what I'd like them to do, Bob, and it looks like Venga's the right guard. That was the whole day that I was there. Maybe it'll be different next Wednesday. I don't know. But get it figured out. Just the guards. That's the one that, but don't be like the Orioles where, a week Venga's playing right guard, then the next week he's playing left guard, then the next week he's playing right guard. Let him get good and comfortable at the one spot. And just, he's got a chance to be a Pro Bowl guard probably, So let him, if you're switching him back to right, he's been left guard for 3 years. Then let him play right. Let him just get comfortable there, like Jackson Holiday playing second base.
But to take it back to even more Ravens related, Jonathan Ogden's first year, he played guard because they had Tony Jones at left tackle. So Jonathan Ogden went from a guard, did what he was expected to do, and went to left tackle and became one of the 5 greatest left tackles in the history of the National Football League. So if Benga Ioane is destined to be a left guard, it's going to happen. But for 2026, if he needs to be the right guard to make them a better team, then so be it. But Simpson's point was, I'll play wherever you need me to play.
Yeah, I wish Simpson could play center, if that was the case. But, and the other thing that I want to see next Wednesday, is Emory Jones Jr. playing any guard? Because I saw, he was playing right tackle. So who's the backup? Where are the backups? And one thing I did learn too, Bob, is Vincent, was the old line coach who just went to Cleveland. Warhop. That was Warhop's project. That was Warhop's guy who he wanted. So how does he fit in with the new coach? So all those kind of things are going to play out here over the next few weeks.
And we heard to open the show, John Simpson talking about Benga Ioane and how he's like a sponge and he's just willing to work and everything. He checks every good check, learner check, willing to learn check, works hard check. You know what I mean? He checks every box. It's almost like he's too good to be true until we see the games.
Yeah.
I mean, there might have been better offensive linemen in the draft, the kid from Utah, for instance, Fano, because there might have been more positional versatility. Yeah. But for what Venga's coming in to do, it's almost like he can't miss.
Yeah. No, I mean, when you look at him, it's the same thing Eric said at the press conference. I mean, if you drew up a picture of a guard, that's Venga.
Hey, he said was casting call or central casting. Whatever.
So I mean, because he's a wide body, he's thick, he's athletic, he can bend his knees, he's not on the ground. And he looks. I was impressed with him, his athleticism, just watching him do drills and stuff. And I said the other day, I love his stance because he's got a nice flat back in his stance, and he can come off quick and everything. So that's what impresses me. Because a lot of guys, you see their stances, they're all, messed up. Guys all over the place. But him, nice flat back. You can tell he's been in a three-point stance before in his life.
So the Ravens back at OTAs Wednesday, then the following Tuesday, I believe it is. And then it's mandatory minicamp. And then they're off for a while before training camp 2026 takes place. So if you want to get in your concerns with the Ravens offensive line, which are valid, they don't have a starting center yet.
Nope.
Is he on the roster? Is he playing somewhere else? We'll get into all of that and more at 410-583-1057. Vinny gives impressions of the other guys he saw a couple of days ago out there at one winning drive. Orioles back on the diamond tonight, I guess, because the weather's not looking good for this weekend. Not tonight. Not just tonight into tomorrow afternoon. The whole weekend sucks.
Yeah.
Weather-wise. And the Tigers are here for 3. And this would be the right time for the Tigers to get the Orioles. Or if I'm A.J. Hinch, I'm like, yeah, it's the right time to get the Orioles. Because they're going off a 1-5 road trip. Detroit just got swept 4 games by Cleveland at home. They've lost 13 of 15. They're buried in the back end of the AL Central. They have a ton of injuries. Verlander, Skubal, among others. Bunch of position players. Baez, Kerry Carpenter. They're all out of the lineup. And they're feeling it. I mean, they were the overwhelming favorites to win the AL Central. Remember, they were 14 games up at the All-Star break last year. It went up losing. They made the playoffs, but lost the division to Cleveland. So Detroit, is having a very, very rough stretch. They stink on the road. Jack Flaherty scheduled to pitch tonight, former Oriole. He's 0-5 with a 577. So 2 teams with high expectations are 2 of the weakest teams in the American League. And if you look at the entirety of Major League Baseball, arguably, along the Mets, among others, 2 of the most disappointing teams in Major League Baseball. Chris Bassett on the hill for the Orioles. So if you still want to vent, I got everything off my chest yesterday. Nolan, you still venting? Are you cool?
Now we're done. We're done for now.
Well, wait till Tuesday.
They didn't lose yesterday.
That's right. They were in a no wins or lose situation yesterday as they were scheduled day off. But Detroit's coming to town. Then it's Tampa and Toronto. And Toronto beat the Yankees. They split a 4-game series against them. New York's taking on Tampa tonight, starting a big series between the top 2 teams in the American League. And we'll talk about that as the show progresses. But it's Memorial Day weekend. The Orioles suck. The Tigers suck. Everything's all good with the Ravens right now as we get into week 2 of OTAs. If Lamar's not there, do we make this a big deal on Wednesday? We'll talk about that and all that fun stuff. NBA playoffs. The Knicks have won 9 in a row. Cleveland. All right, thanks for showing up yesterday. And a stunner in the Stanley Cup playoffs. So 2 games into the Stanley Cup Conference Finals and 2 upsets. And we'll get into that and more during the whip around. But you want to join us, you can. 410-583-1057 is the number. It's Featured Artist Friday. It's a band that's in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame whose main songwriter and main lead singer grew up in Baltimore.
Got a hot take? The Plaza Ford text line. 410-583-1057.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. Memorial Day is close. Yeah, today's Friday. Monday's Memorial Day. So, yeah, it's getting really close, which means summer is almost here. And I can't wait. We saw a little bit of it the other day. And then now today and the next couple of days, no, baseball season, cookouts, time outside with family and friends. This is the season that we wait for. So if you're thinking about upgrading your outdoor setup or replacing that old air conditioner before the heat hits, that's right, before the heat hits. It already hit, so you realize you need an air conditioner. So get it now over there at Town Appliance because next week it's going to get hot again. So check out Town Appliance's Memorial Day event happening now. From premium grills, pizza ovens, to outdoor refrigeration, air conditioners, and luxury kitchen appliances. They've got everything to get your home ready for summer. Yes, they do. Just go to their facility. Beautiful building. And they have everything. For every price range. Whatever you're looking for appliance-wise, they got it. If they don't have it, they'll get it for you. Now, their showroom right off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. And I can tell you firsthand, Mayor and Mayor, They made the process easy for me with my GE fridge and genuinely care about helping customers find out what works best for them. Now with flexible financing, nationwide delivery, and their price match guarantee, now's a great time to upgrade your home for summer before the next cookout or 90-degree day hits. So we've got a few days for that. Looking like probably next Tuesday or Wednesday. So while we got the big sale going on, you can get ready for it. So stop by the showroom, call, text, or visit townappliance.com. Memorial Day is close, which means summer's almost here, and Town Appliance Memorial Day shopping event is happening now. Upgrade your kitchen or outdoor setup with Memorial Day savings and flexible financing. Visit the showroom off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. Call, text, or shop townappliance.com before it's over.
You just testified under oath you're getting more fiber in your diet, and it was easy. Where is this additional fiber coming from?
Mira Fiber Gummies.
Objection!
It's true. Mira Fiber has 8 grams of fiber to help me get the fiber I need in a day, plus 4 B vitamins for metabolism support, all in one serving.
Overruled.
My gut rests its case.
Oh, that's my line.
Find Mira Fiber today at your local retailer from the makers of Miralax. Mira Fiber supports metabolism of carbs, fats, and proteins. Serving size is 4 gummies.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams Memorial Day sale and get 30% off paints and stains May 15th through the 28th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hi, Weekend Warriors. I'm Dr. Micah Girardi with VSA, Vascular Surgery Associates. Are your knees bothering you? Have you been diagnosed with knee arthritis and tried various painkillers, injections, and physical therapy, but not ready to have surgery yet? We here at VSA have a solution with a minimally invasive outpatient procedure that helps the actual blood flow in your knee joint, decreasing your painful inflammation and stiffness. If this sounds like you, visit us at coolknees.com. That is coolknees.com.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add 1 line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Hey man, that was our exit. We're gonna miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just gotta stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in DC, Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
His role, I guess, as a young player at Michigan, our offense was a tight end heavy offense there. And so there was a lot of inline blocking, a lot of pull blocking, those types of things. To me, like the coolest thing was to go see him in a spread offense, flex out, make a bunch of plays catching the ball. He always had like really good straight line speed.
Featured Artist Friday, it's the Cars. Rock and Roll Hall of Famers, Rick Ocasek, grew up in Baltimore, born in Baltimore, as a matter of fact. keyboard player Greg Hawk grew up in Howard County, so there's a lot of local connections here. This is actually one of their lamer songs, but they got plenty of tunes to choose from. Send your request to the Plot Sport text line at 410-583-1057. As a matter of fact, that was Jesse Minter talking about Matthew Hibner. Started at Michigan, transferred to SMU. Ravens took him in the 4th round, one of the 2 4th-round draft picks that they had, and he put up numbers for the Mustangs there. I'm sure Damon Evans was loving every minute of it. The new AD there, if you get that connection. But Hibner, Vinny, what do you think here?
Yeah, Hibner, Bob, he's going to be like, if you watch Chicago, Hibner is kind of in Loveland's spot, the tight end, the rookie that they took, where Loveland is not who he was with at Michigan too, Hibner. So body type, Hibner is more like a big wide receiver. So is Loveland. And they're not going to ask him to block because that's not his cup of tea. So he's going to be the move guy, I'm guessing, and he's going to be the guy that's running the deep crossers and those kind of things for the tight end. And, maybe some of the quick screens and stuff too, he's going to get. But he is a narrow hip guy, and he is, I'm guessing that if you saw him without shirt and stuff on, it's tight end.
Who does he resemble physically with pads on as a tight end?
I would say like the Loveland, the taller, he's 6'4", so Kelsey's thicker, because this kid's got narrow hips and stuff too, and he's not a big bone guy. So who's a wide receiver that's kind of, like Likely's a lot thicker. Right. There's nobody on the roster that kind of looks like him. He almost looks like kind of a basketball player that's got a little meat on his bones.
Okay.
Is what he looks like.
A stretch 4.
Yeah.
Or a big shooting guard or somebody like that. But you mentioned Loveland, who was a first-round pick.
Yeah.
But he was quiet for most of the first half of last year for the Bears. Then he was their main dude as they made the playoff run.
Yes.
In 25. We're not expecting that from Hibner, but as Andrews is still the focal point tight end-wise of the offense. And I know you like Josh Cuevas, too.
I like Cuevas. Cuevas lines up like Andrews. He's going to be the guy that eventually or whenever it is, he's going to replace Andrews because he's got that type of body. He looks like a tight end, and he's got some speed and a little quickness to him too. I don't. He kind of looks like Andrews looks right now.
Okay,
movement wise.
But does he remind you of a young Mark Andrews, who was a 3rd-round pick?
Yeah, I guess you could. Yeah, you could probably say that. I think a young Mark had a little more burst out of the cuts. He could create a little separation. Now, Loveland, we heard Jesse talk about Hibner. Hibner has straight line speed. And what does he mean by that? He ran 4.52 in a 40. Now, can he plant and do that? No, not yet. He's got to be able to, become a much better route or get his pads out and be able to get out of that cut and be able to get his speed. He's got build-up speed, which he's not going to, his 20 to 40 is probably better than his 0 to 20.
Gotcha.
Kind of thing. So using him down the middle and where he can get going and get his long legs going, that's his more thing. Then Bob, the little short routes where he's got to make quick breaks and stuff. Hopefully he can develop into that, but right now he's got deep speed. Kind of like when we were talking about Tez Walker like when he first came out. Same type of thing. He's got deep speed. He's got straight line speed. Now, Tez has become a much better route runner, so he can get in and out of cuts, which is, going to make him a lot better player. And that's what Hibner has got to become, too.
And the Ravens' tight end production in 23 was good. 24, really good. Last year, unacceptable.
Yes.
And now you're minus Kolar and, of course, Isaiah Likely. So it's Andrews. We keep saying declining player. How about aging player? A little older. Still young in biological years, but not exactly. Average, 7 yards a catch last year or something like that. Where's the production coming from? And as you mentioned, Declan Doyle, we're going to hear Derrick Henry talking about him later in the show. Declan Doyle, based on the Ben Johnson offense, they like to utilize tight ends.
Oh, yeah. He's Frank Kmet.
Yeah, Cole Kmet. And Frank might be even a better option, too.
Yeah.
But how do they take advantage of these young guys? Are there assets here?
I think we will see what assets they are, Bob. It's been one day, and they're still learning the offense, so they're still thinking, and, they're not playing totally fast yet. So I think it's a work in progress. But you kind of see, if you just watch Chicago, think of Hibner as Loveland, and think of Andrews and Cuevas as Kmet.
Well, Andrews is a better Cole Kmet.
Yes.
And has been throughout his career.
And Andrews still, watching him, he's not going to be, man coverage is not going to be his friend. He's got to be open in zones, finding holes in zones, that kind of thing. Or the ball, if he's running across or Bob, the ball's got to be perfect away from him, because he's not going to be able, he's not separating.
It's Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan, featured artist Friday. It's the Cars. Nolan McGraw's on the other side of the glass. We'll come back, take your phone calls. You guys want to talk about the Orioles? We got you covered. Birds taking on the Tigers tonight. Two of the most disappointing teams in Major League Baseball. Two of the most banged up teams in Major League Baseball. But are we sick of making excuses? I kind of am. Hey, the results are on the field, baby. Let's do it.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
You wait all winter for this. Sunshine, vacations, and more time outside. Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. Don't spend this spring thinking about foot pain. The Good Feet Store offers arch supports that are personally fitted for your feet and your lifestyle. Come see us today or visit goodfeet.com.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrano. Memorial Day is close, which means summer's almost here. So if you're planning more cookouts and nights outside with family and friends, now's the perfect time to upgrade your outdoor setup during Town Appliance's Memorial Day shopping event happening now. They carry top brands like Frigidaire, Electrolux, and more. Plus, outdoor grills, beverage centers, outdoor refrigeration, and air conditioners to keep your home ready for summer. Their showroom is right off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills, and Mayor will really know their stuff. Visit the showroom. Call, text, or visit townappliance.com today.
Safe! In baseball, a close play at the plate can be the difference between winning and losing. In life, a car accident can also change the game. At Dubo Law, we're ready to help you get back up when you've been knocked down. If you've been injured in a car accident, call 410-ASK-DUBO. That's 410-275-3826 for a free consultation, and let us fight for you.
Here's your spring upgrade. Sun's out. Drink in one hand and a free Samsung Galaxy phone in the other. All on unlimited 5G. Switch to Total Wireless and stay connected through every road trip, beach day, and everything in between. Now that's a total power move. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited or Max 5G plan, single or multi-month plan. Additional port-in ID verification or device financing requirements vary by device. Purchase limits apply.
It's springtime in Baltimore, which means summer heat is on the way. Is your system ready? Farnan & Dermer, Maryland's oldest HVAC company, has been serving this community for 100 years. They're the comfort guys, and they're my guys. And right now from BGE, get up to $3,000 off select high-efficiency HVAC systems. Call the comfort guys today at 410-367-7777 or visit them at farnanddermer.com. Farnan & Dermer, Baltimore's most reliable air conditioning, heating, and plumbing service. They've been making your family's comfort their family's business since 1902. Subject to credit approval. Contact Farnan & Dermer for details.
The Maryland Lottery presents Home Run Legends.
The pitching machine could throw up to 100 miles an hour. Crank it up, I said. Yeah, eventually they had to turn it back down to Little League, but I made such powerful contact that it couldn't have been anything but a majestic 500-foot homer. Of course, we'll never know. It was a batting cage, but still.
You too can be a home run legend when you play Fast Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery. You'll have a chance to win cash instantly with a progressive jackpot, tickets to a game, and more. Please play responsibly.
Hey man, that was our exit. We're gonna miss kickoff.
Don't worry, just gotta stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in DC, Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-535-1301. 800-535-1301. 800-535-1301.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
It was a tough road trip for the Orioles as they went 1-5 against the Nationals and Rays and were outscored by 22 runs in the 6 matchups. Friday night's series opener against the Tigers will kick off a 10-game homestand for the Birds. Chris Bassett will take the mound for the O's, while Jack Flaherty gets the nod for Detroit. You can hear all your pregame coverage on The Fan with BBT, sponsored by Jerry's Home Services, live from Pickles with Bob Haynie and Ryan Ripken starting at 6. First pitch from Camden Yards is set for 7:15. In the NBA, the Knicks took down the Cavaliers 109-93 to take a 2-0 lead in the Eastern Conference Finals. Josh Hart led the way scoring for New York with 26 points, while Jalen Brunson dished out 14 assists. The playoffs continue tonight with Game 3 of the Western Conference Finals between the Thunder and Spurs in San Antonio. Tip-off is scheduled for 8:30. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 60s with cloudy skies. Tomorrow has expected showers and a high of 56. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Farnan and Dermer. Call the Comfort Guys Farnan and Dermer right now from BG&E. Get up to $3,000 off select high-efficiency HVAC systems. For details, call 410-367-7777 today. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Town Appliance. Your next home upgrade starts at Town Appliance.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Orioles and Tigers tonight. Both teams suck. Let's keep it real here. Chris Bassett's won 3 games, 554. So 3 losses. Jack Flaherty, former Bird, 0-3 with a 577. 2 teams expected to be playoff contenders. Right now buried at the bottom of their divisions and double digits out of first place. Featured artist Friday at the Cars. Pick a song, we'll play it. There's plenty to choose from. If you don't know, just Google them and figure it out. Let's get out to the phones. We were venting yesterday, big time. Nolan, he fired all his bullets. See how he feels on Tuesday. I have no energy to vent.
Yeah, you got a lot out yesterday.
Unless somebody calls up today and Makes me vent some more. Like Jack and Linthicum. Jack, thanks for holding. What's up?
What's up, Bob and Vinny?
How you doing, dude?
I'm still pretty heated after Wednesday's loss. I mean, that was the most frustrating loss for me in, I don't know, since the rebuild. But, no, I mean, first of all, how many strikeouts do we think Jack Flaherty's going to have tonight?
Let's see. He's 0-5 with a pushing 6 earn run average. He'll have at least 7 Ks, have a quality start, and somebody will screw up defensively for the Orioles. How's that sound? And a guy that's mired in a season-long slump will have his best offensive day. Are we going that negative?
Yeah, I think Dylan Dingler, he'll probably have, 3 home runs tonight.
Oh, Dirk Dingler? Oh, yeah. He'll have the day of his life.
Yeah. No, I just want to get your guys' thoughts. Are you guys buying these analytics? I agree with what Ben said the other day. I was pretty fired up with what Ben was saying.
Well, they're a part of the equation.
No
and
doubt.
It's not just baseball. It's every sport.
No doubt.
Look at the NBA. It's pick and rolls and threes. If you can make a 15-foot jump shot, you suck in the NBA, even if you make 70% of them. Mid-range basketball has no place. I mean, guys who a 3-on-1 break, instead of just going to the hoop for the layup, they kick out to the wing for the three-point shooter, which is a lower percentage shot, obviously, but you get the point. Analytics have taken over everything. I don't know how much in football. You still block and tackle, and you know what I mean?
But the percentages on, what you run on first down, pass, there's still a lot of analytics there. You know where there's a ton of analytics, Bob? Hockey. Big time. Yeah. And you look at all the new GMs that are being hired now, they're all analytical dudes.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't know anything about that, but I don't even know what a 2-line pass is, if that even still exists.
No.
There you go. That's how long it's been. But my point is, too, and as you brought up, Jack, analytics are part of the equation, but the Orioles, there needs to be the old school baseball mentality, the eye test, as opposed to just staring at a little card that's in the back of your pants pocket as you're strolling around. There's runners on first and second and nobody out, you can hit the ball to the other way instead of just trying to barrel up and exit velo a liner to shortstop. You don't advance the runners. You hit the ball really hard. That's all very touching, but you get nothing. It's a nothing burger. You still got to play this situational stuff. And
bunting is still good.
But when the Orioles give you an extra, or the Orioles are given an extra out, they don't take advantage of it. And we saw during the 3 games against Tampa, you give them an extra opportunity, you pay. The Orioles don't make you pay.
What frustrated me the most the other day was the steal, the double steal. I mean, that's Tampa ball at its finest, and we didn't seem awake for that.
All right, well, Jack, I feel your pain. You haven't denounced the team yet, right? You're still watching the game?
No, I'm still a fan like Rashawn.
There you go. We'll see. All right, thanks. Have a great weekend. Let's go to Kansas City and Eddie. Eddie, I saw your social media post where you're done with the team. I mean, if you're done, you're done. Well, I mean, come on, man.
Thanks.
You can't say I'm done and then sit there and watch for 3 hours and bitch on social media about how they suck when you said 2 days ago you're done.
Well, are you done venting on me?
Yes.
All right.
Here
My call is for anybody in the Oriole organizations that's listening to the clubhouse or watching on the YouTube. It's time for them to man up. You're not only playing for the name on the front of the jersey, you're playing for the name on the back, too. Okay? I don't care how you win, you win. People are tired of you losing. You got punched in the face by Tampa Bay, and they danced around you while you laid on the ground. Now, I have never rooted for the Yankees in my life, but I will this weekend. So it's time that I know the analytics exist, but now it's time to win in any way possible. Of course, I'll vent on Facebook.
That's right.
People calling me. I'm going to watch them. I've been loving these teams since I've been a baby. I mean, a little kid before I can even walk. But it's time for them. This homestand's it. I mean, if you don't beat Detroit as bad as they're playing, what can you do? And then you got Tampa and Toronto, 2 teams you got to beat. So it's time that the pride level starts hitting. A gut check. Look in the mirror. It's time to fight back. You're the Baltimore Orioles. You play for the city of Baltimore, and you play for the name on the back of the jersey. You play for yourself. You can't let a team punch you in the face and dance over you like Tampa did and not come back at them this time. So there's my vent, and I'm still an Oriole fan, so don't forget it.
I know that. I love you, my man. That's my man Eddie there. And dancing, we said it yesterday. I mean, Palacios got the game-winning hit to right field. He thought he popped up. He was staring at the ceiling. Oh, damn. I got a single to right field, and then they're doing all these gyrations. It was reminding me, Nolan, of the 2014 Kansas City Royals and Eric Hosmer and Moustakis and all those a-holes.
We got a long way to go before we get to that territory.
Yeah.
And then, Bob, you know what? One of the points he's making is the kid that hits the home run, 8th inning, what did he do? Bunt single. You know, the cat.
Fiducia.
Yeah.
His first ever home run, by the way.
Probably his first ever bunt single, too.
It was a nice home run. 420, that's kind of a blast. But to Ed's point, and a lot of people, you know, they not only they kick your ass, they Muhammad Ali danced around while you're laying in the middle of a ring as they're counting to 10. Let's go to Rashawn in Baltimore. Rashawn, what's up?
Hey, good morning, Bob and Vinny. How you doing?
All right. What do you have to check your card to see what show you were calling?
Oh, yeah, my bad. Bear with me. I'm a little tipsy right now. Y'all been drinking all day. So,
Nice.
All day. It's only 10:40.
5 o'clock somewhere. That's my philosophy.
No, it's 10:40 p.m. where I'm at right now. So I'm on my way back in the United States. So, hey, shout out to my boy Jack, man. I see he got in earlier, man. He was in Cleveland with us earlier a couple months ago, and he was up in New York with us in a couple weeks ago, you know. So, yeah, we bringing him on to the rotation, you know.
All right.
Real soon, man, you know.
He going to be in the videos with you guys, too?
No, he's not as well as Dustin. He actually helped me keep Dustin in check, you know, up in the Bronx a little bit. So, you know, he's a good kid, you know. So, but listen, I'm calling to actually defend Mike Elias. So everybody want him fired, right? So this is my thing, man. He made a good trade with the Tyler Ward thing and for Grayson Rodriguez, and you can't blame him that our second baseman and our all-star third baseman has been hurt all season, and also our starting two pitchers has been just pitching like crap this year. So you can't blame that on the GM. So I think you give him another year and see what he can do. And just, like, it ain't his fault these players are underperforming. I'm sorry. Everybody talking about wear 5 Mike Elias shirts to the game this weekend and everything like that, man. Let's not start that yet. It's not his fault, though. So that's where I'm at with it right now. You know, I don't know how y'all feel about that. If y'all want to get rid of the guy right now.
I'm not ready to fire him.
Not yet. Yeah, I mean, I'll just take him another season. Like, I mean, we just been very unlucky, Bobby. Vinny, like very unlucky, just with the injuries and just nobody thought Roger was going to underperform like this, and Bradish wasn't going to be up to par. So, hey, I mean, it ain't his fault, man. Give the guy another year. Give the guy another shot.
All right, Rashawn, appreciate the call. By the way, it's 10:40 in our time zone, too, wherever you might be. Have a great Memorial Day weekend. We'll come back, take your phone calls at 410-583-1057. But, yes, the chatter to get rid of Mike Elias has gotten louder. We started to hear it at the second half of 24. Heard it a lot last year. Now a lot of people on megaphones trying to get rid of him. All I'm saying is, keep in mind, I said Brandon Hyde would be the Oriole manager in spring training this year, and he got fired a year ago. Mm-hmm. Unless David Rubenstein does a total 180, I don't see it happen. I'm not saying it should or shouldn't happen. I just don't see it happening.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
Got a day to sleep on it, and the good news is the Orioles can't lose on Thursday because they don't play on Thursday. But how can they get this turned around? We will ask Mass and broadcaster Big Ben McDonald.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
All right, everybody. And I'm talking to my friends out there of the male persuasion listening to the show. And we're coming in Memorial Day weekend, which means we're partying a little bit. I know the weather's not going to be ideal for the outdoor partying, but there's going to be a lot of indoor partying if you dig where I'm coming from. And let's get real for a second. When it comes to performance, good enough, it's not what we want it to be anymore. We want to be the best. We want to be great, and we want to take it to another level. Even if your level is an all-star level, you want to be a Hall of Famer. So we're talking about Blue Chew Gold. And I've been telling you about Blue Chew for years now. And it's a great thing, and it's been an asset to my love life. And now they've raised it to where, as great as I am, I'm even better than before. And here's the deal. Most blue pills only focus on blood flow. Blue Chew Gold goes further. It combines 2 proven ingredients for circulation plus apomorphine and oxytocin to enhance arousal, desire, and it's a connection from the inside out. It's not just about function anymore. It's about total performance, physical and mental. You're not bobbling the ground ball. You're throwing a bullet. You dig where I'm coming from. Blue Chew Gold dissolves right under your tongue and starts working in as little as 15 minutes. That means less waiting, more confidence, and a whole new level of readiness. And we have a special deal for our listeners. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code BOB1057. That's promo code BOB1057. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And as always, we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring. Blue Chew Gold gets you to where you used to be, where you can be, and where you will be. So don't let the loving get old, fellas. Use Blue Chew Gold.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
To everybody complaining that the Oklahoma City Thunder and Isaiah Hartenstein too physical last night with Victor Wembanyama, what do you expect Oklahoma City to do? It's not quite like prime Shaq in terms of size, but Wemby and his height and his ability, if you don't play physical with him, he's going to score 40 points a game. So of course that's what's going to happen. You would do the same thing if you were OKC. I'm Nick Costos.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
May's weather is pretty nice, but those hot summer days will be here soon. Don't wait until the heat hits to try to avoid high energy bills. Upgrade your home's windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale. Imagine replacing all your windows with new energy efficient ones and getting half of them free. Plus, you could even get them with no money down and no monthly payment or interest for 2 years. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like customer service associate at a dry cleaning shop.
Yeah, hi. I'm here to pick up my suit.
Ah, yes. Here you go.
There must be a mistake. This is too small.
It shrunk a whole lot. Look on the bright side. Now you have a suit you can give to a child.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. Get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
The Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Valor Roofing. Trust your home to Valor.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan, featured artist Friday. It's the Cars, Rock and Roll Hall of Famers with some Baltimore ties. You want to hear anything from them? Send your request to Nolan McGraw Applause for a text line at 410-583-1057. Jonas Schaefer, Baltimore Banner. Talk about the Ravens with him. OTA's second round coming up next Wednesday. No Lamar at this one. Is it a big deal? I don't think so. Vinny doesn't think so. Nolan doesn't think so. And Mike Preston doesn't think so. If he's not there next week, though,
right,
then it becomes a deal. I don't know. You know, it's a big deal. The Orioles in last place. That's a big deal because I expected them to make a run for the division championship, which right now, unless the Yankees and Rays totally collapse or the Orioles win 20 of 21, is not a reality. Let's go to William in Northeast Baltimore. William, thanks for holding. What's up?
Good morning, guys. How you doing this morning?
All right.
Good. Okay, yeah, I want to talk about a little positive. I want to be a little positive this morning. I want to talk about Sam Basayo in the month of May. Raised his batting average about 130 points. This guy's 21 years old. And in the future, I'm looking at power. I think about 1966. I was at the World Series in 1966, but during that year, I witnessed Frank Robinson hit a line drive in left field completely out of Memorial Stadium. I was a vendor. I was selling Coca-Colas. That's the hardest hit ball I've ever seen hit. And in my opinion, this Sam Basayo looks like he could repeat that sometime in the future. And I'm really looking forward to watching him play. And I want to ask you guys a question. In all of your years of watching baseball, Vinny and Bob, what's the hardest hit ball that you guys have ever witnessed being hit? And I'm going to hang up and listen to y'all respond.
You're in person, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, got it. For me, it was 1994 at Camden Yards. Me and Brian Fury, my buddy, now works at Morton's Steakhouse. Prime Rib, used to work at Morton's. I've known him for almost 40 years. We're sitting upper first row of the upper reserves, or whatever the hell they call it, right on the first base side of home plate. Right. Arthur Rhodes is pitching for the Orioles. You know who he is? Mm-mm. Arthur Rhodes used to throw like 100 miles an hour. And Canseco's playing for the Rangers at the time. This is Paul Maro's first year in Baltimore. So Rappy had signed from, et cetera, et cetera. Strike year, unfortunately, because the Orioles wouldn't have made the playoffs that year. Arthur Rhodes throws a 100-mile-an-hour fastball. Jose Canseco hits it on a line, and it hit the camera well over left field. There's that over the left field seats before you get into the upper deck in left field, and there's a camera well there. He hit the camera well with the ball, and it was still rising. And by the way, William, my dad and my Uncle Man and my Uncle Dave Rommel, first-team All-Metro, first-team pitcher for Poly, who passed away sadly. I love him, and I miss him. About a month ago, they were there for the Frank Robinson home run, too. And Dave said they were sitting in mezzanine. All they saw was the ball fly by. Because at the mezzanine at Memorial Stadium, you couldn't see the left field line. It just flew by. But that's the hardest hit ball and I'm not talking batting practice and all this nonsense, in a game. That was a missile, and it hit that camera well, still flying. It would have hit one of Nolan's strippers on Pratt Street if there wasn't a stadium there. That's how hard that ball was hit.
Thank you for clarifying. We're cleaning it up. It's strippers. Sounds a little more classy
than hookers.
Than the alternative.
Okay.
Yeah.
And not all strippers are hookers, by the way. I just want to point that out. Not that I know from experience.
But all hookers are... No, never mind.
Come on. Take it easy.
My hardest hit ball, Bob, Harmon Killebrew, which he hit a bunch of them because he hit a ton of home runs. You know, when I was a youngster, we would go up to the games. And, I mean... Because he wasn't a pretty-looking body or anything.
Nah, and he wasn't tall.
No, he
Killer
wasn't
was like
tall.
5'10" or something.
Yeah, but, I mean, he just... And then he would crush it over the left field wall, and they would just go out of sight.
Yeah, and the killer, I think, hit one 500 feet at Memorial Stadium, too. But I remember as a kid watching the Orioles play the Twins at the old Met, they had this big tree with a hat on it, and if you hit the tree, you'd
Twin
win.
City Federal.
Yeah, you'd win money.
Yes.
I mean, but it was like a kind of a blast. But yeah, Harmon Killebrew was famous for the moon balls.
Yeah.
And he had a couple here in Baltimore. We have time for another call. Nolan McGraw, let's go to, hey, what's the hardest hit ball you ever saw in person? No?
I'm trying to think of one. I bring it down. I've never seen, I was trying to think if I've seen one land on Utah Street when I've been at a game. Nothing's coming to mind.
I saw Colby Rasmus hit one off of Baldo about 2014 that had a
back when Colby was good.
Eric Davis hit one off of, it might have been Arthur Rhodes, that almost hit the wall in straightaway center field when Davis was playing for the Tigers. And Darryl Strawberry hit one off Messina, too, that, straightaway center field where they used to have ivy on the wall out there in center field. So those were two pretty impressive blasts. Let's go to Trippy in Baltimore. Trippy, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, bro? I mean, my bad. What's going on, bro?
Read your card. Like you're Sean.
No, man. Hey,
it's 10-2.
Hey. No, I'm good. On me, I've been very active in that YouTube channel, man. I'm trying to figure out who Joe Shipley is, man. He keep on having remarks about me and Rashawn, man. Tell him come meet us. I mean, why not meet us? Tell him come join us at the baseball game. We can watch the Orioles together since he's a big fan. But I really called in to ask y'all, right, because I'm looking at the sports books right now, right? I hear everybody keep saying, well, the Orioles won't get it together. I think they might get it together. I don't know if I'm trolling myself or what, or I'm lying to myself, but my coworker said I'm lying to myself. But do y'all think the Orioles still can win the division? Because they got plus 5,000 right now. I mean...
No. I don't see that. Could they get into the wild card? I mean, that's wide open. There's, 13 other teams, 12 other teams in there. But Trippy, somebody's going to get hot. Like Boston's starting to percolate a little bit. There's going to be a team that gets hot and goes on a stretch of 10-12 where they start the distance. Cleveland's starting to roll a little bit. They're going to win their division, we think. But the Orioles winning the East, no. Now, if you want to bet $20 that they will and the payout to be significant, I'd go for that. But do I think they're going to win? Nah, absolutely not. They're 8 games below 500. How they winning the division? You got teams.
I got you.
Yeah, it's not happening. Can they get the wild card? I'm not putting a fork in them there.
One more question, right? So if the Orioles still losing by the trade deadline, do y'all think they just might start trading some of these pieces, like maybe like an Adley? Because, I mean, at this point, we already got 2 catchers. Adley's 28. Sammy Basayo, he the young gun. They already paid him, right? You think we might, because I forgot the dude's name. I think, what's his name? Steve Malarkey. He was saying, like, if we start losing, I don't know, we might have to trade Gunner and stuff. So I want to hear what y'all got to say about that. Hey, enjoy y'all weekend, all right, guys?
All right, Trippy. Happy Memorial Day to you and the family. Steve Molesky, not Steve Malarkey.
Man.
Hey, Adley's a free agent after next year, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, are we really at a stage 4 years basically after he got called up from the minors where we're talking about him being a trade chip? Is that how far things have fallen? Jim Bowden, Athletic, wrote a couple of days ago, he thinks the Orioles are still going to be buyers.
Really?
At the trade deadline. Because everything sucks in the American League and you get to 85 and 77 and, who knows?
Problem there is, though, if everyone's fancying themselves as a buyer, what's the pool of players available like? You have less teams that are willing to sell. It's just, we've seen that the last couple of years, but if this early trend of records this year holds up and we get some sort of crazy outlier year where you have all these divisions hovering around 500, trade deadline could be really quiet.
Yeah, but we'll see what Mike Elias has planned. But when we come back, we'll shift gears, talk about the Ravens. Hey, you're talking to me in 2022 that Tyler Linderbaum wouldn't play past his rookie contract with the Ravens. I'd have thought you were high on drugs. He's in Oakland or Las Vegas, whatever, making a ton of money, and the Ravens need a center. We'll talk to Jonas about that and his OTA impressions, too.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
For 3 days only at Old Navy, women's dresses are just $6, $8, $10, and $12. Yep, Memorial Day deals kick off with dresses at just $6, $8, $10, and $12. Hurry in this Thursday, Friday, and Saturday only at Old Navy. Valid 5/21 to 5/23. Select styles only.
Exmark knows the job of a professional landscaper isn't easy. That's why they've crafted a line of mowers built to deliver legendary reliability, signature cut quality, and stubborn durability to overcome any obstacle. Because, like you, Exmark mowers were built for this. Learn more about Exmark, the leader in zero-turn mowers, by heading over to Liberty Discount Lawn Equipment on Hanover Pike in Upper Cove. Family owned and operated, they have attractive offers available now on Exmark products, or visit them online at libertydiscount.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. Do your feet slow you down before your day even starts? You're not alone. Orioles Hall of Famer Mike Bordick knows exactly how that feels.
After 14 seasons in the majors and over 1,700 games, my body's sure been through a lot. I felt it, especially in my feet, knees, and back. I thought pain was just part of life, especially plantar fasciitis. I used to judge my days by how I'd walk down the stairs. If my feet were hurting, I knew the day wasn't going to be easy. But since I started wearing Good Feet arch supports, I'm back to feeling my best. And my feet, well, they've never felt better. Don't let plantar fasciitis slow you down like it did me. Try them for yourself with a free fitting and test walk.
If pain is holding you back from the things you love, maybe it's time to try the Good Feet Store. You can stay active, feel better, and keep moving. Come in for your free fitting and test walk. Book your appointment today at goodfeet.com. The Good Feet Store, the official arch supports of the Baltimore Orioles. Go O's.
For all the things you have to do and places you need to be, let Uber take you there. Because you had just one more 3 rounds ago. Because the 5 a.m. flight seemed like a good idea at the time. Because check engine lights always appear at the worst possible times. And because parking downtown is a nightmare. Because there are nights out, airport trips, and car troubles in your area, there are drivers in your area. Uber. Request a ride today. Wait time varies. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones and all on the T-Mobile network.
Ah, how about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan with Dylan Scott, Dasha, DJ Silver, and DJ Rock are bringing the Double Down Tour to Nationals Park on August 20th. A Live Nation show. Tickets go on sale May 8th. Keep listening to 105.7 The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles will start up a 10-game homestand tonight when the Tigers come to town. Even with 112 left to play, it feels like the Birds' season could be hanging in the balance over this next week plus. They're only 3.5 games out of a playoff spot due to a weaker American League so far, but by that same token, they're only 4.5 games up on the Angels, who sit dead last in all of Major League Baseball. History suggests it's even more of a long shot, though. Only 13 teams have lost 29 of their first 50 and gone on to make the playoffs. Chris Bassett will be on the mound for this evening's opener, while Jack Flaherty gets the nod for Detroit. First pitch at 7:15. And last night in the NBA playoffs, the Knicks cruised past the Cavaliers 109-93 to take a 2-0 series lead. At one point in the third quarter, they went on an 18-0 run fueled by Josh Hart, who would go on to finish with 26 points and 7 assists. Game 3 will take place tomorrow night in Cleveland. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Window Nation. During Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale, you could save big on new windows. Plus, you could get no money down and no payments or interest for 2 years. Sale ends soon. Visit windownation.com. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, rain expected all throughout the afternoon and into tonight. Temps in the upper 50s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. 105.7 The Fan.
The Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Valor Roofing. Trust your home to Valor.
Shake it up, baby. Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Featured Artist Friday. It's the Cars. Rico Kasich, born in Baltimore. Greg Hawks, born in Athelton. Went to Athelton from Howard County. Baltimore, Maryland ties here. Rock and Roll Hall of Famers. No shortage of songs. We're playing all the lame ones. I'm going to have to go in there and talk to Nolan about some deep cuts. Get this thing rocking a little bit before we get out of here at 2 o'clock. Let's talk some Ravens. OTAs. First one this past Tuesday. Number 2 coming up Wednesday. Then the next one. What's that? Next Tuesday. And then a mandatory minicamp and all the fun stuff goes along with that. From the Baltimore Banner. So in the Window Nation Guest Hotline, let's welcome in, as we do every Friday, Jonas Schaefer. Jonas, first of all, good morning and happy Memorial Day weekend to you and the family.
Likewise. How are you guys doing?
Doing all right. And let's talk about the tight end room, because we were talking about Hibner and Cuevas, and Mark Andrews is obviously the holdover. With Likely gone, Kohler gone, production in 23 between Andrews and Likely was fine. Likely really burst when Mark got hurt. Then they coexisted in 24, bottomed out last year. What is Declan Doyle? What's his MO with tight ends? And is the room, stacked enough to get some big production out of it this year?
Yeah, I think that is probably among the more, I don't want to say compelling, because a lot of people don't really care about tight end usage, but that's among the more interesting developments of this offseason, and just where they turn to be an offense. Because, last year, Mark Andrews and Isaiah Likely weren't great blockers, at least inline blockers, but I think Likely was a good enough blocker and definitely good enough receiver where you could trouble some teams if, one, they matched multiple tight ends with base personnel, which is, typically 3 off-ball linebackers, but you could also kind of run over them if they matched it with dime or with nickel personnel. And right now, with Mark Andrews, you've got a guy who I'm not sure is good enough to beat, the kind of one-on-one coverage that he's getting from a linebacker or a safety. And also with Charlie Kohler gone and with Pat Ricard gone and Durham Smythe, an okay substitute, I just don't know what kind of fear the Ravens will strike into teams if and when they go into that heavy personnel sets. So, maybe that means that we see a lot of 11 personnel this year with 3 wide receivers, and sometimes it's going to be Durham Smythe in there, sometimes it's going to be Mark Andrews, sometimes it's going to be Matt Hibner. But even then, that kind of shell games with your personnel is probably going to be a pretty big sign about what exactly your intentions are with the play call. Like if it's Mark Andrews, it's probably going to be a pass. If it's Durham Smythe, it's probably going to be a run. And I think in the past, with at least Kohler and Likely to a degree, there was a little more of, kind of hiding the cards that are up your sleeve. So I'm curious to see just what Declan Doyle will do to make that position group a little bit more dynamic. I think obviously he learned from some of the best in Sean Payton and Ben Johnson, but obviously the downgrade for this tight end room from 2025 to 2026 is pretty significant, I think.
Yeah. Hey, Jonas, now how surprised were you? Because like when I walked out there and I look at, the right tackle and Emory Jones Jr., I was like, oh, that's a change. What was your opinion?
Yeah, I think it'll probably be a situation like with, Pinter at center, where we see him moved around a little bit, just trying to figure out where exactly is best for him. I think it's pretty fair to say that right guard spot is closed off. I don't know if left guard is any more open because of the money they're giving John Simpson, but if the refs in Ravens camp are calling it tight and John Simpson is called for a holding penalty every other drive, and maybe that is a opportunity for him to get in there. It is interesting, I guess, that they have not really embraced this notion that he could be a center. That they've been asked a couple of times, and they haven't really seemed all that enthusiastic about that possibility. So that pretty much points to one outcome for Emory, which is going back to right tackle, which is probably not what I envisioned for him, just because of his struggles there at LSU. I think it made sense for the Ravens to want him to be an inside guy where his ability to mirror guys in space was a little bit less compromised. I don't know exactly if the Ravens want to have him focus on one position, for weeks at a time or a day at a time, and then just kind of bounce around, or if it wants him to be a little bit more consistent in getting reps at spots so you can be better off in your development. But he's a guy who was a third-round pick, and we all thought could fight for playing time last year. And I mean, at a certain point, some guys on the top of the line are going to get hurt because they just didn't get hurt last year. And maybe that's where his value is truly recognized as being that swing tackle guy who could be inside or outside. But yeah, it was, I think, surprising to see him, at least for one day, be a guy on the outside on Tuesday.
Jonas, what was your impression of Lane Surratt and Tez Walker?
I think I was maybe just, not without being fully committed to watching those guys and what they did. I was surprised to see just how often they were lining up in the slot. I think it was a little expected with Surratt because he probably doesn't have the outside speed to win as an X. But I wondered whether Jacoby Lane would get that opportunity. I think he probably will, but they might also like him as that big slot just because of what he could give you as a blocker, which, I don't think Devontae Walker or Rashad Bateman or Zay Flowers certainly could give you just in terms of that physical profile. So I thought, Jacoby, it was interesting that he was a target a couple times on some scramble drills. Just I don't know if that was just an intuitive skill that he has or just the fact that he's one of the bigger players out there on the field that it's easier for the quarterback to see when things get a little bit hairy on the pocket. But it was interesting to see him be a guy that the quarterback looked to a couple times. And then with Surratt, good to see him, show some ability after the catch, just despite not being this incredible athlete. Obviously didn't really see a lot of the kind of back shoulder throws that he was really known for at Indiana. And then Tez, he seemed pretty active in that passing game early on, a little bit less so later on. I think, the Ravens.com people said that he was a big play threat in that first day of OTAs, which was not open to us, which, kind of contrasts with what we saw in training camp last year and certainly during the season this year. But, back to your question about the tight end, if they're going to be more of an 11 personnel-based team, and we are expecting Day and I guess Rashad to be 1-2, then someone's got to claim that wide receiver 3 spot. And, just based on seniority and physical traits, you got to imagine that Devontae Walker has the inside track there.
Were you a little surprised or disappointed that Bateman didn't show?
Yeah, I was. I mean, I think part of me, maybe stupidly, thinks that just the weird dynamics between him and Lamar is he sees Lamar's not going to be there, and he says, "Well, screw it. I don't have to show up as well." I don't think that's actually his mentality. I think he's smart enough to realize that he can't afford to be screwing away any goodwill with his coaching staff by not showing up for OTAs. Obviously he's a guy with a busy social calendar with the kind of obligations and fashion stuff, and I don't know if he still does modeling stuff, but I thought he should have been there. I think he probably will be there next week. I think without him there, it was obvious that the disparity between Zay and the next best wide receiver on that roster was pretty glaring, and that's even more surprising because I think then you probably agree, like last year during training camp, as during a lot of practices before that, Rashad is the most impressive wide receiver, and for Zay to be the standout wide receiver, maybe told you something about the connection between the quarterbacks and the wide receivers. So hopefully he gets back there. I'm always going to be a Rashad Bateman booster, at least for another year before I finally burn that stock. But he's got to obviously be on the field to prove it to me that this is the season for him to bounce back in.
Stop stealing his burner account, though. I mean, you're the one getting him in trouble with all that nonsense on social media. What's going on, Jonas, as we head into Memorial Day weekend on the Baltimore Banner in the sports section?
Yeah, not a whole lot, obviously. Plenty of chaos to write about in Orioles world. I'm sure we'll have some flyer coverage of the Maryland women's lacrosse team, which I guess is playing at 3 o'clock today in the Final Four. But obviously kind of getting close to the dog days of summer here. So hopefully we'll have some interesting stuff to write it out next week if and when Lamar shows up to OTA.
Yeah, well, when we talk to you next Friday, that probably will be a talking point for sure. Have a great Memorial Day weekend, Jonas. We'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, Jonas.
Thanks, guys.
Jonas Schaefer, everyone. We'll come back. It's the whip around. What happened in the world of sports last night? Well, epic games in both the NBA and Stanley Cup playoffs. One cool thing happened this day in Orioles history, going back 30 years ago to Oriole Park at Camden Yards. And if you want to start venting about the Orioles again, we still have people not feeling them right now. 410-583-1057. But William brought up an interesting question. What's the hardest hit ball you've ever seen at a Major League game, live and in person? And it's not batting practice or no all-star game. Get in here at 410-583-1057.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 1057 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 1057 The Fan.
Memorial Day savings. They start now at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. Go see Kevin Brammer, the sales director, and get you a great sales experience. Save with 0% 60-month financing on 2026 Tucsons. And come see the 26 Elantra Hybrid. Gets over 50 miles per gallon, $4.49 today. I don't like it when they raise gas prices on a holiday weekend when they know everybody's got to drive. Kind of pissed me off when I had to fill up today. And make no payments till August 2026 on every new Hyundai. Got banks on site for instant credit approval. Now, Kevin, he's going to give you $500 than CarMax for your trade. Get America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, owner assurance. Plus, you get Jones for a lifetime. Free oil changes, free car washes, engine guaranteed for a lifetime. With over 2 million likes and reviews, you too. You can and you will be a satisfied customer. How do I know? I bought a bunch of cars there, over 17. Been in every department, sales, service, parts, collision, all A+. I did talk to my buddy Mike, who's a salesperson over there at the Hyundai store. He'd already sold one yesterday, figuring he's going to get around 8 for this Memorial Day weekend. And with the Memorial Day savings, they start now. Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction, 1504 Bel Air Road, only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. See that great selection at BelAirHyundai.com and get your Jones Junction tag frame just like me, my wife, Vincent, Charlie, and Rachel. Memorial Day is close, which means summer's almost here, and Town Appliance Memorial Day shopping event is happening now. Upgrade your kitchen or outdoor setup with Memorial Day savings and flexible financing. Visit the showroom off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. Call, text, or shop townappliance.com before it's over.
For 80 years, people have gone to Lincoln Tech to get serious about their future. If you're ready to learn by doing, develop real skills, and plan for a rewarding career, Lincoln's Columbia campus has your back in training that means business. Classes start this month in fields like automotive service, electrical, HVAC, welding, and medical assisting. Lincoln Tech, your place, your time, your future. Visit lincolntech.edu to schedule a campus tour. That's lincolntech.edu.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love. What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi. Just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Hey man, that was our exit. We're gonna miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just gotta stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in DC, Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Vinny and Haynie's Whip Around.
Every sport, every game, everything.
Brought to you by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Best crab cakes in Maryland.
Time of the Whip Around. Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Featured Artist Friday. It is the Cars. Anything you want to hear from the Rock and Roll Hall of Famers, send your request plus for text line at 410-583-1057. NBA playoffs last night. Eastern Conference Finals, Game 2. Madison Square Garden. Remember, Cleveland gacked away a 22-point fourth quarter lead. Wound up losing in overtime. We kind of figured. We talked about it. That was their golden opportunity to win one at MSG. Didn't get it done. And then last night, a guy who barely played in Game 1 was a huge contributor to New York's cause.
Looking for space here. Kicks it out. Hart. Hart again, wide open three. And gets it again. That's his third three-pointer. A 14-0 run for the Knicks.
Josh Hart, 26 points, 4 boards, 7 assists, helping the way. 109-93 was final score. Jalen Brunson finished with 19 along with Mikal Bridges, all Villanova guys, by the way. But Jalen Brunson only had 2 at halftime, so he had a big second half. Donovan Mitchell, 26 for Cleveland. Knicks went on a 14-point run in the second half, and that kind of separated them from Cleveland. James Harden had a rough day. Thomas Cost. But, man, he stinks defensively.
Oh, boy.
I mean,
I saw a couple of the lowlights.
Yeah, but he couldn't guard a locked door. Maybe, but he was getting lit up. Anyone and their grandmother, and James Harden did not have the greatest of offensive nights. So the Cleveland Cavaliers down 0-2. They will host Game 3 coming up Saturday. This series goes 5 tops. New York's won 9 in a row, by the way. They were down 2-1, remember, to Atlanta. And then rolled through the Hawks, swept Philadelphia. And now here Cleveland is standing in their way, getting to the finals, trying to for the first time since 1999. But Game 3 tomorrow night in Cleveland, needless to say, and this is the always shop-worn cliche, must-win game for the Cavs, because if you're down 0-3, you're done.
Yep.
It's a rare occasion. I don't think it's ever happened in the NBA. Team's been down 0-3 and come back to win a best-of-7. Happened once in baseball, and I think twice in hockey. It's never happened in the NBA. Could be wrong, but I don't think I am. Tonight, Game 3 of the Western Conference Finals. San Antonio's at OKC. This series tied at a game apiece. 8:30 tip. SGA versus Wemby and all the fun stuff that goes into that one. And Oklahoma City, after losing home court advantage, will try to at least maintain some level of consistency here. And or San Antonio, rather. It's at San Antonio. Spurs trying to maintain. They can go up 3-1. That's usually when you steal one. You try to maintain yours, but we'll see if Oklahoma City can regain home court advantage there. Stanley Cup playoffs, Eastern Conference Finals, Game 1. And like the Knicks before them, Carolina, the Hurricanes, had a long
11 days.
Long break. Rest versus rust and all this fun stuff. But, man, the Montreal Canadiens gave them no chance to breathe early.
Now the Hurricanes. Van Coleman moves it back into the Montreal zone. And Hudson comes away with the puck. Now Evans. And now breaking it on Anderson. The deep and the score. Davidoff. 4-1 Montreal.
4 goals in the first. Kenny Albert on the call, TNT. And the Carolina Hurricanes, who had not lost a game in the playoffs, they get ambushed early.
Yeah, and it was, well, Bob, it started out, I mean, Jarvis scored, Seth Jarvis, the winger for Carolina, he scored 33 seconds in. So you figure, the crowd's going nuts. It's 1-0. And then 20-some seconds later, Cole Caulfield scored for Montreal, which was a sign of things to come because the Hurricanes stunk. Even Rod Bridmore, the head coach, did an interview during the game like they do nowadays. And he said, I don't recognize what's going on out there. He said, I don't need, mean to make excuses for having the time off, but I don't recognize what's happening out there, and we can't match their intensity early. And the interview was early. They could not match the intensity. I mean, and they were giving up breakaway after breakaway, Bob. And Jacob Slavin, defenseman, he was a -4. And that what that means is he was on the ice for 4 goals of the other team without his team scoring a goal. So Slavin said that's the worst game he's ever played. And he is the best defensive defenseman in the league. He was on the Olympic team for U.S. and all that. But he said, I gave that game away. He was getting beat all over the place, and their defensemen were not good. And you talk about a must-win. I don't think, Bob, you can go down 0-2 at home and then have to go to Montreal. And Montreal they played them 3 times during the regular season. Montreal won all 3.
Oh.
Yes. Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah. I didn't know it till Kenny Albert was saying it last night during the game. So right now it's 4-0 Montreal. Montreal kind of has their number. So that's going to be a very interesting game Saturday night for Carolina. Now tonight, Bob, we got Game 2, another must-win game because Vegas won at Colorado. To me, the whole thing is Cale Makar playing for Colorado, who's the best defenseman in the league. So if he plays, I think they come back and win this game. But Vegas is 16-4, like we talked about yesterday with Torts taking over. So that's going to be a difficult. Actually, the two hottest teams right now, Bob, are the two teams that are on the road, Vegas and Montreal.
But Carolina and Colorado was the anticipated Stanley Cup final.
And Colorado's number 1 overall seed, had the best record in the league. Carolina was 2. So, yeah, and the 11 days off, Bob. And what they talked about, like on the pregame show with Gretzky and them, was that, Montreal just played a 7-game series, just played an overtime game, the other day. So they come in, with their speed, intensity, they've just played a game where you can't, in practice, for the 10 days that they practiced, guys don't want to get hurt during practice. So you're not playing at the same tempo or doing the same type of thing in practice. And like you mentioned about the Knicks, it took them a while to get going. The Carolina really, they did get going. Bob, they're down 4-1. Then they scored 2 minutes into the second, make it 4-2. Crowd's back in it. No more scoring that period. And then Slakowski scored, 7 minutes in, and then the crowd was dead and they were leaving.
It's the Whip Around. Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Feature Starters Friday. It's the Cars. Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. Other side of the glass this day in Orioles history. Today is the 22nd of May. 30 years ago, Oriole Park, Camden Yards. Birds taking on the then California Angels. Robbie Alomar, Rafael Palmeiro both went deep. Jimmy Haynes gets the win, who was drafted him out of high school, 91. Traded him the next year for Geronimo Barreau, which helped the Orioles win the American League East, and went deep off Randy Johnson in the ALDS. I was at that game, the clincher game 4 at Camden Yards, where the Ravens were choking against the Steelers at Memorial Stadium, and that's another subject to get into. But Jimmy Haynes gets the win. Roger McDowell got to save Baltimore 10-5 over the Angels. Unbelievably, 30 years ago today, in front of 46,000 people at Oriole Park at Camden Yards. That's a homestand now in attendance, much less one game. And sad news in the world of sports. Kyle Busch passed away at the age of 41, two-time Cup Series champion, NASCAR. And we were here, you were gone, and we were ripping it with Ryan, which we'll do coming up top of the hour. And we saw the headline that he had pulled out of the race, severe illness, asked to be hospitalized, and pardon me, a couple hours later passed away. Just like a stunning turn of events. Yeah. Apparently he was found unresponsive in his car on Wednesday, or in one of those simulated races. And this is just, I'm floored. Look, I'm not a big NASCAR fan or expert by any stretch, but when NASCAR started to get a little more, what do they call that, mainstream attention, him and his brother were two of the main dudes, and 41 years old, he's married with children. This was a horrible, horrible news story came out yesterday.
Yeah, that was a shocker, Bob. I mean, because this, when you listen to some of the newscasts and stuff that, he had a bad cough during one of the races. Then the last week in the race, he asked for, a doctor as soon as he got done with the race. I met him a couple of times because he was with Joe Gibbs Racing, and Joe would take us to the track. And those guys, if we were playing Carolina or something, a lot of those guys, Denny Hamlin, all the guys that raced for Joe, they would show up every now and then. So, yeah, that was a tough deal yesterday to listen to that. And then when you see pictures of his young kids and stuff, that makes it tough.
Yeah, born in 1985, 41 years old. So, Kyle Busch, rest in peace, and prayers and thoughts from us here on Vinny and Haynie and Nolan to you and the family. And if any friends happen to be listening, we're thinking about you there. We'll come back, reset for you. Orioles back on the diamond tonight, taking on the Tigers. Two disappointing teams. But, William, good subject. Hardest hit ball you've ever seen. Home run, anyway. Live and in person. And maybe it's your son's Little League game. Whatever it is, give us a call.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
There's no question your home can sell on your timeline. You just need to hire my buddy Lee Tessier. Now, Lee guarantees that he can get the job done. Now, if he can't find you a buyer at a price of deadline you agreed to beforehand, he'll buy the home for himself. He's that confident because his marketing system finds buyers for all of his clients, like Judy. Now, Judy, she was ready to retire to Delaware, needed to sell her condo in Forest Hill to be able to move. And like all home sellers, she wanted to see her home for the most money possible. And that's why she worked with Lee. Now, Lee and his team, they didn't just list her home, they positioned it. It only took them 3 days to get Judy multiple offers. That's the best news that you can get. Hey, I got multiple offers for you. Because you know what? Ching, ching, ching. And find a buyer who's willing to pay $10,000 over asking price. Now, Judy, she couldn't be any happier. So do like Judy did and call the only agent I qualify to sell my home. And that man's my buddy Lee Tessier. Just give him a call at 410-638-9555 or go to leetessier.com. That's 410-638-9555 or go to find listings at leetessier.com. And when you call Lee, just start packing.
Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones and all on the T-Mobile network.
How about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
It's Patriot Harley's Freedom Promise event this week. What you pay is what you get back. Purchase any new Harley Sportster from us and get your purchase price back on trade. Patriot Harley is part of the #1 sales volume Harley dealer group in the DMV. Finance specialists are on site to get you approved. Patriot Harley's Freedom Promise event is now through Sunday. It's the best time to trade in. Only at Patriot Harley this week. Newer 2016 or newer Sportster model. Redeem purchase price excludes tax, title fees, and extra. Offer until 8/31/26 for trade guarantee.
This Memorial Day, make your home the one neighbors notice. At Lowe's, when you have a budget, we have extra big deals. For a very limited time, get 50% off all Holland pavers to reinvent your outdoor space. Plus, keep it fresh around the house with your choice of a select Ego 56-volt trimmer or blower kit for just $169. This Memorial Day, our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/25. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
I need a little range, step to the range.
There's a new flavor in town, the Jalapeno Ranch Club at Chick-fil-A. With that juicy Chick-fil-A original spicy or grilled chicken, a buttermilk ranch bun, candied bacon, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno ranch sauce. It's got big ranch vibes with a little heat. Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club, available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. A question I get all the time is how did we become the largest injury firm in the world? We have over 1,000 lawyers in all 50 states and close to 6,000 coworkers. Our call center is on duty 24/7. You can reach us at any time at forthepeople.com. But the real reason is we won a lot. When you visit our website, go to our verdicts and settlements. There you will see what our clients were offered and what they were awarded at trial. All those verdicts help us resolve many cases fairly and early. You see, nothing beats reputation. The insurance industry knows who we are. We even have insurance adjusters call us for representation because they know too. We've made it easy. On your mobile device or computer, go to forthepeople.com and we will get busy. It's that easy. Call today. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is BJ Surhoff. You're listening to the best Orioles coverage on Sports Radio 105.7, The Fan.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
A new coach has given the Ravens a fresh start this offseason, and there's already been some speculation about the biggest differences between John Harbaugh and Jesse Minter. John Simpson recently came back to Baltimore through free agency, and he was asked if he senses a culture shift since the last time he was here in 2023.
I feel like the culture is what the culture is here, and I feel like that part didn't really change much. It's going to be a family here. They're going to expect you to work hard. That's how football should be.
Meanwhile, in the NBA, Game 3 of the Western Conference Finals is scheduled to take place tonight in San Antonio, where the Spurs hold a 36-10 record on their home court between the regular season and playoffs so far. OKC's Jalen Williams is considered day-to-day after re-aggravating a hamstring injury in Game 2, and it's being reported that Spurs guard De'Aaron Fox will be a game-time decision after missing the first 2 in the series with a sprained ankle. Tip-off at 8:30. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Play the exciting new Diamonds and Gold Scratch-Off and new Rose Gold Scratch-Off from the Maryland Lottery. You could win up to $2 million. Please play responsibly. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, rain expected all throughout the afternoon and into tonight, temps in the upper 50s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
The Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Valor Roofing. Trust your home to Valor.
Cars Featured Artist Friday. Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Nolan McGraw, the side of the glass. Ripping up with Ryan coming up top of the hour. Orioles and Tigers, weather permitting. Oriole Park, Camden Yards. Weather's going to stink all weekend.
Yep, everywhere.
It's just, come on, man. It's just 90 degrees 2 days ago. All right, let's get out of the phones. Hardest hit home run you've ever seen. Live and in person. Let's go to Dave in Mount Airy. Dave, thanks for calling. And William, thank you for the subject. What's up, Dave?
Hey, Bob and Vinny, how you guys doing?
Right.
Good.
I have two that I think are a hard to tell which one hit harder. I saw Mountie hit one off of Framber Valdez that went over both bullpens. That was a bomb. And then I saw Shohei Ohtani hit one off of Grayson Rodriguez that, I don't know, I think it hit Utah Street, but I've never seen a ball hit higher, too. I mean, it was like going to like a moonshot. It was, but those are the two that I remember being the furthest hit.
Yeah, and they're impressive to watch. Dave, thanks for the call. Have a great weekend, holiday weekend at that. When you watch a ball just get out of there at the speed of sound, and you can tell by the crack of the bat.
No doubt.
I mean, it was. Those are great to watch. Now, batting practice, you see guys blasting away, and Griffey hit the warehouse in the home run derby in the All-Star game in '93, which is still an impressive blast, but wasn't a real game. Oh, I was at a game in '94 again because I was working at the Camden Club at the time. Brad Pennington was pitching for the Orioles, and it was like late innings, crucial situation, and Griffey hit one off of Pennington onto the flag court, and it was and Pennington's reaction was part of a Nike commercial they made for Ken Griffey's shoes. I'm pretty sure you could YouTube that, but Pennington got drilled. The ball did, anyway, by Ken Griffey Jr. Elwood and Odington. Elwood, what's up?
Hey, Bob. Hey, Vinny. How are we doing today?
All right.
Hey, the hardest ball I ever saw hit, I'm guessing it was 67 or 68 at Memorial Stadium. And in the upper deck, where the fair foul pole was, there was a little piece of the stands that would stick into fair territory. Frank Robinson, I'm sitting behind home plate. Frank Robinson turned on a Sam McDowell, probably 110-mile fastball, and hit a line drive, and it hit the tip of the stands. And it was like the bat cracked, and about 2 seconds later, the seats cracked. It was if that little piece wouldn't have been sticking out there, it would have gone the whole way out.
Yeah, Sutton, Sam McDowell. Elwood, thanks for the call. And I think, Elwood, that was right at the end of like the mezzanine, you know what I mean, down left field, how it poked out behind the left field pole. Is that what you're talking about?
Yep, that's it.
Yeah, hey, thanks, man. Oh, sorry, man. We got to get. But Sam McDowell threw like 100 miles an hour way back when. Sudden Sam McDowell for the Cleveland Indians.
Now, Bob,
big lefty.
Do they still, like, because in Minnesota at the old Met Stadium, like, Killebrew would upper deck, where he had hit it, they marked the seat and everything? Do they?
At Camden Yards? I don't. They got the plaques on Utah Street where it hits there.
Yeah.
But
they had the seat.
Yeah, like Willie Stargell hit him at Three Rivers, and they'd, like, put the seat yellow, and they had Eddie's 500 home run for a minute there, but I don't know if they still do that, to be honest with you. John in Pasadena. John, what's up?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
All right.
Good. I think I was at Camden Yards. Harold Baines. I'm sitting in the left field upper deck, and I'm telling you, when the ball crossed the right field foul pole, it looked like it was still going up. He destroyed this ball, and I'm sure there's got to be a plaque on on Utah Street for it. It was crushed. So, anyhow.
All right, man. Hey,
thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, man. Have a great Memorial Day weekend. So a lot of blasts at Camden Yards, a lot of memorable ones at Memorial Stadium. We'll come back, take a couple more calls, and then Vinny's going to be out the door. We're ripping it with Ryan. We're going to hear from Nolan McGraw. Not venting today. Not yet. Maybe we'll poke the bear. And once we poke the bear that's called Nolan McGraw, limbs are lost.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
I know a lot of you dislike Aaron Rodgers. Maybe you dislike things he says politically. Maybe you dislike the drama on and off the field. But something we need to remember, with Rodgers announcing this will be his final NFL season, he's one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. A top 7 quarterback of the Super Bowl era, and we need to appreciate Aaron Rodgers, the quarterback, while he's still playing. I'm Nick Costa.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Get a $15 O'Reilly gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy Posturepedic mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
May weather's pretty nice, but those hot summer days will be here soon. Don't wait until the heat hits to try to avoid high energy bills. Upgrade your home's windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale. Imagine replacing all of your windows with new energy efficient ones and getting half of them free. Plus, you could even get them with no money down and no monthly payment or interest for 2 years. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Lunch was great, but this traffic is awful.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Get a $15 O'Reilly gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobile One Full Synthetic Motor Oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy Posturepedic mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. The Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Valor Roofing. Trust your home to Valor.
All right. Cars. Arguably their biggest hit, Drive. Rock and Roll Hall of Famers, 2 hours in. Featured Artist Friday. Pick a song, we'll play it. Send a request, Plaza Sport text line at 410-583-1057. Ripping it with Ryan. Coming up top of the hour. Nolan, I'm going to make an executive decision. If you're on the phone, Cliff and Chris will get you at the top of the hour. Get your thoughts for the longest or hardest hit home run you've ever seen. So what's on your mind, Nolan, before Vinny heads out to New Jersey for the Memorial Day weekend here?
Well, there's this interesting story, the biggest story going on in the world of sports, and honestly, it's a little disgusting that we haven't gotten to it yet today. Joey Chestnut, legend. Absolutely. I love when I set those up and Bob's expecting something big. Never fails. But Joey Chestnut got himself in a little bit of trouble here recently. Was accused of slapping a man in the face during a night out at an Indiana bar. Entered a guilty plea back in April and was sentenced to 180 days of probation in Hamilton County. Now, it may be a slap on the wrist in the grand scheme of things, but it will not deter him or derail him from participating in his sport, if you want to call it that. He will still defend his hot dog title while on probation. The ultimate bad boy of the sporting world will be here this summer. We still have ways to go before the July 4th stuff, the hot dog eating and all that, but keep an eye on Joey Chestnut, man. He's a dominant force.
Yeah, he's the Babe Ruth, Michael Jordan, Muhammad Ali of hot dog eating, because didn't Kobayashi come out of retirement like Jim Jeffries versus Jack Johnson way back? It's a boxing reference. Google it. I like hot dogs, and I like the 4th of July. I mean, USA. But I can't sit there and watch this dude shove them things down his suckle.
And then you wet the bun.
I don't get it.
You wet the bun, and then down his.
And then
give me that one more time, Vinny. There we go.
There you go.
People don't know this, but actually, analytics has infiltrated the hot dog eating world.
No, it hasn't.
No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, I was going to say, what's his exit when he throws up? What's his exit velocity?
Hot dogs per minute.
Yeah,
that's basic level stats.
So what else is going on, Nolan, as we hit the top of the hour here and start concentrating on the Orioles a little bit against the Detroit Tigers?
Well, maybe get some more callers in here on this question about hardest hit home runs. Still racking my brain to try to figure out one that I've seen in person. Somebody mentioned a Mountcastle homer a couple calls ago, and that got me thinking. He was the first person I saw clear the new wall in left field, if I'm not mistaken. It was a couple years back against the A's Saturday game. I mean, it was nothing stood out about the game other than the Orioles winning, but it, just being there in person, sitting in the upper deck behind home plate, you get that perfect vantage point of the entire ballpark, and seeing what it took to clear the wall in person. You see it on TV, you're like, okay, you're just kind of looking at the outfielder, seeing, is this going to get out? But seeing it in person, the line drive, the rise on it, as people have mentioned, with a couple other home runs. That one was the first one I was like, damn, you really got to muscle up to get it out there. Back to analytics, since we're hot and heavy with analytics this week.
Ketchup or mustard, analytics.
Right.
Spicy
brown.
Yeah.
No.
Anything but ketchup.
The StatCast era goes back to 2015, so again, it's not the biggest sample size, but if you were curious technically, and this is a good trivia question, who has hit the hardest home run or the hardest hit ball in general, an Orioles player, in these last 11 years since we've had the specific data tracking? Good trivia question here. I'll give you a hint.
Yeah.
It took place in the 2018 season, and it was not at Camden Yards. It was at Fenway Park.
Hardest hit ball.
Chris Davis.
Strong guess. Had a lot of home runs.
In 18, though, I think he was in Flailing City there.
That's true. Yeah.
I'm going to go 18. Manny was running hot with that whole Pedroyer thing as the Reds. I'm going to go Manny Machado.
Scopolo.
Solid guesses all around. Pedro Alvarez.
Oh, he had immense power.
Yeah.
A big power hitter. So he's left-handed. Went over the
So it was straightaway center over that little cutout. You got the garage doors out there. Right above one of those. 437 on that. A 2-run shot. Scored Santander ahead of him off of Hector Velasquez.
Okay. But go back to that era of Orioles baseball. I mentioned Colby Rasmus, who wound up playing for the Orioles for half a second. Remember, he quit on the team.
Mm-hmm.
But it might have been a ball to his first start after they signed him at home against the Blue Jays, and he mushed it. He absolutely annihilated that ball. We were sitting in the center field bar, which is the Coors Light bar now. He destroyed that. And this doesn't count because it wasn't a game. But in 1979, 14-year-old me at Memorial Stadium with Joe Carter and Milton Hunt were sitting behind home plate. It was pregame playing the Brewers. It was George Bamberger was the manager. But it was Gorman Thomas and Frank Howard against Frank Robinson and Ken Singleton in a home run hitting contest. And Gorman Thomas hit one off the top of the foul pole in left field down the line at Memorial Stadium. It was only 309 down the line. But it was a missile that hit the top. Mark Belanger was pitching for the Orioles. And I was mad at him for not. I was treating it like it was a real game, I think. Anyway, but I remember that. So there you go. When you're old, you remember stuff. Part of the advantage of being an old geezer, seeing Frank Robinson and Frank Howard in a home run hitting contest at Memorial Stadium.
And Colby Rasmus.
Well, right. And then he played for the Orioles. It's like, why the hell did we sign this guy?
I was in a good mood earlier. I didn't want to vent. Then you mentioned Colby Rasmus, and now I'm ready to pop off.
You want me to start bringing up Andrew Kashner, too?
All right, let's get out of here.
All right, we'll come back. We're ripping it with Ryan. Vinny, what are you doing this weekend?
Rachel has soccer tournament. I'll be watching hockey. If there is any baseball, I'll watch baseball. Just a lot of sports and no outdoor grilling.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of drinking.
Well, I'm with you on that one. Vinny, have a safe trip to
Thank
New
you.
Jersey. Nolan, I'll see you when we come back in about 5 minutes here. We're ripping it with Ryan next. Hardest hit ball you've ever seen live and in person. If you want to rip on the Orioles, we could do that too. Anything else on your mind, we're here for you. Tigers and Orioles, two of the most disappointing teams in baseball, getting on this weekend at Oriole Park at Camden Yards. And as fate would have it, it's going to rain the entire weekend.
This is the Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
For 3 days only at Old Navy, women's dresses are just $6, $8, $10, and $12. Yep, Memorial Day deals kick off with dresses at just $6, $8, $10, and $12. Hurry in this Thursday, Friday, and Saturday only at Old Navy. Valid 5/21 to 5/23. Select styles only.
Stop everything. Royal Farms is offering a deal you won't want to miss.
Better be good. I don't stop everything for just anything.
How about a 5-piece hand-breaded chicken tender meal with Rofo sauce?
Okay, I'm listening.
And Western fries made from Idaho potatoes.
Oh, legendary.
For just $10. Plus, get a free 32-ounce Snapple tea.
$10 and a free 32-ounce Snapple? Now that's worth stopping everything for. I'm headed to Royal Farms.
Smart thinking.
Royal Farms. Real fresh, real fast.
Maryland Treasure Scratch House from the Maryland Lottery are now on sale, featuring 4 scenes of our state's natural beauty by 4 local artists.
This artwork is amazing. The detail, the colors, they fill me with so much Maryland pride. I don't know if I should scratch them or frame them.
you could win up to $10,000.
Scratching it is.
Play new Maryland Treasure Scratch Offs from the Maryland Lottery. Appreciate the art. Love the prizes. Please play responsibly.
Hey, you feel that? Yeah, that's spring. Everything's waking up. Hey, it's Ed. It got me thinking, why should the flowers have all the fun? So I made a little pit stop at Lions Den while I was in town. Let's just say I left with a few upgrades. Now the mood at home hits differently, much differently. So awaken your senses at Lions Den, Pasadena, Catonsville, Cockeysville, and Severn. LionsDen.com, of course. Get some pleasure, passion, romance in your life. LionsDen.com.
Spring is the perfect time to step up to the plate. The weather's warming up, the days are getting longer, and baseball season is back. There's no better time to get your health back on track, and LifeBed Institute is ready to help you do exactly that. With GLP-1 weight loss programs, hormone optimization, IV infusions, medical-grade supplements, and genetic testing, LifeMed gives you a full game plan, not just a quick fix. To find the best location for you, visit lifebedinstitute.com or call 410-575-1200. Make sure you tell them that Jeremy Kahn sent you.
I don't believe in bribing people. I want guys who do the right thing, simply because it's the right thing to do. It's why I have the best darn AC installers, service techs, and plumbers in the greater Baltimore area. But I'm also a realist about how hard it is to move jobs. So your buddy who works in air conditioning can make $3,000 to $5,000 signing bonus and get better coworkers and overall work life at Amazing Plumbing, Heating, and Air. But the real news is, if you successfully refer your buddy to Amazing, you'll get $1,000 for yourself as a thank you. Successfully means your buddy is the kind of guy who does the right thing because it's the right thing, has real experience as a service tech, installer, or a plumber, and does in fact sign with us. That's a big investment in hiring the right people, but investing in the right people always pays off. So if you're that person or you know them, give me a call at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
For great food, great drinks, and a great time, Cross Street Market is Baltimore's spot in Federal Hill. With stalls like Pizza de Joey, Theo's Rolls and Bowls, Dashi Ramen, and the Red Hot Jollof Bowl, along with the Watershed Restaurant. It's the perfect place to meet for a bite or a drink. Just say the words, "I'll see you at the market."
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Cavaliers faced a steep uphill battle last night against the Knicks. After losing Game 1 in such heartbreaking fashion, they needed to steal one at the Garden before flipping the series back to Cleveland, but the result was a 109-93 New York win. Josh Hart broke out of his recent slump with a playoff career-high 26 points. He entered the game shooting just 26% from three so far in the Knicks' postseason run and proceeded to miss his first three from beyond the arc last night. He would eventually settle in to drill 5 of his next 8 attempts while adding 7 assists. Here's his post-game reaction.
Those first 3, they felt good. I was kind of frustrated with it because obviously, I've been putting in the reps. I was frustrated at first. I'm just like, bro, it's not translating right now. I know how to just keep shooting. If I did that, I'll be good.
And the O's will welcome the Tigers to Camden Yards this weekend. The series gets started later tonight at 7:15 with a pitching matchup between Chris Bassett and former Oriole Jack Flaherty. Detroit's right-hander holds a 5.77 ERA in 10 starts this season. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Dr. Lairfield Smile Design Center. Call 410-321-1100 to schedule your appointment today. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, rain expected all throughout the afternoon and into tonight. Temps in the upper 50s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. 105.7 The Fan.
Ripping It with Ryan. Sponsored by Dubo Law. Real people, real results. For a free consultation, call 410-ASK-DUBO. Here's Bob Haynie and Ryan Ripken.
Ripping It with Ryan here on this Featured Artist Friday, 105.7 The Fan. Cars, by the way. Pick a song, we'll play it. Send your request to the Plaza Sport text line at 410-583-1057. Rock and Roll Hall of Famers with local ties. So there's connections there. And their catalog is vast. So you might not be like, well, I can't think of a song off the top of my head. Just Google the song list and you'll be like, oh, man, I know that song and I love that song. And we're going to play that song if you pick it. Let's bring Ryan Ripken in here. We're ripping it with Ryan. Ryan, first of all, good afternoon. How you feeling?
I'm good, Bob Haynie. How are you today?
Timothy. Chalamet.
Yeah, we got to figure out one for Nolan. That would be a tough one.
We're rolling with Nolan
we
here.
Are rolling
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
William in Northeast Baltimore brought it up.
Yep.
Hardest hit ball you've seen. You played professional baseball.
Uh-huh.
You've been around the game a bazillion years, even though you're a young man. What's the hardest hit ball you've ever seen live and in person? Whether you hit it, which I'm sure you have the top 5 hardest hit balls you've ever seen. But what are the hardest hit ball you've ever seen? Pro, minor, high school? It could have been good aluminum, whatever it was.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. My personal highest was either 113.5 or 115.3. It's one of those that was up there, but I hit it hard. I would say the hardest I've ever seen in person, I think, was 117. I think the hardest hit ball I've documented watching on TV was Stan.
Let me rephrase.
Yeah, there we go.
Home run.
Oh, home run.
Yeah, hardest hit, longest
home run I've seen. Oh, I think only it was about, probably 115, 116.
But who hit it? And where was it? And how impressive? For instance.
Actually, I think it might have been Joey Bart. We faced him in Double-A. Catcher was for the high draft pick for the Giants.
He might have been number 1 pick.
Yeah. So he hit a ball in Bowie. Now it's Chesapeake Bay Sox, but the Bowie Bay Sox. He hit a ball over the left field scoreboard. That was just an absolute mammoth of a shot. Actually, I lied. It wasn't him. O'Neal Cruz. I forgot that I faced him. Yeah, O'Neal Cruz hit a ball about 116 on a absolute linea out, and it was Oppo. It was an Oppo ball, actually, in Bowie. We won that game, though. But off of Mike Bauman, line drive, and that thing was a missile to left center, and it just hit the top of the second wall that's out of play and just smacked down. Wanted to break down the wall. Sorry, Mike. Love you. Good kid.
Yeah, and we were talking not, batting practice or all-star games. Griffey famously hit the warehouse. Mine was Kid Seiko taking Arthur Rhodes deep at Camden Yards, 94. Hit the camera well in left field over top of the left where Mr. Splash is. There's a camera up there. It was a rising ball, too. Mm-hmm. It didn't land. It would have flown into downtown Baltimore if the stadium wasn't there. We all know that Jose Canseco did some extracurriculars to add that power, but Arthur threw high 90s, maybe hit triple digits. That was a bomb for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious where you're going with this, or maybe I can talk.
Brought it up. Yeah.
Well, no. But where I'm going to go with this? How about this?
Yes.
Is that when you hit a ball that hard?
Yeah.
Typically, it's a line drive or it's a riser. Any ball that's high in the air, the exit velo isn't going to be as high. You're still going to get it. I think the hardest one I think we saw this year was Sam Basayo, the ball to dead center. It felt like it was just a line drive that it kept going. And then it went 100 feet over the fence, it felt or 430 or whatever, 440. But in general, just because of the trajectory, the ball's not going to be as hard if you hit the ball higher in the air. It's just how it is. Giancarlo Stanton, that was the one I was thinking about watching. I've seen Stanton hit 120, 121 mile an hour missiles that are right on the ground or right at a infielder, and that's a scary thought. But I got to say, personally, for those, The philosophy is to hit the ball hard somewhere. Actually, let me back this up because this is a talked about subject. Now I'm rolling.
Well, it all started with, Ben, I don't care if you hit 140 to the shortstop, it's an out.
Okay, so here we go. Let me get. I might not be rolling with Nolan.
Yes,
but we're ripping with Ryan right now.
But you're hanging with Haynie too.
Here we are. We're doing all of it. But here's the thing. With all that being said, and this philosophy, because it's great, because I talked to Ben yesterday as well. He came on the Ryan Ripken show, and when we heard the whole hard hit thing, the philosophy for any hitter should be, I'm going to hit the ball hard somewhere. Now, in today's day and age, the thought is hit the ball hard in the air. My growing up was hit the ball hard somewhere, on the ground, in the air. If you make hard contact, usually good things happen. But that's until you get the 2 strikes. Then when you get the 2 strikes, put that sucker in play. Find a way to get the bat to the ball and make something happen. And whether you hit the ball 120 miles an hour or you hit the ball 32 miles an hour, if you put it in play with 2 strikes, you give yourself a chance. I still believe in that. I know that's what Ben believes. And I mean, I know we're probably going to talk about analytics today. Is that kind of
whatever? We're ripping with Ryan.
Okay, so I don't have to go full send here on the first segment unless you want me to.
Whatever you want to do.
But overall, this conversation about analytics and the game of baseball, I think it can get brought out in so many ways. But also, analytics has been a part of this game for decades, but it's been interpreted differently. So this is a part of analytics technically, that if you are watching the game and you are seeing with your own eyes the tendencies of the pitcher or the hitter, the tendencies of what he does when he's up in the count, down in the count as a infielder, you might shift your positioning because you're watching the game. You're having a conversation with teammates. Technically, that's analytics. You are thinking analytically to help yourself. But that's still baseball driven of what your eyes are telling you. The problem that's happening now when people look at analytics in a negative way, it is all this information and you don't know how to use it to help you on the field. And I think that's where Ben was talking about with this situation. And I'm right there with him with, you can have every stat metric imaginable. But if it doesn't help you make the plays, have the at-bats, then it's not serving its purpose. And sometimes the data's there just to be there, but it doesn't mean that you need to use it. Because at the end of the day, when you're playing a game that's so damn hard and you got to go out there and in an instant you got to react to a pitch that's under a second, you got to be able to move to your right or left without thinking of it. When you add more thoughts into your head, it slows down your natural reaction. And so I think that's where when we hear too much data, overload of data, for me, it's not allowing you to process what you have to do on the field. And I think that's where we've seen a lot of, and I know the whole hard hit ball, not hit hard conversation, that to me is just more philosophy. The philosophy as a hitter, hit the ball hard. That's your goal. However, get the job done. That's also your goal. So if it means it's not going to be hit hard, then too bad. The Rays don't hit the ball too hard very often. I think they're one of the lowest, Ben said, or watching it. But that's just because they changed their approach with 2 strikes. You know, the catcher that hit the home run in the 8th inning. Fiducia. Home run, then he lays a bunt down.
Yep.
Right? So it's just the philosophy here. It's not the data itself. It's the philosophy and how you use it, to me, is the bigger problem. I could go on a tangent. We could be ripping all day if you really want, Bob.
Well, we got to get out of here at 2 o'clock. But we'll come back. Take your phone calls at 410-583-1057. Josh Tolentino, columnist for the Baltimore Sun. A time of reckoning maybe coming up for the Orioles and Mike Elias. We'll get his thoughts on that after a disastrous road trip. But you think the Orioles had a crappy road trip. The Tigers just had a disastrous homestand. And we'll talk about that later in the show with Jason Beck, who covers Detroit for MLB.com. Arguably, the 2 most disappointing teams in the American League right now meeting at Camden Yards. And as fate would have it, it's going to rain all weekend, so have fun with that.
Portions of the Vinny and Haynie Show are sponsored by Surfside. Celebrate the O's season with Surfside. Real tea, real vodka, zero bubbles. Please drink responsibly.
Memorial Day is close, which means summer's almost here, and Town Appliance Memorial Day shopping event is happening now. Upgrade your kitchen or outdoor setup with Memorial Day savings and flexible financing. Visit the showroom off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. Call, text, or shop townappliance.com before it's over.
This inning brought to you by...
Actually, it's brought to you by reality. I'm Neil Dubovsky, founder of Dubo Law. And we know that car accidents aren't a game, they're real life. When you've been injured and need help, call 410-ASK-DUBO. That's 410-275-3826 for a free consultation, and let us fight for you.
Are you stuck in a dead-end commercial mechanical construction job? Well, it's time to build a real career, not just collect a paycheck. At Ariosa Mechanical, a career means the opportunity for personal and professional growth in a supportive work environment. We're hiring qualified and licensed HVAC and plumbing foremen with a signing bonus of $10,000. If you're looking to grow with a company that respects your craft, visit ariosamechanical.com. That's ariosamechanical.com.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hello, I am Dr. Michael Osgood with Vascular Surgery Associates, or VSA. Do you have heavy, achy, painful legs? Do you notice swelling in your feet and legs throughout the day? Do you have unsightly or uncomfortable varicose veins? If you have any of these symptoms, you may be suffering from chronic venous insufficiency, and we at VSA can help. Visit us at vsaveins.com. That's vsaveins.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
What if everything you learned in history class was only half the story? I'm Dr. Hrini Bhatt, host of Hidden History. Every Monday, I go where history gets mysterious. Vanished civilizations, doomsday prophecies, paranormal phenomena, and events that science still can't fully explain. On Hidden History, I treat these moments like open case files. Not myths, not superstition, just incomplete explanations waiting for a closer look. Listen to and follow Hidden History, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Ripping it with Ryan on the Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Ripping it with Ryan. Bobby Haynie, Ryan Ripken, Nolan McGraw, the side of glass. Orioles Tigers coming up tonight. 7:05. Weather 7:15 actually. It's one of them Apple games. That's right, man. Getting a little national TV love. Chris Bassett against Jack Flaherty. A couple of veteran righties going on. Both teams last place in their respective divisions. So not where we anticipated either team would be when we started our predictions a couple months ago. But let's get out to the phones. Chris in Catonsville. Chris, thanks for holding. What's up?
Yeah, just the opposite of the guy with Frank Robinson. I was in the upper deck between where Wild Bill Hagee and the fence that went up the upper deck, and there was a ball, and I swear it was still going up when it hit that fence, and I saw exactly where it hit, and I looked at home plate, and the foul pole was directly in line, and those balls, they tail to the foul pole, the foul territory. When that ball went over the 309 home run, whatever, foul pole, that thing had to be fair. And I swear to you, I believe the ball was still rising when it hit the fence out there.
Well, who hit it?
Eddie Murray.
Oh, there we go.
Eddie Murray. It was like the moonshot of moonshots for Eddie Murray.
Yeah,
it was amazing.
Yeah, well, it wasn't a '79 World Series off Burt Blyleven by any chance, was it?
No, they didn't call it a home run, but I saw exactly where it hit, and I looked at home plate, and that pole was directly in line, so they blew the call. They didn't credit him with a home run. He should have one more home run.
All right, Chris in Catonsville, thanks for the call. Sort of like our boy Mayo against the Nats last Saturday down in D.C., because that ball looked fair to me from my vantage point, sitting on the deck.
It sure did, and Kobe thought so too with the bat flip. And then also, if you read his lips, he goes, then it wasn't a home run. And, he said some other words to describe himself. But, yeah, it gets tricky down there. With all the technology nowadays, would we be able to have a line that could kind of directly, like it crosses? I know, you know what I mean?
Like what they're saying with football with goalposts.
Right? There. Like you would think in theory, but yet we're still having it up for interpretation.
With that particular foul ball, if they would have called it fair, they wouldn't have overturned it.
For sure. I think you can't.
Yeah, so he just got hosed with the third base umpire there. Blowing the call. They're out to get us, Nolan. Let's go to Pasadena. It's Steve. Steve, you're on the Fan with Bob Haynie, Ryan Ripken, and Nolan McGraw.
Hey, how y'all doing, man? Best talk show radio I've ever heard, man.
Well, thank you very much.
Fantastic.
Yeah, there's other shows out there. Just
appreciate it.
Other shows, Bob, but not as good as yours, man.
That's a good point. Yes, correct. What's up, man?
Anyway, I got three of them, but I'm just going to give you one because you probably don't have time for the other two. But each one of them I've seen in person. I was in Detroit visiting my uncle, and he said, "You want to go to the baseball game?" I said, "Sure." So my dad and my uncle, we all went to a baseball game. Watch Reggie Jackson from the A's hit a ball in Detroit Stadium off a transformer on the third deck, estimated about 502 feet.
That was the 71 All-Star game off Doc Ellis.
Yes, it was. I could not believe it. It was unbelievable.
All right, Steve, thanks for the call. Have a great weekend. And he's right. This is the best talk show on from 10 to 2 on 105.7 The Fan.
Look at that.
There's only one of them. So we win our time slot amongst ourselves. How's that sound?
I think, you know what? You're the best in my book, Bob. Bob Haynie.
Yeah, Haynie, Chamelet. We're hanging with Haynie, rolling Nolan, and ribbing with Ryan. But I mean, you were long from being born. I was 6 when that happened.
But I mean, it's the legend of Reggie Jackson.
I mean, it's off Doc Ellis, 71 All-Star game, and Reggie was paid. He was down 0-2 in the count, and it had drilled one to deep right field there.
Yeah,
I mean, get it done.
Reggie, he was one of the players. When we talk about now, when the light tower power, the energy, the excitement of what's going on, and the guy that you wanted to watch when he stepped in the batter's box, because you know what? He might swing it out of his shoes and he might miss that damn thing, right? Or he might be on a heater and he might make contact and you see a ball go to places that no other player seems to touch. And he did it in some big moments, too.
And it was he's Mr. October, but that was Mr. July for the American League. Let's go to Milton in Baltimore. Milton, thanks for holding. What's up?
How you doing, guys?
All right.
Doing well. How are you?
All right. The hardest ball I've ever seen hit was in the 70s in Memorial Stadium. Merv Retman hit one in left field, and it went out the stadium. Nobody ever talked about it.
Merv Retman hit one out of Memorial Stadium?
Yep, and no one ever talked about it. It hit the bars at the top of the seats and went out the stadium.
Wow.
I was there. I saw it.
Yeah, Merv Retman, number 14, became a hitting coach. Tony Gwynn always relied on him when they were in San Diego. But I did not know, Milton, that he hit one out of Memorial Stadium. I did not know that.
Yes, he did.
All right, Milton, thanks for the call. Merv Retman sadly passed away not too long ago, but part of those great Oriole teams of the late 60s, early 70s, was traded from the Orioles for our buddy Ross Grimsley to the Cincinnati Reds. Ross, our colleague here on BBT for many years. We have time for another call. Dolan McGraw, he says yes. Let's go to Tom in Centerville. Tom, what's up?
Good afternoon. Nobody's going to remember this except for maybe another little leaguer. Early 60s, maybe 1960. Little League Day. All the school buses come hauling all these uniformed Little League players. And we sat in the stands yelling, screaming, and Harmon Killebrew hit one over the center field fence into the pine trees that were behind deep center field. There's a group of trees there next to the scoreboard. And Harmon Killebrew hit it into the trees.
Yeah, hey, Tom, thanks for the call. Have a great weekend. And Vinny from Minnesota, grew up when Harmon Killebrew was in his heyday with the Twins. And, yeah, he hit, and I guess that's the one he was just talking about, one of the longest home runs ever at Memorial Stadium. Hall of Famer, Harmon Killebrew, the killer. Let's get back to the phones. Jonathan in Essex. Jonathan, what's happening?
What's going on, gentlemen?
How you doing, man?
Not too bad. Hey, I'm just calling on about these numbers and all these things about, the Orioles. To me, it comes down plain and simple. One is like raising the kids. Nobody's going to raise a kid by the way the book says. Sometimes you got to use your gut, and that's what the deal is. Just use your gut. That's all I wanted to say today.
All right, Jonathan, thanks. The analytics, when does it become a prominent part of development? High school?
I mean,
through the minors, whatever levels you get to. When do they start preaching exit velo and spin rates?
Well,
and all that stuff?
It goes back to what I was saying earlier is the philosophies and the game of baseball has had analytics in it for as long as the game's been played. It's just, it was maybe not considered analytics. Again, like my philosophy of saying hit the ball hard somewhere. Well, when you hit the ball hard, we might have not had the data to say how hard we hit it. But when you square it up, when you square it up. You watch with your eyes if that ball was hit hard. I think now the part of it, when you want to get the immediate feedback on what it is, that's where kids can go and look to and see. And, so when to start, it's your question. I don't really know because at the end of the day.
Well, the modern era. I mean, Earl Weaver and Billy Martin played matchups.
I will say this. It's always cool to see what your data is, right? As a kid, I always was curious, what my stats were, where I hit the baseball, because that was a fun component of it. But at the end of the day, this goes back to what do you need to do on the field? And right there about trusting your gut. On the field, it's baseball instincts. Your instincts. You hear it all the time nowadays in all walks of life, right? When someone said, how did you know that? Or why did you make that decision? Oh, I had that gut feeling. My instincts told me. And I always like to believe that your gut or your instincts, truly, if you have that strong of a feeling, you should trust that. And that's something that analytics, quite frankly, are never going to be able to fully quantify.
We're ripping it with Ryan. We're rolling with Nolan. We're hanging with Haynie. Here on 105.7 The Fan. When we come back, Josh Tolentino, Baltimore Sun columnist, get his thoughts on the Orioles, where they sit right now through 50 games. Well, where they sit, they're last place, 12.5 out of first. They're 8 games below 500. Their run differential is one of the worst in Major League Baseball. Other than that, hey, what a summer so far.
Portions of the Vinny and Haynie Show are sponsored by Surfside. Celebrate the O's season with Surfside. Real tea, real vodka, zero bubbles. Please drink responsibly.
Don't just watch the big match, experience it in New Jersey. From beaches to wineries, theme parks, and more, New Jersey has it all. Win a trip to our official soccer watch party. Enter to win at Odyssey.com/NJ. That's AUDACY.com/NJ.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather,
wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
The Maryland Lottery presents Home Run Legends.
The pitching machine could throw up to 100 miles an hour. Crank it up, I said. Yeah, eventually they had to turn it back down to Little League, but I made such powerful contact that it couldn't have been anything but a majestic 500-foot homer. Of course, we'll never know. It was a batting cage, but still.
You too can be a home run legend when you play Fast Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery. You'll have a chance to win cash instantly with a progressive jackpot, tickets to a game, and more. Please play responsibly.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. Do your feet slow you down before your day even starts? You're not alone. Orioles Hall of Famer Mike Bordick knows exactly how that feels.
After 14 seasons in the majors and over 1,700 games, my body's sure been through a lot. I felt it, especially in my feet, knees, and back. I thought pain was just part of life, especially plantar fasciitis. I used to judge my days by how I'd walk down the stairs. If my feet were hurting, I knew the day wasn't going to be easy. But since I started wearing Good Feet arch supports, I'm back to feeling my best. And my feet, well, they've never felt better. Don't let plantar fasciitis slow you down like it did me. Try them for yourself with a free fitting and test walk.
If pain is holding you back from the things you love, maybe it's time to try the Good Feet Store. You can stay active, feel better, and keep moving. Come in for your free fitting and test walk. Book your appointment today at goodfeet.com. The Good Feet Store, the official arch supports of the Baltimore Orioles. Go O's.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, if you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Is foot pain holding you back? Visit the Good Feet Store for a free personalized fitting and test walk.
If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles will start up a 10-game homestand tonight when the Tigers come to town. Even with 112 left to play, it feels like the Birds' season could be hanging in the balance over this next week plus. They're only 3.5 games out of a playoff spot due to a weaker American League so far, but by that same token, they're only 4.5 games up on the Angels, who sit dead last in all of Major League Baseball. History suggests it's even more of a long shot, though. Only 13 teams have lost 29 of their first 50 and gone on to make the playoffs. Chris Bassett will be on the mound for this evening's opener, while Jack Flaherty gets the nod for Detroit. First pitch at 7:15. And last night in the NBA playoffs, the Knicks cruised past the Cavaliers 109-93 to take a 2-0 series lead. At one point in the third quarter, they went on an 18-0 run fueled by Josh Hart, who would go on to finish with 26 points and 7 assists. Game 3 will take place tomorrow night in Cleveland. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Play the Maryland Treasure Scratch-Off from the Maryland Lottery, featuring original art by local artists and a top prize of $10,000. These Maryland treasures are worth collecting. Please play responsibly. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, rain expected all throughout the afternoon and into tonight, temps in the upper 50s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Ripping It with Ryan. Sponsored by Dubo Law. Real people, real results. For a free consultation, call 410-ASK-DUBO. Here's Bob Haynie and Ryan Ripken.
Ripping It with Ryan here on this Featured Artist Friday. It's the Cars. Anything you want to hear from them, send your song request, Sport text line at 410-583-1057. Orioles tonight start a 3-game series against the Tigers. 2 disappointing teams, to say the least. We'll talk about Detroit's struggles with Jason Beck from MLB.com coming up around 1:30. But joining us now to talk about the Birds, he wrote a big column today in the Baltimore Sun about their first 50 games, which bad. Not good, bad. Bob Haynie, Ryan Ripken, Nolan McGraw, let's welcome back to the show, Window Nation guest hotline, columnist for the Sun, Josh Tolentino. Josh, first of all, good afternoon. How you feeling? Happy Memorial Day and all that good stuff.
Bob, Ryan, a pleasure. I am getting ready, trying to pick out which rain jacket to bring to the yard tonight. Hopefully, I mean, this forecast is ugly this weekend, boys. So let's get these games in, hopefully.
Or just bang them early so we don't have to grab rain jackets if you pick up what I'm putting down. Josh Tolentino, but you wrote about it today, the reckoning possibly with the Orioles 50 games in. Your colleague Jacob Calvin Meyer talking about teams that were 8 games below 500 through 50 games. And it's like Lloyd Christmas from Dumb and Dumber, 1 in a million, basically, to win your division, get to the playoffs and all that fun stuff. David Rubenstein has made it clear under no uncertain terms that Mike Elias is his guy. Without talking to David Rubenstein, is there perhaps a chance that maybe a softening of the stance here? Because since the second half of 2024, the Orioles are 20-plus games under 500 here.
Yeah, and certainly you think back to the offseason. I asked David myself, and this was during a time when he was made available during Craig Albernaz's press conference, and essentially asked his confidence in Mike Elias, who by no means, to discredit his success here with what he was able to bring, and through all those long years of waiting of that success, this club and the fan base experience in 23 and 24. But David Rubenstein essentially, when I asked his confidence level, he said he has confidence in Mike for many, many years to come. So would certainly want to see his standpoint on that right now. And you bring up the headline and the word reckoning. I think what I meant throughout the entire column is that basically the Orioles, it seems like they're drifting towards a point where, the questions have to stop revolving around, a bad stretch or, certain, a group of players underperforming, but eventually it has to become more organizationally and certainly not meeting the expectations that many have placed on this team through the first third of the season.
What's going on, Josh? And to your point, it's all of these conversations come up when a team loses, right? Winning cures a lot, or at least can put a Band-Aid on certain things. But when you lose, it draws a lot of conversation and debate. And so last year, right, the Orioles lose a lot. someone loses their job. It was Brandon Hyde and the majority of the coaching staff. So now it's a new group. And so I wonder then just your perspective, because to me, and just from hearing the fan base, they thought, okay, we make a change, we bring in pieces, now we should be winning. But now that we're not, that it feels that everyone wants to know, why is this such a deeper rooted issue? Is this more of a talent issue or a philosophical issue, or maybe a combination? But I wanted to hear your thoughts and opinions on that situation.
Yeah, of course. And let's first, I mean, look at the moves that Mike made. And throughout the offseason, I was in such favor of many of them. The acquisition of Taylor Ward, a clear signal in giving up team control of, I thought when I gave out that opinion that a lot of the fans didn't disagree when Mike shipped off Grayson, and, the returns of that have been great. I was so high on Shane Baz, a player that I covered previously, his rise with the Tampa Bay organization, and he just has not been that guy. It certainly looks like he's taking or turning a corner here in recent starts. So, not just him, Chris Bassett, who's going on tonight, and Bradish as well. It looks like they are close to turning the page. But, just getting back to your question, Ryan, that's why that's why my answer probably drifts towards this has to be more organizationally, philosophically. Certainly they had an upheaval of the coaching staff, bringing in mainly on the hitting side, on their defensive coaching with Jason Bourgeois directing that outfield. But I think that's why part of a majority of my column is centered towards, the questions have to arise above the everyday grinders, the coaches, the players, and it's more so about the ones putting them in place now, especially to your point, if the losing continues, an important homestand here coming up.
Yeah, I mean, 10 games here at home. They've really struggled on the road this year, been average at home, and now you really do need to try to get going over the next week or so. One thing, I always find it fascinating in sports just how quickly things can change in the perspective, because 3 years ago, it was nothing could be wrong. And the one part that I do want to say, I think, Josh, there is sometimes too much criticism, too moves, because for all the things that you just said, Mike Elias has made some bold moves. You traded away Grayson. You traded for Corbin Burns. You traded earlier and you got Kyle Bradish. You have proven that you're going to make some moves, but the other underlying part here is maybe the underperformance of some of these guys. And I think there's that combination of guys just maybe not living up to the potential. Because you mentioned Chris Bassett, Josh. When you hear Bassett talk, he's not saying anything about Mike Elias or the front office or the coaching staff. He's saying as an individual, he feels like he's not living up to it. And I guess I don't know how to have an answer with it, more of a conversation. But I think that's something that I wanted to point out there. I think the players also have to be responsible as well.
Yeah, and that's a great point. And I think there is been a lot of accountability with guys in the clubhouse. You mentioned Bassett, and, I'll go back to the guy that I was most high on. Craig Albertaz labeled him with Cy Young upside, and I was a firm believer that he does have that ceiling, and I still think he does. But with Shane Baz, 2 starts ago, when he says it's just embarrassing, I mean, there's really no other way to hide around his struggles. And again, it looks like he's turned the page here, at least with his most recent start against his old mates. And, him and Bassett have to continue trending in that right direction for them to go on a roll. So I don't think it's a shortage of any accountability by any means of the guys that are, taking the field every day and putting the jersey on. So, look, they just really need to string some. And, I said this before the Nationals series, they don't have to win in any type of emphatic fashion, but, just string some series wins together. So, again, 3, hopefully not 2 wet ones here over this weekend, then, welcome, they'll get their chance at revenge on these Rays here in a few days.
Josh Tolentino, columnist for the Baltimore Sun. Josh, real quick for you, we're 50 games in. When are we going to decide, or when will the Orioles decide for themselves whether they're going to be buyers or sellers when the trade deadline gets here? Faster than we anticipate it will be, because the American Tigers are coming in even more disappointing than the Orioles in a lot of areas. When will they decide if they can hang in this mediocrity, or they're just going to be less than that like they were last year?
Oh, the early part of me wants to say after this homestand, it's such a critical juncture in the season with a struggling team coming here in Detroit, and again, you get your crack at revenge at the best team in baseball in the Rays. But realistically, we're talking later in the summer. We got to play this thing out. But I'd certainly be interested in hearing what Mike Elias thinks about that, and certainly those are conversations that they kind of have within their heads as the season progresses. But again, realistically, later in the summer.
Josh Tolentino, columnist, Baltimore Sun. Josh, appreciate the time. Have a great Memorial Day weekend, you and the family, and we'll talk to you soon.
Fellas, enjoy the weekend. Enjoy the baseball.
Thanks, Josh. Hopefully we can enjoy the baseball, because I don't want to be whining on Tuesday like we have been all week long so far. We'll come back, reset the program for you. Got the American League East report coming up. We got buy or sell coming up as well, heading into the holiday weekend. And you think we're crying here in Baltimore, Ryan Ripken? Jason Beck, MLB.com, talking about the Tigers. They have a ton of injuries.
Yeah.
A ton of injuries, but they're flatlining big time. Are they injuries, excuses, or are they just kind of a bad team right now?
Portions of the Vinny and Haynie Show are sponsored by Surfside. Celebrate the O's season with Surfside. Real tea, real vodka, zero bubbles. Please drink responsibly.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Western Conference Final between OKC and San Antonio is an absolute war, and players are starting to drop like flies. Jalen Williams, J-Dub, hamstring injury. Dylan Harper, hamstring injury. De'Aaron Fox isn't 100% healthy. The New York Knicks have to be looking at what's happening in the West and smiling right now. Neither OKC or San Antonio healthy. Is it all coming up next? I'm Nick Costos.
105.7 The Fan Studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
There's a pill version of Ozempic.
Hello, I'm Ozempic.
And I'm other GLP-1s kind of like him. Hey, did I hear there's a pill version of Ozempic?
Yep, you sure did. Ask your doctor about which FDA-approved uses of the Ozempic pen or pill may be right for you. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and learn more about Ozempic semaglutide tablets 9 milligrams and Ozempic semaglutide injection 2 milligrams.
There's a pill version of Ozempic.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
University of Maryland Global Campus offers more than 55 flexible online certificates that provide short-term credentials and real-world skills you can use immediately, with a range of affordable undergraduate and graduate certificates in high-demand fields like business, AI, cybersecurity, data analytics, and healthcare. You can earn credentials quickly to help advance your career. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Classes start soon. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a data analyst.
Hey, what model did you use for these quarterly projections?
Astrology. If Mercury's in retrograde, sales tank. If Venus is rising, we crush Q4.
You built our revenue forecast off horoscopes?
Yeah, the Zodiac never lies.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
A cool and crisp Modelo tastes good. But you know what tastes even better? That survived the evening rush Modelo. That post-12-hour shift Modelo. That fought for every rebound Modelo. that just clocked out on a Friday, Modelo. That Modelo you earned is just better. That Modelo is the Remarkable Fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
There's a pill version of Ozempic.
Hello, I'm Ozempic.
And I'm other GLP-1s kind of like him. Hey, did I hear there's a pill version of Ozempic?
Yep, you sure did. Ask your doctor about which FDA-approved uses of the Ozempic pen or pill may be right for you. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and learn more about Ozempic semaglutide tablets 9 milligrams and Ozempic semaglutide injection 2 milligrams.
There's a pill version of Ozempic.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Ripping it with Ryan on the Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Ripping it with Ryan. Here on this Featured Artist Friday. Bob Haney, Ryan Ripken, Roland and Nolan McGraw. On the other side of the glass, Orioles 50 games in, 8 games below 500. And we'll talk more about the Tigers. Because we can't sit here with a straight face and rag on Detroit. We can't go all schadenfreude or fruit or whatever it is, where you take pleasure in someone else's pain, even though they are 20-31 and 9.5 games out of a very mediocre division. They've lost, 13 of 15, just got swept by Cleveland. But Baltimore's woes are well documented. Orioles are 13 games out of first place. And this whole, we're only 3.5 out of the wild card, that's, unless something dramatic happens over the next 10 games where they need to go 7-3, as Warren called in, then they hit the road, then they have another homestand of great importance. They're terrible against the division, Ryan, as we know. Winless against the division on the road. Now you got Tampa and Toronto coming here tomorrow, but Tampa's been raking no matter where they play. Toronto did salvage a split against the Yankees in the Bronx. We'll get to the AL East coming up in a couple of minutes. And as Josh just said, well, you wait another month and et cetera, et cetera. Once you start getting to the 12, 13 game below 500 mark, which they're closer to being that than they are to being 500.
Right.
Then I think all bets are off and you're really going to have to start looking at harsh realities. But the question is, if you're looking to sell, there are no Bakers, there are no Seds, there are no O'Hearns. I mean, I know Steve Molesky had referenced this. I didn't hear it, but apparently Steve, our colleague, we love him. Adley's free agent after next year. I mean, are we 4 years after he was called up looking at reality that he could possibly be a trade chip, which would start maybe another rebuild, which Oriole fans went through for many, many years, which was disgusting at all levels. The worst records in the history of the team happened during all this.
Oh, you didn't love that? You didn't love that time?
No, it was very unpleasant.
Hey, you know, I still can tell you, 21 my last year in AAA, it was, we were bad in AAA, they were bad at the big league level, and I think I told you Stevie Wilkerson got a save in the big leagues. You remember Wilkie?
Sure.
Wilkie got called up from AAA to the big leagues. The team lost like 13 straight. Then he came back down, and we lost another 10 straight, and he hadn't had a win for a month. Oh, it was good times. But this ain't about that. This is about Adley, who Adley joined that team in 21 in Norfolk. But to bring this all together, you would have thought 5 years ago, and Adley was going to be the savior. And when he was called up in 2022 and the results, you felt he was the guy to take the team back to the promised land for the Baltimore Orioles, which was back to a World Series and bring that title back to Baltimore. And so where are we at now? We're at a time where we're having hypotheticals on what the Orioles could possibly do. And I understand why. And quite frankly, Bob, if they don't win and Adley's having this type of career year, this value for him might not get any higher, right? Like that is the reality of this situation when it comes to Adley Rutschman, because unfortunately, He's dealt with injuries. He has proven when he's healthy and in the right frame of mind, he's one of the best catchers in the game, and catching is a premier position. And when you trade someone at the deadline, they're willing to give up more. Now, the question is, do you want to trade something again for more prospects? That's what people hate to hear, the word prospects here right now, because you don't know. But the other part of it is, are you ready to give the keys fully over to Sam Basayo? Is he ready for that? You know, all of those factor into the equation. But one thing that's different from Adley and Sam, Bob, Sammy's got the extension.
Yep.
And you know he's going to be here. Adley's contract, if he plays the way that he is right now and he does that next year, he's going to get a big contract. And do you have room for two of those catchers? I don't know if that answers yes.
He'll be a free agent, Adley, in 2028. And correct me if I'm wrong, that means after the 2027 season.
Correct.
Which is next year. And Adley is well on his way to making his third All-Star team. Nolan, what do you think, bud? We're sitting here talking. It's even a talking point that Adley Rutschman went from savior of the franchise to a guy that brings magic beans back.
Well, it's surprising in that sense. Also surprising that he turned it around from the last couple of years, last year and a half. So if they found themselves in a situation where they were ready to pull the trigger on trading Adley Rutschman this year, I think they should consider themselves lucky. Not that they wound up in that situation to begin with, but the fact that he is tradable at this point. That was not a guarantee at all. Regardless of outcome of this season, if they're going to turn it around, make the wild card, or if they fizzle out like they did last year, I think the top of the list for me, important things to figure out, or at least have a concrete idea by the end of the season, has to be how that two-catcher dynamic works, right? They've found ways to get both of them in the lineup pretty regularly so far this year. Injuries elsewhere on the roster have made that easier at times, but you got to ask yourself, okay, is that something we're willing to build our entire lineup around? Having your DH spot wrapped up in one position, or essentially one or two guys for an entire year. In the Mike Elias era, they've liked to keep that pretty much open. They have never really had a dedicated DH. It's always been a rotating cast. And Adley's been a big part of that because, you know, they want him in there to hit. Traditionally, they wanted him to hit even when he's not catching. But even in the past couple of years, it was always, you know, a couple different guys getting in there. So if you feel like you can make life work with both of those catchers, and there's truly two pieces, and hopefully in addition to Henderson, Alonso, that's what you're going to build around, then okay. But it has to be a full-on coordinated effort. It can't be a half step in. Like, I think that could work. And then we'll tweak the lineup a little bit, and then we end up in the same spot next year.
Yeah, and to Ryan's point, what you just said too, Nolan, do you commit that? There's no salary cap in baseball, but it would be like paying your guards in football, you know, millions of dollars, your left guard and your right guard, making this exorbitant amount of money. You have all this dough invested into one position, and they just signed a first baseman who plays all the time. Because it's, well, before they signed Alonso, well, it'll be Mountcastle, Mayo, and Basayo get some starts at first base. I mean, that ship is now sailed. But we are an advanced society. I'm figuring there's a way they could possibly make that work. But, I mean, how Basayo, 21?
Yeah.
And defensively, that cannon arm and throw he made, I mean, that was Johnny Bench level, not in Adley's pop time and X and velo, as we talked about.
So here's the thing. It's you're right. The physical tools of Sammy looks like he could take over to be the primary guy sooner than later because he is young and he does have those skills. Now, you don't want to overuse him, but age is on his side. But the other factor is, I right now when you look at the Orioles lineup, is Adley and Sam Basayo one of your best nine? I think it's the obvious yes. But yet they're not in there every single night. And so this is the other factor here. Would you keep both catchers, who I think you should have play every day, regardless of it? And I know you're worried, well, if he has an off day and he's DHing and an injury happens, you got to make a move. I get it. I understand all that. However, if they're not going to play every day, how do you justify extending Adley? Like, that's how I look at it. If you're going to say right now, I want to keep both you guys because it gives us an advantage and you pay him, well, then you're paying him to play almost a 162. But if Adley's only going to play 120 and Basayo's going to play 120, 130, That's great, but I want the guys playing 150 and above if I can. That's just me.
Yep. Got to be locked in. If you're going to make that decision, again, it has to be a full decision, because I can see it right now. They say, well, Adley's a good player. Sam's a good player. We want them both back. Duh. But they don't factor in roster construction when they do that, or they don't factor in lineup construction day to day. And then you essentially handcuff yourself. If you're going to do that, you have to play both of them every day because they're both going to be paid accordingly, especially Basayo. I really can't visualize, especially in the Mike Elias era, the way he's done things, that they would go with a full-time dedicated DH every single day.
To me, and I can only speak for Bob Haynie, it's just mind-boggling. We're talking about Adley Rutschman, where he might be a past tense Oriole within the next couple of years here, when he was the new face of the Orioles renaissance, the window open, which now might be closed for all that we know. When we come back, American League East report, your phone calls. We're going to get buy or sell. It's Memorial Day weekend. We could always use some money for crustaceans, whatever you throw it on the grill, assuming we get some grill time out there with the weather. And then Jason Beck, what the hell happened to the Tigers? Well, they got a lot of guys hurt. Verlander, Skubal. Who else? Baez is hurt. A bunch of other dudes. A lot of guys are hurt from a team that was expected. Hey, a year ago this time, they were the best team in baseball. And at the All-Star break last year, they were the best team in baseball. Made the playoffs, but flatlined in the second half. A lot of similarities to a certain team that wears the black and orange, right?
Portions of the Vinny and Haynie Show are sponsored by Surfside. Celebrate the O's season with Surfside. Real tea, real vodka, zero bubbles. Please drink responsibly.
Ms. Pac-Man is back. The 80s icon is now a Maryland Lottery scratch-off. With a top prize of $30,000, the Ms. Pac-Man scratch-off is more fun than a barrel of Koosh Balls. Get scratching. Use your mood ring. Please play responsibly. Ms. Pac-Man is registered and copyrighted by BNEI.
Surfside is a proud partner of the Baltimore Orioles. And there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside to enjoy while you cheer them on during the game. Surfside is only 100 calories and zero bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. So it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Sold in stadium and at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
May's weather is pretty nice, but those hot summer days will be here soon. Don't wait until the heat hits to try to avoid high energy bills. Upgrade your home's windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale. Imagine replacing all your windows with new energy efficient ones and getting half of them free. Plus, you could even get them with no money down and no monthly payment or interest for 2 years. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, and even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, this can lead to serious health risks like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes and are covered by most insurances. Call 410-921-0667 to schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 410-921-0667 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 410-921-0667 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. Treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 410-921-0667.
Hey man, that was our exit. We're gonna miss kickoff.
Don't worry, just gotta stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in DC, Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Baltimore Baseball tonight before every weeknight home baseball game at Pickles Pub as we broadcast live. Enjoy their 32-ounce Orange Crush. And on select nights, pick up a free 105.7 The Fan and Science & Kirk bucket hat, courtesy of Science & Kirk Lawyers. YouHaveALawyer.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
A new coach has given the Ravens a fresh start this offseason, and there's already been some speculation about the biggest differences between John Harbaugh and Jesse Minter. John Simpson recently came back to Baltimore through free agency, and he was asked if he senses a culture shift since the last time he was here in 2023.
I feel like the culture is what the culture is here, and I feel like that part didn't really change much. It's going to be a family here. They're going to expect you to work hard. That's how football should be.
Meanwhile, in the NBA, Game 3 of the Western Conference Finals is scheduled to take place tonight in San Antonio, where the Spurs hold a 36-10 record on their home court between the regular season and playoffs so far. OKC's Jalen Williams is considered day-to-day after re-aggravating a hamstring injury in Game 2, and it's being reported that Spurs guard De'Aaron Fox will be a game-time decision after missing the first two in the series with a sprained ankle. Tip-off at 8:30. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Play the exciting new Diamonds and Gold Scratch-Off and new Rose Gold Scratch-Off from the Maryland Lottery. You could win up to $2 million. Please play responsibly. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, rain expected all throughout the afternoon and into tonight, temps in the upper 50s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Yankees, Boston, Toronto.
A closer look at the AL East with Vinny and Haynie. 105.7 The Fan. Sponsored by Petro. For the best AC system tune-up and repair services, go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Visit petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today.
AL East report. Bob Haynie, Ryan Ripken, Nolan McGraw. We're ripping it with Ryan. Orioles off yesterday after getting swept at the Trop. 1-5 on the road trip through D.C. and the first place Tampa Bay Rays back at it tonight, taking on the Tigers. Orioles 21-29 on the year, 12-12 at home. Chris Bassett coming off a rocky outing against the Nats, and basically after the game said, I sucked. I'm too old for attaboys and working on things. Got to get people out. 3-3 with a 5.44.
Yeah, I mean, and quite frankly, they need him. You know, I said it before, when you go into a season and you have to have two guys be your anchor, and it was supposed to be Rodgers and Bradish, and right now Rodgers is going through it. Bradish looks like he's rounded into form. The rest of your staff, with the other injuries, they need you. It's not a we hope it works out. No, like, we need it to work out, because the problem that's happened, and we saw it in the series against the Rays, the bullpen's taxed. I think overall the bullpen has done a tremendous job. I know the numbers might be more inflated, but I think the numbers are inflated because they're being asked to do more. Rico Garcia has been exceptional, but he wasn't going to be Superman the rest of the year. Anthony Nunez, as a rookie, has potential. but you're using him more than you would like to use him. And that goes with your starting pitching being able to go deeper into games. And on top of that, if your starters go deeper into games, it protects your bullpen, but you keep a game close. It gives your offense a chance to come back. And right now, it is just like the Orioles, starting rotation just hasn't been consistent day in and day out to give their team a shot.
For the Tigers, 20-31 on the year, 7-19 on the road. Jack Flaherty, former Oriole on the Hill, he's 0-5 with a .577. They just got swept at home by the Guardians, 3-1 losers yesterday. Patrick Bailey, he went yard for Cleveland. We'll talk more about the problems going on in Detroit with Jason Beck, who covers the Tigers for MLB.com. Last night in the division, only one game. 4-game series wrapping up in the Bronx and Toronto. Hey, how about them Blue Jays, huh?
And a fly ball to left field, headed towards the seats. It's gone! Doyle went back to the slider, left it right over the middle of the plate, and Springer hits his 4th home run of the season to give the Blue Jays a 2-0 lead.
Dan Schulman, Sportsnet on the call. 2-0 was the final score. Dalton Varsho also drove in a run. Springer, as you heard, he goes solo there late in the game. And Toronto, after dropping the first 2 games of the series, manages split. So the Blue Jays, like a lot of other teams, Baltimore, Detroit included, dealing with a ton of injuries, but trying to get themselves out of a hole that they dug for various reasons. Yankees, they host the Rays tonight. Garrett Cole, Ryan, makes his season debut in that.
Yeah, really curious to see Cole on the mound. And for the Yankees fans, you want to see him go out and dominate. But at the end of the day, you just want to make sure he feels good. Because over time, if he is 90% of what he was, or he gets back to fully 100% of what he was, this staff's going to be really hard to beat. But on the Blue Jays side, Bob, this is what we talked about with teams staying in it. The Blue Jays, when everyone says, oh, woe is me, we have all these injuries, I thought the Blue Jays of the division, they were the most snake-bitten in this situation. And I always thought they were the team that they're just trying to stay in it, stay afloat. And now they are afloat. They're ahead of the Orioles, ahead of the Red Sox, and only a game and a half out with their team decimated. Their starters are getting healthy. You go into New York and split a series. Yeah, if you're a Blue Jays fan and the Toronto faithful, you feel pretty good about your trajectory here because you're still right in the middle of all this, despite probably a disastrous start by many after last season.
And they did lose Jose Barrios, Tommy John surgery, so he's done for the season there. But the Rays at the Nick Martinez on the hill for Tampa, by the way, tonight, 4-1 with a 1.5 earned run average.
I mean,
veteran guy doing some pretty impressive things.
I tell you what, you go to Tampa Bay, it just feels like they're gonna put you in a position to have success, and it's just been their entire team. You know, we're not talking about how good their pitching staff actually has been. Nick Martinez, 1.51 ERA. Drew Rasmussen's a 3.19. Shane McClanahan, who they were missing coming back from injuries, people forget he was a Cy Young candidate in the American League in the past. So is it maybe surprising the Rays are this good? Yeah, you could say. But this is a complete team, and they're where they are for all the reasons. They're playing well.
Yeah, McClanahan, two-time All-Star, Oriole fan, born in Baltimore, and all that good stuff. Pirates at the Blue Jays, by the way. Twins at the Red Sox, as Boston starting to show a pulse here as of late themselves. That's in your American League schedule for tonight. Standings real quick. Tampa, 4.5 games up. Oh, my God. Over the Yankees. Blue Jays, 11 back. Red Sox, 11.5. Orioles, 13. Cleveland, 3.5 up on the Sox in the Central. A's, 1.5 on Texas in the West. National League, Atlanta, 9.5 up on the Phillies, 10 over the Nats. Brewers, game and a half up on the Cubs, who have lost 5 in a row. Talk about a streaky team. They win 8 in a row, lose 3, win 9, lose 5, whatever. Dodgers, they're now a game and a half up on the Padres. And, yeah, we'll go here. Coming up on Memorial Day. Wild card standings, Orioles 3.5 out for now.
Hey, you want to also note the Rays? You want to note the Rays, who's third in MLB in saves?
That would be Brian Baker, if I'm not mistaken.
That is former Oriole Brian Baker. You remember when no one wanted Brian Baker to be on the Orioles last season coming out of camp? They're like, you know what? We don't want this guy. And then he gets traded So correct me if I'm wrong. Brian Baker, there was an injury, and that's why he was going to make the team last year, right? And people were really frustrated. Good stuff, couldn't put it together, right? Then he gets traded and turned up being the pick that Slater DeBrun was for the Orioles in the draft. This is what I'm saying.
Who they wound up trading for?
Who they end up trading for, right? But if you're the Rays and they want you, that means they see something in you, and especially if you're a pitcher, they unlock. And right now, Brian Baker, 2.66 ERA, 13 saves, 20 innings of work, 24 punch-outs.
How dare you rag on Brian Baker, Dolan McGraw?
I don't remember it, but if it helps the segment, go for it.
He did want to get rid of Adley Rutschman, which is undeniable.
Get rid of him?
No, you said the Orioles could do what they needed to do without him.
Yes. Right.
And where would they be without him right now?
Exactly.
5 games out of the ball.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they could trade him and actually get something out of him.
All right, we'll come back. We got time for buy or sell?
Yeah.
Let's do it. We'll count some money, talk about sports subjects of the weekend, and we'll talk about the Tigers' problemos with Jason Beck from MLB.com. Then we'll say Funhouse Trip goodbye. Inside Access takes over at 2. And then it's Baltimore baseball tonight, live from Pickles. Me, Ryan, and Nolan. Hey, we're gonna be together again, just in a different venue. Hopefully the Orioles and Tigers can get some baseball in because the weather looks really, really bad. Like Orioles starter earn run average bad.
Portions of the Vinny and Haynie Show are sponsored by Surfside. Celebrate the O's season with Surfside. Real tea, real vodka, zero bubbles. Please drink responsibly.
Memorial Day is close, which means summer's almost here, and Town Appliance Memorial Day shopping event is happening now. Upgrade your kitchen or outdoor setup with Memorial Day savings and flexible financing. Visit the showroom off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. Call, text, or shop townappliance.com before it's over.
Choosing an orthopedic doctor who specializes in hand and wrist care is a big decision. You want to see a doctor who is among the best of the best, who has the right experience and skills to understand what is causing your pain and fix it. The hand and wrist experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, offer both surgical and non-surgical approaches to care with focus on changing your life for the better. Schedule an appointment with one of our hand and wrist specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
Pool days call for cookouts and lots of laundry. This Memorial Day at Lowe's, save $80 on a Charbroil Performance Series 4-burner gas grill. Now just $199. Plus, get up to 45% off select major appliances to keep dishes, clothes, and food fresh. Having fun in the sun is easy with us in your corner. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/27. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. See associate or Lowe's.com for details.
The U.S. Treasury just released its official financial report for 2025. Buried in it is a startling admission. By its own numbers, it appears the U.S. government is insolvent. When governments go this deep in debt, they print money, raise taxes, or cut benefits, none of which can help protect you. That's why people move part of their savings into physical gold and silver. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
There are some essential can't-miss concerts coming to Merriweather Post Pavilion this summer. On August 13th, it's country music star Thomas Rhett. The Fray and Dashboard Confessional stop by on August 14th. Then Zach Brown Band on August 15th. And Grammy Award-winning artist Brandi Carlile takes the main stage as she headlines the All Things Go Music Festival on September 27th. Get your tickets for these shows and more at merriweathermusic.com. That's merriweathermusic.com.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. 'Cause 30 told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. Always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Ripping it with Ryan on the Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Are you buying
straight cash, homie,
or selling?
I'm not gonna buy into that crap.
Buy or Sell is sponsored by Jones Bel Air Hyundai. Visit them to buy or sell your car. See Kevin Brammer for a new or used vehicle with over 2 million likes and reviews. You too will be a satisfied customer. Visit BelAirHyundai.com today.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob, Haney, Ryan, Rifkin, Nolan McGraw, other side of the glass. It's Featured Artist Friday. It's the Cars. A couple more segments to go. Get your request in. Rock and Roll Hall of Famers. We'll make it happen for you. Orioles Tigers 3-game series starting tonight. 10-game homestand. Then the Rays and the Blue Jays come in. After that, you got the NBA and Stanley Cup playoffs very much underway and other things going on in the world of sports as well. But right now, Nolan, let's count that holiday weekend money by yourself.
All right, I'm trying to avoid disaster here. The market is open today, right? U.S. market open today. It's a holiday weekend. I never know. Whatever. I don't know.
That doesn't sound good.
It's like traffic. It's backed up on 895. Slow through the tunnels, etc., etc. Sounds great.
The World Cup is almost here, and it'll take over a good number of NFL stadiums across the country. And because FIFA only uses real grass for their fields for this kind of event, that means stadiums like New York, Dallas, New England, Houston, Atlanta, and many others currently in the process of installing real grass fields temporarily. But it sounds like the plan for a majority of them, all of them, is to go back to artificial ahead of the NFL season. Now, the players, NFL players that is, not pleased for obvious reasons. They've been screaming about this for years through the media, through the NFL Players Association. We need real grass to help prevent some injuries. You're not going to prevent all of them, but they think that it's pretty directly linked, and especially the Achilles stuff, right? We're not talking minor stuff. It's going to keep you out for a year. Now, last year, the NFLPA and the owners did come to somewhat of an agreement on only using certain kinds of artificial turf. You could pick from like a list of like 5 manufacturers or something, but it's still a long way to go in the players' eyes. Roundabout way here, Bob, buy or sell, the World Cup being held in the United States and these NFL stadiums will be enough of a trial for more owners to switch to real grass.
Yeah, I'll buy it. Because remember artificial turf at Three Rivers, Riverfront, the Vet, the original Meadowlands, the Astrodome. Mm-hmm. That was like literally playing on asphalt.
Yeah.
Now it's the field turf where they got like the mashed up tires and you can see all the rubber kind of bouncing around. But football's meant to be played on grass. Memorial Stadium was a grass field. Does it take more money and wherewithal to maintain a grass field? I guess. I don't know. Makes all the sense in the world to me. Maybe there's money Nolan invested in the like with the amateur baseball, the aluminum bats. I mean, Easton say, hey,
it's definitely a lower overhead cost. That's the big reason. But what the World Cup's doing and what they're saying is the investment in the product on the field, our players, we can't sacrifice that. Mm-hmm. So I think that would be a smart move, but it's all about money. Yep. It truly is all about money.
Well, anytime you're simultaneously bragging about how much money you're bringing in from TV revenue and ticket sales and all this stuff, and then in the next breath talking about how we have to save money, you immediately have a disconnect with the fans. I never want to hear that garbage again.
No,
I mean, it's just,
hell no.
It's terrible. And
you have to stream to watch games. Our Sunday 1:00 games are going the way of the dinosaur. Sooner or later, right? You can't afford some Scott's grass seed, Roger Goodell.
Yep.
When
I was
you're hugging
surprised
players,
that
why don't you just take the money out of their wallets?
only half the stadiums in the league have real grass.
Yeah.
I thought it was a lot more than that. So we'll see what happens. Go over to baseball here. Garrett Cole, as you mentioned during the AL East report, he's going to make his season debut tonight for the Yankees. Pivotal series against the Rays. Actually, a little bit ahead of schedule here. Aaron Boone initially said the plan was for him to have one more rehab start, then hit the majors next week. Also said that the Max Fried injury, or the timing of it, wouldn't force them to rush Cole back, but here we are. His last time out, most recent AAA rehab start, 1 run allowed through 5 1/3. He got up to 84 pitches in that one. Buy or sell, Ryan, Boone will push Cole close to 100 tonight if he is dealing.
I'm going to sell that. I think that number's not going to go above 90. I think that would be the wrong first step. You're building up a guy. You're going to need and they got multiple aces, I guess. You're going to need him down the long run. So in a game, I know it's a pivotal series. You're facing a rival. You're chasing the Rays. They're the best team in baseball right now. All of the reasons. But is 15 pitches worth it right now here in May if it's going to hurt Cole from being with you long term and when you need him, hopefully for their case in October and trying to push for a pennant, I don't think it's worth it. I don't think that's the right move. But I think 90 pitches, I think 90 seems like the right barometer.
And didn't Freed just go on the IL too for them?
That's what I mean.
Yes.
They
Yeah.
said the timing of the Freed going down wasn't going to expedite Cole.
Gotcha.
But it kind of looks that way. They'll deny it. I mean,
it's all about money.
Deny.
We'll get some NBA talk in here. It's kind of fascinating to me, the prototypical NBA physique, how it's changed over time, or at least the way rosters are constructed. Past 5 years or so, influx of the freakishly tall, very thin big men, right? Gone are the days of the Shaq type where you had to have just an absolute bruiser down low. Of course, Victor Wembanyama, he's the alien that's leading this entire charge. But don't forget, Chet Holmgren was actually entered the league a year before Wemby, but because of injury, they were rookies together in the same class. This goes back between these two, the rivalry, if you will, sort of a fan-created rivalry because they have similar builds. They're both great on defense, that sort of thing. But they crossed paths in the FIBA Under-19 World Cup as some youngsters. Holmgren got the best of Wemby back then, and some fans think that he's still a little salty about it and taking it out on Chet now that they're in the NBA. I'll say this for tonight's game. If you're a casual observer, take notice anytime Holmgren's at the free throw line. He misses, lock eyes on Wemby. Little excessive celebration going on, a lot of screaming, yelling, trying to get inside his head. Point is here, whether it's fan-created or a real rivalry, these two have been battling quite a bit. Their teams have been battling quite a bit. It's really taking over the entertainment as the top head-to-head matchup in the NBA these days. But buy or sell, Bob, Holmgren versus Wemby actually can't be considered a real rivalry if it's going to be so one-sided in favor of Wembanyama.
Well, Wembanyama's going to have the advantage over pretty much everyone he's going against moving forward. But Chet Holmgren, what's get lost in this, he's a really, really good player.
Yeah.
Did the 1 year at Gonzaga, and as usual, I mean, they made a run to the Sweet 16, whatever. But he's a stud. And he's really good player, and he can bang threes, and he's got a lot of the same skill set that Wembanyama has. I don't think, personally, it's as one-sided as maybe others might. But, yeah, it's going to be a rivalry. They're in the same conference. They're playing for a chance to go to the NBA Finals. Holmgren's already got his ring. Wembanyama was crying after they lost that under-19, by the way, and they cried when they lost in the Olympics. And if they lose to Oklahoma City, he's going to cry there too. I think Wembanyama's brilliant. He's going to be the face of the league for many years. But Holmgren's he's got a lot of all-star, all-pro appearances coming his way. You know, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's going to decide who wins this series.
Right. Yeah, I mean, the tears out of Wemby, if that happens, if I'm a fan of the Spurs, I'm sad we lost, but I'm glad we got a guy that cares that much.
Yeah.
There's a lot of star players in the league right now that couldn't give a damn about anything but their paycheck.
As Maryland was not making the tournament, it was always great watching Duke seniors cry when they lost in the Sweet 16 or Elite 8. Going over to whining to Coach K. Hug me, Coach. J.J. Redick. That was great. I loved every minute of that.
Last topic for today. Where's the power? A lot of Orioles fans have been asking that all season long. Maybe I feel like the biggest fool here for thinking this year's lineup could challenge some of the all-time best lineups in franchise history in terms of home run total, but through 50 games, we're sitting on 54 long balls. That's a pace that would bring them to about 174, 175 by the end of the year. Anybody want to take a guess on what the home run total was for last year's absolutely disjointed mess of a lineup where everyone was injured and there was no consistency? What did that year's team reach in terms of home runs?
I'm going to say over 200, 210.
191, right? So, again, a greater pace than what you're seeing this year. How about we take you back to the ugly 2018 summer? We'd all love to forget that one. 188 homers. 2019, 213 homers. Your pace this year be even worse than some of the worst Orioles lineups and teams in recent memory. Buy or sell, Ryan, this Orioles lack of power will continue. Not only will they finish worse than those teams, they will finish with their lowest home run total in the last 15 years, less than 171.
I'm selling that. I just think that there is too much power and too much ability in this lineup on this team that there's going to be a surge. So I believe, like a guy like Kobe Mayo, the surge will happen. Pete Alonso, Taylor Ward hasn't had the home run power yet. Tyler O'Neill hasn't had any of that. I think it's going to turn in that favor, and I think Sammy Basallo is going to get extremely hot. I'll say this, if it doesn't, if they do not reach that number, we'll have a pretty good indication of where this Orioles season is going to go.
Their opening day outfield was Ward, Cowser, and O'Neill, right? They've combined for 5 home runs.
Right. Yeah, and I mean, if they don't clear that total and it's not injury related in the way last year kind of viewed was, and you did have Pete Alonso here as one of the most consistent power hitters in baseball of the last 9 years, it would be extreme failure, but it would be very Orioles.
It wouldn't be good. We'll come back. Hey, let's rag on the Tigers a little bit. Jason Beck covers Detroit for MLB.com. They have a worse record than the Orioles, and they're in last place, too. And they've had a ton of injuries. Are we using that as an excuse? And, their ace has been out for a couple of weeks. Verlander's hurt. They got a lot. Okay, we'll find out what their problem is next.
Portions of the Vinny and Haynie Show are sponsored by Surfside. Celebrate the O's season with Surfside. Real tea, real vodka, zero bubbles. Please drink responsibly.
Patriot Harley's Freedom Promise event this week. What you pay is what you get back. Purchase any new Harley Sportster from us and get your purchase price back on trade. Patriot Harley's Freedom Promise event is now through Sunday. Newer use 2016 or newer Sportster models. Redeem purchase prices with tax, title fees, and extra. Offer until 31/26 for trade care.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
Hey, Birdland! Spend Memorial Day at Camden Yards on Monday, May 25th, as the Orioles take on the Tampa Bay Rays. Be one of 20,000 fans to score a Maryland replica jersey, presented by MDOT's Work Zone Safety Campaign. Kick off summer the right way with Orioles baseball. Get tickets at Orioles.com/tickets.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new break you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-505-7103. 800-505-7103. 800-505-7103.
Got a hot take? The Plaza Ford text line. 410-583-1057. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Cavaliers faced a steep uphill battle last night against the Knicks. After losing Game 1 in such heartbreaking fashion, they needed to steal one at the Garden before flipping the series back to Cleveland, but the result was a 109-93 New York win. Josh Hart broke out of his recent slump with a playoff career-high 26 points. He entered the game shooting just 26% from three so far in the Knicks' postseason run and proceeded to miss his first three from beyond the arc last night. He would eventually settle in to drill 5 of his next 8 attempts while adding 7 assists. Here's his post-game reaction.
Those first 3, they felt good. I was kind of frustrated with it because obviously, I've been
putting in the reps. I was frustrated at first. I'm just like, bro, it's not translating right now. I know how to just keep shooting. If I did that, I'll be good.
And the O's will welcome the Tigers to Camden Yards this weekend. The series gets started later tonight at 7:15 with a pitching matchup between Chris Bassett and former Oriole Jack Flaherty. Detroit's right-hander holds a 5.77 ERA in 10 starts this season. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Dubo Law. Don't let a bad call by a bad driver cost you the game. Dubo Law is here to fight for you. If you've been injured in a car accident, call 410-ASK-DUBO for a free consultation. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, rain expected all throughout the afternoon and into tonight, temps in the upper 50s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Ripping It with Ryan, sponsored by Dubo Law. Real people, real results. For a free consultation, call 410-ASK-DUBO. Here's Bob Haynie and Ryan Ripken.
Ripping It with Ryan here on this Featured Artist Friday. It's the Cars. One more segment to go. Anything you want to hear from the Rock and Roll Hall of Famer, send your request Plaza for text line at 410-583-1057. Bob Haynie, Ryan Ripken, Nolan McGraw. Orioles and Tigers get it on, starting a 3-game series tonight. We go back to late March. We look at this. Hey, this could be a battle of first-place teams.
Well,
coming up on Memorial Day weekend instead. It's a battle of last-place teams, and we've talked a lot about why the Orioles suck right now. Let's find out what the problemos are in Detroit. Covers the Tigers for for MLB.com. Window Nation Hotline brings us Jason Beck. Jason, first of all, welcome to Baltimore. Thanks for joining us here on 105.7 The Fan.
Thanks for having me on. Good to talk ball with you, even with a battle of last place teams.
Yeah, the Tigers coming in here at 20-31, just got swept at home by the Guardians. Flaherty's on the hill. He's winless. Look, the Orioles are banged up like everybody else. Tigers have a ton of injuries. If you could put your finger on one thing, if it is one thing that describes what the Tigers season has been like so far, Jason, what is it? Why are they in last place?
Well, injuries have played a significant role. When you have more than a dozen guys on the injured list, including guys like Tarek Skubal and Javi Baez and Kerry Carpenter, that has an impact. But, even when you go beyond that, the guys who have been healthy, they have struggled to get consistent performances out of. The offense right now, it's, Riley Green is red hot. Kevin McGonigal is holding his own, especially for a rookie. And after that, there's a lot of inconsistency. Their OPS for May is 597. It's last in the majors. And it's not the margin of error they need for this pitching staff, especially a rotation that's missing as many guys as it has been.
So with that being said, right, it does come down to the pitching. And of course, you got to score more runs than the other team. But despite all that, as a team right now, Detroit's ERA is right at middle of the pack, while Baltimore, they're all the way at the bottom or bottom three. The Orioles have a 4.97 ERA, and the Tigers right now are sitting at a 3.96. So for our audience that doesn't know about the pitching situation with the Tigers, could you enlighten us a little bit on what you think have been the strengths? We know that they are missing some big starters. But what has been maybe the strengths or weaknesses of this Tigers pitching staff?
Well, Casey Mize, when he's been healthy, has been very good. I think honestly, this is, he has performed like the front line starter that many people hoped and expected he would be when the Tigers drafted him first overall in 2018. He looks very good. He's really kind of filled a gaping hole in this rotation. Peter Montero has done a very good job as a fill-in starter. He opened the season at AAA Toledo, but he was good enough that he pitched for Venezuela in the title game in the WBC. So, there's talent there. Their bullpen has had some bright spots. Drew Anderson, after a rough start, has filled a really good do-everything type of role where if you need him to fill a critical inning late in the game, he can do it. The other day he filled in well in a starting role. which has turned out to be, what he's provided has been kind of a bargain, considering they signed him back from Korea for about $7 million. There's been bits and pockets there that have really done. And honestly, even Jack Flaherty, when he has been right, has looked very good. It's not been often enough, but you see the signs that there is still a really good starting pitcher there.
Well, speaking of Jack Flaherty, and I guess the next one I'll talk about Framber Valdez, both those players were linked to Baltimore in some capacity. Jack obviously was traded here during the 2023 season, and Framber Valdez was a hot name linked to possibly Baltimore this offseason. But yeah, they both have underperformed, and Framber obviously got into a little bit of a dramatic situation recently against the Red Sox. How has that kind of been playing out with the team right there? Because a lot of Orioles fans, they were looking at, say, a Framber or a reunion in the past with Jack Flaherty. I mean, what has been kind of the consensus for the Tiger faithful there with those two guys?
Well, Jack's struggles have been going on a little bit longer. He's a Tiger again, in part because he had a subpar 2025, and he ended up exercising the clause in his contract to come back, which was not necessarily widely expected. He's trying to walk that tightrope where when he's in the strike zone, he has had a tendency to get hit hard. He's not been precise with his location. When he tries to hit the corners, he ends up with a bunch of walks and usually ends up paying for it. He's trying to find that fine balance. And times when he's found it, he looks really good, especially when he's got the curveball and the slider working on the same night. It just hasn't been nearly often enough. Framber has been more recent. Obviously they signed him to be a frontline guy. They thought he could kind of help be the ace in waiting, for whenever Skubal hits free agency next winter. But it's been a little bit of a rough go. He's had some very good outings. He's been able to, even when he hasn't been great, he's been able to eat innings, which has been a godsend for this pitching staff, considering how many bullpen starts and pitching chaos outings that they've had to use. But recently, the command hasn't been quite there. You've seen teams being able to lift balls against him, where normally one of the best ground ball pitchers in the league has been giving up a few more line drives than you would expect. So I think the incident against the Red Sox probably has a role. It certainly interrupted his season with the suspension, but there's been larger things going on beyond that.
There always are. And for the Tigers, what he has then, like you mentioned, for a couple of reasons, when Skubal was missing time, he was then given the role of helping stop the bleeding, be the stopgap, be the one that can help keep this pitching staff afloat and rolling until Skubal comes back. But we haven't talked about him yet. There were reports, obviously, initially when he had to miss time that this could be a couple months, a few months, or maybe undetermined timeline. And then Scott Boras, or they said his representation, things are progressing well. And then it looks like it really has. Could you give us a little bit more of an update on the surprise, diagnosis or surprise rehab of Skubal so far, and how long or how far off could he be from returning to play?
Well, I got to tell you, I've been covering this team for over 20 years now. I've never covered an injury situation with so many mixed messages than this one. When they first diagnosed it and said he was going to have surgery, we were expecting, 6 to 8 weeks, maybe 2 to 3 months, depending on what they found in there. Turns out they found one loose body, not a series of them. Which helped, but also what we didn't know, going in was that they were going to do I don't want to say an experiment because it's standard. It's just relatively new to baseball. With a smaller scope, a smaller needle, which is less invasive. And in theory, when it works, it should allow pitchers or anybody who has it to be able to return to what they were doing quicker, with less time needed to get swelling out because there's less swelling. And that seems to be what has happened with Tarek. Now, he's already throwing bullpens. I think he just threw his third bullpen mound session, apparently. He's going to throw just like a regular bullpen session this weekend in Baltimore and then do something a little bit more intense next week. What that means, everything with this situation has been kind of like wait and see, and kind of, they're trying to be somewhat nimble based on how his arm responds. The Tigers have, and Scuba himself, have pushed back on the idea that he would not need like a sim game or a rehab assignment. They want him to face hitters in a competitive setting just because he's been down for too long. The difference is, basically you're doing that to have him just face hitters again. You're not having to build up his arm strength again. So, once he gets past facing hitters, there should be it looks like by all indications, unless something happens, there should be a pretty quick bounce back to get back to the rotation to where it's like, right now it's looking like, early to mid-June, I would think.
Jason Beck covers the Tigers in Major League Baseball, of course, for MLB.com. Jason, we appreciate the time. Enjoy the series against the Orioles and have a great Memorial Day weekend, and we'll talk to you soon.
Sounds good. Thanks for having me on.
You got it. Jason Beck, everybody. So Tarek Skubal, when he gets ready to rock, he's going right back into the rotation. We'll come back, say hi and goodbye to Nolan McGraw. Inside Access takes over 2. Then it's Baltimore Baseball Tonight, live from Pickles Pub, brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. It's us 3 down there, so come on by, say hello. We're probably going to be inside unless there's some sort of parting of the clouds here and the sun comes out and all that fun stuff.
Portions of the Vinny and Haynie Show are sponsored by Surfside. Celebrate the O's season with Surfside. Real tea, real vodka, zero bubbles. Please drink responsibly.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The New York Knicks continue to stay red hot. They secured their 9th straight postseason victory last night in a 109-93 blowout over the Cleveland Cavaliers. Fueled by an 18-0 third quarter surge, Josh Hart's playoff career high 26 points, and Jalen Brunson's double-double, the Knicks took a commanding 2-series lead in the Eastern Conference Finals. I'm Maddie Bates.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Lunch was great, but this traffic is awful.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. Memorial Day is close, which means summer's almost here. If you're upgrading your kitchen outdoor setup or replacing that old air conditioner before the heat hits, check out Town Appliance's Memorial Day shopping event. They carry top brands like GE, Cafe, Monogram, and more, plus outdoor fridges, ice makers, and luxury appliances for summer. Their showroom, right off of Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. And Mirror, they'll take great care of you just like they did with me. Visit the showroom, call, text, or visit townappliance.com today.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love. Sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Get everything you need for the entire job delivered. From lumber to drywall, flooring, and fixtures, get it all delivered from the Home Depot. With same day, next day, or any day delivery. Staying on track and on time is crucial to your job. That's why it's our job to get you what you need when you need it. We deliver the supplies. You deliver the results. Brought to you by the Home Depot.
Lunch was great, but this traffic is awful.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Ripping it with Ryan on the Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Baltimore baseball tonight at 6. Orioles at 7:15 against the Detroit Tigers. Battle of the last place teams. We'll get you ready for all the fun stuff. Brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. Nolan, we're going to be on the second floor in all likelihood.
That's where I'm heading.
Unless the rain keeps pushing back and pushing, because I thought it was going to be a monsoon by now. It hasn't rained yet, has it?
Oh, it's been raining.
Yeah. It has been?
It's spitting.
Okay.
It can't look like that and not rain.
All right, I got you. But we'll be on the second floor, correct?
Second floor. Yeah, there's steps inside. You whole maze to get back in there, but there is an exterior steps on the left end of the building. It takes you straight up, so you don't have to go in through the crowded basement.
Closer to the hotel.
Yeah, hotel side.
Look for us. You'll find us. We'll be the ones standing there with the headsets on. And by the way, when we have the headsets on, don't talk to us because we can't hear what you're saying. Always got to do a PSA because they're talking. You see lips moving and they're like, can't hear a word you're saying, because I got the headphones on and we're on the air.
Don't lie. Come on. No, it's free pass. Come up. Right. You can tap them on the shoulder. You can put your arm around them, take a selfie. You can do whatever you want.
All out for your host of Baltimore baseball tonight, Bob Haynie.
Yes. I don't know why that can't just be like, here's Bob and Ryan like it was.
No, I like Bob Bob Haynie.
As Haynie. Timothy Chalamet.
I think it's going to stay. That's going to stay for me the rest of the way, and I got to figure out a name for Nolan. It's not there yet.
Yeah,
we got time.
We'll come up something French, like French fries, French toast.
Sleep on it.
Sleep on
it. You got 3 days.
Any closing thoughts, Nolan, for the people of Baltimore?
Oh, God, please, Orioles win. If you're going to play tonight, please win. I can't do this. I don't want to. Bob said it earlier. You don't want to come back Tuesday and Groundhog Day for the millionth time.
Yeah.
We've exhausted our points, right? We'll just peel back the curtain here. And the fans feel the same way. They're watching the game saying the same thing every day, but it's like, I don't know. It gets nauseating having to do the same talking points.
And you run out of things to complain. Oh, they lost because of defense today. Really? What the other 6 times they did that?
Hey, they're winning. They're winning this series. They're winning every single game. Heck, they might not lose again. How about that? Right? Good mindset.
People are still running hot because we're not Memorial Day, but we're a month from now, and they're 15 games under 500. Apathy sets it.
Okay, Bob, we're looking for a good time, good energies. Come have some drinks with us down at Pickles, knowing what we got.
That's right.
Quick Draws Funhouse.
Sponsored by the Smile Design Center. Changing the way you feel about dentistry one smile at a time. For information or to schedule an appointment for care, visit them today at smiledesigndoctor.com.
105.7 The Fan.
We'll start with Eric in Bel Air today, who wants to talk analytics. Big talking point this week. He says analytics have always been a thing. They were just called stats. And those same stats that guys posted 50 years ago or anywhere in the last 50 years, they still apply today. And it's not just surface level stuff like average, on-base percentage, slugging, ERA, whip. You can pretty much glean where a guy stacks up based on those 5 stats. Analytics is just a stat geek's tool to feel more relevant, a GM's excuse for failures.
I mean, I said it a little bit earlier. How you've defined analytics has always been in the game for as long as I can remember, but how it's been processed and how it's been used, that's the biggest change. We have so many numbers now. We have so much data. It's not about how much data is out there. It's which data helps you go out and play. And I think that's just where the conversation has shifted more to. Oh, you hit it 112 miles an hour. That's great. That was what people were talking about. Well, I'm spinning it this much. Well, okay, did you get the out? Did that help you? Do you understand what that hitter does in a 2-0 count compared to a 1-2? How do you put a guy away? How do you get outs? How do you win ball games? That's all that should matter.
We have time for one more here. Nellie in Abingdon, interesting point, says, didn't Mike Elias change his title a year ago to president of baseball operations with the plan at the time to be to hire another GM to join the mix? I think it might be well past the time to actually bring in that additional voice. Do you think it'll ever happen at this point, or that it'll even make that much of a difference if Elias is still the man at the top?
I think that whoever comes in would align with what Mike would like to do. And right now, he's still very well involved regardless of a position being there or not. President of baseball operations, this is what he's built. He's going to have a huge say, if not the full say, of what he wants to do.
Yeah, that's nice. That's interesting. Big old nameplate. It's
never
wins. Yeah.
Never really explained.
I thought Adam Jones was the assistant general manager.
Well,
remember that one kind of went away?
I don't think that's
different. Maybe assistant, consultant, advisor.
Right. Beat the Tigers. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And then Tuesday we'll come back, talk about some positive stuff.
The title change, by the way, that happened before the season but didn't get revealed until like June or July or even later.
Yeah.
No explanation for it.
Yeah.
It even said, like, when they sent out the press releases, it went from Mike Elias, whatever his title was before, to a lot more ink used.
They're like hiding things over there.
Just, you know.
Anything and everything.
Get a hit with runners in scoring position. I don't give a bleep what you call yourself. Well, we come back. We'll be at Pickles Pup for Baltimore baseball tonight. We start at 6 o'clock because it's at 7:15 first pitch. Inside Access coming up next for Nolan McGraw, Vinny Serrato, Ryan Ripken. I'm Bob Haynie. Have a great Memorial Day weekend if we don't see you tonight down at Camden Yards. Stay safe, stay healthy. For now, everybody, class dismissed.
editions of the Vinny and Haynie Show are sponsored by Surfside. Celebrate the O's season with Surfside. Real tea, real vodka, zero bubbles. Please drink responsibly.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply by June 1st and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
I don't believe in bribing people. I want guys who do the right thing simply because it's the right thing to do. It's why I have the best darn AC installers, service techs, and plumbers in the greater Baltimore area. But I'm also a realist about how hard it is to move jobs. So your buddy who works in air conditioning can make $3,000 to $5,000 signing bonus and get better coworkers and overall work life at Amazing Plumbing, Heating, and Air. But the real news is, if you successfully refer your buddy to Amazing, you'll get $1,000 for yourself as a thank you. Successfully means your buddy is the kind of guy who does the right thing because it's the right thing, has real experience as a service tech, installer, or a plumber, and does in fact sign with us. That's a big investment in hiring the right people, but investing in the right people always pays off. So if you're that person or you know them, give me a call at
CALLAMAZING.com. If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
CFG Bank Arena is officially one of the hottest concert venues in the world. And this summer, get ready because it's gonna be a scorcher. With top artists like Olivia Dean, 5 Seconds of Summer, Benson Boone, Casey Musgraves, Shakira, and Tame Impala. CFG Bank Arena has got you covered for the best music, fan-filled nights, and all the sensational concert vibes summer can bring. It's sure to be lit, and we're not stopping, with more major announcements on the way. Visit CFGBankArena.com and get your tickets today. CFG Bank Arena, the biggest shows, the biggest names in entertainment, and the best seats in Baltimore.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles will start up a 10-game homestand tonight when the Tigers come to town. Even with 112 left to play, it feels like the Birds' season could be hanging in the balance over this next week plus. They're only 3.5 games out of a playoff spot due to a weaker American League so far. But by that same token, they're only 4.5 games up on the Angels, who sit dead last in all of Major League Baseball. History suggests it's even more of a long shot, though. Only 13 teams have lost 29 of their first 50 and gone on to make the playoffs. Chris Bassett will be on the mound for this evening's opener, while Jack Flaherty gets the nod for Detroit. First pitch at 7:15. And last night in the NBA playoffs, the Knicks cruised past the Cavaliers 109-93 to take a 2-0 series lead. At one point in the third quarter, they went on an 18-0 run fueled by Josh Hart, who would go on to finish with 26 points and 7 assists. Game 3 will take place tomorrow night in Cleveland. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Play the Maryland Treasure Scratch-Off from the Maryland Lottery, featuring original art by local artists and a top prize of $10,000. These Maryland treasures are worth collecting. Please play responsibly. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, rain expected all throughout the afternoon and into tonight. Temps in the upper 50s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman, Tim Barbalace, and Beltway Ben Hall.
I'm not going to give you our secrets, but I think all of our starters have been pretty poor throughout the year, and I thought we kind of had to come to Jesus before Shane start and just had some talks, hard talks about kind of how we were pitching, our mindset of pitching, and then Shane went out there and did his thing. I thought he was on the attack, and it was just, that's how we want to be. I think overall we've been too cute throughout the year, and we didn't do well. So it's just like we have guys, bullpen wise and obviously starters, that are way too good to be being cute out there. So I honestly, between Frenchie and what he's been doing behind the scenes, and obviously Shane, it was just kind of passing the baton, so to speak.
So that was Chris Bassett back on May 1st, and the Orioles had a couple good starts at that point. You thought, okay, maybe things are getting turned around. Trevor Rogers was going to be coming back from the IL at some point, and, well, that didn't last very long, Bone. Currently, the Orioles starters' ERA is 5.11, which is the worst in all of baseball. Is this rotation, which, of course, Dean Kramer out and will be out for a little while longer, and Zach Eflin done for the year. Kate Povich is hurt. Is this thing salvageable?
Well, don't shortchange them, Ken. They're 28th in majors. Not the worst, shockingly.
Did it drop? Because I saw Andy Koska's piece said that 5.11 was the worst, so maybe that was through. It was up until the game Thursday, so maybe the game Thursday with Boz jumped him up a few spots.
Yeah, it jumped him up a tiny bit. But look, everything that Chris said at the beginning of the month still stands. And a lot of what he's saying, getting too cute, something that has been a serious issue with this bunch is walks. They're tied for 5th most walks issued in baseball, 29th in WHIP, 29th in OPS against them, 9th most home runs allowed. They're not striking out a lot of guys, 19th in strikeouts. And this was a stat that Rock had a day or two ago on Masson Sports. Righties are killing them, Ken. Mm-hmm. Righties are hitting 294 with an 824 OPS. Both of those are the highest marks in the majors. And look, there's a lot wrong with this baseball team, and we've focused a lot on the offense over the past couple of days, and given the investment that they've made, and we are going to get back into the offense in the 3 o'clock hour, like, they need to be better. But our expectations for this starting rotation were so much higher than where they're at now. You know, the results are very, very similar to what the results were last year when the talent level wasn't as high, but they need to turn it around, Ken. Like, it's just a big reason why this team struggles in the first 3 innings of ball games is because they're playing from behind so often. And that's a reoccurring theme from last season. They're chasing.
Yeah, but here's the thing. They need to turn it around. Okay, but are they able to turn it around? And I'm sorry. Like, I think Shane Boz looks like he's heading in the right direction. I think Kyle Bradish is just fine. Beyond that, like,
I'm with you 100%. Like,
is Trevor Rogers fixable? Brandon Young is just a guy. Chris Bassett, he might be cooked.
Bassett's on the mound tonight, and we've yet to see Chris Bassett deliver back-to-back strong starts. Really, he's been good, bad, good, bad, good, bad. You're right. I do have confidence in Boz pitching better. Kyle Bradish, I think this last start was kind of like another reminder as well, where he was really cruising in the 2 starts prior, but there's going to be a little bit of starts and stops with him as he's, embarking on his first full season coming back from Tommy John. And with Trevor Rogers, man, like you're going to have to see it to believe it at this point, because you're slamming the panic button on him. It's not just 5 poor starts, Ken. It's 5 uncompetitive
He's got a
starts.
7 ERA, Bone. Quite frankly, he sounded broken the other night after he spoke, or after the game when he spoke. He sounds broken, and I don't know what to do. He missed 2 weeks with the flu, and you thought maybe that could get him ready, and it's just been awful. And I don't know what to do with him other than maybe another reset to try to get him going. But sending him out there, he was probably supposed to pitch this weekend, and he can't get people out.
Yeah, it's getting to the point where the O's are just getting ran out of the gym when he starts games. 16-6 this last game, 6-2, but the Yankees were up 6-0 early. He was a part of the Red Sox game in which they lost 17-1. The games in which he's starting, and of course not all of the runs are being scored against him, but they're getting slaughtered in those games. And it was kind of funny hearing from a caller yesterday yearning for Dean Kramer.
Yeah, Dean.
But honestly, Ken, the caller has a little bit of a point, because at least you know what you're going to get out of Dean. When it's all said and done, it's going to be an ERA around 4. And right now, that would be a big upgrade over a lot of these guys.
That's 3 runs better than Trevor Rogers.
Yes.
Yeah, that's where I know we're going to get to the offense a little later. I am far more confident in the offense figuring it out than I am in this rotation right now. And it's because of a multitude of reasons. It's not just they're pitching poorly. It's the injuries. It's just they don't have it's the decisions to not go out and get a frontline guy, even though that was their stated goal of the offseason, was to go get a frontline starter. They did not do that. And so you throw all these things in a stew, and you've got a
bouillabaisse.
Yeah, you've got a horrible tasting bouillabaisse there, Bum. It's a bleep stew is what it is.
It is. And, I was way, way off on this group. I was super high coming into
you were high.
I was
going to have you drug
season
tested.
Where I thought this group had a lot of potential. I really did. And I bought into what Trevor Rogers was doing, how dominant he was last year. I didn't think he was going to duplicate it, but I bought in. Kyle Bradish, he's been spectacular every single time he's pitched since 2023. So I bought in there, and Boz with the potential there, and Bassett coming off a hell of a postseason with the Blue Jays where they were this close to winning a World Series. And Eflin, it was just unfortunate. No one could really predict his season would be over 3-4 innings into it. But it's been a disaster. There's no way around it. It has been a disaster.
When you have a bottom 3 ERA, starters ERA in baseball, it's disaster is the right word.
Yeah, and your bottom 3, whip, OPS, batting average, ERA, You're almost bottom 3 in walks. It has been just a really, really rough start to the season for the starting rotation.
So I do wonder, and Buster Olney posted a piece on ESPN.com talking about some things to pay attention to as far as trade deadline's concerned early. And he did mention the Orioles and the Tigers, I think it was the Tigers, as 2 teams it was the Orioles and Red Sox, 2 teams that aren't playing well, but they're so close to the wild card. Do they decide to try to do something? My guess is no, because the Red Sox don't want to spend any money, and the Orioles are so deliberate in everything they do. But if you were trying to infuse something into this team and trying to do it sooner rather than later, you would be trying to aggressively pursue a move. But as you pointed out yesterday, because of all the wild cards and because of the mediocrity of the American League, you do wonder how many sellers there are going to be.
Yeah, in the American League, it's going to be fascinating to see it develop. And August 3rd, we're still a ways away from that, well over 2 months at this point. So maybe there ends up being some separation in the American League. But as things stand right now, in terms of early blockbuster trades, I don't know. And you brought up the Rafi Devers trade last year, the Red Sox to the Giants. I believe that was early June 10th, somewhere around. So we're approaching that date.
Yes.
But
it seems like there's always one early trade.
There is, and you just wonder what's going through Mike Elias's mind right now, because is he trying to pull off a move to save his job, quite frankly?
Yeah.
Like, is that in the back of his mind?
Because he got the dreaded vote of confidence in that piece that Andy Koska wrote. David Rubenstein did respond to Andy and said he had full confidence, which is usually the first step to when a guy loses his job. You get that vote of confidence when a team is struggling. Back-to-back 90-loss seasons, and he can't be back. I don't care how much you love him. It's a failure, so he's got to go. So I am curious to see, to your point, Bone, does he try to make an aggressive move to save his job?
I wonder, that type of pressure, this type of heat has never been on Mike Elias before. It has never been anywhere near this visceral reaction from the fan base.
We have a Monster Friday show. It's our last show before the long weekend. We'll be back. Well, I'll be back on Tuesday. Bone will be back on Thursday. Bone likes to extend. He takes those buffer days.
Dude, the Memorial Day, 4th of July, Labor Day. At Bobster, he does it every year. The March Madness,
yes,
first week of March Madness. He always does All-Star break. He does that, and usually around Thanksgiving. With me, I'm going to Cambridge. Memorial Day, 4th of July, Labor Day.
March Madness is always a bad week for Mick Ultras in the Haney house. We're going to talk. The Orioles are trying to get a game in tonight against the Tigers. It sounds like they're going to try to get it in. BBT coming up at 6 live from Pickles. Bob Haney, Ryan Ripken, Cody Stavenhagen covers the Tigers for The Athletic. He joins us at 3. Coming at 4:30, we'll talk to our buddy, the good doctor, Jerry Aloysius Coleman, MD. We'll talk Orioles, maybe some Ravens, as well, maybe some NBA with Jerry coming at 4:30. Jerry Dulock, Aaron Rodgers is back. Jerry covers the Steelers for the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. We'll get his thoughts. I'm going to ask him about that, raising the floor but not the ceiling. Does he like the idea of running this back? And our friend, IA Hall of Famer Jacob Calvin Meyer, talking O's at 5:30.
Yeah, plenty.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Memorial Day is close, which means summer's almost here, and Town Appliance Memorial Day shopping event is happening now. Upgrade your kitchen or outdoor setup with Memorial Day savings and flexible financing. Visit the showroom off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. Call, text, or shop townappliance.com before it's over.
Every rider is someone's family, someone's friend, someone who should make it home. But that depends on you. When you drive, you control more than your vehicle. You control their safety. Slow down. Look twice. Check your mirrors and blind spots. Give motorcycles the space they deserve. Respect on the road saves lives. Share the road. Drive like a life depends on it. Because it does. Brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Stop everything. Royal Farms is offering a deal you won't want to miss.
Better be good. I don't stop everything for just anything.
How about a 5-piece hand-breaded chicken tender meal with Rofo sauce?
Okay, I'm listening.
And Western fries made from Idaho potatoes.
Oh, legendary.
For just $10. Plus, get a free 32-ounce Snapple tea.
$10 and a free 32-ounce Snapple? Now that's worth stopping everything for. I'm headed to Royal Farms.
Smart thinking.
Royal Farms. Real fresh, real fast.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new break you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-505-7103. 800-505-7103. 800-505-7103.
Hey guys, it's your buddy Bob Haynie. Let's get real for a second. When it comes to performance, you want to be ready. You want to be at your best. And that's exactly why Blue Chew just raised the bar. Introducing Blue Chew Gold, the revolutionary 4-in-1 upgrade that targets both your brain and your body. You don't go into game day hoping that things just work out. You want to be ready. No excuses, no late starts. And it's the same deal here. That's why I've been telling you about Blue Chew, and now they've got something new, Blue Chew Gold. This stuff works fast, like 15 minutes fast, and it's designed to get your head and body right. No waiting around, no guessing, just confidence when it matters. And we've got a special deal to help you. 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code BOB1057. That's promo code BOB1057. Get on in it. Go to BlueChew.com for more details and safety information. And as always, we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring. Gold Standard, that's where you want to be. Don't let the loving get old. Get Blue Chew Gold.
Are you looking for your next opportunity in the commercial mechanical trades where you're valued for your experience and hard work? Ariosa Mechanical is hiring qualified and licensed HVAC and plumbing mechanics with a signing bonus of $3,000. Join a company with an unwavering commitment to integrity, honesty, teamwork, and faith. If you're ready to take your career to the next level, Ariosa Mechanical wants to hear from you. Visit AriosaMechanical.com. That's AriosaMechanical.com.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalace. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at AriosaMechanical.com/careers.
Real pitch is swung on and ripped to right field. Palacios does in Garcia again. Tampa Bay takes the lead of Richie Palacios. He's going for second. Play at the plate. Not in time. A double steal. Valade comes home from third. The Orioles do not play it correctly, and Tampa Bay runs into a fifth run.
Going out there trying to get outs, it's not really, we're not thinking about how many outs there are or our stats with certain outs. It's just going out there trying to get outs.
Sound like Rays television on the call as the Orioles implode again with 2 outs in the 8th inning, losing to the Rays 5-3. And then you heard Anthony Nunez talking about it. And this has been a major problem. Bone, if you only needed to get 2 outs in an inning to get through the inning, the Orioles might be in first place right now.
Damn good.
Yeah,
Trevor Rogers would be.
Yeah,
he'd be duplicating what he did last year.
Yeah, he
Ken.
might have that 180 ERA. But unfortunately for Trevor Rogers and the rest of the Orioles, you need 3 outs to get out of an inning. And the Orioles are atrocious at getting that 3rd out.
It's crazy, Ken. And the Angels passed the Orioles for the most futile in terms of runs given up with 2 outs last night. So the Angels have given up 119 runs with 2 outs. The Orioles have given up 118 runs. But what's even more shocking, Ken, 43% of the runs scored against the Orioles have come with 2 outs. And you look at the biggest, issues at pitcher when it comes to that. Trevor Rogers, he's given up 20 of 29 runs with 2 outs this year. 20 of his 29 earned runs. Anthony Nunez, who we just heard coming in, 10 of his 13 he's given up with 2 outs. Even Kyle Bradish, 11 of 24. Like, this is the biggest issue. And sports and maybe baseball, it's not as much, but sports momentum means a lot. And I think giving up these runs with 2 outs when you're on the precipice of getting out of the inning, it becomes such a gut punch. And you can go back to Trevor Rogers, his start on Monday, Ken, where it was still 1-0 at that point, second inning, and he ended up giving up, 5 runs, I believe, 5 runs in that inning to make it 6-0. And it's a completely different dynamic of a ball game. If you're able to get out of it there, get that final out, it's still 1-0. It's still you're one swing of the bat away from tying it up, and then boom, it's 6-0, and you're
over.
Yeah. So this has been such a critical part of the Orioles and why they're 8 games below 500.
Well, for Rodgers, it's a double whammy because not only can he not get the third out, he can't get the third strike. Like, how many times has he had 2 strikes on a batter and can't finish him off? Like, that
Ken, his last 5 starts, I got the numbers right here. His last 5 starts in the blow-up, opposing batters with 2 outs are hitting 500. Opposing hitters, when they have 2 strikes, Ken, are hitting 362.
That's ridiculous.
Those are video game numbers.
Yes, we're playing MLB The Show here. This isn't real life.
Like that and you can't tell me for a lot of these guys, and I hate to just keep singling out Trevor Rogers, but those numbers are what they are. He's like, this is in their head, man.
It's definitely in his.
You can't tell me that it's not, because it just starts to snowball out of control.
Bone, we played his cuts after his start the other day. Again, and I'm not trying to be mean. It's absolutely in his head. He sounds broken. And and I think when you get to the point again where he gets to 2 strikes on a hitter or he gets 2 outs in an inning, I think in the back of his mind, it's creeping up here. I can't blow it this time. And then
and you're trying to be too fine at that point, right? When you get to 2 strikes, okay, well, now I need this perfect pitch, or okay, even 2 outs. All right, I got to get out of this. It's only human nature for that to creep in. And when it's been this big of an issue team-wide, but especially Trevor Rogers, if the O's are going to do anything this year, this has to be a positive regression at some point.
You would think it's baseball is such a sport on numbers and this can't continue. But it's come this far. We're a third into the season, Bone.
It's not,
and
early.
We're sitting here.
The early
stop with that.
The early talk.
Memorial Day is Monday.
Yes.
That's like you. That's when you start to really take stock. So we're sitting here 3 days before. It's fair to take stock. This is not a small sample.
You can say that there's a long way to go, and there is 112 games, but 50 games in, trends start to form. You start to. You using the Memorial Day, and I'm with you 100%. Like, you start getting a good idea about a ball club. And go back to a discussion we had last week. You start to figure out what is the identity of a ball club, or you're still searching, like in the Orioles case.
Yeah, the Orioles' identity is they're not good. Like, they can't field, they can't pitch, they can't hit. Other than that, it's great. Like, that's unfortunately, but when you ask about identity, you're talking about something positive.
Yeah.
Their catchers can mash. Like, that's, but that, I don't know what else I got.
Like, you think of the team that the Orioles are playing today, where the Tigers, and they are really, really scuffling as well. But, even their pitching at least has been positive. Like, they're 12th in starter year. Like, their starters have been at least better than average. Like, the Orioles, even their offense with all of their guys, like, it's a below average offense in terms of scoring runs. They just don't have anything to hang their hat on.
Orioles starting a 3-game series tonight at home against the Tigers. First pitch 7:00. Baltimore baseball tonight, live from Pickles at 6. Bob Haynie, Ryan Ripken. Word is they're trying to get this one in. So is tonight the Sam Basayo bobblehead, or is that tomorrow?
I think that's tomorrow.
Okay,
I think that's tomorrow.
That one I don't know, but that might be doubleheader Sunday.
Yeah, I'm guessing you're right.
Yeah. Coming up next, let's switch to the Ravens. And how much more could a Declan Doyle offense, or in a Declan Doyle offense, could Lamar Jackson be operating under center? We'll give you our thoughts next here on The Fan.
For 3 days only at Old Navy, women's dresses are just $6, $8, $10, and $12. Yep, Memorial Day deals kick off with dresses at just $6, $8, $10, and $12. Hurry in this Thursday, Friday, and Saturday only at Old Navy. Valid 5/21 to 5/23. Select styles only.
Are you stressed because of your IRS back tax bill? The possibility of wage garnishment or property lien? Then call Priority Tax Relief now. 800-314-0045. At Priority Tax, we work directly with the IRS to protect you and your assets. Thousands of our customers have resolved for far less than their original balance. Connect to the IRS for free in minutes. 800-314-0045. That's 800-314-0045.
It's Smiles for Miles at Anderson Honda Hunt Valley.
Shop hundreds of new Hondas, now sale priced way below MSRP. Get everyone to the game in a Pilot or Passport. Or maximize your efficiency in a new hybrid. Save on fuel-efficient Honda hybrids like Accords, Civics, and even CR-Vs. That's right, Honda hybrids sale priced way below MSRP.
Now that's Smiles for Miles. Woohoo! Check out AndersonHonda.net.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, and even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, this can lead to serious health risks like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes and are covered by most insurances. Call 410-921-0667 to schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 410-921-0667 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 410-921-0667 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. Treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 410-921-0667.
Introducing new Maryland Treasure Scratch-Offs from the Maryland Lottery. For the first time, these scratch-offs feature original art by local artists that showcase the things we treasure about Maryland, especially its natural beauty. Hundreds of art pieces were submitted. 4 were selected. Now it's your turn to see if you can win by picking up a Maryland Treasure Scratch-Off at any Maryland Lottery retailer. Top prize, $10,000. Play today. And please play responsibly.
It's the Hello Summer Sale at Target. Now through Monday, say hello to 30% off select shorts and sandals. Women's dresses and skirts too. Say hello to 30% off select Threshold bedding and bath. Oh, and hello 20% off sunscreen. Spray, stick, lotion, or mist. It keeps the sun fun. The Hello Summer Sale ends Monday, and it's only at Target, where getting summer ready is just one quick stop away. Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan. From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
A new coach has given the Ravens a fresh start this offseason, and there's already been some speculation about the biggest differences between John Harbaugh and Jesse Minter. John Simpson recently came back to Baltimore through free agency, and he was asked if he senses a culture shift since the last time he was here in 2023.
I feel like the culture is what the culture is here, and I feel like that part didn't really change much. It's going to be a family here. They're going to expect you to work hard. That's how football should be.
Meanwhile, in the NBA, Game 3 of the Western Conference Finals is scheduled to take place tonight in San Antonio, where the Spurs hold a 36-10 record on their home court between the regular season and playoffs so far. OKC's Jalen Williams is considered day-to-day after re-aggravating a hamstring injury in Game 2, and it's being reported that Spurs guard De'Aaron Fox will be a game-time decision after missing the first 2 in the series with a sprained ankle. Tip-off at 8:30. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Lincoln College of Technology. For 80 years, Lincoln Tech grads have made a difference in their communities. The skills you learn go with you everywhere. Classes start this month. Visit lincolntech.edu. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, rain expected all throughout the afternoon and into tonight. Temps in the upper 50s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalace. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Yeah, I mean, I've learned offenses before. Some offenses had similar terminology, some don't. But yeah, I mean, it's all a part of football. You know, when change happens. But you gotta be a pro about it. I mean, it's your job. You gotta learn it, and you know, I'll go through that same process. But you know, I've been enjoying it. It's been fun. I'm going on year 11. Thank you, God. Thank you, Jesus. And yeah, just enjoying it, learning the system, getting to know the coaches, and you know, getting better with my teammates.
Derrick Henry speaking at OTAs on Tuesday, talking about how big a change the Declan Doyle offense will be. And Bone, a question for you. What about Lamar Jackson under center? Could we see that more with Declan Doyle?
Well, that's something we've focused on a decent bit so far this offseason, but it kind of goes hand in hand with the play action of it all. And for the under center numbers, the Bears were second in under center dropbacks last year with 192. Ravens were 24th with 82. But Lamar was extremely effective in those dropbacks. He had a 140.1 passer rating. The last 3 years, he had 164 dropbacks. So the Bears had more last year than Lamar did the last 3 years. And Lamar had the highest passer rating, 134.1. Now I think you combine it with this, Ken, play action. And Lamar Jackson was fantastic in play action last year. And under Todd Monken, Ravens have been 29th in play action dropbacks, where the Bears last year were first. Lamar had a 147.6 passer rating with play action last year.
That's good.
That's incredible. He led the NFL in passer rating with that. Highest completion percentage. He completed 79.5% of his passes with play action. And the highest yards per attempt at 13.2, which is unworldly. All of those numbers are fantastic. So if you're looking for areas in which Declan Doyle can maximize Lamar Jackson, it's these two. It's under center. And I can remember we had Michael Lombardi on years ago, probably 2021. You know, I think Greg Roman was still here.
Yeah.
And he kind of compared Baker Mayfield and how effective he was with under center. He was like, look, dude, Lamar could be even better with that. So I think they lean into both of those areas because Lamar, in the really small sample size of both, has been fantastic.
It is interesting, and obviously Lamar Jackson's won 2 MVPs and he should have a third, so it's hard to you feel like you're nitpicking sometimes. You're like, well, you could do this instead of that. But you're right. If you go under center just a little bit more, I think it sells the play action a little bit better than being in the pistol. The whole thing is a better sell job.
And it's also because it was a question when they ended up bringing in Derrick Henry. All right, he's always been under center, I formation. Like, that's Derrick. How is he going to adjust to this offense?
Okay.
And spoiler alert, it was pretty good.
Yeah.
But
wheels have not come off.
Putting him back in, behind Lamar Jackson under center, I think that's intriguing. And when you look at the short yardage issues, like, that's where if you get Lamar out on the run and you sell that play fake to Derrick Henry, it could be a naked boot and Lamar just walks for a first down or walks for a touchdown. I think this is an area that Declan Doyle is going to lean into, and it's something that Ben Johnson certainly has.
And I do want to remind you that this offense, whether we see more under center or not, it's going to be much different. Case in point, we are not going to have a fullback this year.
Yeah.
And they were not, and it's reported they weren't even interested in trying to bring back Pat Ricard. It came back down to the Giants and the Browns. They were not in on him. Now, I guess Dylan Smythe can play some H-back, but this is but this is going to be different in the way they do things than we've been used to the last few years.
Yeah, I just wonder how different, right? Like, I don't think that Declan Doyle needs to reinvent the wheel when it comes to Lamar Jackson. But much like Todd Monken when he came in under Greg Roman, because Monk still used a lot of Roman's concepts in the ground game, for example. But how do you maximize Lamar? And we saw Monk take his game to another level, 2 levels, 3 levels in terms of the passing game. But now Declan Doyle, now it's your chance to put a spin on this. Like, what are some areas, like the 2 that we mentioned, that maybe Monk neglected that you can lean into to continue to maximize Lamar?
How often would you, like, how much would you want Lamar under center? Like, is this something where you want a lot? Is it like a change-up kind of thing, but more often than they've had it?
Maybe if you're just even closer to league average, Ken, or slightly above league average, top 12 hypothetical. Like, I'm not expecting Lamar to be, damn near every snap under center. Like, that's not what I'm expecting. I'm expecting a dramatic uptick because they've just been so down, over the past 3 years. But part of it is, and this is where the relationship dynamic with Doyle and Lamar comes in, like, how comfortable are you under center? Mm-hmm. Like, what do you think? You work with Lamar and get his feedback, and I think you go from there. I think it's all about feel for Lamar.
And that leads us to where we think the communication is. And right now, it feels like it's really good. Now, we reserve the right to change.
Honeymoon phase.
Yeah, but like it sounds like that Lamar and Declan Doyle and Jesse Minter were talking a lot in the offseason. Lamar's been in the building a lot during the offseason programs, and he's been in the building for the workouts until this past week. So at least as we sit here heading into Memorial Day weekend, it seems like Lamar has bought into the new system.
There's certainly buy-in, and no one can deny that. And heck, Ken, even the years where Lamar came to OTAs, and maybe I'm wrong, and please correct me, I don't remember him being there for the beginning of off-season workouts. Like, he was there for OTAs in the past, but I don't remember him being for the off-season worarkouts.
Yeah,
I could be wrong. But
it's funny because I'm so used to us talking about him not being there.
Yes.
So I can't remember if he was here for early workouts. And full disclosure, I feel like we make a little too much of it, but I agree with you that this year with the new coaching staff, I think he should be there more. So I'm glad that he has been.
Yeah, and being there at the jump is very important. And Minter knew that Lamar wasn't going to be there. He said, hey, he's got this. We expect him here soon. In the past, when Harbs would be asked about Lamar, hey, where's Lamar at? John would get agitated and he wouldn't know. You could tell that he wasn't on the same page in terms of that.
Coming up next here on the program, by the way, we get busy starting the 3 o'clock hour. We'll talk Tigers. Orioles start a 3-game series against the Tigers tonight at Camden Yards. Hopefully get it in. Cody Stavenhagen from The Athletic covering the Tigers joins us at 3. And then the 5 o'clock hour is super busy. Jerry Dulock talking Steelers and Jacob Calvin Meyer talking O's with Aloysius, Jerry Coleman in between at 4:30. But coming up next, is this the best roster the Bengals have had with Joe Burrow at quarterback? Well, I think Joe Burrow thinks so. What do we think? It's Northern Exposure next here on The Fan.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef? The New York Knicks win Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals 109-93. The Knicks had an answer for everything the Cavs are trying in Game 2. The Cavs shot 26% from 3, going 9 for 35. The Knicks are now up 2-0 in the series as they head to Cleveland for Game 3 on Saturday night. I'm Chris Black.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Yo, it's Jay Uso from WWE, and I'm Jimmy Uso. Chumba Casino and WWE are hyped for the biggest event of the summer, SummerSlam. I know, I can't wait. There's nothing better to do while we're waiting than playing Chumba Casino. Sign up today, and you could win a VIP experience with Chumba Casino and WWE for SummerSlam. So what are you waiting for? Play Chumba Casino and enter for your chance to win. Let's Chumba. Yeah.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I don't believe in bribing people. I want guys who do the right thing, simply because it's the right thing to do. It's why I have the best darn AC installers, service techs, and plumbers in the greater Baltimore area. But I'm also a realist about how hard it is to move jobs. So your buddy who works in air conditioning can make $3,000 to $5,000 signing bonus and get better coworkers and overall work life at Amazing Plumbing, Heating, and Air. But the real news is, if you successfully refer your buddy to Amazing, you'll get $1,000 for yourself as a thank you. Successfully means your buddy is the kind of guy who does the right thing because it's the right thing, has real experience as a service tech, installer, or a plumber, and does in fact sign with us. That's a big investment in hiring the right people, but investing in the right people always pays off. So if you're that person or you know them, give me a call at
CallAmazing.com. I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army. Our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan. ForThePeople.com.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Today, cloudy with rain and a high of 62. Tonight, cloudy with rain and low around 53. Tomorrow, high near 56.
Weather brought to you by Capital One. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guide. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Pool days call for cookouts and lots of laundry. This Memorial Day at Lowe's, save $80 on a Charbroil Performance Series 4-burner gas grill. Now just $199. Plus, get up to 45% off select major appliances to keep dishes, clothes, and food fresh. Having fun in the sun is easy with us in your corner. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/27. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. See associate or Lowe's.com for details.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Yo, it's Jay Uso from WWE, and I'm Jimmy Uso. Chumba Casino and WWE are hyped for the biggest event of the summer, SummerSlam. I know, I can't wait. There's nothing better to do while we're waiting than playing Chumba Casino. Sign up today and you could win a VIP experience with Chumba Casino and WWE for SummerSlam. So what are you waiting for? Play Chumba Casino and enter for your chance to win. Let's Chumba. Yeah.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalace. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Definitely, I think the number one thing is you have to win. We're going to go win a lot of games this year and play great and win a Super Bowl, and everything that comes with that comes with that.
This roster looked like in 2021, albeit you were young, but that was a Super Bowl roster. Do you think what you see right now from this organization and in that locker room is a Super Bowl roster?
I think this is the most talented roster that we've had since I've been here.
Joe Burrow expressing confidence. Remember, he was their capologist a year ago, made sure to get T. Higgins and Jamar Chase done. And unfortunately, the defense was awful. So despite the offense being good, they had trouble winning football games. And, of course, he got hurt again. Assuming Joe Burrow stays healthy, they added Boye Mafe. They added Dexter Lawrence. They added guys on the back end. Is this the most talented roster that Joe Burrow's been a part of, Bob?
It's all going to come down to the defense. And they made a lot of...
Jonathan Allen part of this thing.
Yeah. You mentioned all of the additions that they made. I went back and I looked at their 2021 roster, and that's when they went to the Super Bowl. And remember, that playoff run was on the back of the defense.
Yes.
The defense carried them.
Joe Burrow got sacked like 19 times.
Times. And they had some strong players. Trey Hendrickson was on that
we're
team.
going to hear about that in a minute.
DJ Reader, Sam Hubbard, who had that big play. Tyler
fumble
Huntley,
return. Tyler.
Logan Wilson.
Going high instead of low.
Chidobe Awuzie, really good during that time. Their safeties, Jesse Bates, really good. Von Bell. So their offense, it's a lot of similar cast of characters. They had Tyler Boyd at that point, which, of course, he's been gone for a while. And now it's Yoshi Vosh, who's a really good receiver.
Kind of a good, reasonable facsimile.
Totally. But they had Chase. They had T. Higgins. Obviously, Burrow was there. Joe Mixon at that time, where now they have Chase Brown. I think you can certainly make the argument, but there's just a lot of moving pieces with the defense, and I kind of want to see it in action before I make that statement. But this defense should be a heck of a lot better than it was last year. And I understand it's a low bar, but they were last in yards per play, 6.2 yards per play. They were near last in seemingly every single category.
That Jets game was an embarrassment. Like Joe Flacco threw for 400 yards and they still lost. So before we get more into this, you mentioned they made a lot of moves and a lot of people brought in, but one guy that's not there anymore is Trey Hendrickson, who was part of that team that went to the Super Bowl. Joe Burrow talks about Trey Hendrickson signing with the Ravens.
Yeah, that'll definitely be fun. What'd
you think when you saw the news that he was signing there?
Not very surprising.
Why is that?
Because I know Trey, I love Trey, and I just know how he operates.
Why is it in Cincinnati we always hear somebody typing? during these press. Yeah. Like, is there a mic on somebody's computer? But yeah, Trey Hendrickson spent years there after coming there from New Orleans. Now a Raven, and Joe Burrow not exactly surprised that he ended up here. For what it's worth.
We were at the Trey Hendrickson introductory press conference, and he totally downplayed it and said, there was none of that animosity there. It's just another game. It's not just another game.
Well, he's pissed at the ownership and front office. He wants to stick it to him.
It was this around this time a year ago where, well, I guess a little before this, where Hendrickson showed up for an off-season practice, brought all the media over, crapped all over the organization, then you didn't see him for a long time until they readjusted.
That was a great press conference.
Oh, it was fantastic. But that happened. And the fact that he's with the Ravens and he's going to play the Bengals twice, and that second game being in prime time, New Year's Eve, oh yeah, he'll be up for that one. He will be up for that one.
So where I look at Cincinnati, and I think the jury is out of whether or not it's the best team he's been a part of, though I will say it's much more talented, especially on the defensive side of the ball. It's been the last couple of years. Can the defense be top half in the league? Because I think with that offense, that's good enough. Can they be like 13, 14, 15 in the league in defense overall? Because if that's the case and Joe Burrow stays healthy, they're going to win double-digit games.
This seems like a pivotal year in their franchise. They haven't made the playoffs since 2022. Zach Taylor's in the final year of his deal. We know that Mike Brown doesn't want to fire a coach and still pay him. So if they don't make the playoffs, Zach Taylor, his contract will not be renewed. And if they don't make the playoffs, I feel like everyone keeps bringing up, well, is Joe Burrow going to pull a Carson Palmer? Mm-hmm. Could he demand a trade if things don't trend in that direction? This is like a win or else season for Cincinnati, or else you could see a ton of changes, not just in the coaching staff.
It would be fascinating, though, after he strong-armed the Bengals into getting a long-term deal for T. Higgins, because they were going to sign Chase.
Yeah, that was always
good. But after making them do that, a year later, he's like, you know what? I got to go. That would be fascinating.
Well, I'm with you, but what was it, last year or 2 years ago, where he was bringing up his football mortality,
yes.
And he turns 30 at the end of the season, and I saw he was asked about his offseason, bringing up, there's more than just football for me.
He's been hanging out with his girlfriend a lot, yeah.
So I just do wonder if they don't win this year, if it does blow up in their face, if the defense isn't much better like we think it will be, could Joe Burrow make a big move? I think it's possible.
I'll say this. If they don't make the playoffs, that thing, I do think that thing, there's major moves that are made there. And I also, I don't know that Joe's going to say I want out because he's so attached to those two receivers and he's gotten them signed long term. But I think he'll be making a lot of noise this offseason, and they're going to, again, Zach Taylor will be gone.
I do think that this team is going to be very good. The further along we get in the offseason, the more I do think that this is going to be a bounce back year for Cincinnati. And when you look at their schedule, they have one of the easiest schedules in football. So that certainly is a big factor as well.
For me, and again, the Steelers are the football version of the Tampa Bay Rays. They're cockroaches, but Mike Tomlin no longer there. I think this division comes down to the Ravens and Bengals. I think the Steelers are the third place team in the division.
I definitely agree, and we've been wrong about that in the past.
Yes, last year.
Burying the Steelers, and Steelers coming off an AFC North title themselves in 2025. But I would definitely put Cincinnati and Baltimore ahead of Pittsburgh.
It's a time-honored tradition of us burying the Steelers only to see them competing in December for a playoff berth or the division. That's what we do. And we will do it again this year.
Yeah. But that game on New Year's Eve, man,
yes.
It could be It could be for the division.
And I think 4 straight years have the Ravens played the
Prime
Bengals at
time,
home
yeah.
in prime time.
Yeah.
So now
because that was when Joe Burrow complained.
Yes.
And he was like, "What, we're doing this again."
Yeah, we're
He
coming
said last year.
Well, last year they came in and just
destroyed the Ravens.
That was we were there for that one.
Yes,
Ron.
we were. Thanksgiving.
Coming up next, let's get back to baseball. And as of right now, Orioles and Tigers planning to play a baseball game tonight. Remember, Baltimore baseball tonight coming up at 6 o'clock live from Pickles. That's Bob Haney and Ryan Ripken. Cody Stavenhagen covers the Tigers for The Athletic. What the heck's going on with the Tigers? We'll ask him next here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with options for every budget, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And now save up to $1,000 on a Tempur-Pedic split king system, plus get a $300 instant gift. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Presenting Fun's greatest hits. Remember this old fave? How about this one? Or the unforgettable? It's the new Miss Pac-Man scratch-off from the Maryland Lottery. You could win up to $30,000 or enter to win a Miss Pac-Man arcade machine. Play today. Turn up the fun. Please play responsibly. Miss Pac-Man is registered and copyrighted by BNEI.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan with Dylan Scott, Dasha, DJ Silver, and DJ Rock are bringing the Double Down Tour to Nationals Park on August 20th. A Live Nation show. Tickets go on sale May 8th. Keep listening to 105.7 The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
The O's are set to begin a 10-game homestand with the Tigers up first. The starting pitching matchup features Chris Bassett opposite Jack Flaherty. Baltimore baseball tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services, with Bob Haney and Ryan Ripken will get underway at 6, live from Pickles Pub. The Ravens added to their backfield through the draft with the selection of Adam Randall. Derrick Henry recently gave his impression of the rookie.
Big guy. But play receiver. I watched him a little bit in college. I think he's a heck of a player. And since he's got here, just been working, keeping his head down, working each and every day, wanting to learn, just wanting to get better. And that's all you want as a rookie.
The Western Conference Finals shifts to San Antonio tonight in Game 3. The Thunder won Game 2, 122-113 to tie the series at 1. Tip-off is set for 8:30. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 60s with an overnight low of 50. Tomorrow has rain expected and a high of 59. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. If you loved playing Miss Pac-Man, you'll really love playing the new Miss Pac-Man Scratch-Off from the Maryland Lottery. Please play responsibly. Miss Pac-Man is registered and copyrighted by BNEI. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
This Memorial Day weekend matchup was supposed to be a matchup of two teams that were going to go to the playoffs. Instead, it's currently two last-place teams, Orioles 21 and 28, and the Tigers. They've lost, 14 of 16 since Terry Skubal went down. They're 20 and 31. Joining us to talk Tigers is Cody Stavenhagen, who covers the Tigers for The Athletic. And Cody, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. Are you surprised they bottomed out like this without Skubal? Obviously, they're not as good as they would be with him, but they added Framber Valdez this offseason. We thought the lineup would be good. What's wrong with the Tigers?
Yeah, to be honest, I'm really surprised. I thought they were kind of past this level of bottoming out in their timeline. It's not just the fact they lost Skubal. They do have 12 other players on the injured list, but it goes beyond just the injuries too. There's a long list of guys who have underperformed. In May, the offense has been near the absolute bottom of the league. They're back to striking out a lot. They're not doing any damage at the plate. The pitching somewhat has held its own, but especially this last span of games, they've got next to no run support. Pretty much that everything that could go wrong has gone wrong for the Tigers so far this season, and now it leaves them in a really difficult place.
Well, let's get to Framber Valdez, who's scheduled to start tomorrow. He's had a couple blow-up starts that have inflated his ERA. He had the incident against the Red Sox in which he got suspended. What do you think of Valdez overall this season?
Yeah, it's kind of been difficult to dissect. He, as you mentioned, 2 complete blow-up outings, the bad optics of throwing at Trevor Story and getting a suspension. But he's also given them several quality outings as well. You can look and the ERA starts at the 4, and it's like, well, they paid this guy so much money. What a terrible signing. In a way, he's far from the top of the list of the Tigers' problems right now. I think you can still feel pretty good about your chances of getting a strong start from Framber Valdez most times out. We'll see what the numbers look like at the end of this season. Again, you don't really love the optics or how it feels right now, but Framber Valdez is still a pretty good pitcher.
Talking with Cody Stavenhagen, it's Inside Access here on the Fan. Cody, let's get to the Skubal of it all. A lot of smoke that the Tigers will be trying to trade him if and when he returns. Are you buying that? Is Skubal going to be on the trade block when he returns?
Well, there's a lot to still be determined, right? If the Tigers get to the trade deadline and they're absolutely out of contention, I don't think they have any choice but to trade Tarek Skubal. He's going to be a free agent after this season. He would, in theory, represent a potential massive return that you can get. But if they can fight back in this, play a little better ball over the next month to 2 months, they certainly would keep him. I think if they're still in the race, Tarek Skubal is a difference-making presence. That's why he's one of the most talked about stories in baseball right now. That's why he's probably the most important story in the lead up to the trade deadline. It all depends on how the Tigers play between now and then. They've fallen to 5 games out of the wild card race, starting to feel like a pretty big deficit, but in what's been a weak American League, they're still not out of it. This thing is not completely over. So there's some pretty high stakes in terms of how the Tigers are going to play up until Skubal returns, and then we'll see when he gets back and how much of a boost he's able to give the team. There is, however, certainly a chance it will be too late by the time Skubal returns. So the Tigers have to start playing better. Otherwise, they're looking at trading their ace. They're looking at trading Casey Mize. They're probably looking at trading some other guys as well.
Cody, has the page turned on them signing Skubal to an extension? Is there any world where he signs long-term with the Tigers?
Well, I mean, you never know, right? But I think the chances are probably slim given, now we're talking about them being out of contention, so I don't know that the timing for an extension is looking great. He's also a Scott Boras client. We know Boras typically prefers to take his guys to free agency, especially a guy like Tarek Skubal, who in theory could net a potential record deal on the open market. I've always viewed it as like, look, you can never say never about him returning to the Tigers, but I think at the very least, it'd probably be the smart move for Skubal to test the open market, and the Tigers could offer him $1 billion. Doesn't mean the Dodgers or the Mets or someone else might not offer him, $1.2 billion. So I think there could easily be a bidding war. Tarek Skubal's one of the best, if not the very best pitcher in baseball. I think the market would treat him accordingly.
Cody, we've talked a ton here in Baltimore about just how poor this Orioles defense is. Well, I was looking at numbers about the Tigers. Outs above average, minus 21, dead last in the majors. Is their defense just broken?
That's probably a good word for it. And you kind of bring up an important point, right? When I say so many things have gone wrong, look, it's not just guys not hitting. The Tigers under A.J. Hinch have prided themselves on playing a pretty good style of baseball that makes opponents earn things, that applies a lot of pressure. Well, this year, Tigers have been pretty bad defensively. Some of the metrics, maybe they're misleading. Is Spencer Torkelson as bad as the metrics suggest? I'm not sure, but man, they make a lot of mistakes. They may also make a lot of mistakes on the base pass. This is a team that's prided itself on going first to third and taking the extra base at a high clip, and they still somewhat do that. They also lead the majors in outs on the bases, and it hasn't all been just products of being aggressive. They've had a lot of straight-up dumb base running errors. You had Zach McKinstry getting picked off of second base pretty inexplicably a couple nights ago. So bad defense, bad base running, a lot of mental mistakes. I mean, it just hasn't been a good brand of play at all.
It sounds like the Orioles and Tigers are kind of mirror images in some ways because Orioles have these young guys that they expected to emerge. And even a guy like Gunnar Henderson is not having a good start. It looked like Spencer Torkelson had figured it out a year ago. Is it bad luck at the plate? What's going on with him?
He's tough to analyze, man. I certainly don't think it's bad luck. You see Torque get in some ruts where he'll miss middle pitches. He fouled off a center cut sweeper for a pop out in foul territory with runners on base a couple days ago. He is certainly capable of getting hot. He has really good power. I think he's going to run into some more home runs as this season goes along, but you would just like to see a little more consistent quality of at bat, quality of swing, and that's been a problem with him really throughout his career. He's had some nice stretches. He's also had some prolonged droughts. This year he started really cold, then he homered in 5 consecutive games, and for the most part he's been pretty cold since then. So it's been tough, and you're right, the Tigers and the Orioles have a lot of similarities. Last year when the Tigers didn't do a lot at the trade deadline, there were a lot of people saying, hey, look at the Orioles. This could be you. You're never guaranteed that all your young players continue getting better. And it's interesting to see where we are a year later with the Tigers off to a terrible start, with the Orioles looking even more like a warning sign of what can happen if you don't maximize opportunities when they're right in front of your face.
A question we've been asking a lot this week, Cody, for the Orioles is where do they go from here? Where do the Tigers go from here?
Yeah, that's why I keep bringing up, like, look, this is pretty bad, but it is May. This isn't over. There's a lot to play out. There's a chance they could rebound and get healthy and get in the wild card race. And if they're healthier in the second half, this is maybe still a team that could make some noise. But if they don't turn it around soon, they are looking at probably a fire sale at the deadline.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that could add a lot of talent to their organization, but it's certainly going to create some much deeper questions. Look, they have an owner in Chris Ilitch who's known for being pretty patient. Scott Harris, in a way, this is his fourth season, but still early in his tenure, it's completely fair to criticize Harris, but I don't think he's going anywhere. A.J. Hinch is starting to feel some heat, but he just signed a contract extension last year. I don't think the Tigers are moving on from him anytime soon. But so it's hard to know. If they don't turn it around soon, they're going to certainly be facing some much deeper questions, some kind of awkward questions that the Orioles have already gone through.
Cody, finish here. If you were a betting man, do we see any games this weekend? This weather, it looks like it's supposed to rain until Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, I don't know. I was looking at that. It seems tough that they're going to be able to play all three, right? Maybe try to squeeze in one and hope for a Sunday doubleheader. Like, we'll see. I don't know. It's going to be tough.
Cody Stavenhagen covers the Tigers for The Athletic. Cody, this was great. Thank you so much for your time. Stay dry.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it, guys.
Yes, sir. Coming up next, we'll talk about the Orioles and this offense. We just were talking about the Tigers. We expected it to be better. It's got to be better, but will it get better? We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
Memorial Day is close, which means summer's almost here, and Town Appliance Memorial Day shopping event is happening now. Upgrade your kitchen or outdoor setup with Memorial Day savings and flexible financing. Visit the showroom off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. Call, text, or shop townappliance.com before it's over.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
Stop everything. Royal Farms is offering a deal you won't want to miss.
Better be good. I don't stop everything for just anything.
How about a 5-piece ham-breaded chicken tender meal with Rofo sauce?
Okay, I'm listening.
And Western fries made from Idaho potatoes.
Oh, legendary.
For just $10. Plus, get a free 32-ounce Snapple tea.
$10 and a free 32-ounce Snapple? Now that's worth stopping everything for. I'm headed to Royal Farms.
Smart thinking.
Royal Farms. Real fresh, real fast.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Hey Bel Air, your hometown dealership is entering an exciting new chapter. Now open as Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air. And we're celebrating with our Memorial Month mega sale, featuring savings on new and used vehicles. Shop now at BobBellFordBelAir.com.
Selling your home is a big decision. Vinny Stio makes it simple with the Your Home Sold guarantee. Your home sold or he'll buy it. That's peace of mind you can count on. Call Vinny today, 410-793-1801, 410-793-1801.
Hey O's fans, Star Wars Weekend lands at Camden Yards from Friday, May 29th through Sunday, May 31st as the O's take on the Toronto Blue Jays. Friday night, stick around post-game for a Star Wars-themed fireworks show presented by SeatGeek. Saturday, be one of 15,000 fans to score a Jordan Westberg Star Wars bobblehead presented by PNC. And Sunday, 10,000 fans, 12 and under, will receive a Star Wars poster. Don't miss it. Get tickets at Orioles.com/tickets.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week. New segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back, we're better, let's get it.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalace. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Yeah, I say that in terms of, mental. It's not nothing physical with these guys. And, I'm not saying it's mental, but also when you go into the game with that mindset of, you want to take any extra 90 feet, you want to grind out at bats, you want to take nothing for granted, and because you never know what can happen. Any team can come back, and any team can, win the game. That's why, it's a really competitive league, especially in the division. So, we just have to go out there and play our game.
That's Craig Alvarez. He's talking about the Orioles offense needing to be aggressive and assertive. The players being aggressive and assertive. And part of that is the bats. And Bone, let's be honest. We thought this lineup was going to be their superpower. We had national pundits talking about how this could be the best lineup in all of baseball.
That Jeff Passan tweet is really getting a lot of shine.
Yes, it is. So far, this has not been the case, Bone. Pete Alonso seems to be heating up a little bit. Gunnar Henderson swinging the bat a little better. The two catchers, Basayo and Adley, have been good. We've seen flashes from Kobe Mayo. Taylor Ward gets on base a lot, but this is not the guy they traded for. A guy with 2 homers. He hit 30 bombs a year ago. So we think they're going to get better. They got to get better, but are they going to be better offensively?
I thought John Mioli's piece for the Baltimore Banner the other day was really interesting.
It's kind of infuriating to me.
Talking about their core principles, controlling the strike zone, attacking pitches that the batter can hit hard in the air. Well, the Orioles are striking out at an alarming rate.
Yes.
Almost 25%.
So you're saying they're not controlling the strike zone?
They're not at all. Third highest strikeout rate in baseball. They're also in the top third of the league in chase rate. Chasing almost 30% of the time, and almost 29% of pitches they face have been called strikes or whiffs. They're just not having enough productive at-bats. And it seemed like early on, on-base percentage, and it was great. And you can see so many of these young guys. Colton Cowser's the prime example. Colton Cowser, throughout his minor league career, was elite at getting on base.
Yes.
He was fantastic at getting on base. Jackson Holliday, another one. I know Jackson's young and obviously just got Adley. Like, so many of these guys were elite at getting on base, but it just hasn't translated at the major league level. And when you look at the overall numbers of this offense heading into tonight, 50 games in, 16th in OPS, so you're below average in OPS, 18th in runs scored, 20th in on base, 21st in batting average with runners in scoring position. So it's hard to think heading into that first series of the year against the Twins that 50 games in, this is the numbers bear it out. They are a below average offense. And given the talent that they have, and yes, do injuries play a part? Sure. Jordan Westberg is a total glue guy, and you see his presence when he's in the lineup compared to when he's out.
Yeah.
But it's still nowhere near good enough, Ken. And Pete Alonso, he would tell you, he needs to be better. Gunnar Henderson has already said multiple times, he needs to be better. Taylor Ward, going full circle to the on base, he's been elite at getting on base, but he would tell you he should be making more of an impact in terms of driving the baseball. Those three guys are what should steer the ship. They should be driving the bus, and they're not driving the bus.
Just to put in perspective, we just talked to Cody Stavenhagen from the Athletic, covers the Tigers, and Tarek Skubal is arguably the best pitcher in all of baseball, and he's surprised at how bad they are without him. Jordan Westberg is a nice player, and I think he is a glue guy, but he's not the reason that this offense stinks. Like him not being available is not the reason this offense stinks. The one thing, and I was joking when you were talking about the John Meoli piece and how it infuriated me. And you're right, they have their core principles. The other thing that piece said is they're not going to change.
Yeah,
despite the sample size getting bigger and this not working, they believe they're still right, and they will continue to do what they're doing, because despite the results not coming out the way they want them to be, they are right, and they will eventually change.
And it is a great piece. If you haven't read it, it came out, I think, yesterday.
Yeah. I read it.
And Meoli, he points out, Ken, like, Mike leaned so heavily into offense in terms of assets, draft picks, high draft picks. He has a type, and for the most part, and Gunnar was a high school guy, Jackson Holliday's high school, but college bats, with a lot of thump and on base, and they strike out a lot, and you invest all of this into the offense, and the offense being below average, that's a big reason why they're at where they're at. And these are premium picks. Mm-hmm. Colton Cowser was 5th overall. Like, Heston Kjerstad, and don't mean to pick on him, a lot of injuries, but he was 2nd overall. Like, these are high picks
Sorry.
No, you're good.
I just feel like it also points to the fact that they put their eggs all in one basket.
Exactly. Correct.
Like you didn't go out and fortify with free agents. You quite frankly, they haven't done well in other rounds of the draft where you see around baseball, later round picks. Flash, that hasn't happened here.
No, it hasn't at all. And something that's abundantly clear, and you've brought it up over the years, Ken, like, Mike's going to do it his way. If you haven't realized that 8 years in, he's going to do it his way. And that goes to the core principles.
They believe they're right. And that's the thing that, as an Oriole fan, is incredibly frustrating, because every day the sample size gets bigger. And every day the sample size is telling them they're wrong. Yet they're going to continue to pound their principles because they believe they're still right. And the problem with that is, while in 23 and the first half of 24, they look to be right. But I don't think their data accounts for variables like teams making adjustments and injuries and just age.
How about development not being linear?
Yes.
Like, we've seen that to a T with this young core. The development is a roller coaster. And you're seeing it now with Gunnar. Like, Gunnar was an MVP candidate for the first half of 2024, and obviously took a step back last year, and you thought, okay, here's going to be a bounce back. Adley Rutschman being another. He was on top of the world, and then for a year and a half, he was one of the worst catchers in baseball. And Colton Cowser, he was 2nd in Rookie of the Year, and since then, like, it has not gone according to plan.
No.
It has not gone according to their projections.
Well, we played the cut a couple times yesterday. Michael Elias kind of taking a victory lap where, liftoff from here.
That was 2022 at the deadline.
We got 6 top 100 prospects. We're the envy of baseball. We've got everything we need to have a long and illustrious run of success. And here we are, blink of an eye, and there ain't much to like.
No. And, saying it yesterday on Adley's 4-year anniversary of getting called up, I just think of where my perspective, where consensus of the fan perspective was in terms of hope, in terms of optimism compared to now. And it's a night and day difference.
By the way, a couple things. Keegan Aiken, assuming they play tonight, is going to be the opener again with Chris Bassett piggybacking.
Also, which they've done before.
Yes. Also, and Bassett pitched well that game.
Yeah, he
6
did.
innings.
He did.
Taylor Ward leading off in left field. Gunnar Henderson's shortstop batting second. Adley Rutschman batting third behind the plate. Pete Alonso's your first baseman batting fourth. Sam Basayo, he's batting fifth at DH. Leody Taveras in center field batting sixth. Colton Cowser batting seventh in right field. Kobe Mayo is your third baseman batting eighth. And Jackson Holiday batting ninth at second base, assuming they get this bad boy in.
Going against old friend Jack Flaherty. Jack Flaherty, who is having a rough season.
Yeah, he is. Coming up next, though, we want to hear from the people. Where is that hope and optimism? How are you feeling about the Birds as they're looking in the mirror against the Detroit Tigers, another team that was supposed to be good and stinks right now? 410-583-1057. We hear from the people next.
This is VJ Surhoff. You're listening to the best Orioles coverage on Sports Radio 1057, The Fan.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman. Gain a global perspective and specialized skills with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Earn your degree online in as few as 16 months for about $21K. Choose from 10 MBA specializations like finance, cyber tech, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Classes start soon. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
For 3 days only at Old Navy, women's dresses are just $6, $8, $10, and $12. Yep, Memorial Day deals kick off with dresses at just $6, $8, $10, and $12. Hurry in this Thursday, Friday, and Saturday only at Old Navy. Valid 5/21 to 5/23. Select styles only.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon?
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones, and all on the T-Mobile network.
How about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
Hi, I'm Justin Holloman from The Holloman Firm. Injured in an accident? Lost a loved one? At my firm, The Holloman Firm, you'll get a personal injury lawyer who truly cares. With me, you're more than just a case. So remember to call Justin for justice at The Holloman Firm.
Celebrate Memorial Day savings at Dark Horse Toyota of Baltimore. Shop amazing deals all weekend long. The sales department will be open this Monday, Memorial Day, from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Don't wait. Visit Dark Horse Toyota of Baltimore this Memorial Day weekend and save big.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Visit BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit and get more golf for your club purchase.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalace.
Chris Bassett is set to take the mound in tonight's series opener against the Tigers. Last time out versus the Nats, Bassett allowed 4 earned runs across 5 innings. Detroit will start Jack Flaherty. BBT presented by Jerry's Home Services with Bob Haney and Ryan Ripken will get underway at 6, live from Pickles Pub. John Simpson returned to the Ravens after last playing with the team in 2023. Now there's a brand new coaching staff, but Simpson hasn't sensed a huge change in how the building operates.
I feel like the culture is what the culture is here, and I feel like that part didn't really change much. I feel like it's gonna be a family here. They're gonna expect you to work hard, and that's how football should be. So I feel like the culture is really should.
The Western Conference Finals shifts to San Antonio tonight in Game 3. The Thunder won Game 2, 122-113 to tie the series at 1. Tip-off is set for 8:30. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 60s with an overnight low of 50. Tomorrow has rain expected and a high of 59. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalace. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Orioles are a bad baseball team, ladies and gentlemen, but they're playing a team that's playing worse at the moment. The Tigers have lost 14-16. Obviously, Tarek Skubal on the IL. So how are we feeling about the Orioles? 410-583-1057. Can they get the ship right? Maybe a couple days off with rain delay or rainouts could right this ship. Let's go out to the phone lines. 410-583-1057. Start with Jonathan in Essex. Jonathan, you're on the Fan.
What's up, gentlemen?
How you doing, man?
Well, my optimism isn't for the team right now. My optimism is for the individual players. Gunnar Henderson, Alonso. We need somebody to step up. I just need somebody to get on an MVP tear. I need one of my star players to start getting to a point where they can take over a game. I need to get on somebody's shoulders. That's what I need to see. And if I don't see it, like in one of the shows you guys had, there was like somebody was there in the morning show with Jeremy or whoever, and they were saying, well, you know, as far as the metrics and different things, they were like saying, well, the Yankees are number 1, the Dodgers are number 2 and 3, so why weren't the Orioles? Right now, we don't have Shohei Ohtani, and we don't have Aaron Judge. You know what I'm saying? You remember when John Harbaugh was going on 4th down? You know what made him so good? Lamar Jackson.
So how do you explain the Rays, Jonathan?
Well, the Rays consistency. Yeah. The Rays, you got to have players who are the Rays getting timely hits. You got to either have players that are getting timely hits.
They do everything right.
Stars. You got to have people that are producers. I'm just saying the Yankees and the Dodgers have stars.
Mm-hmm.
Tampa Bay Rays have people who are getting timely hits. They have a team. So you either got to have a heck of a team or you got to have a heck of a player. And we don't have that.
Yeah,
and we got to come to facts with that. That's it.
Appreciate the call.
I get what he's saying in terms of like Gunner's got to be Gunner.
Your stars have to play like stars.
Yeah, like if the Orioles are going to get back into the fight, they got to start being their best selves. Yeah, there's no other way around that.
To his point, the Dodgers' top 3 hitters in the lineup when healthy are first ballot Hall of Famers.
Yes.
Betts, Freeman, and Ohtani, or Ohtani, Freeman, and Betts, or however they do it. They're all first ballot Hall of Famers. So, yeah, they're loaded with stars. Tampa Bay kind of is, again, the Phillies. They gotten hot. They got Bryce Harper and guys like, so that and Schwarber. Those guys, they're hitting like stars. Let's grab Alan in Odenton. Alan, you're on the Fan.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
We need to stop giving up so many 2-out runs.
Yeah.
I think they said on the broadcast on Wednesday, Kevin Brown brought it up, we gave up 16 2-out runs in that series. That's just unbelievable.
Give him the numbers.
I got the numbers. We did a segment earlier in the show. They've given up 118 runs this season with 2 outs. That's
just crazy.
Yeah, second most in the majors. Trevor Rogers, he has 29 earned runs this season. 20 of them have happened with 2 outs.
I think if this team can just get out of their heads and just relax and just play ball, just take some pressure. You got to take pressure off. I think they're trying too hard, but we got to quit those 2-out runs. That's killing this team.
No, you're absolutely right. We talked about it earlier. I appreciate the call. If the object was to get 2 outs in an inning, the Orioles would be a very good baseball team.
Do you think we could petition Rob Manfred to change the rule midseason?
And 2 strikes would be an out.
Yeah.
Trevor Rogers would be the best pitcher in all of baseball between 2 strikes and 2 outs because he's good at getting those things.
Yeah, his numbers in this 5-game stretch where he's really getting hit around, batters are hitting 500 off of him with 2 outs. That's hard to comprehend. 38 batters phased, 2 walks, obviously. Or excuse me, 6 walks. 16 hits, 32 at-bats, 6 walks with 2 outs. That is
staggering.
Crazy.
Can I just say something completely off topic? But, Bowen, I got to admit, I'm kind of bummed with this weather. It's Memorial Day weekend. We're about to do a 6-pack segment about summer. I'm wearing a sweatshirt and pants.
Too? I hope you're wearing pants.
Yeah. Well, but I'd want to be wearing shorts. Like, this is supposed to be time of year where I can wear shorts. I'm wearing pants. I'm wearing shoes because this is I don't want to give away too much of my six-pack.
I would be less upset if the first half of this week wasn't in the 90s and felt like summer. Like
but why couldn't we flip that?
That's what I'm saying. Like if the whole week was like this, okay, well, it's just a crappy week, right? But the fact that the first 3 days of the week it was sunny and in the 90s, and now Memorial Day weekend, the unofficial kickoff to summer, is going to be a washout, I'm not happy.
No, and like people are probably going to the beach this weekend. It's going to rain all weekend. People want to go out to the Oriole games this weekend. It's going to rain all weekend. My Uncle John and Aunt Jan host a Memorial Day pool party every year. Monday, it's supposed to rain.
Oh, Monday, I thought it was supposed to be better. I know today and tomorrow, it's done. It's over. But it seems like, and maybe that's just the optimist in me, like Sunday and Monday, it's supposed to be better.
Let me pull it up, Bone. As of right now, it's according to the old Apple.
The Ken Wyman Doppler radar.
Yeah.
You're breaking out game day.
Yeah, it's game day.
It's Baltimore game day.
So it has improved a little bit. It's up to 76 for the high, which I think
this is Sunday?
Yeah, no, this is Monday.
Monday, okay.
And the percentage chance of rain has gone down a little. It was 85% yesterday. It's now 75%. So
that's still bad.
That's still bad.
That's still really bad.
Now, to put in perspective, Sunday is 100% chance of rain. So that means it's raining.
That does mean it's raining. Yeah, there's no wiggle room there.
And it's 71 degrees on Sunday, but like there is not a day in the 10-day forecast where they're calling for 80 degrees. That's a bummer.
That is a bummer. I'm just going to be inside my grandfather's house drinking beer all weekend. Which I guess there's worse.
Go crabbing?
Not in the rain. I can't. I don't want to.
Don't crabs still get caught in the rain?
I mean, you can, but crabbing this early on in the season, it's you typically
Is it fun?
Don't do
I've
that
never
well.
done it.
Oh, it's awesome. Yeah, it's great. Like, and we do the dipping with the. Why am I blanking on the terminology here? The nets.
Okay, you dip the nets?
Net. Yeah. So we have like a line and you tie. I don't know why you use this.
Mm-hmm.
I remember even being a youth thinking that was very odd. You put chicken necks on the line. The crabs
and that gets the crabs?
Yeah, the crabs love chicken. They love eating the chicken necks, and then you scoop them.
So do you... Like you have to throw back ones that are too small, correct?
Yes,
how do you figure that
there's
out?
a measurement thing that we have on the boat. Yeah, if they're too small, you throw them back in.
Have you caught like monster crabs, like big ones?
Absolutely. Oh yeah.
And
some.
Do you know how to steam them yourself?
My grandmother does a steam.
Oh wow,
yeah, she does a steam. We catch them, she steams them. So it's a good trade off.
So you catch them and then you eat them, but
yes.
but you do not.
There's been some years, man, where we can catch a bushel like ourselves. You know, if it's really running, we can definitely do really. Now there's some years where you're getting nothing.
Yeah,
or not many, but there's.
So there will be no crabs to be had this weekend.
No, I don't think. I doubt it, man. I doubt it. Not even like my whole family's not coming down this weekend because everyone's scared off the rain. My parents aren't going. A couple of my aunts and uncles aren't going. Me and my cousins will.
Have you had crabs yet?
I haven't. I heard you did. Last weekend?
My buddy, the Sunday, we just decided to carry out crabs and watched my buddy Justin on his deck and my friend Tony and his wife Jen. We just we got crabs and sat on the deck and watched the final round of the PGA and the Oriole game sitting on the deck, and it was pretty and it was nice.
Yeah.
It was pretty damn nice. Good crabs. How many crabs can you put away?
A lot. I don't know. I don't want to limit myself. Yeah. I mean, I can definitely put a hurting on. Yeah. I think so. Yeah.
I eventually give up on the legs and just eat the middles.
Yeah,
like the first couple, I'm pounding the legs.
I like the legs more.
Like
maybe that's unpopular.
I'm a big mustard guy.
Yeah, of course. But no, I'm a big leg guy.
Yeah. Well, coming up next, in honor of Memorial Day weekend and the start to summer, even though you look out the window or you're out there right now. 6 best things about summer. We give you our list next here on The Fan.
This is The Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Game 3 of the Western Conference Finals is tonight. I'm guessing as the series heads to San Antonio tonight, the Thunder won't be allowed to be as physical as they were in Game 2. If they're allowed to grab, body, and pull hair like they did in Game 2, the Thunder will have the advantage. I'm Chris Pluck.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/ground advantage to learn more.
Here's your spring upgrade. Sun's out. Drink in one hand and a free Samsung Galaxy phone in the other. All on unlimited 5G. Switch to Total Wireless and stay connected through every road trip, beach day, and everything in between. Now that's a total power move. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited or Max 5G plan, single or multi-month plan. Additional port-in, ID verification, or device financing requirements vary by device. Purchase limits apply.
Maryland Treasure Scratch Offs from the Maryland Lottery are now on sale, featuring 4 scenes of our state's natural beauty by 4 local artists.
This artwork is amazing. The detail, the colors. They fill me with so much Maryland pride. I don't know if I should scratch them or frame them.
You could win up to $10,000.
Scratching it is.
Play new Maryland Treasure Scratch Offs from the Maryland Lottery. Appreciate the art. Love the prizes. Please play responsibly.
Hey guys, it's your buddy Bob Haynie. Let's be honest for a second. You don't go into game day hoping things just kind of work out. You want to be ready. No excuses, no late starts, rocking and rolling. And it's the same deal here. That's why I've been telling you about Blue Chew. And now they've got something new, Blue Chew Gold. Blue Chew Gold is a gold standard. You want to be on top of that podium. This stuff works fast, like 15 minutes fast, and it's designed to get your head and body right. No waiting around, no guessing, just confidence when it matters. We're not 22 anymore, fellas. If there's an upgrade out there, you take it. As simple as that. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code BOB1057. That's promo code BOB1057. Visit BlueChew.com for details and important safety information. And as always, we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring. Trust me on this one, guys. Be ready when your number is called. Don't let that loving get old. Get Blue Chew Gold.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Tonight, cloudy with rain and a low around 53. Tomorrow, high near 56.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Time for the Inside Access Six-Pack.
Six-Pack time. Six-Pack is sponsored by the Good Feet Store. Come in and get the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet Store. Go to goodfeet.com for more details. Six-Pack in honor of the unofficial start of summer, though the Mother Nature is not helping us. But the 6 best parts about summer. And Mike, let's get started.
Number 6.
So we're in different places of life, obviously. I have 2 stepkids who I have to take to school every morning, at least one of them. So number 6 for me is no school. I don't have to get up and run them to school, sometimes both. The mornings are much more relaxing in the summertime.
My 6, Volo Sports, outside in the summer, and it's softball, it's kickball, heck, even like non-Volos, just playing sports with friends, going to Patterson Park, setting up a volleyball net, just playing some outdoor games, cornhole, can jam, games outside.
I've done cornhole, I admit.
You've not done can jam?
No.
Can jam the Frisbee?
I've seen it. I've never done it.
It's fun.
You go to Glenn Clark's house and do that stuff, and then you grease yourself up and you slide down the...
Yeah, with the horse loop.
Yes, right.
With the horse loop.
Yeah.
That's usually towards the end of summer. I should have put that on my list, but I didn't even think about that.
Number 5.
My 5 amusement parks. Because they're not open during the winter. Like going to Hershey Park, RIP Six Flags, Disney World, Universal, any of these cool amusement parks.
We did that last summer.
Yes. I haven't been to Hershey in a while, and I would like to break that dry spell.
I think I'm going to take Colin to Hershey this summer because he loves roller coasters. I love roller coasters.
You famously love roller coasters, but afraid of heights. That is a combo.
So a little about me, I will not get on a Ferris wheel because I don't want to sit up high forever. I just scream the whole time on the roller coaster. I'm not someone that indulges in like drugs. Yeah. My rush is roller coasters.
No, that's fair.
I like and like the roller coasters or the Tower of Terror at Disney, the free fall thing. I love that stuff, but it scares the hell out of me.
But that's the best part. Like I'm screaming my butt off the entire time on a roller coaster. Like anything with like a crazy drop or the flips, or I'm here for it. And then I look ridiculous in the pictures afterwards.
So my 5 is cookouts. You obviously can't do cookouts in the wintertime. It seems like a big waste of time, but firing up the grill, maybe you got a pool, but having people around eating cookout food. We're supposed to have one on Monday, weather permitting, but that's my 5.
Number 4.
That's a little like your 5. It's adjunct summer vacations. Like we're taking the kids to Myrtle in a couple weeks for summer vacation now that school's out. That's a time of year where you get something like that going. The summer vacation is for.
My 4 is your 5. It's cookouts. Cookouts are great, man. It's always just good vibes. You're with friends. You're with family. Again, maybe you're playing can jam. Maybe you're playing cornhole.
Maybe you're
drinking beer. Maybe you're having crabs. Maybe you're having brats. Whatever it is, cookouts rock.
It is the 6-pack of the things we love about summer, favorite things about summer. And Mike, let's continue.
Number 3.
My 3, and this is kind of wide-ranging, water activities. Now, this could be pool.
Have you gone to Urban Dictionary on this?
I haven't.
Do not Google water sports.
This could be tubing is low-key one of my favorite things. Like, there's nothing more fun than tubing on the back of a jet ski. It's just great and getting flipped. Just being on boats, thinking of Cambridge, going down there on the pier, having a good time on the water. Just water activities. Beach is what.
Yeah, I'm not much for tubing or lubing, but I do love the beach and the pool, the water. We are simpatico at 3. I am all about, even though my ginger and the skin tone, you got to put a lot of sunscreen
Apply
on.
and reapply.
Yes, but yes, we are simpatico.
Number 2.
So I almost gave it away at the end of the last segment, but I love summer because I just wear flip-flops the whole summer. Like, I'm fortunate enough to be in a job where I don't have to get dressed up for work. And you, from working with me for a while now, you probably will notice, or maybe not because you can't see my feet, but I will be in flip-flops for essentially the entire summer. Flip-flop season is my 2.
So flip-flops that's your 2.
I just love getting in my flops like literally for 3 months.
Now, are you traditional flip-flop? Are you slides? Are you Jesus sandals?
I'm traditional. Sometimes, so I've got the what are they? The Olakais, and they're kind of they're harder on the bottom. But then I also have a cushion pair. I noticed when Margie and I were away, I brought the harder pair, and when you do a lot of walking in those, it's not conducive, so you have to get some with a little bit of cushion.
I like the slides, like the Adidas slides,
Yeah,
or Nike
I don't
Under
have
Armour,
those.
or whatever. Those
I
are
need
good.
the ones that go between the toes.
Yeah, you see, and I don't like the.
You don't like between the toes?
My 2 is the weather / the days being longer. And it's already gotten to that point where the sun doesn't go down until way past 8 o'clock. It's awesome. It rocks. The seasonal depression is gone. Summer weather / the days being longer.
Number 1.
Yeah, my 1 is your 4, I think. Traveling / vacation. And I had the best trip of my life last year, Greece, and that is obviously dream.
Is that really a summer vacation, though, Greece? Oh, but you were on the beach a bunch,
No,
yeah?
that was August and September. So,
Yeah.
I mean,
Did you do some beaching
summer.
while you were over there?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. 100%. But that was the best trip I've ever been on in my life. It was great and just kind of experiencing everything that there was over those couple of weeks. And I don't have any crazy travel plans this year because of it, but it was very worth it. So it's going to be more low-key this year, but traveling / vacation.
My 1 is your 2, the weather. Like, that just being able to not have to wear hoodies or jackets. Like last night, you know what made me angry last night?
What?
I had to put on a jacket to walk the dog.
No.
Like that, my jacket should be in the closet until November.
It should be.
But I had to pull the jacket back out to walk the dog.
It's also the fact that we're just not in winter anymore. It's not cold. Like, winter sucks.
Yeah.
It
And this was a bad
sucks.
winter.
Oh, this winter really
We had that ice
actually
storm that never left.
Yeah, we actually had snow, and it was made a million times worse because it turned into ice, and it was snowcrete at that point.
And then it was 7 degrees for like 2 straight weeks, so nothing melted.
And that was not fun.
No good. Coming up next, we get back to baseball. The Orioles are trying to play a baseball game tonight. We wish them luck in that. And let's look at that rotation. It's been terrible. But is this Orioles starting rotation salvageable? We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
If you're thinking about it,
every day.
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
It's Smiles for Miles at Anderson Buick GMC.
No matter the season, drive a new Buick or GMC and choose from Maryland's largest selection, like GMC Sierra pickups, priced thousands below MSRP.
Now that's Smiles for Miles. Check out AndersonBuickGMC.com.
GMC, we are professional grade.
Exmark knows the job of a professional landscaper isn't easy. That's why they've crafted a line of mowers built to deliver legendary reliability, signature cut quality, and stubborn durability to overcome any obstacle. Because, like you, Exmark mowers were built for this. Learn more about Exmark, the leader in zero-turn mowers, by heading over to Liberty Discount Lawn Equipment on Hanover Pike in Upper Cove. Family-owned and operated, they have attractive offers available now on Exmark products. Or visit them online at libertydiscount.com.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Morning people wake up for peace and quiet. McDonald's breakfast people, we wake up for the sweet rush of getting that warm, delicious breakfast right before it ends.
Hotcakes, sausage patty, hash browns, scrambled eggs, biscuit, real butter and syrup. You know how our big breakfast got its name, and you know where your whole family can share one for just $6. McDonald's. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
For 80 years, Lincoln Tech graduates have been known for doing exactly what they trained for, making a difference in their communities. The skills you learn at Lincoln Tech, they go with you everywhere. Classes start this month. Visit lincolntech.edu for info.
For all 105.7 The Fan station contest rules, please visit 1057thefan.com.
For 3 days only at Old Navy, women's dresses are just $6, $8, $10, and $12. Yep, Memorial Day deals kick off with dresses at just $6, $8, $10, and $12. Hurry in this Thursday, Friday, and Saturday only at Old Navy. Valid 5/21 to 5/23. Select styles only.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement. Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
1057 The Fan is the proud media partner of Merriweather Post Pavilion. Visit merriweathermusic.com for a list of all the great shows coming to the pavilion. And keep listening to The Fan for your chance to win tickets to the shows.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 1057 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OuchGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
The O's are set to begin a 10-game homestand with the Tigers up first. The starting pitching matchup features Chris Bassett opposite Jack Flaherty. Baltimore baseball tonight presented by Jerry's Home Services with Bob Haynie and Ryan Ripken will get underway at 6 live from Pickles Pub. The Ravens added to their backfield through the draft with the selection of Adam Randall. Derrick Henry recently gave his impression of the rookie.
Big guy. I play receiver. I watched him a little bit in college. I think he's a heck of a player. And since he's got here, just been working, keeping his head down, working each and every day, wanting to learn, just wanting to get better. And that's all you want as a rookie.
The Western Conference Finals shifts to San Antonio tonight in Game 3. The Thunder won Game 2, 122-113 to tie the series at 1. Tip-off is set for 8:30. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 60s with an overnight low of 50. Tomorrow has rain expected and a high of 59. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Dubo Law. After an accident, the world stops and you need help. That's when you call Dubo Law at 410-ASK-DUBO for a free consultation. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 1057 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
I'm not going to give you our secrets, but I think all of our starters have been pretty poor throughout the year, and I thought we kind of had to come to Jesus before Shane start and just had some talks, hard talks about kind of how we were pitching, our mindset of pitching, and then Shane went out there and did his thing. I thought he was on the attack, and it was just that's how we want to be. I think overall we've been too cute throughout the year, and we didn't do well. So it's just like we have guys, bullpen wise and obviously starters, that are way too good to be being cute out there. So honestly, between Frenchie and what he's been doing behind the scenes, and obviously Shane, it was just kind of passing the baton, so to speak.
So that's Chris Bassett back on May 1st, and it felt like on that day that things were starting to trend in the better direction, but that was just a blip bone. This starting rotation has not been good. It went into Thursday's game Wednesday's game against the Rays, I think with the worst starters ERA in baseball, but they've now moved up a little bit, but still terrible. And I guess the question is, can this rotation be salvaged?
I think it'll be better moving forward just because I do think Shane Baz is going to be better. I do think Kyle Bradish is definitely turned the corner. But the rest of the guys, I need to see it. And starting with Chris Bassett tonight. And interestingly enough, they're using Keegan Aiken as an opener again. And we saw that happen once before. And Bassett actually was really good after relieving Keegan Aiken. And this is someone who's has experience coming out of the pen. We saw it in the playoffs for the Blue Jays last year. So it's not a foreign thing for Bassett. But we have yet to see Chris Bassett have back-to-back even solid starts.
Yeah.
Trevor Rogers, he's getting his brains beat in right now over the past 5 starts. You know, whoever that fifth guy is, and right now it's Brandon Young, like it can be up and down. He couldn't even complete 4 innings when he was staked to that 6-1 lead the other day. I think when Dean comes back, and we still don't know when that's going to be.
Depending on Mean Dean.
Well, I think Dean, you know what you're going to get. And there's going to be some great starts. There's going to be some blow-up starts. But you know at the end of the season, he's going to have an ERA around 4, which right now would be an upgrade for this bunch. When their starter ERA is a 5.11, Dean Kramer is an upgrade. So I think...
It's crazy, but true.
I think it will be better, but it's certainly going to fall substantially short of what I thought it would be heading into the year. I thought that this group had a lot of potential, and I was wrong.
Didn't you read a stat earlier, maybe this week, that Rogers already given up more runs this year than he gave up all of last year?
I have that stat. Hold on. Here it is. In the last 5 starts, Trevor Rogers has given up 25 earned runs
in 5 starts.
Yes, this is just in this stretch, not this year, Ken. Just in this stretch. He's given up 25 earned runs in 19 innings in this 5-start stretch. He gave up 22 earned runs in 109 and 2/3 innings last. That is
talk about the opposite ends of the spectrum.
It is hard to comprehend. And you know, we kept saying the whole offseason, Ken, like no one thought he was going to do that again, like a sub-2 ERA. But to be this, I didn't see it. I'll admit it. I
thought it'd be a sub-4 ERA.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Like maybe 3, 4.
That's what I thought too. And also, and this is across the board, they just gotta be better closing out batters, closing out innings. Because with 2 strikes, with 2 outs, this group, and not even just starters, the whole pitching staff, they've given up 118 runs. That's the second most in baseball.
Yeah.
Like
there's just so many problems on this team. It's hard, as much as I would love to see them go on a run, it's hard to logically be optimistic about it because there's so many issues.
Well, it is. And, you know, you hit and then you can't pitch. You pitch and then you can't hit. Or you do both of those and then the defense stinks. Because that's the other part, Ken. Like with these pitchers where the defense behind them, man, they're not giving you quality. Not even close.
No. Hey, I don't usually do this, but according to the call screener, the guy wants to talk about my flip-flops. You want to take a call?
Sure.
410-583-1057. John's in Baltimore. John, you're on the Fan.
I tell you, man, I am a flip-flop guy through and through. I'd wear them 365 if my feet didn't get cold. But pro tip for you, man, Cole Haan 0 grands. I got my Olakais. I got every known to mankind. But I tell you what.
Cole Haan
0 grands.
I've never heard of that. What are they?
They're just like the shoe. Just like the Cole Haan shoe, 0 grands, but they make them in a flip-flop. Most comfortable flip-flop you'd ever wear.
I'm going to look that up right now. Cole Haan flip-flop.
I didn't even know that Cole Haan was a brand, so that's how fashionable I am. It's a thing, Ken. I see it.
Yeah, Cole Haan. I got to look up 0 grand. I appreciate the heads up, man. You had an Orioles comment? I'm sorry.
Yeah, in the Orioles comment, you know, Elias, he gets so much grief, and I probably give just as much as anybody else, but somebody else has to go before him.
Well, they did that a year ago. They fired the manager, John.
Well, yeah, but some of the like Drew French, what the hell is he doing? He can't get these guys straight.
Yeah, but how many hitting coaches, how many pitching coaches have we seen go?
And John, who hired these guys?
Well, that's the linchpin right there, man.
And John, appreciate the call, and I'm going to look up these flip flops.
We've gotten a lot of calls in terms of the assistant coaches, and I am by no means saying that Drew French is blameless for what is going on with the pitching staff or any of the hitting, but Ken, we've seen this. We've seen them go through multiple hitting coaches, multiple pitching coaches. At some point, is it the players? Is it the guy picking the players? Is it you can cycle through as many managers or assistant coaches as you want, but the result's been the same.
I got to find these Cole Haan $0 things. That's now I'm hyper focused on these new flip flops.
Do you see them now?
I found Cole Haan flip flops. I have not found the $0 Cole Haan flip. Oh, here we go. Cole Haan $0.
You're in.
They're sandals more. They look great. Yeah.
Would that be something that you would rock?
I think I would.
Really?
Cole Haan $0. I'm gonna get more into this during the break.
Interesting.
But they're not flip flops though. They don't have the thing between the toes.
Yeah, you like the thing between.
I think that I do like the thing between the toes.
The thing between the toes kind of. It kind of gives me the heebie-jeebies.
But it helps
really
it keeps it fastened to your foot.
Yeah.
The slide.
I like the slide.
But it can get away from your bone.
It can, but
if you have
it fastened enough, it's
fastened.
It's not, because it's got the Velcro.
Oh, but these don't have Velcro.
Well, I'm talking about the slides that I have.
Yeah.
So they stay on my feet.
Okay.
And I don't have to have the thingy in between the toes.
See, I like that thingy. It just helps keep me grounded. I'm a thingy between the toes guy. I don't want to get agita about losing my slides, but
agita.
It's like anxious. You get trust me. You got Bone. The fact that you don't know that word, that word should be ingrained in your brain. Coming up next, the NBA playoffs are occurring. The Eastern Western Conference. Knicks went up 2-0 last night. Game 3 of Spurs and Thunder is tonight. It's NBA shoot-around. We'll hear Josh Hart had some interesting comments.
Quote of the postseason.
Yeah, I thought he was criticizing the Orioles. We'll get into it next here on The Fan.
Got a hot take? The Plaza Ford text line. 410-583-1057.
Attorney Aaron Snyder here. Injured in an accident? Call Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg. 1-800-INJURED. Hi, this is attorney Aaron Snyder. If you've been injured in an accident, Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg is here to help. With over 40 years of experience, we fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 1-800-INJURED for a free consultation or visit COSECLaw.com, the people's choice.
Memorial Day is close, which means summer's almost here, and Town Appliance Memorial Day shopping event is happening now. Upgrade your kitchen or outdoor setup with Memorial Day savings and flexible financing. Visit the showroom off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. Call, text, or shop townappliance.com before it's over.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather.
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with options for every budget and free and fast delivery, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And now through Monday, all brands are on sale with up to 60% off. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
You just testified under oath you're getting more fiber in your diet, and it was easy. Where is this additional fiber coming from?
Mira Fiber Gummies.
Objection!
It's true. Mira Fiber has 8 grams of fiber to help me get the fiber I need in a day, plus 4 B vitamins for metabolism support. All in one serving.
Overruled.
My gut rests its case.
Oh, that's my line.
Find Mirafiber today at your local retailer from the makers of Miralax. Mirafiber supports metabolism of carbs, fats, and proteins. Serving size is 4 gummies.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, and even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, this can lead to serious health risks like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes and are covered by most insurances. Call 410-921-0667 to schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 410-921-0667 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 410-921-0667 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. Treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 410-921-0667.
Normally, the best place to find diamonds and gold together is a jewelry store. But now your Maryland Lottery retailer also offers diamonds and gold together in 2 exciting new scratch-offs. Introducing the Diamonds and Gold Scratch-Off and the Rose Gold Scratch-Off. Top prizes are up to $2 million. Play one or the other, or even both. You'll love how these new gold and diamond scratch-offs bring 2 more great things together. Fun and instant cash. Please play responsibly.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
A couple of problems around the Beltway on the outer loop before Dulaney Valley Road, clearing a disabled vehicle out of the way there. Outer loop of the Beltway at Hollands Ferry Road, there's an accident in the right lane. And on the inner loop of the Beltway at Route 40, Baltimore National Pike, the crash is being moved to the right shoulder. 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound, that's heavy from the Beltway to 95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound, heavy from 295 to the Harbor Tunnel. Jammed up on 50 eastbound through Annapolis. 2-way operations at the Chesapeake Bay Bridge were discontinued because of weather. Loss of that extra lane is causing a backup. It's heavy through Annapolis from after 424 Davidsonville Road. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalace. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
1, 2, 3, 4.
The fans chanting Nixon 4. Still a long ways to go. They've got 2 tough games coming up on the road in Cleveland. Cavs will let it end 9 consecutive playoff wins for the Knicks as they add to their franchise record of consecutive playoff wins. Heroics from Josh Hart, a career game, and they take a 2-0 lead in this best-of-7 series.
So that's Mike Breen calling the game on ESPN. The Knicks beat the Cavs 109-93. Had a much easier time of it than they did in Game 1, a game where they were down 22 with, 7+ left to go, and then outscored the Cavs 44-11 the rest of the game and overtime. They're up 2-0. I could see them sweeping Cleveland because it's so tough to come back from what happened in Game 1. I think they're going to get Cleveland's best effort in Game 3, but at best, I think now this is a Knicks in 5 kind of situation. At worst for the Cleveland Cavs.
I think so too. And Ken, when you consider the fact that, like, the Cavs they had 18 more free throws than the Knicks. James Harden actually didn't even turn the ball over in this game.
That's a rarity.
And they still ended up losing by 16 points. And Josh Hart was awesome last night, and not just offensively, but defensively, where, Cavs players, when Josh Hart was the primary defender, they were just 3 of 12 shooting against him. And he was just a game removed from being benched. He was benched in the final 10 minutes of game 1, and to have that type of performance was massive.
Well, they were giving him open looks because he didn't hit shots, and he hit him last night. Josh Hart, Mikal Bridges, and Jalen Brunson, part of the Nova Knicks. But after the game, Josh Hart and Kat were meeting with the media, and Josh Hart had this to say about analytics.
I'm never a huge analytics guy. At a certain point, they're a lamppost to a drunk person. You can lean on them, but it won't get you home. So, at a certain point, you got to have a good feel for the game. Oh, my God, bro. I'm not going to lie. That was Gerald Wright, his quote, man. So, shout out Jay Wright.
Wait, hold up. No, we're not moving on from that.
That's a great quote.
Oh, my God.
Analytics drunk? Lamppost to a drunk person? It ain't going to get you home. You can lean on it, though.
I was with Cal, so I didn't hear that.
You ain't even go to college.
Well, these guys do like each other, that's for sure. Josh Hart, it sounded like he was attacking the Orioles with the analytics,
But you bring up a good point. With all of these guys on Nova, and a lot of this changed, obviously, with Brunson coming over from the Mavs. The Knicks were irrelevant and had zero postseason success for forever.
Well, all these guys came from other organizations, Harden, Bridges, and Brunson.
Yeah, but now, like, those guys, and I get it at the collegiate level, winning it all, but having that type of pedigree is big.
Yeah, well, they obviously know each other, they like each other. They feel like this year under Mike Brown, they figured out how to use Cat, even though he can drive you crazy sometimes, Karl Anthony Towns. This is an interesting setup for the Knicks. And I do want to remind, because I feel like we say all the time, well, whoever wins the West is going to win the title. And I believe that. But we thought that a year ago, and OKC did win. But if
people forget it went 7.
And if Halliburton doesn't get hurt, the Pacers might win that game. So like that was a series. And here you have the Knicks. If the Knicks were somehow able to finish this off and sweep the Cavs, and then the Spurs and the Thunder beat the crap out of each other for 7 games, there's 2 guys on each team that might not play in the game tonight. The Knicks might be in an incredibly advantageous position heading into the finals.
No, it's definitely a great point in terms of the injuries, because Jalen Williams, J-Dub, he might be done
it's
at
the
this
same
point,
hammy.
Ken. The same hammy, and those soft tissue injuries, like, they absolutely linger. Spurs have been without De'Aaron Fox in these first couple of games, and then Harper goes down with the injuries, so their guards are beat up.
And A.J. Mitchell went down late for the Thunder.
Yeah, so you're definitely right. The Knicks have an opportunity. If you can sweep this series and those 2 teams continue to give each other their best shot, you're going to roll the dice when it comes to the NBA Finals, because even though the Thunder, and they're fantastic and they're incredibly deep and all of that, but you're right. I mean, the Pacers, who I think were a lesser team than this Knicks team, gave the Thunder everything they could handle.
Yeah, and remember, the Knicks a year ago had that game won against the Pacers, and the Pacers came back, thought they won it in regulation with that ball that bounced off the rim and went in. They changed it to a 2, so it goes to overtime. The Pacers win in overtime. The Knicks were never able to recover from that, which I think is, as we move forward a year, that's the same lesson I think the Cavs are learning. It's almost like you have to win 5 of 7 because you had that one banked and you lost it. So now you got to win 4 more. And I think that's nearly impossible. The Knicks learned that lesson a year ago. I think the Cavs are going to learn that lesson this year.
I completely agree. And we were saying heading into that game 1, the Knicks had that long layoff. How could that affect them?
Rest versus
rust. And the first half, especially first 3 quarters, really, the Knicks couldn't get going, and then they got going in that fourth quarter, and that's where you got to steal one. That way you can head back, you take back home court if you're the Cavs, but didn't end up happening.
Tonight, Game 3, Thunder Spurs. Now, I was talking to our friend Max, a sales guy. He thinks that the Spurs, they got their 1, and with the Thunder winning Game 2, he thinks the Thunder are going to win in 5, which to me, I think they're so evenly matched. And
I don't think it'll be 5.
I'm very curious to see, one, how Wemby comes out, 2, who plays, and do the Spurs are the Spurs able to win this game at home and make this a long series?
Well, to me, the big difference from game 1 to game 2, obviously Wemby was spectacular in the first game. The second game, not so much. But what was it? Hardenstein was just beating the hell out. They weren't calling anything, in the paint. And Wemby, he only had 10 points in the paint in that game, too, and had to settle for a bunch of threes.
Barkley took umbrage with that comment.
Umbrage.
Yeah, it's the only way to use umbrage, to take it.
Yeah.
It's like have druthers. But he said, Barkley was on the post game. He's like, I want people to stop saying that they were being overly physical with Wemby. I've been kissed harder than they touched him in that game. He said, that's just, were they being more physical? Sure. He said, but these guys, it's the get off my lawn sort of, because it was a much more physical game when Charles Barkley played than what they're seeing out there right now.
The other thing that the Spurs absolutely need to clean up, dude, they're turning the ball over way too much, and that's Castle.
Well, they missed De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah, that's 23 turnovers in game 1, 21 turnovers in game 2. That's just not. That is not sustainable.
Yeah, so that's where they miss. Even though Harper's been really good, they miss Fox.
Yeah.
He's their point guard, and obviously they've become a much deeper team when Fox is there as well. And I'm interested to see if Fox plays tonight, because I guess he turned it in the last series, then played with it, and they won that game, but it hasn't responded since.
If he's even close, Ken, he'll go. You have to this is game 3 is big, because if you can go up and then you have all the momentum at that point with game 4 also being at home. If he's even close, he'll give it a go.
Coming up next, what would a Friday be without our chat with the good doctor, Jerry Aloysius Coleman? We'll talk Orioles, maybe some Ravens, maybe some NBA. Aloysius joins us next here on The Fan.
The teams you grew up with
champions
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by Constellation Home.
Is your electricity bill skyrocketing? Constellation Home can help you save energy and money with an efficiency tune-up of your cooling system. Schedule now for just $59.95. Visit ConstellationHome.com. Terms and conditions apply. 10605.
Traffic brought to you by Elephant in the Room, a new locally owned restaurant now open in Millersville. My go-to spot, Elephant in the Room, has you covered all May. Cinco de Mayo, Teacher and Nurse Appreciation Weeks, plus whiskey tastings with live music, great food locally and veteran-owned. Check them out on Facebook and IG at Elephant in the Room for details.
Something new is happening in Bel Air. Plaza Ford is now Bob Bell Ford Bel Air, and we're kicking things off with our Memorial Month mega sale. More inventory, more value, and more reasons to shop at BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones, and all on the T-Mobile network.
How about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-927-1086. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-927-1086. 800-927-1086. 800-927-1086.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
This is the sound of resilience, relief, the sound of moving past cancer. Doctors at the University of Maryland Greenebaum Comprehensive Cancer Center are pioneering a breakthrough immunotherapy that's proving to stop cancer in its tracks. And with screenings and advanced treatments across the state, it's why more Marylanders trust the University of Maryland medical system to help put cancer behind them. That's a better state of care.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
83 Harrisburg Expressway northbound past Mount Carmel Road. There's an accident. Watch for some delays there. Outer loop of the Beltway before Dulaney Valley Road. Clear to disabled vehicle. Still some heavy volume. Inner loop of the Beltway is heavy between the Harrisburg Expressway headed toward Dulaney Valley Road. 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound heavy from the Beltway to 95 and Russell Street. 895 northbound heavy from 295 to the Harbor Tunnel. Jammed up on US 50 eastbound through Annapolis. Two-way operations at the Chesapeake Bay Bridge were discontinued. That's because of weather, so the loss of that extra lane is causing a huge backup. It's heavy through Annapolis beginning after 424 Davidsonville Road. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Chris Bassett is set to take the mound in tonight's series opener against the Tigers. Last time out versus the Nats, Bassett allowed 4 earned runs across 5 innings. Detroit will start Jack Flaherty. BBT presented by Jerry's Home Services with Bob Haynie and Ryan Ripken will get underway at 6 live from Pickles Pub. John Simpson returned to the Ravens after last playing with the team in 2023. Now there's a brand new coaching staff, but Simpson hasn't sensed a huge change in how the building operates.
I feel like the culture is what the culture is here, and I feel like that part didn't really change much. I feel like it's gonna be a family here. They're gonna expect you to work hard, and that's how football should be. So I feel like the culture is really.
The Western Conference Finals shifts to San Antonio tonight in Game 3. The Thunder won Game 2, 122-113 to tie the series at 1. Tip-off is set for 8:30. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 60s with an overnight low of 50. Tomorrow has rain expected and a high of 59. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery. You could win instantly or win cash for Orioles home runs as a contestant of the game. Please play responsibly. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Our Fridays are no longer complete until we have our chat with the good doctor, the late, great Jerry Aloysius Coleman, MD, who joins us now. And Jerry, thank you, as always, for your time. We appreciate it. Before we start talking Orioles, Ravens, NBA, whatever, are you a flip-flop guy?
I am when I'm down in Florida or the weather's warm here, but I also wear a shoe called, and I don't know if they're still making shoes, but they were called Allbirds. I think they were
you love the
transitioning
Allbirds,
into a
yes.
different business.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I'm a flip-flop guy. A guy recommended these Cole Haan 0-gram flip-flops, and they look like fisherman shoes. I don't know if I can get away with those.
I have zero fashion knowledge, man. I don't know any of these brands.
Haan?
Yes.
Wow, I didn't know Cole Haan had. I mean, they make flip-flops, but those aren't really stuff you can gallivant around in, and you like to gallivant.
I do. I am a gallivanter. I am a gallivanter. So go ahead, Bone. I'm sorry. I don't want to.
Oh, no. I was just saying I don't know any of these brands. I have zero awareness for anything fashion. I just wear the same like Nike Pegasus shoes or whatever Jimmy Patsos gives me.
Yeah, that's Under Armour
shoes.
Don't
If it's free, it's me. I remember hearing that in a Jerry Coleman promo.
Yes, that is the Jerry Coleman. That is the credo. It's on the patch.
Well, if Jimmy's listening, and I know he is, I'm awaiting my 7.5 size Under Armour flip flop.
Very nice. What are we going to do to fix these Orioles, Jer?
Oh man.
Well, I guess rain. I mean, that could be something that I'm old enough to remember when we got that genius tweet from Jeff Passan about how potent this lineup was going to be.
Brought that up earlier.
I mean, my God, you talk about freezing takes, but I mean. I don't know. If there's no baseball tonight, we're not going to have any of the beat reporters breathlessly reporting on the hot dog races, which I know, have become a hot topic around town.
Corn mustard.
With people that, aren't interested in winning baseball, that's what you turn to as hot dog races. I couldn't give a rat's ass about who wins a hot dog race. I just want to point that out. I really don't. I was happy that Ben McDonald actually provided some criticism, but these people going after him, that's a joke. I mean, Jim Palmer does what Ben did the other day on a nightly basis. They're paid to give their opinions, not wave the pom-poms. So I'm fine with that. If you want people to wave pom-poms, then I would direct any Ravens or Orioles fan, go to ravens.com or orioles.com, because you will always get the most wonderful coverage of your team and nothing negative whatsoever.
Jerry, that's where I was going to go. The Ben McDonald comments, and Ben came on with us yesterday and said, hey, he was just fired up at the end. But the basis of his comments are like you can give the exit velocity, you can give the analytics, but this is a bottom line business. And bottom line is the Orioles aren't getting it done. I don't have an issue with anything Ben said.
No, it's about wins and losses, or as one manager once said to me, wins and effing losses. And right now, there's a lot of losses. They outweigh the wins, that's for sure. And, I mean, this team isn't playing well against the AL East. They're not playing great ball at home, on the road, wherever they go. And it's been a consistent thing. And right now, they've lost 5 of 6, 14 of 20. It's not going well. I don't see it getting a whole lot better, to be honest, because of the injury situation and the fact that they're not going to go out and spend money on anyone in particular. And they don't have a whole bunch of depth. And right now the pitching is in shambles. I really thought Trevor Rogers was on his way to turning it around. I said that a week ago on this program. But now I'm wondering, after hearing his post-game comments after his most recent outing, the only guy you really can count on is Kyle Bradish.
Talking to Jerry Coleman's Inside Access here on the Fan. So, Jer, man, if this continues down this road, and they fired the manager a year ago, obviously it's not Brandon Hyde's fault. They changed a bunch of the coaching staff. I know Drew French is still here, but the whole hitting staff has been changed. Is Mike Elias' seat hot?
He has to have a hot seat. I mean, he's never been under more pressure than he is right now. He was never really under any pressure. Under Angelos and under Rubenstein, it's been very cozy. They have put him in charge. David Rubenstein has said that repeatedly during these press conferences that he's been at, that it's Mike's show to run. I know there was a suggestion that Cal Ripken Jr. take over. Not that he wants the job or is even qualified, since he has never done it, but plus, once you take that job, you put your legacy on the line. Ask Frank Robinson. Cal Sr. could tell you about that as well. But since Cal is an owner, it's a different situation right now. So I don't know if he wants to do that. Ryan Ripken would know a whole lot better than me, but I think that ship has sailed. I think there was a point in time when the Angelos family was in charge of the team where he might have wanted more control of the ball club and running the day-to-day operations. But, yeah, you got to look at Mike Elias, who brought in extra nerds in the offseason to fill up the warehouse offices. They spent more money, it seems like, on rebuilding the analytical department than some of the pitching staff. So he has to be under the microscope. It's only fair.
Jerry, May 21st, 2022 to June 20th, 2024, they had the third most wins in the majors. Since June 20th, 2024, they have the 8th worst record in the majors. Where has it gone wrong for you to get to this point?
That's a long time ago, Tim. You know, I keep hearing that stat. I'm like, wow, it seems like eons ago, doesn't it?
Yeah.
There's been a lot of injuries, but that's not the only reason. There's been draft picks that haven't, turned into the stars that we thought they would be, whether it be Adley Rushman or Jackson Holliday or Heston Kjerstad. We thought these guys would be on a rapid pace to, MVP caliber years, and that hasn't really happened yet. And Gunnar Henderson was a pleasant surprise for a while. I'm not sure where his head is right now, but, it's just demoralizing when you play in the AL East and you get your brains beat in on a regular basis by teams that have, like the Red Sox and Yankees and Blue Jays. They have the wallets and the ownership that's going to go out and spend millions and millions, if not billions of dollars. And then you have the Rays that aren't going to spend, but beat you analytically and beat you with speed on the base paths and just playing a smarter brand of baseball.
Talking with Jerry Coleman's Inside Access here on the Fan. Let's switch to the Ravens. You were out there on Tuesday. They got a little bit of a scare as Derrick Henry bumped knees with someone and laid on the ground for a little while, but he was fine. He talked to you guys. Have you any initial impressions under Jesse Mint or anything you're seeing so far in these early days?
He's carefully guarding his words. I mean, you guys probably don't mince his words. You probably examine his words.
Yes.
And to see if he minces his words after you play the sound clips from his press conferences, where whoever edits cuts out my questions. But I did ask him about the Lamar Jackson situation the other day, and he certainly was prepared and coached and dodged that as Lamar volunteered not to show up. And I understand it is voluntary. But when Derrick Henry shows up, and he's been in the league longer than Lamar, and he's one of the offensive leaders and talks about leading by example. Never mention Lamar and all that, but you have to be impressed with the way Derrick Henry handles his business. He had no reason to attend these OTAs, yet there he was out there trying to set an example. Kyle Hamilton showed up, and he wasn't prepared to practice because of some reason, and they don't have to provide an injury report or practice, a practice report about who shows up for these things. But I think it does set an example when you're out there, and no one has more pressure on their shoulders in this town than Lamar Jackson. Okay. Again, I've said it before. You got to win back-to-back playoff games. If he were to mention Super Bowl at all in passing this year, I will stop him mid-sentence and just say, shouldn't the goal be just to win consecutive playoff games? We've been hearing about a Super Bowl for 7 years now, and if he wants to get to one, well, this is going to be one of his best chances because he's got his coach in and his offensive coordinator in that he wanted, or at least pressured the team to make the change. So I just think it's on his shoulders this year after 8 years of Super Bowl promises.
Jerry, Ken and I found it amusing that Jesse Minter, when asked about the center competition, well, they're just going to work through them throughout these next couple of weeks. Yeah, nice rotation going on. Are you surprised that there hasn't been a move made for a center yet?
Yeah. And that's on Eric DaCosta, who was overlooking part of that press conference early on. It was interesting to watch him watch from his perch above and then go inside to his office. But eventually he's going to have to go out and get a center. I'm confident he will. I don't believe the center for the Baltimore Ravens was at practice this week or is on the roster right now altogether. They have to go out and find that person. They'll identify someone. They didn't think it was worth a draft pick, so we'll see who they come up with, guys.
Let's go to the NBA playoffs. And, Jerry, I'm starting to believe if the Knicks sweep the Cavs, which I think is possible, and the Spurs and Thunder beat the crap out of each other for 7 games, the Knicks might have half a shot. We forget the Pacers took the Thunder to 7 games a year ago, and if Halliburton doesn't get hurt, they might win that series.
That's a great point, Ken, but I will just say this. I just feel like, the championship is on the line between the Spurs and the Thunder, and that's the NBA Finals for me. What a choke job by the Cavaliers in Game 1. I don't think they recover from that at all. I can't get with the Knicks fan. They've been annoying my entire lifetime, but they've been losers my entire lifetime. They've never won a championship
like the Bills.
Since I've been alive. Like the Bills, and it was so terrible to see the Sabres choke at home the other night, and I really did my best to withhold tweeting "Good night, Buffalo," so I didn't do that. But good night, Buffalo. Enjoy another long off season with the Sabres. As far as the NBA goes, though, I mean, Victor Wembanyama is must-see TV. He's the Shohei Ohtani of the NBA. This guy is a freak of nature. But I also like watching the Thunder play. They're a very entertaining team. So I see the underdog for the first time in 33 playoff games tonight. I think the Spurs I think it's a close game. I think the Spurs pull it out tonight, and I think Victor comes out and has a massive game once again.
I do want to clarify, the Knicks have won a championship in your lifetime. Baby Aloysius in 1972-73.
Alive for that. Yeah. I mean,
yeah.
I don't count that. I mean, I don't like to reveal my age. I was a youth. A very young person at that time in 73. Yeah. Walt Clyde Frazier, and the Willis Reed game.
Well, the
was
69-70, they won it all as well. Yeah.
Jerry, what's going on?
The Willis Reed, I should say the Willis Reed game should be known as the Walt Clyde Frazier game because he had I think Willis Reed scored all of 4 points.
Yeah, he scored the first 2 baskets, and then that was it. Yeah.
Jerry, what's going on the podcast with Bordy?
Well, I'll promote it because Bordy won't. Dietrich Enns is our guest this week.
Nice.
I really appreciate the cooperation from the Orioles. It was before he gave up all those runs in Tampa, I will tell you that. We had a great conversation with him about the team, the clubhouse, Craig Alvarez's everlasting jaw. We also, once Dietrich left, we went into some other issues with the Orioles, including their defense once again. And then we had Dr. Michael Jacobs talking about this Jordan Westberg injury and how serious it is. So check it out. You can watch it or listen to it. Be More Sports Pod. It's one word. Put it in the search engine. Be More Sports Pod. Also on Instagram, Unparalleled Access. They're at jcole5545. And for those on Facebook, it's Sports with Coleman. Actually, Sports with Coleman with both places. Don't go to jcole5545.
Oh, no, you're turning people away from that one?
Is jcole5545 existing? Does it still exist?
Away.
I went because I got the Stick to Sports crowd coming after me. So I decided, all right, I'll just do strictly sports at Sports with Coleman. Pretty easy to follow.
I like both.
Gotta love the Stick to Sports crowd. Gotta love that crowd.
Yeah. Jerry, enjoy your holiday weekend, my friend.
All right, I will, and I will hang up on myself. And Ken, you never got back to me about that happy hour, so that's on you.
That is on
That's on you.
I will text you. I will text you. I'm sorry.
I'm hanging up now.
Yeah, there he goes. We'll talk Ravens coming up next. And how much could we see Lamar under center with Declan Doyle running this offense? We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Rams and quarterback Matthew Stafford agreed to a 1-year contract extension. The Rams are the current favorites to win the Super Bowl in a season where LA traded for star corner Trent McDuffie and were rumored to be in on wide receiver A.J. Brown. It's no surprise the Rams are going all in the next 2 seasons, despite using the 13th overall pick on a quarterback that won't play for 2 years. It probably pays to have your quarterback happy. I'm Adam Abdallah.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's Miles for Miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Yo, it's Jay Uso from WWE, and I'm Jimmy Uso. Chumba Casino and WWE are hyped for the biggest event of the summer, SummerSlam. I know, I can't wait. There's nothing better to do while we're waiting than playing Chumba Casino. Sign up today, and you could win a VIP experience with Chumba Casino and WWE for SummerSlam. So what are you waiting for? Play Chumba Casino and enter for your chance to win. Let's Chumba. Yeah.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Thanks. Is oil marked down?
Save up to $15 when you buy 5 quarts and a filter.
And fuel treatment?
2 for $9 on Lucas.
Brake pads?
Marked down to free.
Free?
Get free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 Duralast rotors.
That's several markdowns.
For many more miles.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch.
You got hurt and didn't call 877-OUCH-911? Honey, even I know which attorney to call when you're injured.
Grandma's right. I'm the attorney that gives a shit. Follow Grandma's advice and call 877-OUCH-911 or OUCHGuy.com.
Traffic is brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. Just ask Jerry's. Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com.
Are you stressed because of your IRS back tax bill, the possibility of wage garnishment or property lien? Then call Priority Tax Relief now. 800-314-0045. At Priority Tax, we work directly with the IRS to protect you and your assets. Thousands of our customers have resolved for far less than their original balance. Connect to the IRS for free in minutes. 800-314-0045. That's 800-314-0045.
For 80 years, people have gone to Lincoln Tech to get serious about their future. Lincoln Tech graduates have been known for doing exactly what they trained for: fixing, building, connecting, and making a difference in their communities. At Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus, you can train in fields like automotive service, electrical, HVAC, welding, and medical assisting, and gain hands-on experience built for the real world. The skills you learn at Lincoln Tech, they go with you everywhere. Classes start this month. Visit lincolntech.edu for info.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Lunch was great, but this traffic is awful.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Yo, it's Jay Uso from WWE, and I'm Jimmy Uso. Chumba Casino and WWE are hyped for the biggest event of the summer, SummerSlam. I know, I can't wait. There's nothing better to do while we're waiting than playing Chumba Casino. Sign up today and you could win a VIP experience with Chumba Casino and WWE for SummerSlam. So what are you waiting for? Play Chumba Casino and enter for your chance to win. Let's Chumba. Yeah.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Thanks. Is oil marked down?
Save up to $15 when you buy 5 quarts and a filter.
And fuel treatment?
2 for $9 on Lucas.
Brake pads?
Marked down to free.
Free?
Get free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 Duralast rotors.
That's several markdowns.
For many more miles.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Harrisburg Expressway 83 northbound past Mount Carmel Road. There's an accident. Harrisburg Expressway southbound, it's heavy from Timonium Road to the Beltway. Inner loop of the Beltway is heavy off and on from 95 to Security Boulevard. Heavy again from Charles Street to Delaney Valley Road through Towson. 95 northbound's heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound heavy from the Beltway to 95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound is heavy from 295 to the Harbor Tunnel. Headed toward the beach, you might want to wait a little while. It's jammed up on 50 eastbound through Annapolis. Two-way operations at the Bay Bridge were suspended because of the weather. The loss of that extra lane is causing a big backup. It's heavy through Annapolis from I-97. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalase. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Yeah. I mean, I've learned offenses before. Some offenses had similar terminology. Some don't. But yeah, I mean, it's all a part of football. You know, when change happens. But you got to be a pro about it. I mean, it's your job. You got to learn it, and you know, I'll go through that same process. But you know, I've been enjoying it. It's been fun. I'm going on year 11. Thank you, God. Thank you, Jesus. And yeah, just enjoying it, learning the system, getting to know the coaches, and you know, getting better with my teammates.
That's Derrick Henry speaking on Tuesday. He's only rushed for 3,400 yards in 2 years with the Ravens. And he had a bit of a scare practice, his banged knees at OTAs, but he laid on the ground for a little while because he said it felt like a bed. And then he got up and he spoke to the media, so he's just fine. But the question, and he's talking about the terminology with Declan Doyle. So what kind of changes could we see with this new offense under Declan Doyle? And could one of those changes be more Lamar under center?
I would be shocked if we don't see Lamar more under center. And we're just all wondering what a Declan Doyle offense will look like. We know what a Jesse Minter defense will look like, but Declan Doyle, he's a first-time play caller. So you look at Ben Johnson, where he was last year in Chicago as the offensive coordinator, and Ben Johnson was the play caller. The Bears, they were second in the NFL in under center dropbacks with 192. Ravens were 24th with 82. So more than double the Bears did. But Lamar, you look over the last 3 years, he only has 164 dropbacks. So they did more of that in 1 year last year with the Bears. But Lamar was fantastic when he was under center. 109 for 150 for over 1,300 yards, 16 touchdowns and a pick, 134.1 passer rating. That was the highest passer rating in the NFL by any quarterback in under center dropbacks the last 3 years. So I think that presents a lot of interesting possibilities, right? Where Lamar under center, Derrick Henry in the backfield, play action, it's screaming out to you. Yeah. You know, in situations like a second and short.
You can sell it better, too, from under center than in the pistol.
Exactly. And especially like a 2nd and 2, for example. If you want to take a shot, everyone's going to crash the middle to try and get Derrick Henry. You look at Lamar's numbers with play action last year, and he was the best quarterback by far and away with play action. 147.6 passer rating, 79.5% completion percentage.
That's good.
13.2 yards per attempt. All of those were the best in the NFL. And Caleb Williams, you look at his attempts with play action, he had 186. Lamar Jackson had 78. So there's plenty of room for growth there. And it's fair to point out Lamar obviously missed games. But having Derrick Henry as your running back, having Lamar Jackson, the type of athlete that he is at quarterback, I think both of those areas probably weren't leaned into enough under Todd Monken. And I would expect Declan Doyle to really utilize both of those areas of Lamar's game.
Another OTA next week. I think media availability, you told me, was Wednesday next week?
Wednesday.
Do you think Lamar will be there? And if he's not, will that upset you?
I would certainly care more than I do now.
Okay.
Him not being there next week,
You start caring more.
I'm not saying I'm running hot, but like, it'd be like, come on, man. Like, you should be there. Like I said earlier in the week, him knowing that he's already been there since day one and has been there for the vast majority of the offseason workouts, that lessens him not being there this week for me.
Yes.
And the fact that Jesse Minter knew that he wasn't going to be there, expects him there soon. But if he misses next week, it's like, come on, man. Come on.
Coming up next, Aaron Rodgers is back with the Steelers. How much does that help the Steelers in their quest to win a playoff game for the first time since the Obama administration? We'll ask Jerry Dulac, who covers the Steelers for the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, next here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 1057 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 1057 The Fan.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman. This show's brought to you by FanDuel. This is your reminder to check in daily because every day during the NBA playoffs, FanDuel is serving up a happy hour. We're talking special drops you won't want to miss, from profit boosts to bonus bets and more. Check for a new reward every single day of the NBA playoffs and don't miss your shot to get a little extra out of the action. Head to FanDuel.com/local to get started. FanDuel Sportsbook's the official sportsbook of 1057 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Taking a look at the pro hockey futures market, Colorado now just a minus 115 favorite to win the Western Conference Final against Vegas after Vegas won Game 1 last night. And this reminds me of the Western Conference Final in pro basketball, where you could get OKC at a good price after losing Game 1. Give me Colorado to win the series. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
Celebrate Memorial Day savings at Dark Cars Toyota of Baltimore. Shop amazing deals all weekend long. The sales department will be open this Monday, Memorial Day, from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Don't wait. Visit Dark Cars Toyota of Baltimore this Memorial Day weekend and save big.
Here's your spring upgrade. Sun's out. Drink in one hand and a free Samsung Galaxy phone in the other. All on unlimited 5G. Switch to Total Wireless and stay connected through every road trip, beach day, and everything in between. Now that's a total power move. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited or Max 5G plan, single or multi-month plan. Additional port-in ID verification or device financing requirements vary by device. Purchase limits apply.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. Memorial Day is close, which means summer's almost here. So if you're getting ready to spend more time outside with friends and family, you need a good outdoor setup. So check out Town Appliances Memorial Day shopping event happening now. They carry top brands like Whirlpool, KitchenAid, Gen Air, and more. Plus, outdoor grills, beverage centers, outdoor refrigeration, and air conditioners for the summer heat. Their showroom's right off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills, and Mayor will really take care of their customers. Visit the showroom, call, text, or visit townappliance.com today.
Liberty Mutual customized this song for you. Like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, right now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, 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 yeah.
The Smashing Pumpkins return. The Rats in a Cage Tour. 2 unique sets celebrating melancholy at 30 and nearly 4 decades of unruly hits and dark treasures. Saturday, October 3rd, CFG Bank Arena. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com. The Smashing Pumpkins. The Rats in a Cage Tour. Live.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalise.
The O's are set to begin a 10-game homestand with the Tigers up first. The starting pitching matchup features Chris Bassett opposite Jack Flaherty. Baltimore baseball tonight presented by Jerry's Home Services with Bob Haney and Ryan Ripken will get underway at 6, live from Pickles Pub. The Ravens added to their backfield through the draft with the selection of Adam Randall. Derrick Henry recently gave his impression of the rookie.
Big guy. For play receiver. I watched him a little bit in college. I think he's a heck of a player. And since he's got here, just been working, keeping his head down, working each and every day, wanting to learn, just wanting to get better. And that's all you want as a rookie.
The Western Conference Finals shifts to San Antonio tonight in Game 3. The Thunder won Game 2, 122-113 to tie the series at 1. Tip-off is set for 8:30. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 60s with an overnight low of 50. Tomorrow has rain expected and a high of 59. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Window Nation. During Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale, you could save big on new windows. Plus, you could get no money down and no payments or interest for 2 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now. I'm Tim Barbalise, Ravens Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalise. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Aaron Rodgers is back. I think we knew it was going to happen, but it's official now. And let's talk some Steelers with a guy that we always want to talk Steelers with, Jerry Dulock from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Jerry, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it. So, as I said, this was always trending in this direction, but now it's official. How do you feel about Rodgers' return to Pittsburgh?
Well, fellas, let me say, first of all, that many a Sunday night post-game walking back from the stadium to the Marriott Camden Yards was spent at Pickles Pub. So I was glad to hear a little promo there for it. The Rodgers thing, it was something that, despite what he said the other day, that he didn't make the decision till after the draft, they had always believed that he was coming back. Now I'm not saying that he was lying about it, but he was leaning more toward coming back than not. He never cleaned out his locker, which isn't a big deal. He never sold his house here. So he was always leaning in that direction. And that's what they anticipated. But getting him back for the first day of OTAs, I think is big because it's a comfort factor for him because he knows, of course, so many of those coaches there from his Green Bay days. But with the new people there, the coaches, the players, to have Aaron Rodgers there and no more talk of if he's coming, when's he coming, I think was big for them. And from Mike McCarthy's standpoint, look, this is his first year is coaching his hometown team. This is a team that won a division title last year and has been in the postseason 5 of the last 6 years. The last thing he wants to do in his first year back in his hometown is do anything less than what's happened the past couple of years. So now the next step, of course, is to win a playoff game. That's what hasn't happened.
Yeah.
But he feels the best way to win and continue to win right now is with Aaron Rodgers.
Jerry, I was very critical of the Steelers offseason last year, what Omar Khan did. This year, I really like the Steelers offseason. Now, Aaron Rodgers continuing that discussion, I guess my biggest question, Jerry, is this team ceiling that drastically higher right now compared to last year?
No, I don't think it's drastically higher. Like, for example, I think they're better. I thought they were better last year than the year before. And I think that proved to be the case. I think this year, with the moves they made, bringing in Michael Pittman, adding Rico Dowdle, getting Jamel Dean at corner, I liked their draft, and having Rodgers for a second year now. I think with Mike McCarthy, and the promise that McCarthy brings to the offense with his play calling. Let's face it, it's a proven commodity. So I think they're a better team than last year. Do I think they're a Super Bowl team? No, I do not. But I think they're a better team than last year based on everything that's happened. They really didn't lose. They didn't lose any of their star players. And so I think they've positioned themselves. They have a young offensive line with a lot of high draft picks. They have two pretty good running backs. No star there, but two good running backs. Their wide receiver room is much deeper. Michael Pittman's now number 2. And Jeremy Bernard, they got in the second round, going to be their third guy. So, and they're let's face it, they're pretty good on defense. And they have 2 young guys on that defensive line, rookies last year, Derek Harmon and Y.A. Black. So they've positioned themselves to be better. Now we'll see if that happens, but I don't think there's any question they're a better football team.
Jerry, I'm curious, and you mentioned what Mike McCarthy, his wants are, and he wants to be as good as they've been in the past. Any part of you, with knowing that this next year's draft is supposed to be an incredible quarterback draft, and the fact that, as we've outlined, they have not won a playoff game since the end of the Obama administration, is any part of you like, let's roll with Will Howard and Mason Rudolph and chips fall where they may, but it might put us in a better position to get a franchise quarterback next year?
Well, That seems to be, I can't put a percentage on it, but that seems to be, if not the overriding feeling of the fan base, certainly a large portion of the fan base feels that way. But, this isn't college. There isn't an NFL coach out there before, after, or now or after who doesn't want to win for his own sake. And they are going to play the best people they feel to win. And I can promise you the Steeler organization is never interested in the following year. They're interested in that year. So they're interested in 2026, not 2027. They'll worry about 2027 in 2027. That's always been their mentality. I know the way they are. They're never going to do it any other way. And I honestly don't think any NFL coach at the beginning of any season or any general manager, especially a coach, wants to take that approach. So that thinking just doesn't exist here.
Sure.
Jerry, you mentioned Mike McCarthy. First time the Steelers have had a new head coach since 2007, brand new coaching staff. How different do you expect this Steelers offense and defense to look?
Well, I don't know how much different the defense is going to look because, Mike McCarthy, having grown up here, he's always embraced that 34 defense that Bill Cowher and Dom Capers installed, to the point that Dom Capers coached with Mike for 8-10 years. And so that 34 defense, is going to remain intact. Patrick Graham is a highly regarded coach who's never had the talent that he has on this defense. So I think that's going to be, a big key there. But I think Mike McCarthy's offensive background, I thought Arthur Smith was a solid offensive coordinator. But I think, Mike's ability with quarterbacks. And I think the other big thing here in play, fellas, that I was thinking about this yesterday, it's not just a difference in coordinator. It's a difference in the head coach. And by that, I mean, Mike Tomlin, the coordinators operated under his umbrella. And he was always a guy who believed, don't lose the game. Maybe don't try to go out and win the game. That's what he installed in his quarterbacks. Just don't go out there and try to lose the game. So they always played a little close to the vest and relied on their defense. I don't think that same mentality will exist with Mike McCarthy because he's offensive-minded and he'll want to attack. And so I think you'll see I think there's a really good possibility. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that this offense is going to be the best in the league or the greatest show on turf or anything like that. But I do think there's a great possibility that the shackles, kind of the mental shackles, if nothing else, their approach to how they want to play is going to change under Mike McCarthy.
Jerry, before we let you go, obviously everybody in Baltimore keeps an eye on Pittsburgh and vice versa. These two teams are rivals, and Aaron Rodgers arguably had his best 2 games against the Ravens a year ago. Just curious, from your view from 30,000 feet, what you have thought of what the Ravens have done this offseason.
Yeah, I obviously it's going to be a different approach, and you guys would know better than me so far what's gone on. Todd Monken I'm sure is a lot different. Well, different in many ways from John Harbaugh. We always knew what to expect from the Ravens, just like the Ravens always knew what to expect from Mike Tomlin and the Steelers. So, so much depends on your quarterback, who I think is the most unstoppable player in the league when healthy. He did not play that way last year. And if you give him the offensive weapons, and I know he's lost some guys, the defense needs rebuilt. I still think, I get asked this all the time about the division. Everybody wants to keep the Bengals in the back of their mind because of Joe Burrow and the 2 receivers, and I get it. I still think the Steelers, again, I'm not sitting here telling you they're a Super Bowl team, but I still think they're the team to beat in the division. And just like with the Ravens and Lamar Jackson, of course, so much is going to depend. Is Aaron Rodgers going to look a year older, or can they at least expect what they got out of him last year? And as you guys saw, and as you mentioned, 2 of his best games were in Baltimore and at home against the Ravens.
Jerry Dulac, always great catching up with you. Enjoy the rest. Well, the OTAs have started, so your off-season's over, but we always appreciate your time, Jerry.
All right, fellas. Always good chatting with you.
Thanks so much, Jerry Dulac from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. When we come back, it looks like they're going to try to play some baseball tonight. We're going to preview this Orioles Tigers series, and I'll ask Bun, how many games are going to get in this weekend? Jacob Calvin Meyer is going to join us at 5:30 here on The Fan.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Treat yourself to a famous Box Hill crab cake or ship anywhere in the U.S. Dine in, pick up, or now you can DoorDash Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes menu items right to your door. BoxHillPizzaRestaurant.com. Box Hill, best crab cakes in Maryland.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Scions and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Scions and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Memorial Day is close, which means summer's almost here, and Town Appliance Memorial Day shopping event is happening now. Upgrade your kitchen or outdoor setup with Memorial Day savings and flexible financing. Visit the showroom off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. Call, text, or shop townappliance.com before it's over.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with options for every budget and free and fast delivery, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And now through Monday, all brands are on sale with up to 60% off. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
This deer season, John Deere wants to give you the home field advantage. We're bringing you the best offers of the season, whether that's cash off on select new machines or a shot at the ultimate Major League Baseball prize package. Because right now, you can enter for a chance to win an MLB All-Star experience for you and 3 friends, complete with travel and lodging for All-Star Week this July. Deer season is going on now through June 3rd. Visit johndeere.com/deer season to enter and view the offers and complete contest rules. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Baseball is back, and BetMGM, official partner of Major League Baseball, is bringing the high heat all season long. All season long, you can log into the BetMGM app and receive top-tier promos that put you in the batter's box. players and up the excitement for America's pastime. Step up to the plate all season with Swing for the Fences, the free-to-play game where every swing could score you rewards. We're talking parlay boost tokens, odds boost tokens, same-game parlay boost, and even bonus spins all season long. And the action doesn't stop there. Get more out of every at-bat and every inning with MLB same-game parlay boost. Stack your picks and boost your potential payout. Plus, lock in bigger value with MLB odds boost tokens and MLB parlay boost tokens all season long. More boost, more swings, more chances to win. Download the BetMGM app and step up to the plate today.
For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-927-1086. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-927-1086. 800-927-1086. 800-927-1086.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Inner loop of the Beltway heavy off and on from 95 to Security Boulevard, and then on the inner loop at the Jones Falls Expressway at I-83. The accident there now on the right shoulder. Heavy again on the inner loop from Charles Street to Delaney Valley Road. 95 northbound delays from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound heavy from the Beltway to 95 in Russell Street. And 895 northbound heavy from 295 to the Harbor Tunnel. Heavy on Route 50 eastbound through Annapolis. Two-way operations at the Bay Bridge were suspended because of the weather. That loss of that extra lane, that's causing a backup through Annapolis. It's heavy from I-97. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalace. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Orioles are scheduled to play the Tigers tonight at 7. Baltimore baseball tonight at 6 from Pickles. That would be Bob Haynie and Ryan Ripken. And Bone, you were telling me during the break, you're now feeling optimistic they're going to play baseball tonight. They haven't banged it yet.
Well, Jake Rill, who covers the O's for MLB.com, he quote tweeted this guy, Kevin Roth, who is a meteorologist. Full disclosure, I don't know who he is. Okay. But Kevin, he put his Doppler radar, and his tweet says this: current rain should be tapering off around or just after scheduled first pitch, and we break into some drier air. Not fully dry, perhaps, but playable dry, whatever that means. So clearly they're trying to get the game in tonight because tomorrow looks really dicey. Sunday, the weather looks the best of the 3 days and still not great, but the Tigers don't come back to Baltimore, so they're going to try like hell to get in these games because then you got to find the common off day, and it's just a pain in the butt. But Ken, this is a series, assuming they get the 3 games in. You got to win a series. Like this is a
team worse than you. Yeah.
Yes. You think the O's are struggling? Well, the Tigers said, hold my beer. They have lost 14 of their last 16 games, 9 of their last 10. And we had on Cody Stavenhagen, who covers the Tigers for The Athletic, and it's a mess of an operation right now. And their defense is horrific. They're dead last in outs above average, minus 21 outs above average. Their offense just isn't giving them much at all. They're 26th in runs scored. Jack Flaherty, yes, that Jack Flaherty on the mound tonight. And he has a whopping 5.77 ERA. And Ken, he's really struggled with walks this year. So if there was ever a game where the Orioles don't swing out of your shoes, he's in the bottom 9th percentile in walk rate. His last game was his first game in which he didn't walk anybody. Other than that, it's been 3 walks per start pretty much every single time for him. He has one start where he walks 6 guys in 3 1/3 innings.
You tell me Taylor Ward's going to walk at least once tonight.
I'm going to Sharpie that one, Ken. Yeah. I am going to Sharpie that one. But O's going with an opener again tonight. Keegan Aiken is starting. Chris Bassett is going to piggyback. And that worked really well the first time they did it. Chris Bassett went 6 innings. So it's been good, bad. So Chris Bassett's due for a good outing today. And against this struggling offense, you hope that can happen. But it would be a horrific look if the Tigers come in here and win a series with how poorly they are playing coming into this series.
Orioles sending out, as you mentioned, Keegan Aiken is an opener. The lineup, Taylor Ward's leading off in left field. Gunnar Henderson is the shortstop batting second. Adley Rutschman batting third behind the plate. Pete Alonso at first base batting fourth. Sam Basayo, DH batting fifth. Leo Taveras batting sixth in center field. Colton Cowser in right field batting seventh. Kobe Mayo at third base batting eighth. And Jackson Holiday batting ninth at second base.
Did I miss here? So no Taylor Ward? Is that
Taylor Ward's leading off in left field.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. Sorry.
Come on, pay attention.
I was trying. I'm multitasking because I was looking up.
No Tyler O'Neill.
No Tyler O'Neill. Okay. Well, did you see that Craig Albernaz was asked about the Ben McDonald
I guess
comments?
Jacob asked him.
Yes, it looks like because Jacob put the whole transcribed quote from Albernaz, and I'm paraphrasing here because it's a mile-long quote. It seems like he says it's not the end-all, be-all, talking about analytics, using it as a tool, and
it's like a drunk with a lamppost.
It is. That is an awesome quote, and the delivery was spectacular from Josh Hart, just deadpan.
Coming up next, the man who asked Albie that question, Jacob Calvin Meyer. He covers the O's for the Baltimore Sun, and he joins us next.
This is VJ Surhoff. You're listening to the best Orioles coverage on Sports Radio 105.7, The Fan.
H&K Group Incorporated.
Calling all heavy equipment operators and pipe laborers. Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. HTI Contractors Division of H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K does not discriminate.
For 3 days only at Old Navy, women's dresses are just $6, $8, $10, and $12. Yep, Memorial Day deals kick off with dresses at just $6, $8, $10, and $12. Hurry in this Thursday, Friday, and Saturday only at Old Navy. Valid 5/21 to 5/23. Select styles only.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
It's Smiles for Miles at Anderson Honda Hunt Valley.
Shop hundreds of new Hondas, sale priced way below MSRP. Fuel-efficient hybrids like Accords, Civics, and even CRVs.
Now that's Smiles for Miles. Woo-hoo! Check out AndersonHonda.net.
Spring has a way of getting us moving again. Walks after dinner, weekends outside, time with the people we love. Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. If your feet are slowing you down, visit a Good Feet store near you and see how personally fit arch supports can get you back to living the life you love.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-419-2387. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-419-2387. 800-419-2387. 800-419-2387.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Inner loop of the Beltway at I-70, there's an accident. It's heavy from I-95. Inner loop of the Beltway at the Jones Falls Expressway, I-83. Accidents on the right shoulder. Heavy off and on from Green Spring Avenue. Inner loop slows through Towson between Charles Street and Dulaney Valley Road. 95 northbound's heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound heavy from the Beltway to 95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound heavy from 295 to the Harbor Tunnel. Jammed up on US 50 eastbound through Annapolis. No two-way operations at the Bay Bridge. And the loss of that extra lane is causing a backup. It's heavy through Annapolis from before I-97. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Series opener against the Tigers. Last time out versus the Nats, Bassett allowed 4 earned runs across 5 innings. Detroit will start Jack Flaherty. BBT presented by Jerry's Home Services with Bob Haney and Ryan Ripken will get underway at 6, live from Pickles Pub. John Simpson returned to the Ravens after last playing with the team in 2023. Now there's a brand new coaching staff, but Simpson hasn't sensed a huge change in how the building operates.
I feel like the culture is what the culture is here, and I feel like that part didn't really change much. I feel like it's gonna be a family here. They're gonna expect you to work hard, and that's how football should be. So I feel like the culture didn't really shift.
The Western Conference Finals shifts to San Antonio tonight in Game 3. The Thunder won Game 2, 122-113 to tie the series at 1. Tip-off is set for 8:30.
From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 60s with an overnight low of 50. Tomorrow has rain expected and a high of 59. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Jerry's Home Services. Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners with an impeccable industry reputation. Just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerrysiding.com. I'm Tim Barbalais, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalais. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Orioles and Tigers going to try to dodge raindrops tonight as they're planning to play baseball at 7 o'clock. Baltimore Baseball tonight coming up at 6 live from Pickles. That's Bob Haynie and Ryan Ripken. And joining us now from Camden Yards, trying to keep dry, he's Jacob Calvin Meyer, covers the O's for the Baltimore Sun. And Jacob, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it. So analytics has been a crazy topic of late, has it? I guess you asked Albie about analytics after Ben McDonald had his say. Even Josh Hart had something to say about analytics lately. What do you think about all this that's going on?
Yeah, hey, thanks for having me on, guys. Yeah, listen, there's a lot here, and there's a lot been going on. I think the crux of it starts with the fact that this team is playing really poorly.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter how you slice it up, and it doesn't matter what numbers do look good and what numbers don't look good. We can all see it with our eyes. This is a bad baseball team right now. It doesn't mean that they're going to continue to be a bad baseball team, although that makes it more likely. But that's the way it is. Now, when it comes to Ben McDonald's comments, I want to start off with this, which is just a disclaimer that, Ben McDonald has more baseball knowledge in his pinky than I have in my entire body. So I want to get off with that disclaimer. But I was a little bit confounded by the take about analytics coming off a series when the Orioles just got their butts whipped by the most analytical organization in professional baseball in the Tampa Bay Rays. And so I think that I think what Ben was getting at, and he went on a bunch of programs,
including ours
yesterday to sort of he went yes, indeed, and he went on a bunch of programs to kind of explain his comments. But yeah, listen, I think it just all comes down to the point that this team's not playing as well as it should be right now.
And not even close. And Jacob, we talked a lot about the starting rotation today. I remember when you came in with us ahead of opening day, and I was a dummy. I really love the upside. I love the potential in this group, but they're 28th in starter ERA, 29th in starter WHIP, 29th in starter OPS against. Like, where does this starting rotation go from here? And do you see it getting any better?
Yeah, it's funny. I think a lot of people were, at least if they weren't, bullish on the rotation, they didn't believe that it would have as low of a floor as it had, right? For me, I went into the season saying that I believe that it was the worst rotation in the American League East, which it obviously has been. It's been the worst in the American League. But at the same time, I was confident, very confident, in the fact that while last season the team season was over by Memorial Day, essentially because its starting pitchers were so uncompetitive on a night-to-night basis that that it gave the team no chance, and that's what led to that bad start. We're now staring down the barrel of that being the case once again, where if they don't play well over the next few days, if they get swept this weekend, the season's essentially over, and starting pitching is a major reason why. I think if you dig down into some individual guys, there are some better pictures there, right? Trevor Rogers, there's a lot going on there. I can't really explain all of it other than to say, he's not going to pitch to a 6 ERA the rest of the season. That's just not what my eyes are telling me, and it's not what the numbers are telling me either. Kyle Bradish has looked really good recently. So has Shane Baz. Chris Bassett's pitched better recently than he did in April. Dean Kramer should get healthy. So there are positive signs on the horizon, but the question is they need to play at basically a 94-win pace if they're going to get back into this thing and become a playoff team. You don't play at that pace unless you have a good starting rotation. And I don't know if it's within the range of outcomes for this rotation to end up being the caliber that it needs to be for them to play at the level that they need to play at to make the playoffs.
All right, let's get to the lineup, and that was supposed to be their superpower this season. You know, a lot of quote-unquote experts thought it could be one of the best lineups in baseball. It has not. Is it in the realm of possibilities that the lineup starts to hit?
Yeah, I think that's more likely. Jeff Passan really cursed this team with that tweet of his after they signed Pete Alonso. But no, listen, I think Gunnar Henderson's obviously been a major disappointment this season. If you go to his splits in his career, it's actually kind of strange, to be honest. April and May are among his worst months, but every June he has caught fire. That does not mean he's going to, but it wouldn't surprise anybody if Gunnar Henderson has 1,000 OPS in the month of June, and by golly, does this team need him to do that? If he does that, and Pete Alonso also starts having some positive regression here. Again, Pete Alonso is on pace to hit like 27 home runs. If he has a great week and hits 4 home runs in a week, like, the home runs are going to be there for Pete. I think on the offensive side of things, I do envision there being some positive regression. Again, the question is the offense going to be, one, as good as it was billed to be, and two, is it good enough to make up for the holes on the roster elsewhere? And when you have so many players who are underperforming, they're not all going to bounce back. We're not going to look up on September 1st or September 30th, have you, and say, okay, Gunnar Henderson, Pete Alonso, Taylor Ward, Colton Cowser, all of these guys have an OPS where they should be. There are going to be some guys that don't live up to what they were supposed to be, and the question is, can they play complete enough baseball across the board to make up for any deficiencies they have in any individual areas?
Jacob Jackson-Holliday back in the starting lineup today at second base. How much do you expect him to play at third base?
I don't know. Not a ton. I think honestly it might look sort of what it looked like the other day, where it's like, hey, we might need you there for a couple innings, or maybe every once in a while he starts there but then doesn't finish the game there. I don't expect this to be... Honestly, it's not really up to Jackson. It's up to the other players. So if Kobe Mayo... It's sort of like Kobe Mayo and Jeremiah Jackson are competing for a job at this point, despite the fact that they play different positions. So if Kobe Mayo catches fire and he starts playing the way that we think he should, then that might look more where you have Jackson Holliday at second and Kobe Mayo plays third. And, you hope that Kobe Mayo is hitting well enough that you can swallow the defense there. On the other hand, if Jeremiah Jackson, who we've already seen is a very streaky hitter, if he gets on a hot streak and he's playing well enough defensively at second where you say, okay, this is just our everyday second baseman, and then we need to put Holliday at third, it is possible that Holliday just becomes this team's third baseman because Jeremiah Jackson forces the hand. But I think they're kind of in a wait-and-see mode right now, waiting to see who kind of takes the reins of this thing between Mayo and Jeremiah Jackson.
Jacob, I want to ask you a big picture question. Assuming this thing continues to go sideways and you have a season where they finish in last place again after finishing in last place a year ago, and they fired the manager a year ago, about a week ago, exactly a year, is Mike Elias' seat getting warm for you?
Yeah, I mean, right. Like I'm not breaking any news here. This isn't any reporting. This is just basic fact. If you have a coming off back-to-back postseason sweeps, and then one of the most disappointing seasons in franchise history, and then you are follow that up with maybe even more disappointing season, right? If this continues to go at this pace, which means they win 68 games, if this team wins 68 games, there will be consequences. And I'm not going to say what those would be, but of course, a major leadership change would be on the table. And of course, his seat is hot. Everybody's seat is hot. When you play this poorly for this long, it has been 2 years now of them underperforming, then everybody's seat is hot. And it looks different for players, right? Like Gunnar Henderson isn't going to get cut. He's not, at least not now, he's not going to get traded. But for Gunnar Henderson, you're looking at it and saying, okay, after the 2024 season, I was an aircraft carrier. People were talking about whether I would be able to rival the contract that Juan Soto got. And now it's, late May, and I don't even have a, 1.0 wins above replacement. his seat is hot. Pete Alonso's seat is right. It goes across the board. But when you look at Elias, at the end of the day, it always is going to come down to the decision makers. And so, listen, if they continue to play this poorly, there will be consequences.
Jacob, it's the question that I keep asking this week, man. Like, how did we get here? Like Mike's quote, June 2024, they were on top of the sport in damn near every category you can think of. And now less than 2 years later, you're 8 games below 500. And we're having this type of conversation of him on the hot seat, of all of these players regression galore.
Yeah, I wish I had the answer. If they had the answer, they would fix it. And sometimes the answers aren't simple. And I think naturally, I think fans want there to be a singular, simple answer. They want it to be, they're doing this thing wrong. I think that's why the analytics discussion has kind of grabbed this fan base so much, which is very strange because we all remember what things were like in 2018.
Yeah.
How badly the fan base was fed up with Dan Duquette and the old school ways and how behind this organization was. And all this entire fan base loved the analytics up until about a couple of weeks ago when they want a boogeyman. They want one thing to blame. And this isn't what I'm about to say is not to obfuscate or let anybody off the hook for what has been a disastrous past 2 years. But I went and looked since 2023, and I looked at the American League East. All 5 teams are above 500. The Yankees are clearly on top of the division, and the Red Sox are clearly at the bottom. There's 3 teams in the middle, the Rays, the Blue Jays, and the Orioles. They all virtually have the same record. Now, obviously, the Blue Jays have that postseason run that the other 2 teams don't have. But when you look at it, there's really only a couple of teams in Major League Baseball that over the span of 4 or 5 years, for the Orioles, they had a winning season in 22, so you can even take it back to then. It's the Dodgers, it's the Yankees. There's a couple of other teams. The Rays, who everybody is now gushing over, wishing that the Orioles were as good as the Rays. The past 2 seasons, the Rays were below 500. And so what I'm saying isn't to be like, it's just naturally going to bounce. They're just naturally going to bounce back at some point. But I don't think that there's one simple answer.
Jacob, do you expect baseball to be played tonight or tomorrow or Sunday?
I have a lot of expertise in some areas.
Yes.
Weather is not one of them. So I have no clue. My guess is there will be a doubleheader at some point this weekend.
Jacob, thanks so much, man, for your time. We appreciate it. Dodge the raindrops.
Thanks, guys.
Jacob Calvin Meyer, Baltimore Sun, covering the O's. We'll come back, get the text of the day, and get you prepared for Baltimore baseball tonight, which starts at 6 here on The Fan.
This is The Fan, baby.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 1057 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for play, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. As the Madison Square Garden crowd chanted Knicks in 4, New York made another statement with their Game 2 win over the Cavs. The Knicks are 2 wins away from their first finals appearance since 1999. The series shifts to Cleveland for Game 3 on Saturday night, where the Cavs are 2.5-point favorites. I'm Adam Abdallah.
1057 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
The right tools aren't optional. They're how the job gets done right. That's why a lot of us run with Napa for tools and equipment we can count on. From Milwaukee fuel sets, sockets, and impacts that deliver real power when you need it, to Carlisle hand tools built for precision, durability, and everyday use. It's professional-grade gear that keeps your bays moving and your business running strong. So when you need the right tool, right now, you know where to go. Napa.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sponsored by UBO. We make workflow. UBO streamlines document workflow and maximizes output. Think of us as your business technology experts, where satisfaction isn't just a promise, it's a part of our culture. Get started at ubeo.com today.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Scions and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Scions and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Liberty Mutual customized this song for you. Like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, 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 yeah.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with options for every budget, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And now save up to $1,000 on a Tempur-Pedic split king system, plus get a $300 instant gift. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, and even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, this can lead to serious health risks like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes and are covered by most insurances. Call 410-921-0667 to schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 410-921-0667 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 410-921-0667 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. Treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 410-921-0667.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The right tools aren't optional. They're how the job gets done right. That's why a lot of us run with Napa for tools and equipment we can count on. From Milwaukee fuel sets, sockets, and impacts that deliver real power when you need it, to Carlisle hand tools built for precision, durability, and everyday use. It's professional-grade gear that keeps your bays moving and your business running strong. So when you need the right tool, right now, you know where to go. Napa.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. A disabled vehicle left lane on the right side at board 3. 295 northbound heavy from the Beltway to 95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound heavy from 295 to the Harbor Tunnel. A Beltway inner loop at I-70 cleared the accident there. All lanes are open, but still heavy. Inner loop of the Beltway at the Jones Falls Expressway. Crash on the right shoulder. Still heavy off and on from Green Spring Avenue. Inner loop slows through Towson between Charles Street and Dulaney Valley Road. Heavy on US 50 eastbound through Annapolis from before I-97 to the Bay Bridge. No two-way operations, and that loss of that extra lane is causing the backup. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Looks like they're making every attempt to get this game in because we are 8 minutes away from BBT and we still are on track for baseball. More importantly, Bum, when are you heading down to Cambridge? Because it sounds like, based on the heavy report, that you've got traffic.
Dude, a lane closed on the Bay Bridge on Memorial Day weekend? I think it's going to be a little bit. I got to run around. And my parents are, so I told you, like, not everyone's going down to Cambridge because the weather's not good. So I'm going to leave Zoe at home. Zoe, like, Cambridge is her favorite place on the planet because she can just roam, and she is peak water dog. She just loves going down the rocks and swimming. But yeah, with it raining all weekend, it would just be a disaster. So I'm just gonna go to my parents after here.
Okay.
Maybe have some dinner with them.
Okay. This is new news to me.
And then hopefully go.
Did this just come to fruition? Because
it actually did.
When I walked to the bathroom, you were still talking about driving down.
Well, I wanted to kill some time, and with them not gone, I'm gonna drive. Well, I'm gonna go home, get Zoe, go to my parents, drop her off, eat dinner, and then hopefully at that point go. But it was an hour delay earlier, but when we just checked the prior break, it's only 20 minutes added on now, so we'll see. Hopefully in the next hour or so, I'll be making my way over.
But you'll be heading to Cambridge, and you're back Thursday.
I am back Thursday. Beltway Ben Hall is going to be in with you Tuesday and Wednesday.
And then he's gone the rest of the week.
And then he's gone.
So I don't work with both of you any day next week.
I know. Well, what do you got going on this week? You're seeing Sting,
right? Tomorrow at Wolf Trap with Margie.
That'll be cool.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Though I'm not looking forward to the drive. But I've heard good things about the venue, though the parking situation. I've never been to Wolf Trap, so
I didn't really even know much about it.
Yeah,
until you brought it up.
But Sting's playing Wolf Trap, and then I got Springsteen twice next week. So
so you're about to be in heaven over the next week. Springsteen twice in 4 days.
Yeah, that should be fun. But coming up next, don't you change that dial because baseball's happening, and that means Baltimore baseball tonight. Live from Pickles, Bob Haynie and Ryan Ripken. It's next here on The Fan.
If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Hey, Bel Air. Big news as Plaza Ford is now